You unexpectedly bound the destiny return system. As long as you bind someone with destiny, you can have the most top-notch people in the world work for you, because it was too unbelievable. You were not very convinced at first. It wasn't until the apprentice recruitment event at Baijian Mountain that you tried to bind a girl with a golden destiny. The result was that she only practiced for a minute that night, and she unexpectedly broke through the realm that she hadn't been able to break through in 10 years. In the dark night, you clenched your fist and felt your strength increase several times, breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm. You no longer have to worry about being sent down the mountain. In the following days, Wei Qingyan secluded herself and focused on cultivation. You only saw her twice during meal times. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has improved, breaking through to the 8th level of the tempering body realm. With a tenfold return, you break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual aperture realm. 10 days later, Wei Qingyan broke through 3 realms in a row, and the tenfold return also allowed you to break through 3 realms. Talent is truly something that makes people despair. You couldn't help but sigh. It took you 3 years to go from an ordinary person to the 9th level of the tempering body realm. A huge gap compared to Wei Qingyan, and this is still the result of her not awakening the Supreme Sword Body. If she were to awaken the Supreme Sword Body, the speed of cultivation would be unimaginable. Fortunately, you have already bound yourself to her. The faster Wei Qingyan improves, the faster you will improve. With a minimum of 10 times her progress, the boundary has been raised, but the means of attack have not. I don't know how long she will cultivate in secret. I'll go to the scripture pavilion first to find a powerful martial art to practice and improve my attack skills. With this in mind, you head towards the scripture pavilion. The martial arts in the outer scripture pavilion are mainly of the lower and middle grades of the human level. Your talent is ordinary. You have only practiced a lower grade human level martial art before, and even among the lower grade human level martial arts, you are considered mediocre. Simply put, the lowest and most ordinary kind. After 3 years, you have honed this martial art to a somewhat proficient level. Now that you have broken through to the spiritual realm, you can't still use this lowest grade martial art. You are ready to choose a middle grade human level martial art to practice. Of course, it will definitely be the lowest kind among the middle grade human level martial arts, as you won't be able to learn anything too difficult. This senior brother, just as you were contemplating which martial art to choose, a pleasant voice sounded. Looking in the direction of the voice, you saw a tall and beautiful girl in the outer disciples' training attire. The person destined for you, Wei Qingyan, junior sister Wei Qingyan. May I know how to address this senior brother? Wei Qingyan greeted you with a fist salute and a kind smile. I am Li Xianfeng. You also smiled back. Nice to meet you. Senior Li. Wei Qingyan saluted you and continued. I would like to ask, do you know what is the most powerful martial art in the scripture pavilion? Wei Qingyan originally wanted to search for it herself, but the scripture pavilion was large, with rows of shelves displaying many martial art scrolls. If she were to search through them one by one, it would take a lot of time, so she decided to follow the advice of the sword spirit and ask a senior brother or sister. Coincidentally, you were not far from her, and also handsome, so Wei Qingyan approached you to inquire. You felt a stir in your heart, knowing that the opportunity had come. Of course, I know, let me take you there directly, you said as you walked towards the other side. Although you have ordinary talent and cannot practice multiple martial arts, you have been a disciple of Baijian Mountain for 3 years, and you have at least flipped through all the martial arts in the scripture pavilion. Although there are many martial arts in the outer scripture pavilion, the highest level does not exceed the middle grade of the human level. Among them, 2 are the most powerful. One is the defensive martial art 3-foot sword formation, and the other is the offensive martial art dripping water pierces the sky sword. You walked with Wei Qingyan to a corner of the scripture pavilion and took down 2 scrolls from the shelf. I heard that these 2 martial arts were created by the current head of the Baijian Mountain. After mastering them, their power is not inferior to top-grade martial arts. You explained. You have looked through both of these martial arts, but you know it's difficult for you to practice them with your talent. Wei Qingyan took the 2 scrolls from your hands and after a brief glance, her eyes lit up. These 2 martial arts are very suitable for me, Wei Qingyan said. It is said that since the creation of these 2 martial arts, only a few disciples have learned them. Even if they do, they mostly stay at the beginner stage. Junior sister, you should think carefully. You looked at Wei Qingyan. It's okay, I know my limits, Wei Qingyan confidently replied. You nodded without saying more. You have experienced Wei Qingyan's talent. Thank you, Senior Li, for informing me. Junior sister will take her leave for now. Wei Qingyan bowed to you. You nodded, and Wei Qingyan went to register with the 2 scrolls. Watching Wei Qingyan's figure disappear, a slight smile tugs at the corner of your mouth. No need to struggle over which martial art to choose. Just go home and wait. Feeling good. Shortly after returning to your residence, the system prompt indeed sounded. Ding! Wei Qingyan has studied 3-foot sword formation and has a basic understanding of this martial art. 30 times return. You have completely mastered this martial art. Ding! Wei Qingyan has studied dripping water-piercing air sword and has a basic understanding of this martial art. 30 times return. You have completely mastered this martial art. As the system voice fell, your mind was filled with a lot of information about 3-foot sword formation and dripping water-piercing air sword. That feeling is as if you have studied 2 martial arts techniques countless times, remembered them inside out, and even extended many of your own insights. This kind of experience return is too valuable. Your eyes sparkle with a pleasant surprise. The return ratio is 30 times. It seems that my involvement in this matter has reached 30%. You ponder silently in your heart. This level of involvement exceeds your expectations. Soon after, the system prompt sounded again. Wei Qingyan practiced 3-foot sword formation once, gaining certain experience and insights. With a 30-fold return, you have gained a large amount of experience and insights, successfully entering the 3-foot sword formation. But the familiar feeling descended once again, with scenes flashing through your mind. In a trance, you seem to have practiced the 3-foot sword formation dozens of times. With each practice, you would gain some experience and insights, rapidly increasing your proficiency in the 3-foot sword formation until reaching the entry level. Practicing a martial art is divided into entry level, initial achievement, great achievement, and perfection based on proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power displayed, and the more exquisite the control over consumption. It was not long after that again. The system's delightful beep sounded again. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the water dripping through the air sword once and gained a certain amount of experience and enlightenment. 30 times returned. You gained a large amount of experience and enlightenment. The water dripping through the air sword has been successfully introduced. A great deal of experience and insight came to mind. Li Xianfeng had learned the dripping through the air sword. Lifting his own long sword to a boulder, he brewed power within his body. The next moment, it stabbed straight out at the boulder. Bang! Only a crisp sound was heard. The nearly 2-meter thick stone was then pierced with a translucent hole. What power! Li Xianfeng couldn't help but sigh. This was still just the introduction. When the proficiency reached minor, major, and complete, the power would all be raised another notch. For the next 5 days, Wei Qingyan began to dive into cultivation again. Only this time, it wasn't to raise his cultivation, but to specialize in martial arts. Li Xianfeng, on the other hand, was sitting back and enjoying himself as his proficiency in the 2 martial arts climbed. Ding! Wei Qingyan has gained a great deal of experience and enlightenment from practicing 3-foot sword surrounding, reaching the realm of great accomplishment. 30 times returned. Your 3-foot sword surrounding reaches perfection. Ding! Wei Qingyan has gained a large amount of experience and enlightenment from cultivating the water dripping through the air sword and has reached the grand completion realm. 30 times returned. Your water dripping through the air sword reaches completion. 5 days. Li Xianfeng lay down and cultivated the 2 human-grade medium-grade martial skills, which were claimed to be the most difficult, to the perfection realm. Although his cultivation was temporarily stagnant, his strength could be said to have skyrocketed. Being gifted is great. Li Xianfeng couldn't help but feel emotional. Wei Qingyan's talent was a heaven and a hell compared to his, but as strong as the talent is, it's not as strong as him being open. With the 2 martial arts reaching completion, it's time to go to the hunting park for some actual combat to see what my strength has reached nowadays. Li Xianfeng lifted his long sword and walked towards the hunting garden. As one of the top sects of the Great Yin dynasty, 100 Sword Mountain's outer gate was also extremely vast. In order to facilitate the disciples' cultivation and to hone their practical combat abilities, the sect had specially set aside a stretch of rolling mountainous area to keep demonic beasts. This mountainous area is known as the hunting park. Outer disciples can enter it to hunt demonic beasts. For one thing, you can hone your practical skills. Secondly, the corpses of the beheaded demonic beasts could be exchanged for corresponding cultivation resources. The hunting park is roughly divided into outer and inner areas. The outer area was active with all first-order demonic beasts, equivalent to a cultivator's body-hardening realm. The ones active in the inner area were second-order demonic beasts, equivalent to a cultivator's spiritual orifice realm. In the past, Li Xianfeng only dared to hunt in relatively safe places in the outer zone. Today he traveled directly to the inner zone. In the meantime, Wei Qingyan's residence. Now that both martial arts have been cultivated to the grand completion realm, it's time to go to the hunting park for actual combat, then exchange for resources to break through to the spiritual orifice realm in one fell swoop. When Wei Qingyan's 2 martial arts had reached great success, the ethereal voice of the sword spirit resounded in her mind again. With my current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem to cross over and kill a second-ranked demonic beast. right? Wei Qingyan said. It's definitely no problem if you kill a second stage primary demonic beast. The sword spirit said. Then let's go straight to the inner zone. Wei Qingyan held the remnant sword in one hand and the long sword issued by the clan in the other. The broken sword is the vessel of the sword spirit, and she will not be used in battle until a special moment. The long sword issued by the sect was a first-ranked spiritual weapon, which was also enough for her to use right now. In a matter of tea, Wei Qingyan arrived at the hunting garden. In the voice of the mountain guard disciple repeatedly urging not to enter the inner area rashly, Wei Qingyan stepped into the dense mountain forest. Boom! A huge figure flew out backwards, smashing a few large trees, and fell to the ground and struggled for a few moments before not moving at all. This guy is really thick-skinned. Li Xianfeng carried his bloodied longsword and walked over to the massive corpse. It was a large bear covered in black fur, named Black Wind Bear. It was a second-order intermediate demonic beast. It was equivalent to a human cultivator at the 4th level of the spiritual orifice realm. Li Xianfeng didn't use martial arts at the beginning, and fought very hard, even almost getting injured. Eventually, he made use of the dripping through the air sword to pierce through its chest, and then added a kick before he managed to kill it. My practical combat experience is more than insufficient, and when facing this kind of opponent whose rank is higher than mine, I can only win with the powerful might of the dripping through the air sword. Trying to rely on rich combat experience to swim and fight is still quite a bit short of the mark. Wiping away the blood from his sword on the fur of the Black Wind Bear, Li Xianfeng secretly analyzed. With powerful martial arts skills, it was indeed possible to cross the ranks. However, if you encounter enemies who are extremely experienced in combat, this approach may not always yield good results. When fighting, it is very important to have a good grasp of the timing of your moves, to anticipate the enemy before they make a move, and to respond correctly when faced with a move. Details and experience will often make the difference between success and failure. Except, of course, for that pure crushing. Ding! Wei Qingyan experienced 1 battle. Gained 1 battle experience and battle sense. 10 times returned. You gain 10 battle experience and sense. The system beep sounded abruptly in his head. A battle scene crossed the screen. It was as if Li Xianfeng had personally experienced 10 battles. Each battle gave him experience and insight. He had many brand new understandings and insights about fighting. Wei Qingyan went through a battle? Could it be that she went into the hunting park as well? Li Xianfeng was slightly surprised. Chapter 5, the senior brother of yours is quite interesting. It's just that his roots and bones are too poor. Ding! Wei Qingyan experienced 1 battle. Gained 1 battle experience and battle sense. 10 times returned. You gain 10 battle experience and sense. Ding! Wei Qingyan experienced 1 battle. Gained 1 battle experience and battle sense. 10 times returned. You gain 10 battle experience and sense. Shortly afterward, system beeps sounded in his head one after another. Li Xianfeng once again sat back and enjoyed himself. It was clear that he personally did not experience any new battles, but experiences and insights about battles kept popping up from his mind. If I were to use my current combat experience, I could easily decapitate this Black Wind Bear even if I don't use the dripping through the sky sword. Li Xianfeng was very confident. This confidence was not blind, but now he could indeed do it. Thinking back to the battle with the Black Wind Bear just now, he was able to clearly realize where his problem lay. Using the 3-foot sword surround and the dripping water-piercing sword, the current me completely has the strength to decapitate a second-stage advanced demonic beast. Li Xianfeng thought to himself. Phew! Phew! An athletic figure sped through the woods, and it was none other than Wei Qingyan. Behind her, there were 2 equally swift figures quickly chasing after her. Those were 2 4-meter-long gray wolves, blast wolves, accidentally going too deep, facing the 2 pursuing blizzard wolves. Wei Qingyan frowned slightly. She had good roots and high enlightenment, and with every battle she experienced, she was able to quickly analyze the gains and losses and improve her experience. Real-world capabilities are rapidly increasing, so she immersed herself in battle, going through more than a dozen battles in a row, gradually moving deeper towards the very core of the hunting park. As a result, he came across these 2 blasted wolves. These were 2 second-stage advanced demonic beasts, equivalent to cultivators at the 7th level of the spiritual orifice realm. Wei Qingyan was indeed a genius without a doubt, but her current cultivation level was only the 8th level of the body-tempering realm after all. Even if he had practiced both the 3-foot sword surrounding and the dripping through the air sword to a great completion, it would still be impossible for him to fight against a second-stage high-level demonic beast. After all, body-tempering realm cultivators were not as deep as spiritual orifice realm cultivators, and were unable to utilize the full power of these 2 martial arts. Even more so, It couldn't support Wei Qingyan to cast it too many times. The first time she faced the Blizzard Wolf, she was almost injured, but fortunately she had a high level of combat savvy and found the right opportunity to draw back. But the two Blizzard Wolves were in hot pursuit and didn't seem to want to let her go. The Blizzard Wolves were known for their speed, and Wei Qingyan's physical strength was limited, so it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for them to catch up. Phew! The huge figure was as swift as the wind, instantly overtaking Wei Qingyan and cutting off her path. The huge wolf claws slapped down. Wei Qingyan waved the long sword in her hand, fast out of the stump. The 3 feet range around her body was enveloped by the sword light. It was none other than the human-grade medium-grade martial skill. 3-foot sword surround. Boo! The wolf's claws slapped onto the sword light, and Wei Qingyan's body immediately flew backwards. Her face was a bit pale. The multiple battles, coupled with the escape, had drained almost all the power in her body. The 3-foot sword surrounding blocked the blow, but there was still a Blizzard Wolf behind her. Hey, it's just... The sword spirit's voice rang out in Wei Qingyan's mind. It's moments like these that only she can step in. If she didn't make a move, Wei Qingyan would definitely be seriously injured. She had actually noticed the Blizzard Wolf approaching before, but she hadn't spoken up to warn her. This was also a test for Wei Qingyan. Forgetting to fight would likely get one into trouble, and learning from this lesson would allow Wei Qingyan to grow. Sorry, Sister Sword Spirit. Wei Qingyan's pale face surfaced in shame. The sword spirit state was very unstable, weakening a few points with every strike, and there was no way he could bring her replenishment right now. Wei Qingyan regretted his recklessness in delving into the core of the inner region. No harm done. Learn from your mistakes. The sword spirit blandly transmitted its voice and was about to strike. Someone's coming. After a slight hesitation, the sword spirit gave up striking. Phew! The sharp sword was like an arrow tearing through the air, shooting at an extremely fast speed and accurately hitting the Blizzard Wolf behind Wei Qingyan, who had lit up its sharp claws. Pust! The long sword pierced through the head of the Blizzard Wolf, and the remaining momentum did not decrease. Half of the sword body did not enter the ground. Phew! The body had just hit the ground when a figure broke through the trees and sped in. Give me the sword! Li Xianfeng shouted towards Wei Qingyan. The latter also reacted quickly and directly threw his long sword out with force. Li Xianfeng leaped into midair and held the hilt of his sword with precision, then turned back in the air and chopped out the sword light. The Blizzard Wolf that had just lunged at him was separated from its head just like that. Boo! Boo! The corpse of the Blizzard Wolf landed on the ground at the same time as Li Xianfeng. Seniorly, a smile surfaced on Wei Qingyan's pale face. Why did you run here? Didn't the disciples guarding the mountain admonish you? Li Xianfeng walked over to return the longsword to Wei Qingyan, and stepped aside to draw his own longsword. I wanted to hunt demonic beasts for some cultivation resources, but the battle was too forgettable. So one accidentally goes too far. Wei Qingyan sighed. She didn't hide anything about this kind of thing, because there was absolutely no need to hide it. Thanks to senior brother for saving me. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be in a bad way. Wei Qingyan looked at Li Xianfeng seriously. Although Wei Qingyan wouldn't really be in danger if Li Xianfeng didn't make a move, but at least it saved the sword spirit from making a move once. Either way it was gracious to her. It's okay, just don't be so reckless next time. Li Xianfeng waved his hand. Wei Qingyan was his experience baby. No matter what he wouldn't sit idly by. Go! Wiping the blood clean on the Blizzard Wolf's corpse, Li Xianfeng put away his longsword and said, Ha! Don't you want these two bodies? Wei Qingyan was surprised. Leave it to you. Li Xianfeng didn't even look back. You killed this. An elder brother saved me. So how can I? Wei Qingyan decisively refused. Then let's just leave them here for the other demonic beasts to munch on. Li Xuanfeng's footsteps were unceasing, gradually moving away. Wei Qingyan stared blankly at Li Xianfeng's back. Take them away. These two corpses are worth far more than the demonic beasts you killed before combined. More bodies than you can carry. Anyway, I've already taken a favor from him just now, so this extra is nothing. When your supreme sword body awakens, your strength will soon be able to far surpass him. And it won't be too late to return his favor then. The sword spirit's voice rang out in Wei Qingyan's mind. Only then did Wei Qingyan nod, grabbing a Blizzard Wolf's paw in one hand and dragging them towards the outside of the mountain. The two Blizzard Wolves together weighed over 1,000 pounds. However, the physical body of a body-tempering realm cultivator was already very powerful. And even if Wei Qingyan didn't have much strength left, dragging away two corpses was no problem. Your senior brother is actually quite interesting. It's a pity that the roots are just too poor. Dragging the body of the Blizzard Wolf along the road, the sword spirit transmitted a message to Wei Qingyan. Roots are too bad. Wei Qingyan muttered and repeated. The words brought back some memories for her. Once upon a time, she was also told that her roots and bones were very poor and not suitable for cultivation. It was only after she met the sword spirit in the remnant sword that she realized that it was because her supreme sword body had undergone self-obscurity, causing some problems with her meridians and preventing her from cultivating. By self-obscurity, I mean self-obscurity. There is a certain probability that certain physiques will fall silent when they encounter special circumstances, obscuring themselves and no longer displaying their physical characteristics, making them undetectable. It is difficult to perceive the self-obscurity of the physique without special means or an old-fashioned eye. With the help of the sword spirit, Wei Qingyan repaired the dark diseases of her meridians before she formally embarked on the path of cultivation. Even though the supreme sword body had yet to be awakened, she had shown an extraordinary talent. His cultivation level is only the third level of the spirit orifice realm. But the sword that just flew out of his hand was a manifestation of the dripping water-piercing sword reaching perfection. And when he struck, his grasp of timing was very precise, and it didn't take much power to decapitate the two blizzard wolves, which shows that he has a lot of combat experience. The sword spirit's voice pulled back Wei Qingyan's thoughts. Indeed, judging from his strikes, he's mostly someone who's been in 100 battles. Thinking back to the battle scene just now, Wei Qingyan nodded in recognition. She was right. Li Xianfeng was indeed battle-hardened, but it was all thanks to her. She had just experienced more than 10 battles, so she had returned a total of more than 100 battle experiences and insights to Li Xianfeng. It's a veritable body of work. This person should belong to the category of cultivators with very poor root bones but good enlightenment. The sword spirit continued. This kind of cultivator is actually quite unfortunate. In the future, when you become stronger, if you have the opportunity you can lift him up. Chapter 6 Barrier Breaking Pill. Peak 9th level of Spiritual Orifice Realm. The so-called talent is actually divided into two parts. Part of it is root and bone. The other part is enlightenment. Roots and bones, that is, the strength and goodness of the physique. Cultivators who have some special physique in their body. The root and bone are far beyond ordinary people, and cultivation is twice as easy with half the effort. The absorption of energy is all the more adequate. The speed of cultivation was fast and there were fewer bottlenecks, so he was able to leave his peers far behind. And enlightenment, in turn, it refers to one's ability to comprehend. Those who are highly enlightened will know the feats after reading them once, and will memorize the martial arts after learning them once. A lot of what others can't understand and find obscure can be solved in their eyes. The higher a cultivator's realm was, the more they needed to sense the heavens and earth and comprehend the various forces of heaven and earth. So the later you get, the more the importance of enlightenment comes into play. It could be said that enlightenment determined the upper limit of a cultivator's achievement, and the root bone determines the lower limit of a cultivator. 100 Sword Mountain recruits disciples once every 3 years. Now in the outer sect, there should be no old disciples who have been there for more than 9 years. 9 years can't break through to the chi-spinning realm to enter the inner sect, and they would have been sent down the mountain a long time ago. You, senior brotherly, should be the last outer disciple. Only 3 years to be at the third level of the spiritual orifice realm. I have to say that this kind of root bone is too poor, but on the contrary, he was able to practice the dripping water through the air sword to perfection, and also has an extremely strong battle enlightenment. If he can't raise his cultivation level, this enlightenment will go to waste. The sword spirit's tone sounded as if he felt some pity for Li Xianfeng. Senior brotherly is a very nice person. I will definitely help him when I have the chance after becoming stronger. Wei Qingyan nodded. After 2 encounters, she was quite fond of Li Xianfeng. Wei Qingyan dragged the 2 blizzard wolf corpses all the way down the mountain, drawing many surprised gazes. Many disciples thought that Wei Qingyan had decapitated him and went forward to congratulate him. Only after learning that it was a senior brother who had decapitated them did many of the disciples breathe a sigh of relief. The body-tempering realm's decapitation of a second-stage advanced demonic beast was a bit too much for them. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 5 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid, 80 times returned, and you have obtained 3 barrier-breaking pills. Shortly after Li Xianfeng returned to his residence, the expected system beep sounded. The reason why he gave Wei Qingyan the 2 blizzard wolves that he had killed was not that he was being charitable, saving people for nothing and giving them back trophies. Instead, it was given to Wei Qingyan in order to maximize the benefits. The system's prompt at this moment was enough to prove that he was doing the right thing. Wei Qingyan had obviously taken the 2 corpses to the Hall of Affairs in exchange for cultivation resources. In the system's determination, Li Xuanfeng's participation in this matter reached 80%, so it was returned 80 times. Looks like it's a quality return this time. Li Xuanfeng's heart moved and 3 clean white pills appeared in his palm out of nowhere. The items returned by the system were stored in the system space, and Li Xianfeng could take them with his mind. Returns are categorized into quantitative and qualitative returns. If it was a quantity return, what Li Xianfeng would have gotten at this moment would have been 400 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid, but now the return is 3 barrier-breaking pills. It meant that they were 80 times more precious than the 5 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid. With the barrier-breaking pill, I can also break through the realm on my own, Li Xianfeng said to himself. The barrier-breaking pill was a second-stage pill that could help cultivators below the 7th level of the spiritual orifice realm break through the spiritual orifice barrier and directly break through a small realm. This elixir only works best when taken for the first time. After that, the effects of taking it diminish rapidly and get worse. Begin. Li Xianfeng didn't nag. He directly took a barrier-breaking pill and then began to meditate and cultivate to impact a higher realm. Evening. A powerful aura suddenly surged out from Li Xianfeng, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and the robe on his body was windless. Breakthrough! Li Xianfeng opened his eyes. After consuming the power of a barrier-breaking pill, he managed to break through to the 4th level of the spiritual orifice realm. On the path of cultivation, the law of wealth and the land, resources are really important, Li Xianfeng muttered. If there were enough resources, even if the root bones were very poor, wildly smashing resources could still produce an expert. Unfortunately, Li Xianfeng didn't have any background, and no one would waste resources on him for no reason. That was why he had been slow to break through the barrier of the spiritual orifice realm before. I wonder if the remaining 2 can help me break another realm. Li Xianfeng spread out his palm and 2 pills emerged. He couldn't give these 2 pills to Wei Qingyan and then wait for the system to return them, because the system returned something that was then gifted to the bound target. It could not be returned again, pinching off Li Xuanfeng's fantasy of condom. In that case, you might as well use it yourself. Anyway, give it a try. Li Xianfeng immediately swallowed the 2 barrier-breaking pills. Time passes. In the twinkling of an eye, the bright moon was already high in the sky, and the night sky was silent. Failed. The effect will indeed be greatly diminished. Those 2 barrier-breaking pills didn't allow Li Xianfeng to successfully break through to the 5th level of the spiritual orifice realm. However, it also allowed him to wear down the spiritual orifice barrier quite a bit, and he wasn't too far away from successfully breaking through to the 5th level. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased. Her realm has broken through to the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the 7th level of the spiritual orifice realm. The system beep sounded at this moment. Pure power descended out of thin air, and Li Xuanfeng's cultivation began to climb rapidly. The 5th barrier that had failed to be broken through was easily broken through at this moment. Then came the 6th course, and then the 7th course. The innate true qi in the spirit orifice is fed back to itself, and Li Xuanfeng's true qi quality realized a triple jump, his strength surging by a large margin. So strong, Li Xianfeng clenched his fists and felt the surging power. This power returned by the system was pure and without the slightest impurity, as if Li Xianfeng had cultivated it on his own without any discomfort. So he has perfect control. Surely it must still be a high multiplier return. In the darkness of the night, Li Xuanfeng's eyes seemed to shine brightly. Wei Qingyan had exchanged the blizzard wolf he had killed for the body-tempering spirit liquid. Then he used the body-tempering spiritual liquid to cultivate and broke through to the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. The system ruled on this that his participation had reached 50%, so it gave Li Xianfeng a 50-fold return. When the relationship is in place, find a chance to imbue her with the power, and I'll be able to get 100 times back, Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. Passing on the power to imbue. The participation in this kind of thing was definitely 100%, and Li Xianfeng would receive 100 times the amount of money back. That rate of enhancement would certainly be extremely exaggerated. However, transmitting the power and instilling it is not an easy task, and if it is not well controlled, it can cause harm to both. Plus, the 2 of them are not at that point in their relationship today, so this matter can only be dealt with slowly. As long as she uses the body-tempering spirit liquid redeemed today to cultivate, any cultivation level raised will be returned to me in a 50-fold multiplier. 5 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid. She shouldn't have consumed them all yet. After all, the better the roots and bones of a cultivator, the higher the absorption rate of resources, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. The better the roots and bones of the cultivator, the less wasteful they were of resources. With the same cultivation resources, geniuses could break through several realms in a row, while scraps might have trouble breaking through even one realm. That's because there must be an energy loss as the resource is absorbed. The better the root bone, The less attrition, the worse the root bone, the more the loss. Li Xianfeng himself was an example. In these 3 years, he had consumed a lot of resources, but a lot of them had been wasted in the absorption process, so he progressed slowly and the gap between him and those with better roots than him grew wider and wider. For the next few days, Wei Qingyan once again dived into cultivation. She was going to consume all the resources she had exchanged and then break through to the spirit orifice realm in one fell swoop. From the 9th level of the body tempering realm to the spiritual orifice realm, there was a large realm barrier separating them. Even if Wei Qingyan was very talented, it was impossible for her to break through just by saying so. After all, her supreme sword body was still awakened. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed. Late in the day, ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the spiritual orifice realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. A long-lost system beep sounded. Pure energy descended and helped Li Xianfeng break through the 8th and 9th spirit orifice barriers in one fell swoop. The quality of the true qi in the body realized 2 consecutive jumps, turning into an 8 true qi with a purity of 100%, and the degree of robustness is perfected. Li Xianfeng reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. The only way to advance further in strength was to break through to the next realm, the qi-spinning realm. Is this what it feels like to have all 9 orifices open? In the darkness of the night, Li Xianfeng was sleepy and refreshed. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged into the heavens and earth, and with a slight perception, he was able to perceive the wandering aura between heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the body tempering realm or the spiritual orifice realm, it was all about cultivating oneself. That is, to cultivate the power within oneself. When the 9 orifices are open, the cultivator will be able to connect to heaven and earth, polish and refine himself with the help of heaven and earth's aura, and step by step, climb up to a higher mountain peak. With my current cultivation level, plus my battle sense, plus the 3-foot sword surrounding and the dripping water-piercing sword, I must be the current number 1 in the outer sect, right? Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. 24 days had passed since the disciple acceptance ceremony. At that time, Li Xianfeng was still struggling with his inability to break through to the spiritual orifice realm, and was facing imminent dismissal from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, 24 days had passed, yet he fully claimed to be the number 1 person in the outer sect. The reason for bringing about such a drastic change was that he had awakened the system and bound Wei Qingyan. Must bind more of the heavenly orders, Li Xianfeng secretly said. One Wei Qingyan had brought him such gains. If he were to bind another one, or even more, his strength increase would reach an extremely exaggerated point. These days he had also been using the system to check up on all the disciples. Unfortunately, providence is hard to find. Apart from Wei Qingyan, he hadn't seen the second one for the time being. There are many disciples in the inner sect, so I hope to discover the man of destiny. Breaking through to the cyclone realm would allow you to be promoted to inner sect disciple, as long as Wei Qingyan had another breakthrough. After the system returned, Li Xianfeng would be able to break through to the qi-spinning realm. The inner gate of the 100-sword mountain was extremely huge, and the vast majority of the disciples were gathered in the inner gate, which had been accumulated step by step over a long period of time. The outer gate is only a very small portion. The difference is like the difference between the population of a big, bustling city, and the population of a suburb. The inner disciples were all added in little by little from the outer disciples. The next day, knock knock. Haven't started my morning exercise yet. Li Xuanfeng's room door was then knocked on. Chapter 7, You're a senior brother who hides his clumsiness. The one who knocked on the door was an outer disciple who was at the same time as Li Xianfeng. Cultivation will be tested at the True Martial Hall in 4 days. Make sure to be there on time. If you do not show up, you will be treated as a forfeit and will be sent down the mountain. The disciple left after bringing the message. Li Xianfeng always had a calm face, because he no longer needs to worry about it. He was on the verge of being promoted to the inner sect, so naturally he didn't need to worry about being sent down the mountain. Wei Qingyan has just broken through the realm, and if she wants to make another breakthrough, she will need at least a few days. I shouldn't be able to break through to the cyclone realm before testing my cultivation. Just look for a mission in the next couple of days. Li Xianfeng pondered. Outer disciples must complete at least one task every month. There are big and small tasks. Big ones such as going down the mountain to look for medicinal herbs, investigating a certain incident, hunting a specified demonic beast, or even killing roving bandits. Smaller ones such as guarding mountains, escorting demonic beasts, patrolling mountain gates, carrying supplies, and so on. The simple fact is that there are dangers and there are not dangers. dangerous missions that pay well in general, not a dangerous task, and the pay was enough to allow the outer disciples to cultivate for a while. In the past, Li Xianfeng had specialized in squatting at the Hall of Affairs, compete with other outer sect disciples for missions with a low danger factor. Handily, he had average talent and average strength, and that was all he could do. However, times were different nowadays, and there was no longer a need for him to go squatting in the Hall of Affairs in advance and compete with his fellow members of the body-tempering realm for the task. The Hall of Affairs is extremely large. It was as if a real palace of royalty. Most of the affairs of the outer gate can be handled here. Getting a mission is one of them. The elders will organize the tasks one by one and then arrange them. The details of the task as well as the payment are clearly written. Disciples can register to receive it with their ID tags. A disciple is needed to help take care of the East Medicine Garden for 3 days because a disciple in Area C of the garden has to go out. Requirements: knowledge of certain medicinal herbs, relevant experience in taking care of medicinal gardens, no cultivation requirement. Reward: half a bottle of body-quenching elixir. Outer disciple Wu Jiu went down to the mountains on a mission and did not return 7 days past the deadline, and now needs a disciple to go and investigate the situation. Requirements: 2 disciples whose cultivation level is at least the 3rd level of the spiritual orifice realm and who have learned a human-level mid-grade stance martial art, with preference given to disciples with investigative experience. Reward: 2 pills of the vibrating orifice pill. Li Xianfeng briefly scanned a few tasks, found the payoffs to be rather average. Nothing he wanted. He wasn't in a hurry to collect it either, as the quests were updated almost daily. Prepare to come back tomorrow and check it out. Senior Li. Just as he turned around, Li Xianfeng heard a familiar voice. Who else could it be if not Wei Qingyan? You've come to get your assignment too? Li Xianfeng laughed. Just looking around, Wei Qingyan said. Outer disciples had to complete a task every month. This was a hard and fast rule of the sect. She wasn't going to just pick up a finish though. She no longer had much of a need for the body-tempering spirit liquid, but rather needed better cultivation resources. That was why she, like Li Xianfeng, placed more importance on mission pay. After a few scans, she was ready to see it tomorrow as well. The two of them talked and laughed as they headed out of the hall. That's Wei Qingyan who came first in this entrance examination, right? It's beautiful. Like a fairy. Who's the one talking to her? It feels like a very unusual relationship. It looks a little familiar, but not recognizable. Wei Qingyan has outstanding face value and a cool temperament. Although only less than a month after the entrance, but in a group of disciples word of mouth, she has become the first beauty of the outer door. It's just that she usually shows up less and seems so high-strung that she's not easy to approach. He didn't expect that he had just talked and laughed with Li Xianfeng, much to everyone's surprise. I know him. His name is Li Xianfeng. He entered the 100 Swords Mountain at the same time as me. It is said that his realm has not yet broken through to the spiritual orifice realm, and in a few more days, he will be dismissed from the mountain. A disciple faintly said from the side. Not many people knew Li Xianfeng because he was too low-key. Poor talent, weak strength, no roots, no background, not low profile so it's a scrapper. I remember that there will be a unified cultivation test in another 3 or 4 days, right? I wonder if he'll still be laughing by then. Hey, you can check out the action then. It was hard not to be jealous of someone whose cultivation was almost at the bottom of the list amongst his contemporaries, yet he was so close to a fairy-like figure. The two separated shortly after walking out of the mission hall. Wei Qingyan walked towards the hidden scripture pavilion. Sister Sword Spirit, what just happened to you? After seeing Li Xianfeng's figure disappear, Wei Qingyan couldn't help but ask. When she had just met Li Xianfeng in the mission hall, she seemed to have heard the Sword Spirit's cry of disbelief. Silence ensued. At that time, she was chatting with Li Xianfeng and it was inconvenient for her to inquire, so she didn't speak in a low voice until this moment. You're hiding something as a senior brother. He's not at the 3rd level of the spiritual orifice realm, but at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. The Sword Spirit's voice rang in her head. What? Wei Qingyan was a bit surprised. She couldn't see through Li Xianfeng's realm. A cultivator's realm was not a game level that could be seen through at a glance. There are generally several ways to find out someone's cultivation realm. The first is that the other party takes the initiative to release all the breath, and others can roughly judge the cultivation realm based on the strength of the breath. The second is to have a strong divine sense, and by using it, one can detect cultivation. The third type was to have cultivated some kind of powerful pupil art that could see through illusions and know the realm of others. Of course there are also with the help of some special spiritual weapons can also detect other people's realm. Just now, Li Xuanfeng's aura was restrained, so it was impossible for Wei Qingyan to learn about his realm. Only the sword spirit, whose existence was more special, possessed the power of divine sense and could perceive Li Xuanfeng's realm. So it seems that senior brother Li's root bones aren't particularly bad. After being surprised, Wei Qingyan was instead a bit happy. After all, she was quite fond of Li Xianfeng. Not bad. Reaching the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm in 3 years is not bad, but it's not good enough. At least it can't be compared to you whose physique has not been awakened. The sword spirit faintly said. What makes me wonder is why I didn't perceive that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spirit orifice realm before. He should have some means of hiding his cultivation, but to actually be able to hide it from me, could it be that I am too weak nowadays? 4 sword spirits. Even if Li Xuanfeng's realm had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm, it was not worth her surprise at all. She was just curious why she hadn't realized it before. So just after the shock and disbelief fell into silence, the final conclusion was that his current state was unstable and too weak. So he hadn't observed carefully before and hadn't discovered Li Xuanfeng's true strength. He has a good understanding, and his roots don't seem to be so bad that he can't look at them. But it's only a matter of time before you surpass him. There's no need to keep thinking about that previous favor. You have to know that when you're strong to a certain extent, casually lifting him up is a great favor, enough to repay the favor. So hurry up and get stronger. Go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to learn a body martial art today. Let's see if we can find a suitable quest in the next few days. And hopefully we'll find news of the 9-star swordgrass soon. With the help of this grass to awaken the supreme sword body, you will truly be considered a fish leaping through the dragon gate. The sword spirit was weak though. However, she had long ago arranged a direction for Wei Qingyan to cultivate. Wei Qingyan only needed to follow her guide forward to become stronger at the fastest speed possible. Aha! Wei Qingyan nodded her head towards the hidden scripture pavilion. 1 incense stick later. Ding! Wei Qingyan has studied the swimming dragon body technique and basically understands this martial art. 10 times returned. You fully understand this martial art. Every time the system beep sounded, it would bring gains to Li Xianfeng as well as bring him pleasure. Chapter 8 Transcending Perfection. Comparing to martial technique founders. Swimming dragon stance. Although Li Xianfeng hadn't practiced this technique, it didn't mean that he didn't know about it. This was a human-grade mid-grade stance-type martial skill, and it's still one of the better kinds of them. Although the difficulty and preciousness was not as high as the 3-foot sword surround and the dripping sword through the air, it was not far off. Cultivating a stance martial art would allow the cultivator to become more agile, while the speed aspect would also be improved. By learning a powerful body martial art, one would be able to swim between many enemies. It can also be easily avoided in the face of various attacks, greatly enhancing survivability. When facing an enemy whose strength far exceeded one's own, if one could avoid his attacks by virtue of one's stance, one would be invincible. Some cultivators with extremely strong stances were able to maneuver when facing an enemy whose realm was higher than theirs and whose strength was stronger than theirs, but whose stance was not as good as theirs. You can even leave in style and be the talk of the town afterward. Something about so-and-so's genius escaping from a powerful man or something like that. Therefore, the importance of stance in combat cannot be overstated. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the swimming dragon body technique once and gained a certain amount of experience and enlightenment. Tenfold return. You gained a lot of experience and enlightenment. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the swimming dragon body technique once and gained a certain amount of experience and enlightenment. Tenfold return. You gained a large amount of experience and enlightenment. The swimming dragon body technique has been successfully introduced. As time passes, Wei Qingyan began practicing the swimming dragon body technique diligently. She was highly perceptive, and with each practice, she gained quite a bit of experience, then checked for flaws, and her proficiency refined by leaps and bounds. Li Xianfeng sat back and enjoyed himself, his proficiency always 10 times ahead of Wei Qingyan. When Wei Qingyan had practiced it more than 10 times and had used up most of her strength, Li Xuanfeng's swimming dragon stance was close to the state of great accomplishment. The next evening, ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the swimming dragon body technique once, and harvested a certain amount of experience and enlightenment. 10 times returned. You harvested a large amount of experience and enlightenment, and the swimming dragon body technique reached perfection. When Wei Qingyan practiced diligently and finally reached a small completion of the swimming dragon body technique, Li Xianfeng had already attained perfection. In a flash. Another 2 days passed in a flash. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the 3-foot sword surrounding and reached perfection. 10 times returned. You have a clear understanding of the 3-foot sword surrounding, and your level of understanding of the 3-foot sword surrounding is comparable to that of the founding fathers. The system beat brought a new surprise to Li Xianfeng. It actually surpasses consummation and is comparable to the founding fathers of martial arts. Li Xianfeng was delighted in his heart. Cultivating a martial art is categorized into introductory, minor, major, and consummate depending on the level of proficiency. However, above the consummation, there was a higher realm, which was comparable to the founders. It was well known that a martial art could only be most powerful in the hands of its founding fathers. The state of mind and feelings when creating this martial art was known only to the founding member herself, and she was also the most suitable person under the heavens for this martial art. No matter how much those who came after her practiced, they were only within the framework she had created and could not be compared to the creator. But because of the system, Li Xianfeng did it. It could be said that the martial art of the 3-foot sword surrounding, with the same realm and cultivation, only he and the founding father could exert the strongest power. What a surprise! Li Xianfeng couldn't help but laugh. If such returns came more often, he could even extend completely new senses on top of his original martial arts. The martial art is then modified into another martial art that suits you better. Of course, the experience and insights required for this must be non-trivial. Even with a systematic return, it's not easy to do. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the water dripping through the air sword and reached perfection. 10 times returned. Your heart has a clear understanding. Your understanding of the water dripping through the air sword is comparable to that of the founding fathers. Until the night, Li Xuanfeng's other martial skill had also reached a point that was comparable to that of a founding father. With my current strength, I can defeat a cultivator of several levels of the qi spinning realm? Li Xianfeng clenched his fist, feeling incredibly powerful. With his proficiency and understanding of the dripping water-piercing sword, the destructive power unleashed would inevitably have surpassed many human-grade upper-grade martial skills, coupled with rich combat experience, as well as a strong and pure true qi base. Crossing the Great Realm barrier to fight with a qi cyclone realm cultivator was not a difficult task at all. Counting the time, we should also go to the True Martial Hall tomorrow to test our cultivation. A month passed. Li Xianfeng, who was worried about being sent down the mountain in the first place, already possessed the strength to fight cyclone realm cultivators. The next day, Li Xianfeng arrived at the True Martial Hall on time. The True Martial Hall, a place where outer disciples practiced their martial arts. It is also a place to test the realm of cultivation. At this time, the True Martial Hall had already gathered quite a few disciples. Many people knew that the sect was going to test their cultivation specifically for the previous disciples today. 3 years ago, many people passed the examination with Li Xianfeng to join the 100-Sword Mountain. Some geniuses had long since broken through to the qi-spinning realm and entered the inner sect. Most of the disciples had broken through to the spiritual orifice realm even though they were not yet qualified to enter the inner sect. Only a small number of disciples remained at the body-tempering realm. Today is the day that will decide the fate of these disciples. Those who failed to break through to the spiritual orifice realm would be sent down the mountain. And if they really wanted to stay, they could only go to work as a tiring handyman disciple. Walk into the Great Hall. Li Xianfeng saw that the disciples had different expressions. Some looked bland. Some looked sad. Others looked like they were gloating and watching the fun. I no matter how hard I try I just can't break through that barrier. The gap in talent can really make people despair. I don't want to go down the mountain. Even if I have to work as an odd job disciple I want to stay in the 100 Swords Mountain. Ha ha ha. I was lucky. I managed to break through the night before last. Some of the disciples were silent and preoccupied. Naturally, there were disciples who gathered in 2s and 3s to whisper. Li Xuanfeng's arrival didn't cause any fluctuations. After all, he used to be too low-key and didn't have much of a presence. Still, some people noticed him. Li Xianfeng is here. I really don't know how this kind of guy got so close to Senior Sister Wei. Maybe it's just better looking. I'm not bad either. Why hasn't Senior Sister Wei even looked at me squarely? I suggest you don't live in your own world. It's okay to lie to your senior brother. Don't lie to yourself too. No matter. He won't have a chance after today. Beauty doesn't like the weak. Some whispers spread. Li Xuanfeng's expression was as normal as he had to walk to the side and wait. Brotherly. 2 silhouettes came and greeted Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng raised his eyes to see that he recognized both of them. Ding Xian and Wang Jiao. Brother Ding. Brother Wang. Li Xianfeng looked calm and responded politely. I haven't seen you for some time. Brother Li. Your breath is getting more and more calm and restrained. I think there must be a breakthrough in your realm. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ding Xian smiled warmly. In Li Xuanfeng's eyes, Ding Xian's smile was false. After all, he sort of knew this person. Good luck. It did make a breakthrough. Li Xianfeng nodded. The smile on Ding Xian's face froze, flashing a flash of surprise, but it quickly recovered. Ha ha ha, looks like I wasn't wrong to congratulate you. Ting Xin maintained a professional fake smile. The day he saw Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan talking and laughing in the Hall of Affairs, it would be a lie to say that his heart was not jealous, but he couldn't figure it out. Li Xuanfeng's talent was not working, his strength was not working, but it was just a wastrel who hadn't been able to break through to the spiritual orifice realm in 3 years. What makes you so close to Wei Qingyan? And why was he not favored by beauty when he was at the second level of the spiritual orifice realm? Brother Li, have you really broken through? Wang Jiao, who was on the side, was surprised to hear this. Surprise was accompanied by more than a little skepticism. He was aware of Li Xuanfeng's talent. It was a little worse than him. How could he break through? Wang Jiao didn't hear Li Xuanfeng's reply as the elder arrived. Chapter 9. How could his realm have reached this point? Silence. The outer sect elder came in with a roster, and his loud voice resounded through the great hall. Everyone fell silent at once. I will be responsible for testing your realms today, and those who have reached the spiritual orifice realm may remain at 100 Swords Mountain. For those who have not reached it, go back to your lodgings and pack up your things. There will be disciples to take you down the mountain. The elder's words caused the faces of some disciples to turn pale. Those whose names are read forward for testing. The elder scanned the crowd and said. In front of him was a one-person-high monolith of black flare. This was a spiritual weapon, specifically used for detecting realms. There is a palm print on the stone tablet. As long as you put your palm to the palm print, and then ferry the power in your dantian towards the stone tablet, the realm would be precisely revealed on the tablet's surface. Lin Wei. The elder read the first name. Lin Wei, whose face was a little pale and whose brows were a little depressed, walked forward. Reach out and press your hand against the palm print. Next moment, a few large characters emerged on the stone tablet. 9th level of body tempering realm. Fail. The elder announced the results mercilessly. Lin Wei's face turned even paler, and his expression became dazed. Thinking about how spirited he was when he managed to join the 100 Sword Mountain outer sect, he thought that he had stepped onto the smooth path of cultivation from then on, which had thought that the gap in talent would make him despair again and again. Watching each and every one of his fellow disciples around him refine their cultivation, step into the spiritual orifice, break through the chi cyclone, and enter the inner sect, and he himself had still been standing still at the body tempering realm. Never could break through that barrier. The once spirited teenager became increasingly silent. Until today, the elder's words seemed like a death sentence. He didn't know where he was going to go from here. With the strength of the 9th level of the body tempering realm, what could one do after descending the mountain? Maybe death. Maybe live your whole life without a breakthrough. Or maybe he found a chance to cross into the spiritual orifice realm by chance. Regardless of the future, no one would care about such a disciple. The elder continued to read the next name. Looking at Lin Wei's forlorn figure, Li Xianfeng was silent and speechless. If he hadn't bound the system, he'd probably look like this too. Lin Wei might still be able to go home, but he doesn't even have a home in this world. It's all very realistic. No matter what world you're in, Li Xianfeng sighed in his heart. One by one, the disciples came up for testing. After more than 10 people in a row, there was finally one who had broken through to the spiritual orifice realm and could continue to stay in the 100 Swords Mountain. There were unqualified disciples who wanted to stay at 100 Sword Mountain as miscellaneous disciples. Return to the crowd and wait with the elder's permission. It should be my turn soon. Wang Jiao was nervous as he watched another unqualified disciple leave with a despondent face. He knew his realm very well, the peak of the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It was only one step away from the spiritual orifice realm. But the body tempering realm was the body tempering realm. Even if it was closer to the spiritual orifice realm, it couldn't be treated as the spiritual orifice realm. Failure is doomed. To come here for testing was nothing more than to hear the elders pronounce his results in person. He didn't want to be sent down, but he was an ordinary disciple, and the elders wouldn't make an exception because of him. What are you nervous about? The outcome is already predetermined anyway. On the side, Ding Xian glanced at him. He was at the second level of the spiritual orifice realm, and had logged in early half a year ago, so there was no need for testing. I'm here today just to watch the fun. That's true, but it's hard to control the nerves. Wang Jiao took a deep breath and tried to calm down. It's fine. Didn't you decide to remain at 100 Sword Mountain as an odd job disciple? I can't say that one day when the chance comes to break through the spiritual orifice realm, I'll also have the chance to apply to rejoin the outer sect disciple status. Ding Xian comforted. Although his mouth was comforting, he was gloating a bit in his heart. It was a pleasure for him to watch others fail to live up to their aspirations. And there's a familiar face to keep you company. Ding Xian used his arm to corner Wang Jiao, signaling him to look at Li Xianfeng. Didn't he say there was a breakthrough? Wang Jiao said. Well, at least 3 years in the same school. What talent does he have that you and I don't know? It's just self-deception. Ding Xian sneered in a low voice. Also, Wang Jiao's frown then relaxed. It's hard to be unlucky alone, but it's much better to have acquaintances who are as unlucky as you are. My talent is a little better than Li Xuanfeng's. Even if I become an odd job disciple, my chances of making a breakthrough in the future will be greater than his. Wang Jiao thought so in his heart. The tension suddenly disappeared for the most part, and his mood was much better. Wang Jiao. Soon, the elder's voice rang out. Wang Jiao took a deep breath and walked to the stone monument. The result was obvious. The peak of the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Fail. The elder pronounced the sentence mercilessly. Elder, I want to stay at 100 Sword Mountain as an odd job disciple, Wang Jiao said. Then go down and wait. The elder nodded and put a mark on his name. Wang Jiao then walked back to the crowd. Then another dozen or so went up. Li Xianfeng. Finally, the elder read out this name that Ding Xian and Wang Jiao had been waiting for. Coming. The two men raised their spirits at once. I wonder if he'll choose to remain at 100 Sword Mountain as an odd job disciple. Looking at Li Xuanfeng's back as he walked towards the stone monument, Wang Jiao thought in his heart. It's a pity that senior sister Wei doesn't seem to be here. It would definitely be interesting to show her Li Xuanfeng's lowly cultivation level. Ding Xian thought. Li Xianfeng reached out and pressed his hand against the palm print on the stone tablet, mobilizing the power in his dantian to cross over. Next moment, under the gaze of a pair of eyes, a few large characters emerged on the stone tablet. Peak 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. There was an eerie silence in the room. Even the elder was frozen in place. What? Peak 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? A gasp sounded, breaking the silence in the crowd. The crowd couldn't believe it when they looked at the few big words on the stone tablet. The peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. This realm is the outer door ceiling, because one step further is the inner gate. Why do you want to come here for testing at such a level of cultivation? 4 days ago, the ones that the elder had allowed to be notified were those disciples who were recorded and whose cultivation had not reached the spiritual orifice realm. Most disciples would come to register on their own initiative after breaking through to the spiritual orifice realm. Sooner or later. It was not unheard of for those whose cultivation had reached the 3rd and 4th levels of the spiritual orifice realm during the previous tests. However, it was the first time that one had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. The elder gave Li Xianfeng a deep look, thinking that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Pass. The elder's voice was loud and clear as he noted down Li Xuanfeng's cultivation level on the roster. Peak 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? How is this possible? How come? How is it possible that his realm has reached this point? Ding Xian and Wang Jiao were incredulous, feeling that their entire heads were in a daze. Just now, he was thinking about having company on the unlucky road, but now the other party had transformed into an outer door ceiling. I didn't realize he'd actually been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ting Xin shrunk his head, thinking about some of his previous actions. He could only be glad that he hadn't offended Li Xianfeng in the open. Otherwise hitting him would be like hitting your son. Some of the disciples who wanted to see Li Xuanfeng's jokes were also completely silenced, not daring to open their mouths. Li Xianfeng left with a calm demeanor. What a pig in a poke. Well, he's never been in disguise. A month ago, he was indeed a waste of space. Shortly after walking out of the true martial hall, a familiar silhouette came quickly from a short distance away, seeming to be somewhat anxious. It was Wei Qingyan. Phew, finally found you seniorly. So you're here. Seeing Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan looked as if she had suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 10. You mustn't fall for him. What's the matter with you, being in such a hurry? Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan strangely. Senior sister has a matter she wants to ask senior brother for help. Wei Qingyan looked at Li Xianfeng. Tell me about it. Although Wei Qingyan was beautiful, with features so perfect that there were no flaws, while still being Li Xianfeng's experienced baby. However, before he was sure what kind of favor he was doing, Li Xianfeng wouldn't hastily agree to it. Today the Hall of Affairs was updated with a quest that is more important to me. The mission requires 3 spiritual orifice realm 5th level disciples, or 1 spiritual orifice realm 9th level plus any spiritual orifice realm disciple. I was lucky enough to break through to the spiritual orifice realm a few days ago. 3 people need to be at the 5th level of the spiritual orifice realm if they take on the mission, and I don't fulfill the conditions. But for 2 people, if senior brother Li can help, He can take this mission. Wei Qingyan finished quickly. How are you sure you can help with my cultivation? Li Xianfeng looked at her with a smirk. Binding Wei Qingyan through the system, her realm could not be hidden from Li Xianfeng. But after Li Xianfeng reached the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm, he hadn't told her about it, nor had he released his breath in front of her. It was logical that Wei Qingyan shouldn't know about his realm. Now, he was speaking with certainty, saying that Li Xianfeng would be able to take this mission if he helped. It meant that she was convinced that Li Xianfeng had reached the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. How did she find out? I have some chance to be able to sense the realms of other cultivators. Wei Qingyan visibly froze for a moment before stuttering. 3 spirit orifice realm 5th levels are needed, or a spirit orifice realm 9 plus any spirit orifice realm disciple. It's not uncommon to see missions of this difficulty. What the hell for? Li Xianfeng didn't continue to delve deeper into this matter and asked after a moment of contemplation. A month ago there was an outer disciple who went down to the mountains on a mission, but did not return for several days past the mission deadline, and the Hall of Affairs issued a mission to investigate his whereabouts. Someone took that mission and went to investigate, only to fail to return after exceeding the mission deadline by several days. Again, which means he's missing too. Hence today's mission, Wei Qingyan explained. Don't you think this mission is dangerous? Li Xianfeng stared into her eyes. Disciples on a mission have disappeared. The disciple who went to investigate his whereabouts also disappeared. This mission, by any stretch of the imagination, can't be too easy. The reward for this quest is a barrier-breaking pill and a second-rank flying sword. But I won't hide it from you, elder brother. My goal is not the reward of this mission, but I want to investigate the first person who disappeared. Because the mission he traveled on concerns an item I need very much, the 9-star swordgrass. If we can complete the mission this time, the rewards will all go to senior brother. As a sign of sincerity, I will give senior brother a human-grade upper-grade martial art that 100 Sword Mountain doesn't have. All that senior sister asks is that if any trace of the 9-star swordgrass is found on the way of the investigation, senior brother can let me have it. Wei Qingyan's gaze didn't half dodge as she seriously locked eyes with Li Xianfeng. She's not lying. Confessing one's true purpose is the only way to show good faith. The 9-star swordgrass was the key to awakening her supreme sword body. With the help of the sword spirit, she was confident in accomplishing this task on her own. But the task palace elder definitely wouldn't let her. A disciple at the first level of the spiritual orifice realm. Take it. She was a loner, a deep dweller, a dedicated practitioner, and had no friends in the 100 Swords Mountain. The only one who was familiar with Li Xianfeng. That's why she found Li Xianfeng. 9-star swordgrass? Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred, feeling that this thing was a bit familiar. It seemed like he had seen it in one of the tome in the hidden scriptures. Wei Qingyan took a deep breath, then looked at Li Xianfeng with a serious face. Wait. You can't tell him a secret like that. The sword spirit seemed to have guessed what Wei Qingyan was about to say, and an urgent voice rang out in her mind. However, Wei Qingyan was as if she hadn't heard. She had already made up her mind. The 9-star swordgrass has an extremely special function, and that is to be used as a lure to awaken certain special physiques. I happen to possess a special physique that can be awakened by the 9-star swordgrass, so it's very important to me. As long as I take on this mission to find the missing disciple, I'll have a chance to obtain the 9-star swordgrass. That's why I'm anxious to take this on. Wei Qingyan finally revealed the secret in one breath. The only thing that wasn't spoken was the name of her particular physique. Her heart was actually very apprehensive. Telling someone that they had a hidden physique that could be awakened by some heavenly material, this kind of behavior could be considered a great risk. The reason why. One is eager, fearing that the task will be taken up. Secondly, she meditatively felt that Li Xianfeng could be trusted. Good. I'll help you this time. Li Xianfeng agreed. Wei Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Many thanks, senior brother. Let's quickly go to the Hall of Affairs. Wei Qingyan turned around and walked quickly towards the Hall of Affairs. Aha! Li Xianfeng nodded to follow. When Wei Qingyan said everything, Li Xianfeng decided to help her. Because helping her is helping yourself. Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body slumbered since obscurity. He had already bounded himself, and if her physique awakened, Li Xianfeng felt that there was a high probability that he would receive a return. The more involved he is, the bigger the return multiplier must be. That was the supreme sword body. Li Xianfeng simply couldn't ignore it, so decided to help her. This mission may be a little dangerous, but Wei Qingyan was a man of destiny. People with the mandate of heaven are blessed with great fortune, and they are able to turn misfortune into good fortune when they encounter various dangers. As for Li Xianfeng, as an open person bound to the heavenly fate, His fortune was not thought to be low, so this mission may be dangerous, but the risk factor should be limited. Wei Qingyan's revealing of her secret was also a sign of trust in Li Xianfeng. All these reasons made Li Xianfeng feel in the dark that he would definitely be able to gain great benefits from helping out this time. The two came to the Hall of Affairs. There were several disciples who were discussing whether or not to take the mission. Elder, we'll take this mission. Wei Qingyan was quick on her feet and directly used the swimming dragon stance to rush to the front of the stage, taking out her identity card and pointing to one of the tasks. Her movements were smooth and natural, all in one go, and coupled with her tall figure and stunning appearance, she attracted the crowd to cast their gazes on her. Did you read the mission requirements? The elder signaled her lack of cultivation. Li Xianfeng also walked up at this time and stood beside Wei Qingyan. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, his body's strength was released as much as possible, and his robes were windless. The peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? Then you may take it, and give me your ID cards to register. The elder looked at Li Xianfeng with great surprise before extending his hand towards him. Li Xianfeng obediently handed over his identity card. It's actually the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? Who is this man, and why does he look somewhat familiar? It should be a low-key hidden expert. TSK. I can't imagine that the outer sect is still harboring such an expert. Feeling the powerful aura on Li Xuanfeng's body, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. Here are the mission details. The elder handed the two men a roll of animal skin. The duration of the mission is 7 days. If you fail to investigate the results in 7 days' time, please return to the sect immediately to hand it over, and do not stay outside. The elder admonished. Understood. Wei Qingyan excitedly received the beast skin scroll and nodded her head. Although this mission investigation wouldn't necessarily be able to find the 9-star sword grass, there was at least a lot of hope. If she could awaken the supreme sword body 1 day sooner, she would benefit 1 day sooner. Wei Qingyan and Li Xianfeng walked side by side, walking out of the main hall in the midst of a crowd of disciples with various gazes of envy, jealousy, curiosity, and shock. Senior brother, go to my place. Let's analyze the details of the mission, Wei Qingyan said. Only after taking on a mission would the elders give the most detailed information about this mission. Could be. Li Xianfeng nodded. After spending some time in Wei Qingyan's fragrant boudoir, Li Xianfeng returned to his own place. The description of what this mission is about is simple. It is the search for the two missing disciples. A month ago, Outer Sect Elder Fanstage commissioned the Hall of Affairs to issue a mission, and it was suspected that someone in Xuanshan City had spread the news of the 9-star sword grass. He happened to need this kind of medicinal material to make pills, but he had something of his own that he couldn't get away from. So he issued a mission for a spiritual orifice realm disciple to go to Xuanshan City to check the authenticity of the news. A spiritual orifice realm disciple had taken up this task, but this went away and never came back. Several days passed the deadline for the mission and still no news. Elder Fanstage then added an additional task for a disciple who was at least at the 3rd level of the spiritual orifice realm to go and investigate the whereabouts of that disciple. The disciple who took on this task was not expected to return. No news beyond the mandate period. It was only then that Elder Fanstage once again added an additional task, requesting at least 3 spiritual orifice realm 5th level, or 1 spiritual orifice realm 9th level to bring any spiritual orifice realm disciple to Xuanshan City to investigate. Eventually this mission was taken over by Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. After some analysis, the two finally decided to leave early tomorrow morning. Why did you tell him the secret that you have a special physique? This is just reckless. After Li Xianfeng left, the sword spirit's voice sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. If you want someone to help, you have to be sincere enough. If I hide too much, how will he believe me how to help me? Wei Qingyan said. Knowing people and not knowing them, the more secrets you expose, the more dangerous you become. Aren't you afraid that after you really get the 9-star sword grass, he'll temporarily change his mind and sit on the price, or make some other demands? Sword Spirit always felt that Wei Qingyan's previous behavior was too ill-considered. I believe him. Wei Qingyan laughed. Li Xianfeng had always given her a good feeling. Moreover, she had also accepted Li Xuanfeng's favor, and her intuition told her that Li Xianfeng would not harm her. She trusted her instincts. Looking at Wei Qingyan in this state, the Sword Spirit was speechless for a moment. Qingyan. After a while, the Sword Spirit suddenly passed on. What's wrong, Sister Sword Spirit? Wei Qingyan asked suspiciously. The Sword Spirit didn't answer immediately, but paused before saying, you mustn't accidentally fall for him. Chapter 11. It feels like all the martial arts skills I know my senior brother knows. What are you talking about, Sword Spirit Sister? Wei Qingyan's expression was a bit unnatural. After a few encounters, she admitted that she felt good about Li Xianfeng. But whether it had reached the kind of level that men and women liked each other, Wei Qingyan was not sure. She wasn't sure if this good feeling was a favorite. This senior brother of yours may be good, but his overall talent is ultimately inferior, and he can't even compare to the current you. When you awaken the supreme sword body, the gap will only get bigger. The path of cultivation, the law of wealth and the land. A Dao couple is certainly important, but the prerequisite is that the talents are equal. Two people with too great a gap in their talents are not suitable to be Dao couples. Perhaps after long years, the cultivated you will be youthful and permanent, while the other half will be old, and may even have turned into a shovelful of earth. So when choosing a Taoist couple, the gap in talent must not be too great, or else years later, only one person will be left in vain with long sorrow. The sword spirit said. She knew that something like two handsome men and beautiful women of the opposite sex pairing up for a mission down the mountain was likely to bring them closer together by leaps and bounds. If it was coupled with some good timing, it wasn't impossible for Wei Qingyan to fall in love with Li Xianfeng, or for Li Xianfeng to fall in love with Wei Qingyan. Of course, I'm not interfering with your choices, and I can't sway you from what's in your heart. I'm just giving you a heads up. After saying that, the sword spirit stopped speaking. She had made it very plain that the two were too different in talent, and that it was best to stifle thoughts that shouldn't be there in the first place. Wei Qingyan didn't answer. What was in her mind? Only she knew. The next day, Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan met up and went down the mountain in company. The Great Yan dynasty has a vast territory. The sky is divided into 36 states. The states are subdivided into counties within their borders. The Hundred Swords Mountain was located in Tiannan County under the rule of Qingzhou. The two's destination for this mission was in the northernmost part of Tiannan County, Xuanshan City, which was more than 400 miles away from the Hundred Swords Mountain. On the way, we have to pass through some places infested with roving bandits. The two of them were light on their feet and sped along, sometimes using the swimming dragon stance to hurry. I didn't expect elder brother's swimming dragon body technique to be so powerful as well. If I hadn't taken care of my speed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even seen his back. Wei Qingyan's swimming dragon stance was somewhere between a minor and a major accomplishment. With her eyesight, she could naturally also tell that Li Xuanfeng's swimming dragon stance had reached an extremely profound level. It feels like I know all the martial arts that my senior brother knows. I really don't know how many more powerful things he's hiding. Wei Qingyan's heart was amazed. There were quite a few stance-type martial arts in the Hundred Sword Mountain's hidden scripture pavilion, of which the swimming dragon stance was the most powerful and the most difficult to practice. Wei Qingyan relied on her high level of enlightenment and didn't practice ordinary martial arts at all, because that would just waste her time and add little to her strength. You have to choose the most difficult and powerful martial arts. The vast majority of disciples simply wouldn't do what she did. Of course, some people have done this before and the result is a delay in getting started and wasted time. Ben thought he was special. However, Wei Qingyan realized that Li Xianfeng seemed to be following the same path as her, specializing in the kind of difficult and powerful martial arts to cultivate. This is true for both the dripping water through the sky sword and the swimming dragon body technique. Senior brother, do you know how to fence a 3-foot sword? Wei Qingyan suddenly asked. Will. Li Xianfeng subconsciously nodded his head. It seems that elder brother and I are quite destined to be together. This thought popped up in Wei Qingyan's mind. The more the sword spirit signaled her not to entertain thoughts of male and female love towards Li Xianfeng, the more subconsciously such thoughts would pop up instead. Along the way, Wei Qingyan stole a glance at Li Xuanfeng's side face from time to time. When she thought that Li Xianfeng knew all the difficult martial arts she practiced and had practiced them to an even higher level, the more she felt that she and Li Xianfeng had thrown in the towel. Li Xianfeng didn't pay any special attention to Wei Qingyan. He was now filled with one thought: he had to find a chance to get him out somewhere. Catching up on the road on his own would not be a small drain on his true chi, and it was impossible for the swimming dragon stance to be performed all the time. It would have been much better to have a mount to get around on. Unfortunately, things like mounts don't just happen when you want them. Either suppress the demonic beast by strength to forcefully take it in, either spend a lot of money on it. Up ahead is the area of Black Cliff Mountain. Rumor has it that there are quite a few roving bandits who like to hide here. We have to be as careful as possible later on. Li Xianfeng looked out at the mountains stretching in the distance and said to Wei Qingyan. Although he had never been here, he was no stranger to the name Black Cliff Mountain. The Outer Sect Affairs Hall often had missions to fight bandits, and many times the mission location was in this Black Cliff Mountain area. Many spiritual Orifice Realm disciples who were confident in their own strength rushed to take on such tasks. Not only can you get quest rewards for fighting bandits, but you can also scavenge their stuff after destroying them, so it can be a beautiful thing to do. The pirates and bandits are always on the run, just like weeds, which cannot be eliminated by wildfire and grow again in the spring breeze. In the end, they were either annihilated by the government soldiers or reduced to grinding stones for the sex disciples. Aha! Wei Qingyan nodded. She didn't give a damn about the roving bandits. Those who became roving bandits were basically small cultivators with average realms, average talents, and who couldn't make it anywhere. He could only wander around, hiding in the mountains and forests, occasionally coming out to rob homes and robbing ordinary people or other small cultivators for a living. No one wants to be a rogue if they are strong enough to live well. Half an incense stick later, the two traveled to the high wooded Black Cliff Mountains. This road is not open, so stop coming. The roving bandits did not disappoint Li Xuanfeng's thoughts, as 24 figures scurried out from the bushes on both sides of the road. In a horn's position, they locked Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan's path. They held various weapons such as knives, guns, sticks, and rods in their hands, and recklessly sized up Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Where are you from? Where have you come from and where are you going? The voice came in a somewhat gruff voice. Looking for the sound, he saw a middle-aged man clad in an overcoat with a tall build, riding a divinely handsome black horse, looking towards Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. This person was obviously the head of this group of roving bandits, and was dressed in an imposing manner. He saw that Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan had unusual temperaments, so he thought that they were most likely not ordinary people, so there was no immediate order to kill and loot. If the other party answered badly and came from an ordinary way, then they would just kill and rob the money. Demon beast mounts. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up and he didn't even answer the middle-aged man's words. The divinely handsome black horse that the man was riding was precisely a common demonic beast that could be tamed and used for transportation. Big brother, why bother talking nonsense with them? The male is killed directly. This woman looks like a heavenly fairy, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Capture her back and let the brothers have a good time. A man with a broadsword and a hideous scar on his forehead licked his lips. The others also had fiery eyes. This group of people had never seen such a beautiful woman as Wei Qingyan, and at this moment, all of them had evil thoughts, and they were unwilling to think about the origins of the two people. In their opinion, the two should have little background. If I had a background, I wouldn't be walking in the middle of nowhere, and not even a mount. Even their big brother has a mount. Apparently nothing came of it. If Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan were to ride their mounts and waltz through the city, they wouldn't dare to show their faces and rob them instead. Kill the men. Take the women alive. The middle-aged man nodded. There is no one who doesn't like beautiful women as long as they are not physically challenged. Not to mention a heavenly beauty. Neither of these two spoke. Looking stunned. Kill the men. Take the women alive. A group of stragglers rushed in excitedly. Wei Qingyan sank a small face and directly drew her sword to meet her. She was very unhappy to be judged so face to face, let alone in front of senior brotherly. Phew! However, someone was faster than him. Li Xuanfeng stepped on his feet, his body like a swimming dragon. Brush up! With a flash of 2 sword lights, 3 heads fell to the ground. Chapter 12, Me? I'll just grab one at random. No good. The face of the middle-aged man riding the divine handsome black horse instantly just changed. As Li Xuanfeng struck out, his breath was released. The breath was far stronger than his, and he was only at the 5th level of the spiritual orifice realm. This person is also decisive. Know that a moment of color and wisdom did not understand the strength of the two people to get into a hard job. Turn the horse head to run. His mount was a 2nd stage primary demonic beast, the Black Wind Horse, with average combat power but extremely fast speed. Even cultivators at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm might not be able to catch up. Brush up! Wei Qingyan killed 2 stragglers with 2 swords. There were more than 20 roving bandits, and most of them were at the body tempering realm. There are only 3 spiritual orifice realms. The man at the 5th level of the spiritual orifice realm had already strangled his horse at the first opportunity and ran away, and the remaining 2 were both at the 2nd level of the spiritual orifice realm. If they encountered an ordinary spiritual orifice realm cultivator, they could chop him into pieces with a single swarm. It was a pity that they encountered Li Xuanfeng and Wei Qingyan. Li Xuanfeng's crushing realm aside, Wei Qingyan was also a super genius, and fighting across the ranks was a common occurrence. Run! It all happened in a flash. When the 2 of them made an instant kill, the roving bandits knew that they had messed with a tough opponent, and panicked and fled in all directions. They're all yours. Li Xuanfeng left behind a sentence and performed the swimming dragon body technique to chase towards the leader of the roving bandits. In a few breaths of time, Li Xuanfeng caught up with the middle-aged man who had nearly scurried out of sight. The Black Wind Horse's speed was indeed extremely fast, and it wasn't easy for Li Xianfeng to catch up with it. Phew! The long sword was like an arrow breaking through the air, comparable to the founding fathers dripping through the sky sword. Pust! The long sword pierced through his head, and the leader of the roving bandits died without even being able to scream. The body planted itself, and the black windhorse ran wild with terror. Li Xuanfeng's power also operated to the extreme, and the swimming dragon body technique was executed at full strength. 3 breaths later, it finally caught up with the black windhorse. Stop! With one hand, he grabbed the reins, and his terrifying wrist strength forced the black windhorse to stop. But it didn't stop struggling, still trying to break free of the reins and go. However, the reins were specially made and could not be broken by tens of thousands of pounds of tremendous force. Plus, Li Xianfeng was powerful. Black Windhorse's struggles were completely useless. Submit or die. Li Xianfeng drank. The Black Windhorse then quieted down. It was only a second-stage primary demonic beast, and although it was known for its speed, it was no match for the man in front of it, who was not submissive. As long as they don't die. After pondering in his mind, Li Xianfeng pulled the Black Windhorse back towards the previous place. Fairy, spare your life. Ah! A miserable scream came from the last straggler who was mercilessly beheaded by Wei Qingyan. Senior! Upon seeing Li Xianfeng leading the Black Windhorse, Wei Qingyan's gloomy face finally revealed a smile as she quickly stepped forward and came. Ding! Wei Qingyan experienced a group battle and harvested some of her battle experience and senses. 10 times returned. You gained a large amount of battle experience and senses. The system beep sounded at this moment, and Li Xianfeng quickly digested these epiphanies, his understanding of combat deepening a bit more. Do you know the blood rune contract? Li Xianfeng asked. Will. Wei Qingyan glanced at the Black Windhorse and nodded. The so-called blood talisman contract is when a cultivator draws a blood talisman on the forehead of a demonic beast with the blood of his fingertip and applies a secret method to achieve the effect of controlling the demonic beast. Li Xianfeng knew about this secret method, but he wouldn't. Wei Qingyan wouldn't have been able to, but the sword spirit would. Then this Black Windhorse is yours. Li Xianfeng handed the reins to Wei Qingyan. There are 3 ways to tame a demonic beast as a mount. The first is like a common man taming a wild horse. The second was to use a secret method for a blood talisman contract, which was a means used by many cultivators to control demonic beasts and make them obedient. The third is still a secret contract, but this method involves the soul, and very few people know it. Since Wei Qingyan knew how to make a blood talisman contract, controlling this Black Windhorse would be simple. Ha! Wei Qingyan visibly froze for a moment. No! This is your trophy. Senior brother. Wei Qingyan shook her head. Where's all this nonsense? Li Xianfeng directly grabbed her smooth and delicate jade hand and placed the reins in her hand. What about you, elder brother? Wei Qingyan was still a bit confused. Just got a mount and just gave it away. Doesn't he want it for himself? Me? I'll just grab anyone. It just so happens that I just saw a demonic beast over there that is suitable to be tamed and used as a mount. Li Xianfeng casually said. Just stand here and don't move around so you don't get lost. Hurry up and deed it. I'll be right back. After saying that, he didn't wait for Wei Qingyan to react and performed the swimming dragon body technique to quickly leave this place. In the blink of an eye it disappeared into the woods. Ha! Wei Qingyan stared blankly at the place where Li Xianfeng had disappeared. Stop gawking and hurry up with the deed. It's better to walk the rest of the way. The sword spirit's voice rang out at this time. But elder brother, he went. Deed it before you help him. Li Xuanfeng's figure quickly shuttled away from Wei Qingyan's line of sight. Saying something about seeing demonic beasts that were suitable to be tamed and used as mounts was just an excuse. He knew that if he gave Wei Qingyan a mount, he would definitely get it back. The returned demonic beasts Li Xianfeng couldn't possibly not use. If he took out the mounts from the system space in person, it would be troublesome to explain. So it's much better to explain it away from her sight. Ding! Wei Qingyan obtains a second-order primary demonic beast, the Black Wind Horse, 100 times returned. You obtain a third-order primary demonic beast, the Divine Black Steed. Sure enough, the system beep sounded. In the next moment, Li Xianfeng perceived a black horse with shiny black fur, tall, divinely handsome, and mighty and pulling out of thin air appearing in the system space. Third-ranked demonic beast, Divine Walking Black Steed. It was comparable to a Cyclone Realm cultivator, which meant that in terms of realm alone, it was even higher than Li Xianfeng. Since the Black Wind Horse was directly gifted to Wei Qingyan by Li Xianfeng, Li Xuanfeng's participation counted as 100%. The system gave him 100 times back. In terms of preciousness, the Divine Walking Black Steed was 100 times more valuable than the Black Wind Horse. Ding! Wei Qingyan learns the Blood Rune contract, 10 times back. You learn and can skillfully use the blood rune contract. The system beep sounded once again. With a thought, Li Xianfeng took the divine walking black steed out of the system space. The tall and divinely handsome horse-shaped demonic beast was 3 to 4 meters long, with a flowing mane and a majestic appearance. Huge, muscular and gnarled, he looks explosively powerful. After appearing, he stood quietly next to Li Xianfeng, not attacking or running away. This was a demonic beast returned from the system. No need to tame it, no need to contract it. It would also automatically treat Li Xianfeng as its master, but to test out the blood rune pact. Still, Li Xianfeng forced out a drop of blood from his fingertips and drew special symbols on the divine walking black cipher's forehead. After the secret technique was performed, Li Xianfeng felt a closer connection with the divine walking black steed. It was as if there was some kind of telepathy. If it got lost, within a certain range Li Xianfeng could sense its location. Patting the godly black steed's muscles that were as firm as iron towers, he told it to wait in place. Li Xianfeng came near the body of the roving bandit leader and first retrieved his long sword, then cleaned up the loot. There weren't many things of value on the roving bandit leaders, and the vast majority of them didn't meet Li Xuanfeng's eyes. But there are 2 good values. A green-colored longsword. This was a second-rank spiritual weapon, much more precious than the longsword in Li Xuanfeng's hand, which was only a first-rank spiritual weapon. Another item of good value was a potion. This pill was not unfamiliar to Li Xianfeng. It was none other than the barrier-breaking pill. The harvest can only be described as good, but if I give it to Wei Qingyan to obtain a return, I'll make a huge profit, Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. He had extra barrier-breaking pills before, but they were all used. This is because you can't give something that has been returned by the system to a bound target again to get a refund. However, this barrier-breaking pill was not returned by the system, so naturally it could be given to Wei Qingyan. Come here. Collecting the loot, Li Xianfeng shouted towards his mount. The latter obediently walked to Li Xuanfeng's side. Finally, I don't have to walk by myself, Li Xianfeng laughed. Then with a gentle leap, he straddled the broad back of the horse. Go! Li Xianfeng gently patted the horse's back. The godly black steed's forehooves opened up. Its body size was tall and strong, but it ran like the wind, easily surpassing Li Xuanfeng's extreme speed. After Wei Qingyan completed the blood talisman contract, she was considering whether to listen to Li Xianfeng and stay here and wait, or go forward to help him. But suddenly he sensed movement coming from the front. Only an unusually handsome tall black horse appeared in view. One moment they were 100 meters apart, and the next they were right in front of them. Wei Qingyan's sandalwood mouth was slightly open as she stared blankly at the divine black steed, as well as Li Xianfeng on the horse's back. Even the sword spirit in the remnant sword was suddenly confused when it saw this scene. Is this what you call just grabbing a random one? Chapter 13, seeing your brother helps you only because he sees you as a kindred spirit. This is third order primary divine walking black steed? How is that possible? The sword spirit's surprised voice resounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. What? Third order beginner? How did elder brother catch it? Is he hiding his strength? Wei Qingyan's heart shook. The divine walking black steed was one of the fastest demonic beasts in its class. Although it was a third stage junior, in terms of speed, it could kill the vast majority of third stage senior demonic beasts in seconds. The divine walking black steed was exceptionally precious and rare, tall, handsome and powerful, loved by dignitaries. Only those big clans and powers could afford to capture it and use it to reward their outstanding descendants. Using the divine black steed as a mount was a symbol of status. How the hell did he catch it? The sword spirit was puzzled. Even if Li Xianfeng was at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm, even if he had practiced the swimming dragon stance to its limit, there would never be the slightest possibility of catching up with this kind of demonic beast. He's only been gone for a while, and he's back on a third-rate horse? It felt like going over there and picking up a ride. Does he still have strength hidden? But why can't I see through it? Is it really because I'm so weak right now? Or does he have an advanced means of concealment? The sword spirit was shocked and then confused. It seemed like the only thing that made sense was that Li Xianfeng had hidden his strength. If that was the case, she might need to re-evaluate Li Xuanfeng's talent. Stop gawking. Have you finished cleaning up the loot? Li Xianfeng said as he looked at Wei Qingyan, who had her rosy little mouth slightly open with a surprised look on her face. Also, not cleaned up yet. Wei Qingyan returned to her senses. Li Xianfeng rolled over and dismounted, and Wei Qingyan briefly cleaned up the loot. Hey, what a poverty! Li Xianfeng sighed. These were nothing more than body-hardening realm and spiritual orifice realm stragglers, so I guess they hadn't robbed anything good in their normal lives. Even if you grabbed it, you would either honor your big brother or consume it yourself as soon as possible. Li Xianfeng couldn't even look at the things that were scavenged. Apart from some gold, silver and fine softness used by ordinary people and scattered body-quenching spirit liquid, there was nothing else. As for that pile of ragged weapons, Li Xianfeng couldn't even look at them. Most of them were the lowest grade of first-order lower-grade spirit weapons. There is some value, but not much, and it's a mixed bag. These are all yours, Li Xianfeng casually said. No way. I'm not entitled to these spoils all to myself. Wei Qingyan shook her head decisively. It wasn't like she killed the roving bandits alone. Li Xianfeng deserved a portion. Even if Li Xianfeng hadn't done anything, Wei Qingyan wouldn't have taken it all by herself. I can't see it. If you don't want it, just leave it here, Li Xianfeng said indifferently. Wei Qingyan was silent for a moment. These trophies weren't worth much, but if they were packed up and found a treasure pavilion store in Xuanshan City, they could be exchanged for some good cultivation resources. It would be a shame and a waste to leave it here. Alright, when we get to Xuanshan City, after exchanging these for cultivation resources, I'll distribute them to senior brothers. Wei Qingyan didn't push back any further and packed up the scattered loot. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a large amount of scattered loot and returned it 100-fold. You have obtained a spirit gathering pill. It's actually a quality return. Not bad, not bad. When the system beep sounded, Li Xianfeng felt elated. System rebates are divided into quantitative and qualitative rebates. If it was a quantity return, it would be the loot Wei Qingyan obtained, multiplied by 100 to return to Li Xianfeng. It was equivalent to Li Xianfeng obtaining more broken copper and iron, which didn't make much sense, but a quality rebate would be very profitable. The system calculated all of Wei Qingyan's loot uniformly, arrived at a value, and then returned an item that was 100 times more precious, the spirit gathering pill. The spirit gathering pill was a second-order extreme grade pill. It could allow a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm to directly break through to the cyclone realm. Because of the extremely high success rate and almost no side effects, and because it was also extremely difficult to refine, it was very precious and had a price. Harvesting the spirit gathering pill put Li Xianfeng in a good mood. Next, it's time to continue gifting Wei Qingyan things to get returns. The leader of the roving bandits also has some nice things on him. These two are for you. Li Xianfeng handed the second-rank longsword to Wei Qingyan and pulled out the barrier-breaking pill from his pocket. Ha! Wei Qingyan, who had just packed her loot, froze for a moment. Wei Qingyan hastily shook her head and waved her hand, decisively refusing. She had gotten a lot of benefits from Li Xianfeng, whether it was the demonic beast corpses from the hunting garden or the promise to help her with her missions, or the black windhorse and loot that had just been gifted to Wei Qingyan, all of which made Wei Qingyan vow to find a way to repay him. However, not expecting Li Xianfeng to actually want to send her something again, Wei Qingyan were still good enough to accept. I've got better ones, and it's useless to keep these, Li Xianfeng said. I can't have it. Wei Qingyan firmly shook her head. Don't worry. I'm keeping the good stuff for myself. Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan still shook her head. Cut the crap. If you're given it, you take it, and I don't need anything from you in return. Li Xianfeng purposely put a scowl on his face and grabbed Wei Qingyan's delicate hand, shoving both the longsword and the barrier-breaking pill to her. It was true that he didn't need Wei Qingyan to return anything because the system would return it on its own. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to be so generous. Wei Qingyan stared blankly at the longsword and the elixir in her hands, and then looked at Li Xianfeng's purposely slack-jawed face. Suddenly his nose was sore and a mist clouded over his eyes. She was actually very short of cultivation resources. Although he was accompanied by a sword spirit, the sword spirit was equivalent to a residual soul and was very weak itself. The sword spirit was knowledgeable enough to guide Wei Qingyan in her cultivation and direct her in the direction she was going, but it was unable to give her the resources to cultivate. Wei Qingyan's family had suffered a catastrophe. There was no one else in the world to rely on, and her own strength was weak. If one were to become a loose cultivator, not only would it be dangerous, it would also be quite difficult to compete for resources. That's why the sword spirit told her to worship the 100 Swords Mountain. Entering a cultivation sect, it was much easier to obtain resources as long as one showed talent, but she had entered the mountain for a short period of time, and had yet to make a name for herself in the 100 Swords Mountain, and had not been valued by the elders to be accepted as a disciple, so she had to try her best to get every resource on her own. However, she was fortunate enough to meet Li Xianfeng and has been looked after and helped all the time. The fact that she could have a spiritual orifice realm cultivation now also had a lot to do with Li Xianfeng. Strong emotions were churning inside Wei Qingyan, and too much acidity was brewing at the tip of her nose. Elder brother, why are you so nice to me? The mist in his eyes turned into tears and slid down, and his absolutely beautiful face gained one more point of broken beauty, which is really pitiful to me. Li Xianfeng was stunned. He didn't expect that this act would actually move Wei Qingyan to tears. Elder brother sees that you've thrown in the towel, so he's helping you out. Don't worry about using them. They don't do much good left in my place anyway. Li Xianfeng reached out his hand with a gentle expression and rubbed Wei Qingyan's head. Aha! Wei Qingyan wiped away the tears on her face. Go! Li Xianfeng rolled onto his horse and didn't linger any longer. Yes. Wei Qingyan nodded, wiped away her tears, collected her things, and similarly rolled onto her horse and followed behind. Qingyan. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. Wei Qingyan didn't know what she was going to say again. Your senior brother is very nice. Maybe you'll never meet another one in your life. So, if you really mean it, remember to cherish it. If it wasn't for the voice ringing directly in her head, Wei Qingyan would have thought that she had misheard it. Sword spirit had never been optimistic about Li Xuanfeng's talent. It wasn't hard to hear between her usual words that she felt that Li Xianfeng was not worthy of Wei Qingyan. Even before descending the mountain, he signaled Wei Qingyan not to make a move on Li Xianfeng, but now the words had turned sharply and she was told to cherish them. Wei Qingyan nodded her head silently. How could she not cherish such a senior brother? She just wanted to jump into Li Xuanfeng's arms and cry. Chapter 14. Arriving at Xuanshan City. There's a problem with the mission. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a barrier-breaking pill. Returned 100 times, and you have obtained a bottle of spirit-quenching syrup. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained the second-order medium-grade spiritual armament Whistling Wind Sword. 100 times returned, and you have obtained the third-order medium-grade spiritual armament Qingfeng Sword. As soon as the tone fell, 2 items appeared in Li Xuanfeng's system space. He did not rush to take it out. There was no need to mention that the Qingfeng Sword was a third-order mid-grade spiritual weapon, sufficient for a cultivator of the qi-spinning realm. It was several notches higher than Li Xuanfeng's own sword. As for the spirit-quenching pulp, it was an extremely rare heavenly material. If pills were refined by alchemists, then spirit-quenching syrup was refined by the great power of heaven and earth. It was born in the depths of the earth. An agar jelly born from the long-term quenching of spirit stones by the earth's pith. It can be directly absorbed by cultivators to enhance their strength. This baby is pure and unadulterated, and quite gentle on the human body. As long as it is absorbed, it can steadily raise the realm, which is unattainable. Although the 100-fold return was only a small bottle, Li Xianfeng was still pleasantly surprised. With the spirit-gathering pill and spirit-quenching syrup, he could easily break through to the qi-spinning realm even without Wei Qingyan's return. It wasn't even impossible to directly break through to the second level of the cyclone realm. When we arrive at Xuanshan City, we can attempt to break through tonight, Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. The 2 men rode 1 mount each, quickly going over the mountains. Regardless of whether it was the Black Wind Horse or the Divine Black Steed, both were extremely fast, and while they were fast, they also made the person riding them not feel the slightest bump. It was as steady as if Li Xianfeng had taken a high-speed train before he crossed over. In order to take care of the Black Wind Horse's speed, Li Xianfeng didn't let the Divine Black Steed run at full speed, but the Divine Black Stallion still maintained his pride and was always half or a length ahead of the Black Wind Horse. Looking at his own mount, he then looked at Li Xuanfeng's mount. Wei Qingyan came to the conclusion that her own horse was not as good-looking as Li Xianfeng's. The Black Wind Horse was also considered a rare steed, but compared to the Divine Walking Black Steed, it was still too far behind. No wonder senior brother gave it to me so casually. Wei Qingyan thought to herself. I've taken on so much love from him, I really don't know how to repay him. If I were to give my body to you, with a mount to take her place. Wei Qingyan was completely idle and couldn't help but think wildly as she looked at Li Xianfeng's figure. Not needing to rush on their own, the 2 of them tuned up and meditated on the broad backs of their mounts to keep their power at its peak. Along the way, even if we pass through some more places where roving bandits are rampant, after seeing the Divine Black Steed, the roving bandits also had the good sense to avoid it, not daring to come forward to rob them, instead fearing that Li Xianfeng would find them in trouble. The 2 of them thus smoothly arrived at Xuanshan City before evening. Every time he saw someone, Li Xianfeng would check them out with the power of the system. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a second man of destiny along the way, not to mention the golden heavenly destiny. Even the blue or yellow light covering the body are very few. What a racy ride! It's actually the Black Wind Horse, which is known for its speed. That's the Divine Black Stallion. So divinely handsome, it's like a dream ride. I've heard that the Divine Walking Black Steed runs like a black lightning bolt and can travel 10,000 miles in a day. What's with these two? It's mostly the young lady of some family, right? Or perhaps the disciple of some big shot. Be careful. Don't mess with them. The two majestic and handsome mounts entered the city, naturally attracting the attention of countless people. Elder brother, where are we going next? Ignoring the many comments, Wei Qingyan looked at Li Xianfeng and asked, first, we'll find a treasure pavilion to exchange the items. Then we'll go to the inn and open 2 guest rooms. Then we'll go to the house of 100 things to poke around. Li Xianfeng returned while checking out other people's destinies with the help of the system. As far as the eye could see, clear white and crayons. Some of them even had a black light emanating from the omen of impending death. The few occasional ones that emitted blue light were rather dim. Although there was some disappointment, Li Xianfeng could accept it. Soon after, the two of them found a treasure pavilion store where they could exchange and sell various cultivation items. Wei Qingyan's loot was packaged and sold, and all of it was exchanged for True Element Liquid under Li Xuanfeng's persuasion. True Element Liquid was a higher-level cultivation resource than body-tempering Spirit Liquid. It was also the most suitable resource for spiritual orifice realm cultivators. True Element Liquid was of little use to Li Xianfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm, so it was equivalent to all of it being exchanged for Wei Qingyan. The youngest sister could not argue with him, and could only be moved again, and the figure of the senior brother grew taller in the youngest sister's heart. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 2 bottles of True Element Liquid, 80 times returned, and you've obtained a bottle of Spirit Quenching Syrup. The system beep did sound. 2 bottles of Spirit Quenching Syrup now. Li Xianfeng was secretly happy in his heart, but he didn't move on the surface. The two of them then replaced the long sword in their hands with some spirit stones. Wei Qingyan had a second-order spirit weapon, the Whistling Wind Sword, and the original long sword was of little use. The system returned Li Xuanfeng's third-order spiritual artifact Qingfeng Sword, and the original long sword was likewise of little use, so switched directly to spirit stones. Although body-tempering realm and spiritual orifice realm cultivators would occasionally use gold, silver, and fine soft objects to trade, but among cultivators, spirit stones are the hard currency. Spirit stones are born from heaven and earth, and can be used by cultivators above the spiritual orifice realm for cultivation, array deployment, replenishment of consumption, and so on. All in all, a lot of use. Boss, ask you something. Taking advantage of this moment when the transaction was completed and both the buyer and seller were more than satisfied, Li Xianfeng was ready to probe something from the store owner. Go ahead. The shopkeeper flashed a professional smile. There are rumors that traces of the 9-star swordgrass have appeared in Xuanshan City. Is that true? Li Xianfeng asked. 2 consecutive 100 Sword Mountain disciples had disappeared, and it all started with the search for the 9-star swordgrass. As long as you can follow that trail of exploration, you should be able to find the end. 9-star swordgrass? The shopkeeper frowned and thought seriously, then shook his head. Never heard of it. Oh, Li Xuanfeng's expression moved. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion store dealt with cultivators every day, so he should be better informed. Why did you say you hadn't heard of it? If you want news, go to the Pepsi House on East Prospect Street, the shopkeeper said. Li Xianfeng nodded and led Wei Qingyan away. He was supposed to be going to Pepsi House. Pepsi House was one of the more famous cultivator intelligence trading buildings in Xuanshan City. Mainly earns income by selling intelligence to cultivators through the difference in information. Pepsi House is actually mentioned in this mission. The content of the quest directly indicated that after arriving at Xuanshan City, one only needed to head to the Pepsi House to ask for news. If the Pepsi House didn't know about it, then there shouldn't be many people in Xuanshan City who knew about it either. Li Xianfeng had just asked the owner of the Treasure Pavilion store on nothing more than a whim. What he didn't expect was that the owner of the Treasure Pavilion didn't know about it. It meant that the news about the 9-star swordgrass either hadn't spread or was false. Of course, it's also possible that the owner of the Treasure Court store deliberately said he didn't know. However, Li Xianfeng only asked if the news of the appearance of the 9-star swordgrass was true, and did not ask about where the 9-star swordgrass appeared, who got it, or anything like that. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion store had no need to hide it. Something didn't feel right about this mission at the beginning, and now that feeling is becoming more and more apparent. Li Xianfeng secretly pondered. According to the quest introduction, the news of the 9-star swordgrass was spread from Xuanshan City, the 100-sword mountain outer sect Elderfan stage, who was hundreds of miles away, knew about it, and that's why this mission was released in the Hall of Affairs. Why did the owner of the Treasure Pavilion store in Xuanshan City, who dealt with cultivators from time to time, not know about it instead? Anyway, gotta be careful, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. Although he knew that Wei Qingyan was blessed with great chi and his own luck after crossing over was not bad, it never hurts to be cautious. The largest restaurant in Xuanshan City and the Pepsi House were at opposite ends of the same street. The two of them took 2 rooms at the hotel before heading towards the Pepsi House. During this time, Li Xianfeng asked 2 more pure Pathfinder cultivators. As a result, the cultivator's face was full of doubts, stating that he hadn't heard of any 9-star sword grass. This more and more proved Li Xuanfeng's idea that there was something wrong with this mission. The Pepsi House is located at the end of East Rink Street, a quieter area with few pedestrians. I'm sorry, 2 guests. This store is ready to close. Need to buy news, come back tomorrow. When Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan hadn't even stepped into the House of 100 Things, the steward's voice came from the house. May I ask if the shopkeeper has any news about the 9-star sword grass? Li Xianfeng spoke directly. Getting ready to close. Isn't this still open? It doesn't take much time to purchase a copy of the message. You are disciples of the 100 Sword Mountain? The steward's voice rang out, but the pitch was a few points higher than just a moment ago, as if it was a bit of a surprise. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanfeng's eyes but flickered slightly. Chapter 15 The Second Manifest Destiny. The steward's words caused a doubt to arise in Li Xuanfeng's heart. He was merely inquiring if there was any news about the 9-star sword grass. So why did the other party know that he was a disciple of the 100 Sword Mountain? Please come in, both guests. The steward's voice came out. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan exchanged a glance and told their mounts to wait at the entrance before heading towards the house. It was going to be dark, late in the evening, and glowing special crystals were placed around the house to dispel the darkness. There are formations within this Pepsi House. You should have been probed into your cultivation realm the moment you entered the house. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. Wei Qingyan's eyebrows knitted without any trace. This Pepsi House actually secretly probed the realm of the guests? Within the last month, 200 Sword Mountain disciples came here before and after to inquire about the 9-star sword grass. That's why I subconsciously thought that you were 100 Sword Mountain disciples. The steward was a chubby middle-aged man who walked towards the 2 men to meet them and said with a smile. Li Xianfeng nodded without moving. He didn't let this person explain why he knew they were 100 Sword Mountain disciples before the other party took the initiative to speak. Does the shopkeeper know the names of these 2 men? Wei Qingyan asked. The 200 Sword Mountain disciples that the housekeeper was talking about should be the 2 that disappeared during the mission. I don't know. The steward shook his head. Then he added. I also just happened to chat with them a few more times before I realized that they were 100 Sword Mountain disciples. As for the name, there is no way of knowing. And do you know where they went? Li Xianfeng asked. This message requires 1 crushed spirit stone, the steward said smilingly. Li Xianfeng was a bit speechless, but he still pulled out a fingertip-sized crystal. Normal spirit stones are half the size of a palm, while broken spirit stones vary in size, just like broken silver. They are broken and used. Those 2 both went to the Snake Tooth Mountain range. The steward collected the broken spirit stones. And then what? Li Xianfeng looked at him. A single crushed spirit stone bought such a message? Nope. I only know that they all went to the Snake Tooth Mountain range. But nothing else. The steward shook his head. Then how much does it cost for the news about the 9-star sword grass? Li Xianfeng asked again. 2 lower-grade spirit stones. The steward held out 2 fingers. Li Xianfeng didn't hesitate and pulled out 2 spirit stones and handed them over. Only after putting the spirit stones away did the steward continue to speak. A month ago someone found a formation in the Serpent's Tooth Mountain range. And the formation was in disrepair due to age and some of its foundations were broken. You can observe part of the formation's inner scene through the weak spot, in which the 9-star sword grass has been seen. Of course, besides the 9-star sword grass there are other heavenly materials. It's just that although the formation is partially broken, the cultivator who set it up has high attainments in formations, and it can't be forcibly breached. One can only look for the right moment to pass through the weak spot and enter the formation. And this right time is very important. You had 5 more lower-grade spirit stones and I can personally take you there when the time arises. The steward finished in one breath. At this moment, Li Xianfeng sort of understood why the 200 Sword Mountain disciples from before had gone to the Snake Tooth Mountain range. It was thought that he had gone forward to ascertain the authenticity of the news of the 9-star sword grass, but he never came back, alive or dead. The 200 Sword Mountain disciples from before were also brought by you to the Snake Tooth Mountain range? Li Xianfeng didn't hand over the spirit stones immediately. Of course not. After they learned about the 9-star swordgrass from me, they went there on their own. The Snake's Tooth Mountain range is infested with demonic beasts, so if you don't have someone familiar with it to lead the way, it can be very dangerous. The steward said. How about it? It's only 5 lower-grade spirit stones, and with me as an acquaintance to lead the way when the time comes. It's still a good deal. The steward looked at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. On the side, Wei Qingyan smoothly handed over 5 inferior spirit stones. Both of them didn't have many spirit stones, so they couldn't let Li Xianfeng pay alone. Are the 2 guests currently living within Xuanshan City? The steward asked after collecting the spirit stones. It's at the Xuanshan restaurant. Li Xianfeng nodded. Well then, the time should appear within these 2 or 3 days, and I will personally come to fetch you then. The steward laughed. Li Xianfeng nodded and led Wei Qingyan towards the door. The 2 had just taken a few steps when they saw a figure outside the door walking towards it. It was a strikingly beautiful woman. She wore a white dress with a bit of ink at the lapel, a red brocade sash around her waist, and her cuffs embroidered with a pale gold crane pattern were gathered. The silver openwork hair crown tied her 3,000 strands into a high ponytail, revealing a swan-like white neck. The woman's eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes were calm and determined, and she was heroic. The first impression given to Li Xianfeng was that of a chivalrous woman who walked the rivers and lakes with valor. Li Xianfeng habitually checked his destiny with the help of the system. This look doesn't matter. Only the woman was surrounded by a golden glow. Golden mandate of heaven. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Finally, he found the man of destiny once more. System, tie her up. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xianfeng decisively called out to the system in his mind. Ding! Binding successful. At the same time, the attribute panel that only he could see surfaced. Name Miaochen Su. Mandate of heaven, the head of the Gunway. Cultivation level, 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Peak, physique, great desolate war body. Finally the second heavenly fate is bound. Is the Gunway Kaiser? Destined to be the first in Gunway. The peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm is a pleasant surprise. This realm, even the lowest tenfold return can benefit me greatly, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. Cultivation is divided into the body-hardening realm, spiritual orifice realm, spiritual cyclone realm, spiritual sea realm, and Dan condensation realm. The peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. But it was a full 2 great realms higher than Li Xianfeng. Both sides rubbed shoulders. Su Miaojin just casually glanced at Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan before withdrawing her gaze and stepping into the Pepsi house. This guest. The store is closed. The steward's voice came from behind him. Let your master come out and talk. Su Miaojin didn't care about the steward at all, and her gaze went directly to the wooden stairs leading to the 2nd floor. You stand down. The sound of feet stepping on a wooden ladder came from within the Pepsi house, as well as a man's voice that Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had never heard before. Then all sound faded. It seems to be blocked by some means. The 2 no longer lingered, each straddling their mounts and returning towards the restaurant. Senior, I have a feeling there's something wrong with this Pepsi house. After moving away from the Pepsi house, Wei Qingyan held back from signaling her mount to approach Li Xianfeng and whispered to him. What's the problem? Li Xianfeng laughed. It doesn't feel like what that guy is saying is very believable. Wei Qingyan said. Chapter 16, Breaking Through the Realm. Qi Spinning Realm. Li Xianfeng nodded. He just didn't put much stock in what the steward said. A large formation has been found in the mountain range, and the formation is also suspected to contain heavenly treasures such as the 9-star sword grass. Once this kind of news is spread, it will definitely cause quite a fluctuation and attract countless cultivators. Besides, at least a month has passed, so even if Pepsi House wanted to cover it up, it certainly wouldn't be able to. But the treasure pavilion shopkeeper who is in Xuanshan City knows nothing about it. What do monks need most? Resources. Whether it was a technique, martial skill, spirit weapon, or various heavenly materials, they were all a type of resource. If something like this really happened in the Serpent's Tooth mountain range, the Pepsi House's energy would definitely not be able to cover it up. Maybe at first you can make some money on the difference in information. Definitely not over time. It wasn't like the Pepsi House was a big sect or a big power. It was just an intelligence trafficking organization in Xuanshan City. Elder brother means that he made all of this up? Wei Qingyan frowned slightly. It may be partly true and partly false. Li Xianfeng nodded. He guessed that we were 100 Sword Mountain disciples just now when I mentioned the 9-star sword grass outside the door at the beginning. If someone really spread the news of the 9-star sword grass, could it be that only 100 Sword Mountain disciples would come to ask about it and no other cultivators would be interested? Obviously. The news about the 9-star sword grass is only known to the disciples of 100 Sword Mountain, and other cultivators don't know about it. Or more accurately, only the 100 Sword Mountain disciples who have taken this mission know. The 4 words, 9-star sword grass, are associated with the disciples of 100 Sword Mountain, just like some sort of code word. As long as anyone mentions the 9-star sword grass, it proves that he's from 100 Sword Mountain. Only this can explain the subconscious reaction of the Pepsi House steward just now. However, don't forget that this quest regarding the 9-star sword grass was issued by Elder Fanstage. In the night, the two mounts were close together, and Li Xianfeng also said to Wei Qingyan in a low voice, "Elder brother, you mean?" Wei Qingyan's pupils shrunk slightly. Li Xianfeng glanced at her, then his body tilted and his mouth came up to Wei Qingyan's ear, speaking quietly as if he were whispering. The fan rank elder who issued this quest might have a problem too. He most likely has some connection with this Pepsi House. Of course, that's just my guess. There's no proof, but it might as well be more than one of us. Feeling the hot breath exhaled by Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan felt her ears burning. In the night, a reddish haze dyed the crystalline ears, spreading quickly to the cheeks. Luckily, Li Xianfeng sat upright after he finished speaking, causing Wei Qingyan to breathe a sigh of relief. More than anything else, she was shocked in her heart at the moment. As long as one thought carefully, one could indeed perceive that there was something wrong with Elder Fanstage. Follow the content of the first mission. Elder Fanstage had issued the task for his disciples to help investigate the truth or falsehood of the 9-star swordgrass news because he had something to be busy with. But when the disciples disappeared continuously, didn't he realize the problem? The consecutive disappearances of the disciples carrying out the mission indicated that there were unknown risks in this mission. As the elder who issued this mission, he could not know? And all of his additional missions were after the disciples had been lost for days. So Elder Fansteps either disregarded the lives of his disciples, or he was connected to Pepsi House, if it's really the latter. And what motivated him to team up with outsiders to victimize the disciples of Hundred Swords Mountain? Wei Qingyan couldn't think of an answer for a moment. If senior brother thinks there's a problem, then why did you agree to him taking us to the Snake Tooth Mountain range? Wei Qingyan asked. Because the 9-star sword grass might actually exist. Li Xianfeng laughed. Wei Qingyan instantly froze. Is this for her? Because she needs the 9-star sword grass. She's going to take the risk even when there's a high probability that the 9-star sword grass is false news? Sifu. For a moment, the mist of water rose again in the eyes of the sensual little sister. Looking at her senior brothers back in the night, Wei Qingyan vowed to repay Li Xianfeng in the future. If she could, she wouldn't mind giving her body away at all. At this moment, Li Xianfeng didn't know what Wei Qingyan was thinking. The reason why he had agreed to the steward of the House of Hundred Things to take them to the Snake Tooth Mountain range was indeed partly because of the 9-star sword grass. As long as the 9-star sword grass arrived, Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body would be awakened. Li Xianfeng will be able to get it back. But the more important reason was that Li Xianfeng knew that this trip was not life-threatening. Wei Qingyan was blessed with great qi, and could turn misfortune into good fortune when he encountered danger, while he himself also had some qi in his body. Of course, the main thing was that Li Xianfeng could view the fate with the help of the system. He could view others, and naturally he could view his own. Viewing your own is simple. Look at your hands and feet directly with the help of the power of the system, and you will see the radiance emanating from them. The light emanating from Li Xianfeng's surroundings was unlike any of the others. Not white, blue, yellow, orange, or gold. Instead, it's a chaotic color. This is a special destiny that produces multiple variations. If there will be bad luck in the near future, then the color will turn gray. If there is a recent life-threatening situation, the color will turn dark gray. If there is a certain death in the near future, the color will turn black. This was a function that Li Xianfeng knew about when he first bound the system and understood it. In other words, he could tell if what he did next would be life-threatening by looking at the glow on his body. The color of the light on his body hadn't changed just now, indicating that there was no danger in the near future. There's no harm in letting him lead the way to the Snake's Tooth Mountain range to have a look around. There's no danger to his life anyway, and if he has any mischievous thoughts, it's just as well that he can get the spirit stones back with interest. Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. The housekeeper of the House of Hundred Things, charging him several large spiritual stones because of two simple questions. Li Xianfeng was more or less unhappy in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely ask for it back with interest. All the way between conversations, without realizing it, the two had returned to the restaurant. On the path of cultivation, it is ultimately the strength that is most important. One more point of strength, one more point of self-preservation. You have the barrier-breaking pill and the true element liquid, so you can try to break through tonight. This tavern guest room has formations that isolate sound and breath, just right for meditation. I'm going to attempt a breakthrough tonight, so don't slack off. Li Xianfeng rubbed Wei Qingyan's head, then returned to his room and closed the door. Is senior brother about to make a breakthrough? Looks like his roots aren't as bad as Sister Sword Spirit said. No, I have to cultivate hard too. I can't fall too far behind senior brother. When the supreme sword body awakens, my root and bone qualifications will all skyrocket by a hair, and then I'll be able to quickly shorten the gap between me and my senior brother, Wei Qingyan thought darkly. Then he also returned to his room and began to cultivate. Li Xianfeng sat on his knees and took out the spirit-gathering pill from the system space and took it in one gulp. This Dan was an extremely high grade of the second rank, allowing a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm to directly break through to the chi-spinning realm. Regardless of whether it was the body-tempering realm or the spiritual orifice realm, it was all about cultivating oneself, and the power used by cultivators was all true chi. The difference was simply that the true chi of the spiritual orifice realm was purer and more robust than that of the body-tempering realm. Only when all 9 orifices are open, and the human body is connected to heaven and earth, can one enhance oneself against the spirit power of heaven and earth. During this process, the true chi will be replaced by the aura. When the spiritual chi gathered and was compressed, it would form a high-density cyclone in the dantian that looked like a thunderstorm cloud. That's why it's called the cyclone realm. Cyclones can form up to 9. Therefore the Qigong realm was divided into 9 levels. The power of the spirit-gathering pill was refined by Li Xianfeng, and countless amounts of spiritual energy roared out. The true chi in his body began to rapidly metamorphose. The flesh was constantly being flushed and strengthened by the aura. An incense stick of time passed, and a chi cyclone formed in Li Xuanfeng's dantian, the first level of the chi spinning realm. Phew! Li Xianfeng opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Shaking his fist, he felt his whole being sublimated. The effect of the spirit-gathering pill was a bit beyond his expectations. Now I can fly with a sword. Right! Li Xuanfeng's heart moved and the Qingfeng sword in the system space was taken out. With his 2 fingers together, he channeled his aura towards the Qingfeng sword, and the long sword just levitated out of thin air. Li Xianfeng got up and gently lifted his foot. Then he stood firmly on the Qingfeng sword. Go! With a movement of his heart, the Qingfeng sword carried Li Xianfeng around the room a few times. From true chi to aura is a qualitative change. It was enough to support the cultivator for a long period of time, and the explosive power was much more powerful. The aura attached to a weapon to carry a person in flight is one of the characteristics of this realm. There was another characteristic of the cyclone realm, and that was the birth of divine sense, divine consciousness, a power of the soul. It is formless, colorless and incorporeal, a power that cannot be seen or touched, yet is real. Li Xianfeng once again sat down and closed his eyes. Divine sense spread out from the brain. The room view is immaculate. It can even penetrate right through the seats and look inside the tables and chairs. The divine sense continued to diffuse and soon passed through the wall to the next room of Wei Qingyan. Chapter 17, The Divine Walking Black Stallion is in the bag. Each room in the tavern was equipped with a simple formation that could isolate sound and breath, but it can't isolate divine sense. Li Xuanfeng's divine sense thus penetrated the wall and arrived at Wei Qingyan's room. At this moment, Wei Qingyan was meditating and cultivating. The sword spirit in the remnant sword next to him was suddenly startled. He was about to see what kind of person was so bold. When he realized that it was Li Xuanfeng's room transmitting over his divine sense, he pressed on. Li Xuanfeng's divine sense only stayed for a moment before withdrawing. He just broke through to the cyclone realm? No! He should have exposed another part of his hidden power. The sword spirit was in deep thought. She didn't think that Li Xianfeng had just broken through, because before, when Li Xianfeng was able to catch and conquer the divine walking black steed, it was simply impossible to do so with the power of the spiritual orifice realm. That was why the sword spirit felt that Li Xianfeng had hidden his strength. But this behavior of his is quite in line with just being born with divine sense, feeling new to divine sense, and then not being able to wait to test it out. The sword spirit frowned. Oh, it looks like he's still acting the whole show. Let's just say it's a good one. The sword spirit's brows stretched and suddenly laughed softly. She felt like she had insight into the truth. The other side. Next door. Is it an illusion? Li Xianfeng muttered. When he had just entered Wei Qingyan's room, he seemed to have perceived a hint of extremely subtle soul power fluctuations. It was very faint, very brief, but he felt it vaguely. Could it be that Wei Qingyan has some sort of soul body or something like that on her? Li Xianfeng secretly mused. Could it be Grandpa Ring? Associating it with the broken sword she always held, Li Xianfeng felt it was very likely. As a traveler, none of these things were new to him, and they were easy to accept. It seems like we still have to try to be more careful when acting in front of Wei Qingyan in the future, Li Xianfeng thought. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the second level of the spiritual orifice realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the third level of the chi-spinning realm. The system beep suddenly sounded at this time. Wei Qingyan had used the barrier-breaking pill to break through, and the system determined that Li Xianfeng's participation had reached 50%, so it returned 50 times. The aura on Li Xuanfeng's body began to skyrocket. In the Dan Tian, thousands of strands of pure aura whistled and converged. The second cyclone successfully coalesced, followed by a third course. Yet this is not the end. There were still wisps of pure aura drifting and flying, faintly showing signs of condensing the fourth cyclone. But in the end, the backbone was not strong enough to coalesce and take shape. I still have spirit-quenching syrup. I might have a chance to break through to the fourth level of the chi-spinning realm tonight. Li Xuanfeng's current realm was the third level of the chi-spinning realm. But if one were to be more rigorous, it would be the middle or late third stage of the chi-spinning realm. It was not far from the fourth level of the chi-spinning realm. He had spirit-quenching pulp, a rare heaven and earth spirit, which his body could absorb to its heart's content, even with poor root bones and a lower absorption rate. 2 bottles of spirit-quenching syrup would be enough for him to break the boundary. Go on. Li Xianfeng once again crossed his knees to cultivate. The birth of divine sense also meant that Li Xuanfeng's soul was a cut above powerful, and he was able to maintain sufficient spirit even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights. Next door, Wei Qingyan didn't stop after her breakthrough, but took out the true element liquid to continue her cultivation. In the meantime, Pepsi House, inside the chamber. It's attracted a tricky character after all. The middle-aged man wearing a Xian suit and a thick black beard sat on a chair, his index finger gently knocking on the armrest. Master, then, is the time to resolve the 2 people just now delayed, or advanced? The steward of the House of Hundred Things stood aside, half bent over, and asked respectfully. His owner is the owner of the Pepsi House, named Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting was an expert at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and the one who could make things difficult for him was naturally the woman with the heroic spirit who had entered the Pepsi House at the end. As for the 2 people in the steward's mouth, they were Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Counting the time, the last batch of blood food Big Brother should have absorbed almost all of it. Let's set the time for the day after tomorrow. Yuan Ting was silent and thoughtful for a moment before he said, those 2 people, one at the first level of the spiritual orifice realm and one at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm at its peak. You won't have the slightest difficulty in resolving them, but pay attention to their mounts. The black windhorse can be ignored, but that divine black steed cannot be ignored. Its combat power is low among demonic beasts of the same rank, but its speed is top-notch. You can't catch up with it even if you put your life on the line. Yuan Ting said, Master, I still have experience in this area. I'll make them let their guard down. Then we'll sneak in and take care of the divine black stallion first, and the rest will be easy. The steward laughed. He knew that Yuan Ting was reminding him not to let anyone get away in a moment of carelessness. With the speed of the divine black steed, even if it carried 2 or 3 people on the run, it was still not something the steward could catch up with. Once someone is allowed to escape, there are a series of serious consequences. So the steward knows how things are done. Be careful not to hit too hard. If you hurt the origin, the quality of the blood food will drop and it will affect Big Brother's breakthrough. Yuan Ting said. It's something he emphasizes every time. Don't worry, Master. I'm already quite experienced in doing this kind of thing. The steward's back bent a few more inches. With a cultivation level of the 4th level of the chi-spinning realm, it wasn't easy for him to solve 2 spiritual orifice realm cultivators, injuring 2 people without hurting their fundamentals, blocking their meridians and rendering them incapable of fighting. He'd done this sort of thing so much that he'd reached the point of familiarity. Well, go and do it properly. When Big Brother breaks through, you will definitely be rewarded. Yuan Ting got up and patted the steward's shoulder with a smile. He was still very comfortable with the stewardship office for this kind of hookup. It was just that every reminder had become a habit for him. False news won't confuse that person for long. She'll be back soon, but by that time, Big Brother should have already broken through. So this person won't be enough to fear. Yuan Ting thought again of the imperious woman. This person's realm was comparable to his, but it vaguely gave him a sense of threat. His strength was definitely not low. Perhaps a bit stronger than him. The woman came to the Pepsi House to buy news as well. The news involves Yuan Ting's Big Brother who is in the middle of a breakthrough, and he can only confuse the other side with fake news. But sooner or later, they will be recognized. But as long as his Big Brother could break through to the condensed Dan realm, everything would not be enough to fear. This time I can finally harvest a good mount. It's a waste to give the divine walking black steed to a spiritual orifice realm disciple. While Yuan Ting was thinking about his Big Brother's breakthrough, the steward was also thinking about Li Xuanfeng's divine walking black steed. As far as he was concerned, the divine black stallion was already in the bag, just waiting to be picked up the day after tomorrow. The next day, the break of dawn, Reiki rapidly converged and compressed in Li Xuanfeng's dantian. The fourth qi cyclone was successfully condensed. Li Xianfeng broke through to the fourth level of the qi spinning realm. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the third level of the spiritual orifice realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the sixth level of the qi spinning realm. Chapter 18, Sixth level of qi spinning realm. Human grade extreme martial skill. The system beep sounded. Li Xianfeng, who had just made a breakthrough, saw his cultivation skyrocket once again. The fifth and sixth cyclones quickly coalesced. Li Xuanfeng's cultivation had directly grown to the sixth level of the qi spinning realm. Just for one night, he then elevated from the peak of the ninth level of the spiritual orifice realm to the sixth level of the qi spinning realm, crossing 6 realms in a row. Another of these is the Great Realm Barrier. The greater the power, the greater the security. It's a pity that the root bones are limited and the absorption rate of the spirit tempering syrup is low. Otherwise I could have raised one more realm. Clenching his fist and feeling this powerful force, Li Xianfeng felt some emotion. The better the roots and bones of the cultivator, the higher the absorption rate of the resources, and the less was wasted. Li Xuanfeng's root bones were ordinary, and most of the 2 bottles of spirit-quenching syrup were wasted. And I don't know if the 9-star sword grass can really be obtained? Li Xianfeng muttered in his heart. If obtaining the 9-star sword grass allowed Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body to awaken, and Li Xianfeng obtained a return, his root bones would definitely undergo a radical change. He wouldn't have to agonize over the low absorption rate when the time came. Li Xianfeng had already determined that there were problems with this mission. The vast majority of the words of the Pepsi House stewards cannot be trusted. But whether the news of the 9-star sword grass was a complete fabrication or real, Li Xianfeng couldn't be sure. Of course he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. That was why he had promised the Pepsi House steward that he was willing to let him take a look at the Snake Tooth mountain range. Again, with the help of the system, he looked at the glow on his body. Well, it's still a chaotic color. No recent bad luck or life-threatening situations. Our senior. There was a knock on the door of Li Xuanfeng's room. Opened the door to the room. The youngest sister's stunningly clear, delicate and beautiful face came into view. How about a breakthrough? Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan and smiled. Thanks to the barrier-breaking pill sent by senior brother, and the true element liquid that was exchanged for me, I was able to break through 2 realms in a row last night. It's now the 3rd level of the spirit orifice realm. Wei Qingyan laughed happily. She was happy to shorten the realm gap between herself and Li Xianfeng. The stronger he was, the more places he could help Li Xianfeng in the future, and better to repay him. Not bad. Li Xianfeng touched her head. I have to say that my little sister's head felt good to rub. Senior brother, you should have broken through to the cyclone realm, right? Wei Qingyan was already used to having her head touched by Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng said last night that he was going to make a breakthrough, and in Wei Qingyan's opinion, he must have been sure before he said that. Aha! Li Xianfeng smiled and nodded. Let's go and try the food of Xuanshan City. Li Xianfeng took the lead and walked ahead after he finished speaking. Your senior brother is already at the 6th level of the qi spinning realm. The sword spirit's helpless voice sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. What? Wei Qingyan couldn't help but open her mouth to speak out because of the momentary shock. What's wrong? Li Xianfeng turned back in confusion. What is Wei Qingyan talking to herself? Talking to Grandpa Ring? Nope. Nothing. Wei Qingyan stammered a little. Then, she fiercely stared at Li Xianfeng and asked, Senior brother, you didn't just break through to the 1st level of the qi spinning realm, did you? Li Xianfeng nodded. Then how many levels of the qi spinning realm are you at now? 6. Wei Qingyan instantly froze on the spot. Is it really a 6-fold? Breaking 6 minor realms in a row in one night? How is that possible? Is this what Sister Sword Spirit said about having average roots? Hey, didn't I tell you? He's hiding his strength. Now it's just another part of it that's being voluntarily exposed. The Sword Spirit's voice rang in his head. Only then did Wei Qingyan come back to her senses. Breaking 6 realms in a row in one night. This kind of thing, unless it's some kind of powerful physique awakening, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. When your supreme sword body awakens, it's also possible to break through several realms in a row. The Sword Spirit continued. But that's more than likely all he's got. I was the one who looked away before. His roots and bones are actually quite good. No worse than yours now. If you want to surpass him, you still have to awaken the supreme sword body as soon as possible. The Sword Spirit said. Wei Qingyan nodded silently and followed Li Xianfeng downstairs. The two of them wandered around the neighborhood and ate some good food. Senior brother, didn't I promise you that I would give you human-grade upper-grade martial skills as payment? Now that you've broken through to the 6th level of the chi-spinning realm, you're fully capable of utilizing the power of that martial art, so I'll give it to you now. Wei Qingyan called out to Li Xianfeng. The mission isn't over yet. Aren't you afraid that you won't find the 9-star sword grass by then? Li Xianfeng looked at her. Wei Qingyan shook her head and looked at Li Xianfeng seriously. Senior brother has helped me too much. No matter what, I should have returned the favor a long time ago. So I hope senior brother won't excuse himself. Li Xianfeng nodded. The two of them then rode their mounts to the outskirts of the city and found a remote place where people were rare. Right here. The two men stopped. Wei Qingyan's martial skill didn't have a scroll because it was directly transmitted to her by the sword spirit. So the only way for her to make Li Xianfeng learn this martial art was to personally demonstrate it herself and pass on the mantra. This martial skill is called the Gangjin 9 Swords, and the complete version is divided into 2 volumes, upper and lower. The upper volume contains 6 swords, and its power is also among the top of the human grade upper grade, and the lower volume contains 3 swords, which is equivalent to a human grade extreme grade martial art. Now I will directly transmit the full version to senior brother, Wei Qingyan said. This martial skill was imparted by the sword spirit, so before passing it on to Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan had already sought the sword spirit's consent. Over the past month or so, she had gained many benefits from Li Xianfeng, now rewarding him with a human grade extreme grade martial skill. It was the sword spirit that didn't have the slightest objection. Wei Qingyan first told Li Xianfeng the cultivation tips of the Gangjin 9 swords and how the power operated in the meridians. Ding! Wei Qingyan recalls and repeats the 9 swords of Gangjin once more, deepening her memory and impression of this martial art. 25 times returned. You have memorized the 9 swords of Gangjin thoroughly. Wei Qingyan recalled and retold the 9 swords of Gangjin, the main purpose of which was to teach Li Xianfeng, with whom he had a great deal to do. And he does listen and learn carefully on the sidelines. The system ruled that his participation had reached 25%, so he was given 25 times the return. Li Xianfeng managed to memorize this martial art. I'll demonstrate it again for senior brother next. After Wei Qingyan finished speaking, she drew her whistling wind sword and began to rehearse the 9 swords of Gangjin. Judging from her slightly reddened face, it was more strenuous to rehearse this martial art. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it was, and likewise, the greater the consumption of power. Wei Qingyan was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual orifice realm, and the most suitable martial skill to cultivate should be a human-level mid-grade martial skill. The difficulty of forcibly executing a human-grade extreme-grade martial skill right now was not normally high. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A series of 9 swords whistled out, plowing 9 2-meter-deep, 10-meter-long furrows into the ground. Hoo! Wei Qingyan's rather large chest rose and fell. Just casting it once had nearly drained her of all her strength. Moreover, the power that was exerted was 100,000 miles away from the power that the 9 swords of Gangjin should have. Ding! Wei Qingyan casts the 9 swords of Gangjin once to harvest some of the experience and brand new senses. 25 times returned. You gained a lot of experience and senses. The 9 swords of Gangjin has successfully started and is close to a small success. The system beep sounded. A large amount of experience and insights immediately flooded into Li Xuanfang's mind. Not only did he learn the 9 swords of Gangjin all at once, but he also directly entered and approached the minor accomplishment realm. Wei Qingyan is a genius with a high level of enlightenment. The martial arts that ordinary people needed to practice a dozen times, dozens of times, she practiced once and knew it. Therefore, the insights she gained from performing a martial art once were equivalent to the insights that could only be gained by an ordinary person performing it a dozen times, or even dozens or hundreds of times. The system multiplied 25 times on top of that, and that experience and sensation was naturally extraordinarily huge. It was only with this that Li Xianfeng was able to approach the minor achievement realm. Senior brother, you should have learned this martial art, right? Wei Qingyan put away her long sword and turned to look at Li Xianfeng. Chapter 19 in Strength Soars. The right time has come. Li Xianfeng nodded. Not only did he learn it, but he was also close to the realm of minor accomplishment. That's good. A smile appeared on Wei Qingyan's pale face due to her strength being drained from casting the Gangjin 9 swords. In the future, don't force yourself to perform this kind of martial art. Li Xianfeng walked over and touched Wei Qingyan's head. The spiritual orifice realm was still too much of a stretch to execute a human-grade extreme martial skill. This kind of martial skill couldn't even be used as a base card. Neither has enough power to back it up, nor can it be as powerful as it should be. If Wei Qingyan had consumed more than half of her strength from the battle, she would then execute the Gangjin 9 swords. None of the power in her body was enough to support her in executing all 9 swords. When the time comes, the power will be depleted and you will be left to the mercy of your enemies. Can senior brother demonstrate? Wei Qingyan said. Although the sword spirit had said that Li Xianfeng had good understanding, Wei Qingyan also had to see Li Xianfeng learn with her own eyes before she could rest assured. Li Xianfeng nodded. The eyes looked around the area, eventually locking onto a boulder 40 or 50 meters away. Take 2 steps forward. The chowder. The Qingfeng sword was sheathed, the Qi cyclone in the Dantian vibrated, and the huge spiritual energy rushed and whistled along the meridians. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! In the next moment, 9 substantial sword Qi visible to the naked eye tore through the air and flew out. The boulder that was visually 3 meters high and over 10 meters long. It was sliced into pieces like tofu by the 9 sword Qi. Wow! Boulders weighing at least 30 tons tumbled into a ground full of debris. This senior brother of yours really has a high level of enlightenment. Just by watching you demonstrate once, the first time you performed it, you actually stepped past the introductory level and approached the minor achievement realm. The sword spirit's surprised voice resounded in Wei Qingyin's mind. Her previous assessment of Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment was good. In hindsight, it seems to have been underestimated. Wei Qingyin, however, her eyes lit up. From this martial skill that Li Xianfeng had performed, the enlightened woman was inspired and her heart was enlightened. Ding! Wei Qingyan watched you perform the 9 swords of Gangjin. Her heart was enlightened, and she had many brand new understandings of this martial art. 50 times returned, you gained a great deal of enlightenment, and the 9 swords of Gangjin has reached the great completion realm. While the system beep sounded, a large number of epiphanies came to his mind. In a trance, Li Xianfeng felt like he had tirelessly practiced the 9 swords of Gangjin many times. There is something to be gained and realized at every turn. Elder brother is really powerful. Wei Qingyan praised from the bottom of his heart. She knew that Li Xuanfeng's attainments in the Gangjin 9 swords had surpassed her own. The Gangjin 9 swords is worthy of being a human-grade extreme-grade martial skill. It has 2 ways to execute it. Li Xianfeng decided to strike while the iron was hot and began to instill Wei Qingyan with his own senses. The chowder. The Qingfeng sword was once again sheathed. With the breakthrough in your realm, you will eventually have to continue learning this martial art. So let me demonstrate it for you twice now. The first is the 9 swords independence, where each sword cuts out individually, causing a different kind of killing power. This sword, for example, is strong in cutting and can cut through everything, Li Xianfeng said as he chopped out a sword towards the ground. Phew! Sword Qi visible to the naked eye tore through the earth, cracks spreading all the way to 100 meters away. Intuitively, the destructive power was far too much stronger than what Wei Qingyan had cast before. This sword, strong in penetration. Phew! The sword Qi condensed into the shape of a long sword and stabbed straight out, piercing the earth through a dark and deep hole of unknown depth. This sword can pulverize the enemy. Phew! The sword Qi roared and flew out carrying a majestic force, blowing a large stone to smithereens. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Another 6 consecutive amazing sword Qi chopped out. With each sword chop, Li Xianfeng would explain. In just a few moments, the perimeter was devastated as if it had been carpet bombed with bombs. The second, on the other hand, is the 9 swords superposition. One sword is stronger than the other. 9 consecutive times of storing up power, and finally chopping out the strongest strike. Raging spiritual energy converged on the Qingfeng sword. With each buildup of power, the sword let out a crunching chant. Once, twice, 3 times, 8 times, 9 times. With 9 consecutive superimpositions of spiritual power, the green blade sword seemed to be on the verge of trembling violently because it couldn't withstand it. Phew! In the next moment, the sword that was carried to its limit chopped out towards the front. Sword Qi tore through the earth. 300 meters away, a hill was directly cut in half by this terrifying sword Qi. How is this possible? In the remnant sword, the sword spirit, who was silently watching this scene, had a huge shock. This was the first time she had been so shocked since she had known Li Xianfeng. With her insight, she could naturally tell that Li Xuanfeng's 9 swords of Gangjin had already reached the grand completion realm. How long has it been? Just reading it once is close to a minor accomplishment. After casting it 2 times in a row, it even directly stepped into the great accomplishment realm? What kind of enlightenment is this? The sword spirit realized that he had still underestimated Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment. Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment was somewhat beyond imagination, far above Wei Qingyan. At this moment, she could no longer remain calm. The weak residual soul state fluctuated violently, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. This fluctuation was also detected by Li Xianfeng. However, he wasn't surprised. He had guessed before that Wei Qingyan's remnant sword might harbor an existence similar to the ring's old grandfather. The two executions had also exhausted all of Li Xuanfeng's spiritual energy, and now he only felt a wave of weakness. Once again, he looked at Wei Qingyan, only to see the latter looking at the terrifying sword marks he had cut out for a while. That small, red, full mouth was slightly open, and the clear, clean, beautiful eyes were slightly open, with a dumbfounded look. Ding! Wei Qingyan watched your demonstration, listened to your explanation, and a great deal of insight into the 9 swords of Gongjin welled up in her heart. She has successfully stepped into the realm of minor completion, 50 times returned, and your 9 swords of Gongjin has reached perfection. Sense surged wildly from the heart. Li Xuanfeng's understanding of the Gangjin 9 swords soared to perfection once again. Phew! Only then did Li Xianfeng exhale a mouthful of turbid air, his face full of smiles. A human-grade extreme martial skill that had reached perfection, coupled with the cultivation of the 6th level of the Qi-spinning realm. With this kind of strength, he basically couldn't find any opponents in the Qi-spinning realm. Even if they encountered the Spirit Sea realm, they could still fight. This time, it can be said that both of them have benefited a lot. Wei Qingyan relied on her extremely high level of enlightenment, and the Gangjin 9 swords reached the small completion realm. If she were to cast it now, she would be able to control the power well enough to chop twice in a row while retaining some of her stamina. This move could already be used as her base card. Of course, in terms of the power exerted, she was definitely far inferior to Li Xianfeng. Go! The two of them simply rested to recover some of their strength, and then straddled their mounts to head back towards the city. In the afternoon the two went on to sample some local specialties. Into the night, Wei Qingyan did not make any more breakthroughs. Li Xianfeng was also ready to take a break. But the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Su Miaojin continuously performs the trail of 10,000 paths and gains a lot of experience and brand new insights. 10 times returned. You learned the trail of 10,000 paths and reached the introductory stage. In a split second, a scene flashed through Li Xuanfeng's mind. In a trance, his body is like a shadow. A step is 1 to 20 feet. A few steps will have gone over the mountains and far away. This is an earth-grade lower-grade body technique type martial skill. Li Xianfeng could not hide his delight. The second Destiny's Child, which I bound yesterday, is finally starting to give back. Before this, he hadn't even heard of any 10,000 paths of maze, but his bound target, Su Miaojin, had long since learned it, and after continuously performing it, she had a whole new sense of this martial art. This sensation was returned to Li Xianfeng after expanding tenfold. Let him directly practice this stance-type martial skill to the introductory level. I'm using the misty trail of 10,000 paths just like Wei Qingyan using the 9 swords of Gongjin. The consumption will be extremely high, but no matter what, the 10,000 paths maze can make my speed skyrocket. Even if it's only introductory, it's more than likely already surpassed my divine walking black steed. The only drawback is that my current power isn't enough to sustain me for a long period of time to perform it, but it's also one of my life-saving type of cards. Li Xianfeng was in a good mood. The benefits of binding more than one divine destiny are starting to show. Learned an earth-grade lower-grade body technique type martial art without doing anything. Continuing like this, as long as the more Heaven's Fate people he bound, the more rapid his ascension would be. Everyone else is slowing down the further they cultivate. He'll probably cultivate faster the further back he goes. Only after calming down did Li Xianfeng rest. The next day, Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had just eaten something. The steward of the House of Pepsi then approached. The right time has come for me to take the two of you to the Serpent's Tooth mountain range, the steward said smilingly. The round face looked harmless. It was just that there seemed to be some sort of compulsion hidden in the depths of those eyes. Chapter 20 I promised not to kill you, but my mount didn't. Then I'm obliged. Li Xianfeng exchanged glances with Wei Qingyan without a trace before he smiled at the Pepsi House steward. Getting paid to do a job, as it should be, the steward said with a smile. 3 people out the door. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan straddled the mount. As for stewardship, you have to walk on your own 2 legs. Neither Wei Qingyan nor Li Xianfeng had any intention of inviting him to sit with them. Cultivators with strong strength and physique, walking hundreds of miles in a day is not a matter at all. Although the steward was calm on the surface, he was upset in his heart. For S sake, endure you guys for a little while longer. By then this divine black steed will be my mount. It's a pity that this little lady, who is like a flower and can't be touched, has to be left for her master's big brother as a blood meal. The steward stepped forward, one body position ahead of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. The previous smiling look had long since disappeared, and his eyes seemed as cold as a viper. It was just that he had his back to the two of them and neither Li Xianfeng nor Wei Qingyan could see it. Along the way, several people spoke very little. The steward only has a few words to say when the directions change direction. Li Xianfeng used the system to check the three people's destiny colors. Well, one is still chaos colored. No bad luck. No danger. Then look at Wei Qingyan, surrounded by a golden aura. Still the same heavenly destined person. Finally, he looked to the foremost steward. A rich black light enveloped it, the sign of the dying. Li Xianfeng remembered that when he first entered the Pepsi house, the steward had a faint blue color surrounding him. Now the destiny has changed dramatically. This man is not far from death. Half an hour had passed, and several people had already walked out dozens of miles. This is the outer area of the Snake-Tooth Mountain Range. The mountains stretch out. The ancient trees stand. The trees are heavily shadowed. The vines are entangled. And the moss is everywhere. It's just like a pristine deep mountain look. Traveling through the deep mountains slowed down. After another half an hour, he finally arrived at the hinterland of the Snake-Tooth Mountain Range. In this Serpent's Tooth Mountain Range, miasma abounds, demonic beasts are everywhere, and body-tempering realm and spirit aperture realm cultivators may be lost when they enter here. If we were even more unlucky and encountered a demonic beast of 2 or 3 ranks, or a huge pack of demonic beasts, it would be even more dangerous. Traveling to a certain wider valley, the steward resumed that smiling look. The speed of his feet slowed down intentionally or unintentionally, unconsciously shortening his position with the divine walking black steed, all the while continuing to talk nonstop in an attempt to distract the two and lower their guard. As I said before, it's best to come here with someone you know. If it wasn't for me, the two of you might have already intruded into the demonic beast's territory. 5 lower grade spirit stones are still worth spending, right? 4 or 5 miles ahead is where the big formation is. So, when the steward said this, his eyes suddenly became fierce. On his fist, raging spiritual energy coalesced and slammed it against the divine walking black stallion's neck. Boom! An astonishing boom rang out. The ground was directly shaken out of a large crater by the powerful force. The steward lay in the pit, spewing out a mouthful of blood as Li Xuanfeng's foot caved in his chest. So what? So this is where you picked your grave? Li Xianfeng looked down at him indifferently. You. The steward's mouth was full of blood and his eyes were wide open as he looked at Li Xianfeng incredulously. The moment he threw a punch, Li Xianfeng leapt up from the back of the divine walking black steed and then landed on him, stomping him to the ground. The furious surge of spiritual energy directly shook out a large crater on the ground. It was also in that instant that the steward knew Li Xuanfeng's realm. 6th level of the Qi spinning realm. 2 weights higher than him. Isn't he at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? A formation that has been used steadily for many years in the Pepsi house. How can there be any mistakes in checking the realm? And how did he react so quickly? Was he already wary of me? What's going on? It's surrounded by mountains and beautiful scenery. You picked a good place. Spiritual energy coalesced on Li Xuanfeng's feet, and with a single stump, the steward would completely return to the west. It was also thanks to the strong body of the Qi Cyclone Realm cultivator. In the case of an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. No, I should say that it was long ago that his foot had stomped into a bloody mist and his corpse had been left without bones. Wait, the steward shouted with wide, horrified eyes despite the blood coming out of his mouth. However, the spiritual energy condensed on Li Xuanfeng's feet did not dissipate. I know a lot of secrets. Anything. I'll say anything. The steward cannot face the fear that death brings. That kick just now directly hit him so hard that the walker almost stepped out, leaving him incapable of resisting. Say, Li Xuanfeng's expression was indifferent. He was actually waiting for this moment. First you promise not to kill me. The steward looked at Li Xianfeng with a face full of fear. You're in no position to make conditions. Li Xianfeng said indifferently. Since it's all one death, why should I say more? The steward gritted his teeth. Yes, Li Xianfeng finally nodded his head. And she can't kill me. The steward looked towards Wei Qingyan. Could be. Li Xianfeng agreed for Wei Qingyan. Answer whatever I ask, but anytime I think you're lying, the conditions just made are null and void. If the answer is satisfactory, both she and I promise not to kill you. Li Xianfeng looked down at the steward whose face was covered in blood. The steward nodded in panic. Is the news of the 9-star sword grass true? This was Li Xuanfeng's greatest concern. It's true. The 9-star swordgrass is indeed in the Grand Formation. The steward dared not hide it. Li Xianfeng stared into his eyes, carefully observing his expression. And the steward didn't dare to hide it. This answer satisfied Li Xianfeng, and Wei Qingyan, who was not far away, could not help but get excited. The Great Formation really exists? Li Xianfeng asked again. Existence. It's right here going all the way to the west about 4 or 5 miles away. But it wasn't discovered a month ago. It was discovered 3 years ago. And the big formation has been taken over by the owner's big brother. Master? It is the owner of the Pepsi house. And my owner. What realm is your master in? And who is his elder brother? What is his cultivation level? What's the point of occupying a large formation? The master's name is Yuan Ting, 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. And his elder brother is Yuan Snap, peak 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, who has been in seclusion since occupying the Great Formation, wanting to break through to the Condensed Dan realm. The steward finished in one breath. Why did you know we were 100 Sword Mountain disciples the moment I mentioned the 9-star sword grass? Li Xianfeng stared at the steward's eyes. As he spoke, the force on his feet gradually increased. The steward was instantly scared out of his wits and hurriedly spoke, because we have cooperation with some sect elders, allowing them to provide us with young cultivators through various means. Fan stage of the 100 Sword Mountain is one of the people cooperating. As long as he gets 30 spiritual orifice realm disciples within 3 years, the master will promise to help him break through the realm. We've discussed multiple code words, and the 9-star sword grass is the most recent one. The steward's reply confirmed Li Xuanfeng's suspicions. It seemed that Fan Stage was just releasing various tasks to lead the 100 Sword Mountain disciples to their deaths, and the so-called code word was placed in the content of his mission. Regardless of the sect, it was normal for disciples to die or go missing while out on a mission. Fan Steps wouldn't attract much attention if he operated at intervals. You want so many spiritual orifice realm disciples? Is it related to Yuan Snap's breakthrough? Li Xuanfeng's indifferent eyes looked down at the steward. Yes. He cultivates a bizarre technique that can forcibly extract and refine other people's chi and blood to enhance his own strength. It could be that his gong method is flawed, and at most he can only draw on the chi and blood of a spirit orifice realm cultivator. The cultivators for him to absorb chi and blood to cultivate are called blood food by him. The steward replied. You guys are doing a pretty good job of keeping this secret. Li Xianfeng sneered. That big formation can isolate the breath, and usually few cultivators come to the Snake Tooth Mountain range. And even if occasionally someone discovers the big formation, they will be killed or captured by the guards to prevent leakage. Yuan Snap is unable to absorb too much blood food at once, and if word of the great formation spreads, it will attract cultivators to flock here, which will not be favorable to him. He chose to cooperate with some clan elders to regularly send him spirit orifice realm cultivators, and everyone's interests are related will help to conceal it, so it hasn't been exposed for 3 years. The steward thought that after all that had been said anyway, he would simply shake out what he could. Moreover, Li Xianfeng always paid attention to the changes in his expression, and once he felt that he was showing signs of lying, he started to increase the strength of his feet. With the pain combined with the threat of death, the steward couldn't care less. How many guards are in the Grand Formation? What is their strength? And what is Yuan Snap's status? Li Xianfeng continued to ask. There are 3 guards, all of them at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Yuan Snapdragon may break through in the near future. I send blood food all the time with the help of my guards to send it into the big formation. He shouldn't be able to do it easily before he breaks through. The steward said. Can you get into the big formation? I'm not qualified to go in. The steward shook his head. And where is your master? Why did you send you and not come yourself? Li Xianfeng asked the last question. I've always done this kind of thing and never made a mistake until I met you. One person the master has been wary of is the woman who was the last to enter the building after you left the House of Wonders the day before yesterday. She had a clan sister who went missing and came to the Pepsi house to try to buy some leads. But according to her description, that clan sister of hers has more than likely been absorbed and refined by Yuan Snapdragon as a blood meal. The master can only mislead her with plausible news, but sooner or later she will find return to settle the score. After listening to the steward's words, Li Xianfeng nodded. He knew that the woman was the second daughter of heavenly destiny that he had bound. Su Miaozhen, remove your foot from the steward's sunken chest. Li Xianfeng was true to his word and did not kill him. The steward let out a huge sigh of relief. The feeling of being gripped by the threat of death was too unbearable and horrible, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. The steward was afraid that Li Xianfeng would back out. Strongly bracing his badly injured body up, he covered his chest and stepped back. Do him! Li Xianfeng walked over to the divine walking black steed and gently patted it. The divine walking black steed instantly comprehended this and dashed out with all 4 hooves on the ground. You don't mean what you say. The steward, furious and hideous, turned and ran. At the same time a long sword flew out of thin air from his hand and stabbed straight at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng had been on guard. He knew that the steward had a storage ring in his hand. At this moment, The steward finally couldn't help but take out the long sword in his storage ring and attack Li Xianfeng. I did promise not to kill you, but my mount didn't. Li Xianfeng looked at his fleeing back, and with a bland expression, he struck down the long sword and stomped it under his feet. With the steward in such a heavily injured state, his attacks did not pose the slightest threat to Li Xianfeng at all. Put! The steward was directly angry and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. How could a heavily injured body be able to outrun the divine walking black steed? The front hooves slammed down like a heavy hammer and the steward was trampled alive. Chapter 21. Do you know which aspect of Senior Brother is the most powerful? After stomping the steward to death, the divine black stallion tilted his head, his nostrils spewing out 2 streams of hot air. Just now, the steward tried to sneak up on it, but fortunately, the master reacted quickly and stomped it into the ground. At this moment by it personally and the steward. Since the heart is happy, elder brother, is what he said believable? Wei Qingyan walked over. It shouldn't be false, but it's not to be trusted. It's always good to be cautious. Li Xianfeng mused. He kept an eye on the steward's expression. Although Li Xianfeng hadn't studied micro-expression psychology, he felt that the probability of the steward lying was very small. After all, the steward didn't have the guts to gamble, fearing that Li Xianfeng would feel that he lied and stomped him to death. Forget about the rest for now. This guy charged me so many spirit stones the day before yesterday. Now he can finally get them back with interest. Li Xianfeng picked up the longsword and then walked towards the body of the steward. Wei Qingyan was speechless for a moment. Obviously such a generous person. But he was thinking about those few lower-grade spirit stones. Is brother generous only to me? Looking at Li Xuanfeng's figure, Wei Qingyan suddenly felt her heartbeat a few beats faster. Scavenging loot was something that Li Xianfeng was still interested in. After all, even if the loot didn't meet his eyes, it certainly wasn't bad after giving it back to Wei Qingyan. First of all, this storage ring is good. Li Xianfeng took a silver ring from the steward. The so-called storage ring is an apparatus that has an independent space to store items. Such utensils are usually made to look like decorative items. For example, rings, belts, bracelets, and so on. The internal space of the storage ring could be checked with your mind. However, if the ring had a divine sense imprint left by the original owner, then it could not be viewed. Now that the steward was dead, the imprint he left behind naturally dissipated along with him, and Li Xianfeng was easily able to investigate the inner space. The ring space was small, maybe 2 or 3 cubic meters. The contents were neatly arranged. There was a pile of spirit stones, a jade bottle, a scroll and a formation disc. That's all the steward has. Cultivators all consume a huge amount of resources and usually don't leave much behind. However, these legacies of the stewards added up to be worth quite a bit, at least more than the vast majority of Cyclone Realm cultivators. Everything's here. Next, start dividing up the loot. Li Xianfeng took them out one by one and placed them together with the steward's longsword. Senior brother, don't split it. All this loot belongs to you alone, Wei Qingyan said in a hurry. Does she lack resources? Absent. Does she want resources? Definitely want to. But there was always a hurdle in her mind. She had received too many benefits from Li Xianfeng. If it wasn't for Li Xianfeng, her current cultivation would definitely not have reached the 3rd level of the spiritual orifice realm. Even if the supreme sword body hadn't been awakened yet, Wei Qingyan's talent would still be able to crush most of the 100 Sword Mountain disciples. But if she were to say that she was relying on herself, relying on her sword spirit sister who was unable to provide help in terms of actual resources, Wei Qingyan would inevitably still be stuck at the body-tempering realm. Maybe they were still thinking about how to break through the spiritual orifice realm barrier. Never could they have the strength they have today. Li Xianfeng had given her so many favors, but had never taken the initiative to ask her to return anything. Wei Qingyan felt ashamed of herself. It felt like he owed Li Xianfeng too much. So even if she needed resources and wanted them, she was too embarrassed to take them again. Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan's serious expression and could probably guess what she was thinking. But Wei Qingyan didn't want it. So how could he get better resources? Li Xianfeng decided to fool her a bit so that she would have a reason to accept the resources he gifted her in the future. Do you know what aspect of me, elder brother, is the most powerful? Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan seriously. Which way? Wei Qingyan froze for a moment at this sudden question from Li Xianfeng. Seeing people and intuition, Li Xianfeng said. Oh, Wei Qingyan nodded with seeming understanding, especially in the area of looking at genius. Seeing Wei Qingyan look confused, Li Xianfeng continued. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were by no means a pool animal, and that you would surely achieve something extraordinary in the future. Even then I had a hunch that what you're showing now is far from your full talent. You still have a lot of potential, Once you get the right moment, you will be fully gifted, and then rock up to the sky. Later on, when you said that you had a hidden physique that could be awakened by the 9-star sword grass, it even proved the accuracy of my intuition at that time. Li Xuanfeng's words caused Wei Qingyan to stare blankly. So, by giving you those resources, I'm actually investing in you, in a future superpower. Besides, the resources I'm giving you are ones I can't use, so instead of throwing them away or exchanging them for other dispensable resources, I'd rather give them all to you who needs them, Li Xianfeng said while noticing the gradual change in the expression on Wei Qingyan's face, from dazed to bewildered and back again. So elder brother is investing in me. While Wei Qingyan was dazed, she felt a bit lost in her heart. So when I give you resources, you take them and don't have to push back anymore. Sufficient resources can only support you to become stronger quickly. And when you become a truly strong person, you will be able to help me in many places. Li Xianfeng continued. I understand, senior brother. Wei Qingyan nodded. The invisible hurdle in his heart was considered to have completely disappeared. Getting stronger quickly was the first thing he needed to think about. And when he became a truly strong person one day, there would be many ways to repay his senior brother. After I become stronger and take revenge with my own hands, if I owe elder brother too much, then I will serve elder brother for the rest of my life. Wei Qingyan thought silently in her heart. Only after seeing Wei Qingyan figure it out did Li Xianfeng nod his head in satisfaction. I have a spatial storage device. This spatial ring is useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Li Xianfeng handed the spatial ring to Wei Qingyan. The latter reached out and took it. Ding! Wei Qingyan harvested a 3 cubic meter space storage ring and returned it 100-fold. You've gained a 300 cubic meter storage ring. A brand new ring appeared in the system space right after the system tone fell. Although Li Xianfeng had system space, what he stored were items returned by the system. It's better to have a separate storage appliance for storing other items. A storage ring with 300 cubic meters of space was completely enough for him to use. I don't lack spirit weapons. Your whistling wind sword is only a second-ranked mid-grade spirit weapon, while this long sword is a third-ranked mid-grade, so it can be replaced. Li Xianfeng handed the long sword to Wei Qingyan. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a third-order medium-grade spirit weapon, the red flare sword, returned 100 times, and you've obtained 100 third-order medium-grade longswords. This time it's actually a quantity return? Li Xianfeng was more or less speechless in his heart. If it was a quality return, it would more than likely be a 4th-class level spirit weapon. But now that he had returned 100 spirit weapons of the 3rd class level, Li Xianfeng didn't know what to say for a moment. This scroll records a human-grade upper-grade martial skill. I've taken a look at it and it's not bad. Li Xianfeng shoved the scroll into Wei Qingyan's hand. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained the human-grade upper-grade martial art 9 killing sword technique. 100 times returned. You have obtained the earth-grade lower-grade martial art 9 swords. When the system beep sounded, a brand new earth-grade martial skill appeared in the system space. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Xianfeng roughly knew how to use this martial skill. The 9 Swords of Unity was an extremely special martial skill. Amongst martial skills of the same rank, it ranked second in terms of lethality, while other martial skills would not dare to rank first. However, there was a drawback to this martial skill, and that was that it required many longswords of the same level to execute it. If practiced to perfection, one would need to execute 99 longswords at the same time. And just now, the system returned exactly 100 third-order longswords to Li Xianfeng. Well. Li Xianfeng was overjoyed in his heart. These two returns just complement each other. It would allow him to be in a good enough condition to cultivate this martial art that was claimed to have the greatest killing power at the same rank. You keep this pile of spirit stones as well. Li Xianfeng threw a wave of spirit stones to Wei Qingyan. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 300 lower-grade spirit stones, 400 broken spirit stones, returned 100 times. You have obtained 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 40,000 broken spirit stones, 100-fold return, directly allowing Li Xianfeng to get rich in one wave. In the system space, spirit stones had been piled up into a small mountain. Say goodbye to living on a shoestring from now on. Li Xianfeng was secretly happy in his heart. Spirit stones were extremely useful. He could use them to purchase resources, or for cultivation, and they could also provide energy for formations. All in all, a lot of use. 2 things left. Li Xianfeng looked at the jade bottle and array disc. This jade bottle contains roughly a quarter of the 100-flower agaric dew, the most suitable resource for you to absorb. It's all yours. There's also this formation disc, named Misty Trace Formation Disc. which can directly set up the third order formation Misty Trace formation, and it's also given to you as well. When Li Xianfeng handed over the jade bottle and a ray disc, Wei Qingyan's complexion had become somewhat strange. Chapter 22 Active Wei Qingyan. There was a deal to distribute the loot. Is this distribution? That's totally leaving her all to herself. Don't keep it for yourself at all. Although just after Li Xuanfeng's words, Wei Qingyan already had enough reasons to accept his gift. But at the moment, it was hard to avoid some hesitation. Elder brother, are you really not staying at all? Wei Qingyan couldn't help but ask. The loot this time was a complete bonanza for her. Even if Li Xianfeng wanted to invest in her, he had to keep a token amount, right? No. Li Xianfeng casually waved his hand. The resources returned by the system directly fattened him up in a wave. So how could he still need that? Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a quarter bottle of 100-flower Qianlu and returned it 100-fold. You've obtained 25 bottles of 100-flower Qianlu. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a third-order primary Misty Trail formation disc, 100 times returned. And you have obtained a fourth-order primary Xian Yin formation disc, a quantity return and a quality return, both of which made Li Xianfeng gain a lot. It's better to just give it away. You can get up to 100 times back. Li Xianfeng couldn't help but lament in his heart. Giving away Wei Qingyan's resources, Wei Qingyan might have earned a lot, but he, Li Xianfeng, would never lose. This 100-flower agaric dew is considered the topmost resource suitable for the spiritual orifice realm. But it's of little use to me. Why don't you just give it all to her and let her use it to raise her realm? And it should eventually be returned to me in a 50-fold multiplier anyway. Li Xianfeng pondered silently. The 100 flowers agaric dew was a pure spiritual liquid collected from 100 types of spiritual flowers. It was much more precious than even true element liquid. It could not only be used by body-tempering realm cultivators, but also by spiritual orifice realm cultivators to rapidly raise their cultivation. It could be said that the 100 flowers agaric dew was the topmost resource most suitable for body-tempering realm and spiritual orifice realm cultivators. However, for chi-spinning realm cultivators whose 9 orifices were open and connected to heaven and earth, such resources would not be of much use. Therefore, Li Xianfeng decided to give all of the 100-flower Qianlu to Wei Qingyan. Anyway, after Wei Qingyan used the 100-flower agaric dew to raise her cultivation, he would be able to get it back. Your little 100 flowers agaric dew is too little. I still have quite a few treasured ones here. I'll give them to you all together. Li Xianfeng said and took out all of the 100 flowers Qianlu from the system space. 25 jade bottles silently hovered in front of him, then floated towards Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan, who had just obtained a great harvest, looked directly dumbfounded. You, what in the world is this senior brother of yours? Before Wei Qingyan could even open her mouth, the sword spirit's shocked voice could no longer be contained and resounded directly in her mind. The 100 flowers agaric dew didn't have much use for cultivators of the chi-spinning realm though. Doesn't stop it from being precious. This is because cultivators don't have to worry about any after effects after using it, and it won't affect their foundation. Simply absorb it directly to raise your realm. The steward of the House of 100 Things was able to get a quarter of a bottle, and the sword spirit couldn't even figure out what kind of unbelievable luck he had gotten. It was extravagant for those top powers to take out 2 or 3 bottles, let alone 25 bottles at once. Moreover, the sword spirit could not perceive at all where Li Xianfeng had taken it from. It felt like Li Xianfeng had special storage-type implements she hadn't seen before. If anything, sword spirit used to enjoy judging Li Xianfeng. Then don't dare to open your mouth so easily now, because after a series of events, she realized that she had been underestimating Li Xianfeng. Whether it was enlightenment, root bones, or Li Xuanfeng's bizarre methods, she couldn't see or even understand them at all. Li Xianfeng had been shrouded in a completely impenetrable mist in her eyes. This handiwork of taking out 25 bottles of 100 flowers agaric dew was even more astonishing to her, and her mind was restless. Elder brother. This. Wei Qingyan was similarly subdued. These 100 flower agaric dew was completely enough for her to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm unhindered, and still at top speed. She had heard her sword spirit sister mention this kind of thing before, and for this kind of top-tier resources, many cultivators could repeatedly break the bottom line. Sacrifice your dignity, even risk your life, to fight for it, and now Li Xianfeng just gave it to her? Do I have to repeat what I said before? Li Xianfeng said indifferently. Wei Qingyan reached out and with a wave of her hand, her true qi held 25 bottles of 100 flowers Qianlu and flew into her storage ring. Since things that had been returned by the system and then gifted to the bound target could not be returned, the system beep did not sound. Seeing Wei Qingyan accept the 100 flower Qianlu, Li Xianfeng then hooked a smile in satisfaction. However, in the next moment, Wei Qingyan suddenly lunged at him violently and crashed into his arms. The soft scent lingers in the nose. Wei Qingyan actually jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. This scene was completely out of Li Xuanfeng's expectation. He had been focusing on his own harvest and experiencing the joy of harvesting, not bothering to feel the changes within Wei Qingyan. So it was completely unexpected that she would suddenly make such a move. What's wrong? Li Xianfeng stroked her head out of habit. Elder brother is too good to me. I. Wei Qingyan buried her head in Li Xianfeng's chest, her voice choking a little. When she was a child, because the supreme sword body was self-obscure and her meridians were damaged, Wei Qingyan was unable to cultivate, suffered a lot of blank stares in the family, but her parents had been good to her and had made her feel warm. But with the destruction of her family, all that goodness is gone from her forever. Fortunately, she was able to obtain a remnant sword, and with the help of the sword spirit, she went through hardships and stepped through many difficulties, and successfully embarked on the road of cultivation. Later, he overcame all kinds of difficulties and dangers and trekked to 100 Swords Mountain. How much she suffered during that time and how many close calls she had, only she knew. I thought I would never meet anyone in my life who would be as good to her as her parents. I didn't expect to meet Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng gifted her resources without asking for anything in return, stirring ripples in her heart over and over again, although Li Xianfeng said it was just to invest in her. However, Wei Qingyan still felt the warmth that had been missing for a long time. In fact, in her opinion, where's the investment in that? Real investment are small to big, with small pay for big harvest. Planting sesame hope to harvest watermelon. Wei Qingyan had never even heard of such a generous one like Li Xianfeng, so how could she not be moved? Even the strongest woman has a soft side inside that wants to be noticed and taken care of. Thank you, elder brother. Holding Li Xianfeng tightly, Wei Qingyan's emotions slowly calmed down. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Li Xianfeng on the cheek and quickly retreated into the distance again. The face that was so clear and stunningly beautiful was already flying red. It was already a great courage for Wei Qingyan, who had never had any emotional experience, to make such a move. It's over. In the broken sword, the sword spirit who witnessed this helplessly covered his forehead. She knew that Li Xianfeng had already occupied an important place in Wei Qingyan's heart, depending on when it was completely filled. There was no use in her reminding now, and after all that, she couldn't possibly be reminded or interfered with again. She had seen fathers and sons fight each other over resources, and brothers turn against each other over resources. It was impossible to find another one in this world who could treat Wei Qingyan as well as Li Xianfeng. Not to mention Wei Qingyan, even if she were to change the sword spirit, she wouldn't be able to hold her own in the face of the various resources needed to smash her down. Li Xianfeng touched his cheek, and that touch lingered. Taking another look at Wei Qingyan who had retreated to the distance, her face flushed red. A woman's blush is worth a whole lot of dialogue, and that's probably what it feels like. Li Xianfeng thought to himself. Division. Master. Seeing Li Xianfeng looking over, Wei Qingyan only felt her ears burning, her jade hands entwined, her eyes fluttering, too shy to meet her eyes. Chapter 23, If you can't return the favor, give your body to me. Senior, do we still have to search for the 9-star sword grass next? After a while, Wei Qingyan finally recovered some of her condition, and the red haze on her face receded slightly. Still, I felt a little shy when I remembered what I had just done in a moment of excitement and courage. Previously, the steward had faced death threats, plus Li Xianfeng was always concerned about the changes in his demeanor, so what the steward said was hardly adulterated. In other words, the Great Formation did exist, and so did Yuan Snapdragon, who was in the process of breaking through. That was a strong person who might break through to the condensed Dan realm at any time. Whether it was Wei Qingyan or Li Xianfeng, neither of them could be an opponent. It would be extremely dangerous to continue searching for the 9-star sword grass. That was why Wei Qingyan had asked this question. The 9-star sword grass was very important to her, but if she paid for it with her life, it was not worth it at all. Of course we need to find the 9-star sword grass, but there's no need to rush. Let's move a little closer to where the big formation is, then hide and wait for an opportunity to improve our strength in the meantime. Li Xianfeng came back from that kiss and said with a smile, Good. Wei Qingyan nodded. She listened to Li Xianfeng's arrangements. The two straddled their mounts and made their way west. After walking about 2 miles, he stopped at a depression. Li Xianfeng asked Wei Qingyan to take out the Misty Trace formation disc, and he himself took out the Xianyin formation disc. The so-called array disc was a condensed version of an array, and as long as enough spirit stones were invested, it could be activated for use. It so happened that the current Li Xianfeng had plenty of spirit stones. The Misty Trail formation plate was activated, and an invisible energy cover concealed the place, hiding the figures of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, as well as the two mounts. But the surroundings had not changed in the slightest. The maze is like an illusion that blends in with the environment. Afterwards, the Xianing formation disc flew out, enveloping the Misty Trail formation. Both formations did not focus on attack, but on disorientation and defense. With the double formation enchantment, it was absolutely impossible to find half a clue if it wasn't a master with extremely deep formation attainments. Even if Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan were messing around within the formation, the outside world would not be able to detect any abnormalities. Of course, as array manipulators, the two were nevertheless able to observe the changes in the outside world from within the array. Let's raise our strength as soon as possible next. The opportunity may appear in a few days, Li Xianfeng said. His so-called opportunity had to do with the second daughter of Heaven's destiny, Su Miaojin, whom he had bound. The great desolate battle body was added. A cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The clan sister is suspected to have been absorbed and refined by Yuan Snap as a blood meal. Yuan Ting tricked her again with plausible news. With all the factors added together, there was a high probability that Su Miaojin would kill back, and she possessed the strength to do so. Although Li Xuanfeng's strength had increased quickly, it was now far from being possible to fight a cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. That's why the power of Su Miaojin is needed. If Su Miaojin didn't kill back, then we'll find another way. Habitually looking at the light of his destiny, which was still a chaotic color, Li Xianfeng was relieved. You'll cultivate in the Misty Trace formation, and I'll stay at the junction of the Misty Trace formation and the Xianing formation to cultivate. Li Xianfeng arranged it. Wei Qingyan obeyed and did as she was told. By the way, I have a special martial art here. You can take the time to look at it while practicing, and if you meet the conditions, you can practice it later as well. Li Xianfeng pulled out the 9 swords of return and casually stuffed it into Wei Qingyan's hands. Let him practice. I don't know when he'll get started. It might as well be given to Wei Qingyan, who has high cultivation enlightenment, as long as Wei Qingyan researches and learns this martial art. After the system returns, Li Xianfeng will be able to learn it in minutes. This is an Earth-level lower grade? Wei Qingyan was dumbfounded. A martial skill of this grade, even if she knew how to cultivate it, she would be completely unable to execute it, because her current realm was too low. Quickly reading through this martial art, Wei Qingyan realized that she really couldn't cultivate it. This was because cultivating this martial art required a sufficient number of long swords. Ding! Wei Qingyan has read through the 9 swords once, and has understood the basic cultivation method of this martial art. 50 times returned. You will memorize this martial art. A little practice a few times to get started directly. The system beep sounded. The 9 swords is a system return item, so giving it to Wei Qingyan, Li Xianfeng wouldn't get it back. However, Wei Qingyan would still return to Li Xianfeng as long as she gained experience and insights in this martial art. You don't have to worry about the long sword. I'll think of a way for you in the future, and while practicing other martial arts, if you have any spare time, there's no harm in studying this martial art in advance. Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan with a look that said, "Don't worry about your research. I'll help you figure out the long sword." Wei Qingyan gave Li Xianfeng a fixed look before she nodded and entered the Misty Tracer formation. It's not without reason that this 9 sword of returning to 1 dares to be called number 1 at the same rank, but it's a pity that the threshold for cultivation is too high. Just after entering the Misty Trail formation, the voice of the sword spirit sounded in Wei Qingyan's mind. The knowledgeable sword spirit spoke highly of this martial art. Merely being initiated requires one to skillfully maneuver 9 longswords at the same time, and consummation requires one to maneuver 99 longswords at the same time. If it can be practiced to perfection, its power can even surpass some earth-grade mid-grade martial arts, the sword spirit exclaimed. Wei Qingyan's current realm was not enough, and there were only 2 long swords, so she was unable to cultivate this martial art. Your next task is still to absorb the 100-flower agaric dew to raise your realm. During that time, take out some of the time to cultivate the dripping through the sky sword, the 9 swords of Gungjin, and the 9 slaying sword art, and this 9 swords of return. Just as your senior brother said, you may take the time to study and research it carefully. When the conditions for practicing this martial art are fulfilled in the future, you might be able to get straight into it, straight to a minor accomplishment. Your senior brother has already promised to figure out a way for you regarding the longsword, so just cultivate without fear, the sword spirit said. Speaking of which, she was a little envious of Wei Qingyan for having such a good senior brother. Hey, elder brother is too good to me. At this rate I won't be able to return the favor for the rest of my life. Wei Qingyan looked at the scroll in her hand and sighed. If you can't return the favor, give it to me. The sword spirit's somewhat teasing voice rang out. Actually, that's what I think. Wei Qingyan nodded with a slight blush. This reaction rather gave the sword spirit a whole lot of trouble. After I've avenged my parents with my own hands, I'll stay by elder brother's side for the rest of my life and serve him. Wei Qingyan put away the scroll and said softly. Within the remnant sword, the sword spirit opened its mouth, but did not say anything else. After all this time together, she also felt that she couldn't pass up such a good senior brother. If she stood in Wei Qingyan's position, her thoughts must be similar. Throw away your distractions and start practicing. Wei Qingyan took out the 100-flower Qianlu and formally plunged into cultivation. Although the sword spirit was unable to provide her with cultivation resources, the theoretical guidance was not the slightest problem. The other side. The 9 long swords were silently suspended beside Li Xianfeng. Infuse the long sword with power with aura. Then attach divine sense to precisely control the direction of the long sword. When one can skillfully control 9 long swords at the same time and form a sword formation, that's when the 9 swords to 1 sword is initiated. Li Xianfeng read silently in his heart. He had already memorized this martial art, and to get started, he only needed to practice a few more times. The 9 return to 1 sword was powerful. Entry requires the simultaneous manipulation of 9 long swords. Minor achievement requires the simultaneous manipulation of 36 long swords. Deshang 81 shanks. Round up to 99 handles. Begin. The 9 long swords flew along a special trajectory under Li Xuanfeng's control. As time passes, soon the night came. The 9 long swords surrounded Li Xianfeng, flying in various unpredictable trajectories, vaguely forming some sort of sword formation. The majestic spiritual energy was slightly rippling and ready to go. As if Li Xianfeng only had to give a single thought, the 9 long swords would be able to roar out, destroying cities and opening up mountains. It's done. A smile appeared on Li Xuanfeng's face. After some practice, his 9 swords of return finally managed to get started. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the 4th level of the spiritual orifice realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the 8th level of the qi spinning realm. The system beep sounded in 2 consecutive qi whirlpools condensed in the dantian. Li Xianfeng had broken 2 realms in a row. Li Xianfeng had attained perfection in a variety of martial arts. There were even ones that were comparable to those of the founders, and had just succeeded in getting started with the 9 returns to 1 sword. The stance also had the 10,000 paths of misty trails returned by Su Miaojin. At this moment, the realm had broken through to the 8th level of the qi spinning realm again. Combat experience isn't bad either. Li Xuanfeng's comprehensive strength was not an exaggeration to call him invincible in the Cyclone realm. Even an ordinary Spirit Sea realm cultivator would only be killed in seconds if he faced Li Xianfeng, who had executed the 9 swords of returning to 1. It's better to be open. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in his body, Li Xianfeng couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He knew this was just the beginning. He gave Wei Qingyan 25 bottles of 100-flower agaric dew, and her cultivation would continue to increase rapidly. Together with the system return, Li Xianfeng felt that breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm within 2 or 3 days shouldn't be much of a problem. In the meantime, Xuanshan City, Pepsi House. Accidents do happen after all. Yuan Ting sat upright in his chair, his index finger tapping the armrest. He waited all day and did not see the steward return, tricking spiritual orifice realm cultivators into the mountains to be injured, sealing their meridians and sending them to the Great Formation to serve as blood food for Yuan Snapdragon. This kind of thing, the steward had already done it many times, never had an accident. But this time, it's out after all. Everything that's wrong should be with that divine walking black steed. Big Brother's breakthrough to the condensed Dan realm is also within these 2 or 3 days. We can't let the 2 escape. Yuan Ting pondered silently. Blood 8. Blood 9. Yuan Ting's voice swept across the entire Pepsi house in substantial visible ripples under the control of his spiritual power. Like ghosts, 2 figures flashed from nowhere and appeared in front of Yuan Ting. You guys go to the Snake Tooth Mountain range and make sure to find those 200 Sword Mountain disciples. This time, don't let them escape. Yuan Ting's eyes were deep. The steward hadn't returned for such a long time, so he could basically conclude that something had happened. And he wasn't sure if he would still be able to find Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan now. But he was ultimately uneasy about not sending someone to take a look. Yes. Blood 8 and Blood 9 respectfully hung their heads and their figures disappeared again like ghosts. Blood 8 and Blood 9 are both at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. Even if that divine black steed is faster, it can't be faster than the Spirit Sea realm. This time, there should be no more surprises. right? Yuan Ting looked at the place where the two disappeared, his eyes ghostly. Chapter 24, Spirit Sea Realm. That's it? Phew. Phew. Under the night, two figures flew in the air, heading towards a distant mountain range. Cultivators in the chi-spinning realm could fly with their weapons, while flying through the air without the aid of external objects was the sign of the Spirit Sea Realm. The two figures were none other than Blood 8 and Blood 9 sent by Yuan Ting. The steward is usually quite reliable as an officer, but I didn't expect an accident this time. This matter is actually quite understandable. That guy most likely looked at the divine walking black steed, and withdrew his strength when he laid his hands on it, leading to the accident. The divine walking black steed attacks in general, but its speed is extremely fast, and it doesn't know where it has fled to, so we are afraid that it is not easy to find it. The steward let them go and didn't have the guts to go back and resume their orders, so maybe he's still chasing after the divine black stallion right now. Forget it, it's useless to guess so much. We'll be able to see some clues when we arrive at the Snake Tooth Mountain Range. Blood 8 and Blood 9 exchanged sound transmissions while flying. Both were loyal subordinates of Yuan Ting. They were of average talent and originally had no hope of stepping into the Spirit Sea Realm in their lives. However, Yuan Ting bestowed them with special elixirs, forcibly raising their cultivation to the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm. So the two did their best and were loyal to the Yuan court, and much of the information from the Pepsi house was gathered by them. One incense stick later, the two figures lowered their figures and flew into the mountain range, slowing down and looking around. As Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, the night did not affect their vision. Not to mention that they had divine sense. Tall trees, animals and insects. After some observation, the two did not find anything special. That is, until Blood 8 saw a wide spot formed by the destruction of a certain patch of woods up ahead. There was a large concave pit in the center of this place, as if it had been blown out hard by a powerful force. There was a battle here. The neighborhood didn't suffer any major damage. It should have been a one-sided crush. Blood 8 and Blood 9 landed. Briefly analyzed. If they are evenly matched, the battle causes the most amazing destruction, because they try their best to fight each other and don't dare to stop, spilling the most aftershocks. Only a lopsided, crushing battle that causes very little damage, because the weaker side will be killed in seconds by the stronger side with little room to fight back. Even sometimes the gap is so wide that one side seconds the other without causing any damage to the surroundings. There seems to be a body there. With a softie from Blood 8, the two quickly flashed to the corpse. The body was in a miserable state of death. His chest was sunken in, and his body looked like it had been kicked and bloodied by the hooves of some demonic beast. It's the steward. How dead, and die so badly? The two men frowned. That blow right in his chest was too fatal, but it looks like he ended up dying under the trampling of some kind of demonic beast's hooves. Blood 8 analyzed. It's the divine walking black stallion. Blood 9 recognized the wound. What's going on? With the strength of that divine walking black steed, I don't have the slightest doubt when you say that it escaped from the steward's hands, but if you say that it killed the steward, it's simply impossible. The main thing was the kick he took in the chest, which seriously injured the steward, and the divine black stallion was just a filler. Those 200 Sword Mountain disciples, one at the first level of the spiritual orifice realm and one at the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm, don't possess this kind of power, so it's directly ruled out. There should be other cultivators involved. As far as the wound is concerned, I'm afraid that the person who struck is only at the 6th or 7th level of the chi-spinning realm. It's not enough to be feared. The priority is to find those 200 Sword Mountain disciples as soon as possible. The two men analyzed it quickly. Eventually a general conclusion was reached. That is, there was another cultivator involved in this matter who saved Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan with a move that seriously injured the steward. This was followed by the godly black stallion kicking the severely injured steward to death. As for that unknown cultivator, his realm was roughly the 6th or 7th level of the chi-spinning realm. It's up to you next. Blood 9 looked at Blood 8 and said, Blood 8 had some experience in tracking, and might be able to track where the divine black stallion was going. If it is a strong cultivator who can fly in the air, killing the steward and then flying away, the Blood 8 may not be able to track, but as long as one walks on the earth, one is bound to leave traces. Come with me. Blood 8 nodded, and by carefully observing the traces around him, he made his way to the west, tracking in the direction Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had left. Soon after, the two of them followed the traces to the place where Li Xianfeng had set up the formation. The traces disappeared in this very spot. What's the situation? Blood 8 frowned. It's a formation. They're hiding in this place. Blood 9 released his divine sense, feeling that the scenery in front of him was a bit out of place, and it was as if his divine sense had touched an invisible barrier and was unable to break through. He was familiar with this feeling. It was some sort of formation power. It really is a formation. This formation is more than likely only of the third rank. Blood 8 also revealed a smile. They were not formation masters and had a very low understanding of formations, and any formation that could be discovered by them was bound to be of a low grade. Well, what guts. I thought they had already escaped, but I didn't think they would actually dare to set up a formation to stay here. This is good. Injure and seal the 2 spirit orifice realm ones, and kill the others on the spot. Blood 9 laughed. Originally, they thought that Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had already moved away from here with the help of the divine black steed, and it would take them quite a bit of time to catch up, but now it was a real step in the right direction. To find a hiding place so close by, I have to say, they're bold enough. After all, both Blood 8 and Blood 9 knew that this place was not far from Yuan Snapdragon's great formation of seclusion. Let's go. Break the formation. A long sword appeared in each of their hands, and the aura of the first level of the Spirit Sea realm swept out. It was only a third-order formation, and with their strength at the Spirit Sea realm, they could forcefully break it. I just don't know how many swords this formation can resist them. Buzz. But at that moment, the surrounding aura shook slightly. An invisible energy shield was like a large bowl being inverted, enveloping Blood 8 and Blood 9. What formation are you going to break? A voice rang out from the darkness in front of him on the left as Li Xianfeng slowly stepped out. As the controller of the Xianyin formation, he could observe the situation within a certain range outside the formation. Before Blood 8 and Blood 9 could spot him, he had already spotted each other. Therefore, he put away the Xian concealment formation, revealing the third-order formation Misty Trail formation, and purposely letting the 2 discover it. Wait for the 2 to enter the range of the formation before activating the Xianyin formation. The purpose was simple, to see what realm these 2 were in first. Fight if you can. If you can't beat them, you can trap them in a formation and then take Wei Qingyan away is the best plan. Just now, the 2 people's aura of the first level of the Spirit Sea realm was displayed, and Li Xianfeng felt that it was nothing more than that. The 2 people's breaths were vague, mostly overdrawn potential, relying on external objects to forcefully lift them up, and he also looked at the color of his destiny in advance, and it was still a chaotic color. It meant that it was completely impossible for these 2 to threaten him, and they couldn't even make him hurt. It's you! Blood 8 and Blood 9 looked at Li Xianfeng. Of course they knew Li Xianfeng. They were lurking in the shadows of the building when the 2 entered the Pepsi house. The 100-sword mountain disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm was just a disciple that could be pressed to death with a single finger. Where is the man who seriously injured the steward? Let him come out and receive his death. Blood 8 said faintly. It's better for you to come up here and collect your deaths. Li Xianfeng held the Qingfeng sword in his hand, his body vibrating with spiritual energy. If it weren't for the fact that you're a blood meal, I would have chopped you up with one sword. Blood 9 sneered. But since you're too busy getting yourself killed, let's break one of your legs first. Blood 9 casually held his sword and slashed at Li Xianfeng as aura pizzas shot out. Breaking a leg doesn't hurt the blood meal. Phew. However, in the next moment, astonishing sword chi roared out from the Qingfeng sword, tearing through the earth. The spiritual chi pipeline that Blood 9 chopped at him crashed into smithereens, and then, with unabated might, it chopped straight at Blood 9. The human-grade extreme-grade martial skill Gung Jin 9 swords, which had reached perfection, had 9 times of stored power and was unrivaled in its power. Look out! Bloodbuster's eyes saw this scene and his expression was shocked. However, the speed of the sword chi was simply too fast, and it was impossible to dodge it without extremely strong stances. At the moment Li Xianfeng struck his sword, his breath vibrated, and the 2 of them knew Li Xuanfeng's realm, the 8th level of the Qi Cyclone realm. A Spirit Sea realm cultivator could crush a Qi Spin realm cultivator, but only if it was under normal circumstances. Li Xianfeng was clearly not normal. That terrifying sword chi, looking at its power, was no less than their full force strike. Blood 9's face changed drastically. Sword shield. In his haste, his spiritual energy surged and he swung his sword to defend himself, and countless small swords made of spiritual energy converged in front of him to form a shield of spiritual energy. Brush. However, Li Xuanfeng's sword chi seemed to possess the power to cut through everything, carrying an irresistible momentum that directly chopped the sword shield into pieces, and then split the entirety of Blood 9 in 2. How? On his deathbed, Blood 9 couldn't even finish a sentence. His sword shield was a human-grade extreme-grade martial skill that had been practiced by him to the point where it was close to a great accomplishment, yet it was completely unable to withstand Li Xuanfeng's attack. What kind of martial art is this? Blood 9 was destined to get no answers, and the body fell to the ground with a bang. Spirit Sea Realm, that's it? Li Xianfeng glanced at Blood 9's corpse and then at the horrified Blood 8. Chapter 25, Can you slow down a bit, senior? Blood 8 looked horrified. At this moment, he finally realized that the one who had seriously injured the steward wasn't someone else at all, but rather Li Xianfeng in front of him. However, when the Pepsi House had checked through the formation, wasn't Li Xianfeng only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm? How did you suddenly become the 8th level of the chi-spinning realm? This is a difference of 8 realms. And there's another one that's a big realm barrier. To say that Li Xianfeng had made a breakthrough, Blood 8 would definitely not believe it, because it's only been 2 days. He had broken through from the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm to the 8th level of the chi-spinning realm, but it had taken him more than 20 years to nearly 30 years. Granted, the main reason was his poor talent, but even if he was talented, he couldn't beat as fast, could he? 2 days compared to his 20 or 30 years? Are you kidding me? At least in Blood 8's knowledge, there hadn't been such a terrifying genius, or rather, he hadn't seen this kind of genius. He felt that Li Xianfeng must have some sort of secret method to conceal his true realm, a secret method that had concealed the detection of the formations within the Pepsi House. I originally thought that a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could more or less pass a few moves with me, but I didn't expect it to be so unbearable. Li Xianfeng carried his Qingfeng sword and approached towards Blood 8. Who the hell are you? Blood 8 held his long sword and moved his feet back. From that move Li Xianfeng had just made, he knew that he was not Li Xuanfeng's opponent. There existed some geniuses in this world who were capable of fighting beyond their ranks, and it was obvious that Li Xianfeng was one of them. He and Blood 9 were merely overdrawing their potential to take special pills to forcefully ascend to the Spirit Sea Realm, and their strength was at the bottom of the Spirit Sea Realm. Bullying ordinary chi-spinning realm was fine, they could easily crush it, but they didn't have that ability to bully a true Cyclone Realm Heaven's Pride. To put it in a different way, cultivators like them were specialized to be used as stepping stones for Heavenly Pride. I am the blood meal of your mouths. Li Xianfeng approached step by step. After realizing that Blood 8 had no fighting spirit at all, he lost interest as well. Die. The Earth-grade martial skilled Misty Trail of 10,000 Paths was executed, and Li Xuanfeng's figure disappeared into thin air. Before Bloodbuster could react to what was going on, he saw his headless body. The realization then quickly dissipated and flowed away, and everything fell into silence. This time Pepsi House probably messed with someone who shouldn't be messed with. This was the last thought of Blood 8 before his consciousness disappeared. It's time to raid the loot again. Li Xianfeng put away his long sword. Scavenging loot was something he preferred to do, and even if he wasn't satisfied, he could still take Wei Qingyan and brush it off once. How could there be such a poor Spirit Sea Realm? After repeated searches, Li Xianfeng was somewhat surprised, because on Blood 8 Blood 9, he only found 3 things: storage rings, spirit stones, long swords. Of course, the rest had clothes and other miscellaneous things that Li Xianfeng wasn't interested in. The two together are not as rich as the steward. Li Xianfeng was helpless. However, it was good that there were some spirit stones, and both of their long swords were third-order upper-grade spirit weapons, which had some value when converted. In fact, it wasn't that Blood 8 and Blood 9 weren't rich in stewardship, but rather the two of them consumed and used up their resources as soon as they had them. The two of them had been forcibly elevated to the Spirit Sea Realm, and their potential had been exhausted, but they were more or less unwilling inwardly. Even if there was little hope of being able to improve, they all had to use it on themselves to try, and the result was that as soon as they had the resources, they used them up, with nothing left over. It's just a brush. Li Xianfeng walked into the Misty Trail formation with the loot. Wei Qingyan had paused her cultivation when Blood 8 and Blood 9 were enveloped into the formation. She already knew about Li Xuanfeng's killing of 2 Spirit Sea Realms in seconds. That astonishing strength put Wei Qingyan in a daze. What's the deal with this senior brother of his? Every time he made a breakthrough and felt that he had finally closed the distance with him a little bit, it turned out that the gap was getting bigger and bigger instead. Now they were all able to kill Spirit Sea Realm first-level cultivators in seconds. Even the sword spirit was silent. It was only yesterday morning that she told Wei Qingyan that the 6th level of the Qi-spinning realm should be Li Xuanfeng's full strength. I didn't expect to turn into the 8th level of the Qi-spinning realm in the blink of an eye. How much power is he hiding? What is the point of hiding so much power? Moreover, every time the loot was generously given to Wei Qingyan, did he really have inexhaustible resources and was completely indifferent to these harvests? Look, he's back with the loot. Thinking with his toes, the sword spirit knew that Li Xianfeng was going to give it to Wei Qingyan again. What kind of a godly man is this? The sword spirit couldn't figure it out. Here, Li Xianfeng didn't bother to say too much and directly handed all the resources to Wei Qingyan. Elder brother, can you slow down a bit? Wei Qingyan felt a bit unreal. The speed at which her strength increased was far from the speed at which Li Xianfeng gave her resources. Still, she took the things over. She knew that if she didn't answer it, elder brother would be upset. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained two 10-cubic storage rings, returned 100 times. You have obtained 210 cubic storage rings. Looking at the 200 storage rings quietly suspended in the system space, Li Xianfeng almost thought that he had become a storage ring wholesaler. He does not lack a storage ring, but it is good to keep it. Does not take up much space, and in the future there will be an opportunity to return. The system cannot use the resources to find a place to replace. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 30 medium-grade spirit stones, 430 lower-grade spirit stones, returned 100 times. You have obtained 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 43,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As the system tone fell, Li Xuanfeng's small mountain of spirit stones piled even higher. Ding! Wei Qingyan obtains the third-order upper-grade spiritual armament Black Blood Sword, 100 times returned. You obtain the fourth-order upper-grade spiritual armament Aqua Sword. A fourth-order spirit weapon could be used by any Qihai realm cultivator, and even some condensed Dan realm cultivators use nothing more than a fourth-order upper-grade spirit weapon. This is the strongest spirit weapon I currently possess, Li Xianfeng thought to himself. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a third-order top-grade longsword. 100 times back. You've obtained 100 third-order top-grade longswords. This time, it's a quantity return, so it's just the right time to give Wei Qingyan the 100 third-order middle-grade longswords from before to practice the 99 swords, Li Xianfeng thought. Originally, this time the loot was very general, but the system returned 100 times. Counting down Li Xianfeng is still a big profit. Never lose. I see that your cultivation has also broken through, so it probably won't be long before you can also try to cultivate the 99 swords of return. I said before that I'd think of a way for you to get the long sword. In fact, there's no need to think I've always had it, so why don't you just give it to you now? As Li Xianfeng spoke, he took out the 100 third-order mid-grade longswords that the system had returned earlier. Looking at the long swords densely suspended in front of her, Wei Qingyan's entire body went numb. She felt that elder brother was not human. Rather, it's a cultivation resource maker. If she were to rely on herself, obtaining a third-order mid-grade spirit weapon would cost her quite a bit, and it wouldn't be that easy to get. Li Xianfeng casually pulled out 100 handles? This kind of handiwork directly shocked Wei Qingyan for a whole year. The sword spirit in the remnant sword also looked dumbfounded. Is Li Xianfeng a spirit weapon wholesaler? Where did you get so many third-order middle-grade longswords? The entire worth of many spiritual orifice realm cultivators might only be worth one third-order medium-grade longsword, which was a considerable asset for the chi-spinning realm. And yet he pulled out 100 of them at once? The sword spirit was somewhat delirious. Li Xuanfeng's operations time and time again directly refreshed her perception. This guy, wouldn't he be the young master of some superpower, rolled up his own treasure trove, hiding his identity and running out to specialize in defeating the family, right? The sword spirit really couldn't figure out where Li Xianfeng came from and could only make up all sorts of brainstorms. Well, I won't disturb your cultivation. Li Xianfeng waved his hand and walked out of the maze formation. Wei Qingyan stood in place for a long time in silence. Sister sword spirit, continue to help me cultivate. I can't let up for a moment. I'm going to work hard and work harder to minimize the gap between me and my senior brother as much as possible. Even a little bit. Chapter 26, Peak of the 9th level of the Chi-spinning realm. Strength is everything. Collecting the 100 third-order mid-grade longswords Li Xianfeng had given her, Wei Qingyan plunged back into her cultivation. The sword spirit had its own set of theories that could enhance the speed of Wei Qingyan's absorption of the 100-flower Qianlu. That was to first absorb and refine the 100 flowers agaric dew, stopping after absorbing it to a certain critical value, and start practicing various martial arts techniques to squeeze the power from his body. When the power was drained, the body would be even more thirsty for the 100 flowers agaric, and the efficiency of absorption would be greatly increased. Although Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body had not been awakened, after all, she had that base in place, so she could use this method and it wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. This cultivation method of the sword spirit was indeed effective. Plus, Wei Qingyan made up her mind that as long as she couldn't be refined to death, she would refine to death, turning herself into a ruthless cultivation machine. Her strength was refining almost all the time. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the swimming dragon body technique 10 times. Many new experiences and senses have been added and returned tenfold. You have gained a large amount of experience and senses. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the dripping through the sky sword 10 times. Many new experiences and insights have been added and returned tenfold. You have gained a large amount of experience and insights. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the Ganjin 9 swords 10 times. Many new experiences and insights were added and returned tenfold. You gained a lot of experience and insights. Every once in a while, a system beep sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Even though his swimming dragon body technique, dripping water-piercing sword, and other martial arts had long since reached the point of perfection, and were even comparable to that of a founding father, he still reaped a large amount of experience. At this rate, I feel like I can make some improvements to these martial arts. Li Xianfeng thought to himself, as the saying goes, push the envelope. When Li Xuanfeng's experience and perception of a martial art kept improving, reaching perfection, matching the founders, and even surpassing the founders, that would mean that he had a brand new understanding of this martial art that was different from that of the founding fathers, and that he could find shortcomings to improve upon. Even creating a new martial art was not impossible. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the 5th level of the spiritual orifice realm. 50 times returned, you break through to the peak of the 9th level of the qi spinning realm. Late night, Wei Qingyan, who had worked hard to cultivate, broke through the realm once again with the help of the top-tier resource, 100 flower agaric dew. Li Xianfeng received a return and his cultivation increased equally dramatically. Mighty spiritual energy rushed through the meridians. 9 high-density qi whirls filled the dantian. Li Xianfeng was only one step away from the spirit sea realm. If I wasn't separated by a large realm barrier, I might have already broken through. Cultivators in the qi cyclone realm had a high density of qi cyclones in their dantian. If one wanted to break through to the spirit sea realm, then one needed to forcefully compress the 9 qi whirlpools. When compressed to the extreme, the aura would undergo a qualitative change and turn into a spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid gathered in the dantian like an ocean. That's why it's called the spiritual sea realm. Breaking through to this realm meant a qualitative change in spiritual power, and the vast spiritual fluid in the dantian was enough to support the cultivator's flight through the air. Compressing the qi cyclone and making it change in quality into spiritual liquid is a daunting project, and I've heard that countless cultivators have been completely stopped by this hurdle, and have not been able to advance an inch in their lives. But as long as Wei Qingyan breaks through and then returns 50 times, I'll have no problem officially breaking through to the spirit sea realm, Li Xianfeng thought in his heart. According to Wei Qingyan's vigorous cultivation, it wasn't impossible to break another realm before dawn. After all, the 100 flower agaric dew was a top resource suitable for spiritual orifice realm cultivation. Even if a cultivator with poor talent absorbed it, he would be able to break through the realm quickly. Not to mention Wei Qingyan. Another accident. Inside the Pepsi house, Yuan Ting's face was gloomy. It was close to dawn. Even if the divine walking black steed was fast, it definitely couldn't be faster than a spirit sea realm cultivator. Blood 8 Blood 9 had some skill in tracking, which was why Yuan sent them forward. But now there is no news from the two at all. Perhaps he had failed to track the divine black steed, but Yuan Ting felt that the greater probability was that there had been an accident. What happened to those 200 Sword Mountain disciples? Could it be that it's the son of some big family with a protector behind them? What's wrong with Fanstage recruiting this kind of disciple? Yuan Ting's expression was cloudy. That's just it. According to the agreement, Wu Mu should have arrived as well, so I can leave this place as well. Yuan Ting stayed at Pepsi House for one thing only. It's waiting for someone as promised. This person's name was Wu Mu, and like 100 Sword Mountain Outer Sect Elder Fanstage, they were all his collaborators. Wu Mu would specialize in helping to catch young spiritual orifice realm cultivators and send them over. As soon as Wu Mu arrived, it meant that the last batch of blood food had arrived. He would personally send this last batch of blood food to the Great Formation in the Snake Tooth Mountain Range for Big Brother Yuan Snapdragon's breakthrough. Yuan Ting had been wary in his mind of the imperious woman from that day, thinking that she would return at any moment. The woman looked young and possessed a cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, making Yuan Ting feel threatened. There is no doubt that this woman is a genius. According to her description when she entered the Pepsi house that day to ask for news to purchase, Yuan Ting knew that this person's clan sister must have been used as a blood meal for her elder brother to refine. So he gave half-truths and half-falsehoods to trick Su Miaojin into going elsewhere. When he first embarked on this path, Yuan Ting knew that he was bound to offend many people. Therefore, they acted in the dark, not daring to be high-profile in the slightest, and looked for blood meals either from casual cultivators without backgrounds, or those ordinary disciples who had no backgrounds in the sects. Even if they disappeared, no one would care. But you can't always walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. And this time there were 2 accidents. The first surprise was those 200 Sword Mountain disciples. He hadn't worked with Fan Steps for a short period of time. And the 100 Sword Mountain disciples who had been tricked by Fan Steps with missions in the past didn't have much of a background. Missing is missing. Dead is dead. Even if the sect were to send someone to come and investigate, Fanstage would still volunteer to investigate himself. In the end, he casually made up a reason, saying that the disciples had died in the mouths of demonic beasts or at the hands of demonic cultivators, and that he had already avenged them. The dust then settled and no one paid any attention. However, this time, the 100 Sword Mountain disciples who were lured by Fanstage seemed to be unusual. The steward in charge of settling them had an accident. The Blood 8 and Blood 9 that he sent out most likely had an accident as well. Linking this to Li Xuanfeng's divine walking black steed, Yuan Ting deduced that the 2 were bound to have a certain background and were not disciples of ordinary origins. The second surprise was the imperious, peak 9th level Spirit Sea Realm woman. For a woman to have such a cultivation level at such a young age, her talent was needless to say, and her potential was certainly great. Just because one of the blood food that was refined was her clan sister, it could only be described as bad luck to have incurred such a person. This woman would probably become a great enemy of their 2 brothers. The best way was to wait for Yuan Snapdragon to break through the condensed Dan realm, and the 2 of them would join hands to kill him, and then destroy his body and leave far away, in order to eliminate any future troubles. Strength is everything. When Big Brother breaks through, both of these difficulties can be solved. Yuan Ting clenched his fists. According to the 2 men's plan, when his elder brother broke through, they ran to a faraway place to change their faces as they did, so that Yuan Ting could also absorb the blood food and break through to the condensed Dan realm. Yuan Ting was a little excited when he thought of the day he would break through. Knock, 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 knock. A regular knock on the door interrupted Yuan Ting's fantasy time. Come in. Yuan Ting's eyes narrowed. Come to him late at night and still with the agreed upon special knocking rhythm. It can only be those few who work with him. Squeak. The wooden door opened automatically, and an old man wearing a loose robe and a snow-white beard walked in. Fan Steps? Yuan Ting was a bit surprised. He had thought that it was Wu Mu, who was escorting the last batch of blood food, who had arrived, but he did not expect it to be 100 Sword Mountain Outer Sect Elder Fanstage. Chapter 27 Breakthrough. This is the true Spirit Sea Realm. Van stepped into the Pepsi house and the door behind him closed automatically. What are you doing here at this hour? Yuan Ting looked at him. Something's wrong. Fan Steps looked grave. Humph. Did you find out that the 2 disciples lured by your quest possess a background that you can't afford to mess with? Yuan Ting snorted coldly. Fan Steps' failure to do his job this time has annoyed him a bit. Ha? What do you mean? Fan Steps froze. Yuan Ting frowned. Fan Stairs said something happened did not mean this matter? Immediately, he briefly spoke about Li Shenfeng and Wei Qingyan. After speaking, he noticed a shift in Fan Steps' face. No way. None of the 100 Sword Mountain's outer disciples have much of a background. And those who do have a background go straight into the inner sect. Cultivators with good backgrounds definitely possessed good cultivation resources. Before joining the 100 Sword Mountain, there was a certain cultivation level in place, and those clans would allow their outstanding juniors to directly worship the inner sect of the 100 Sword Mountain after they broke through to the chi-spinning realm. Rarely would a disciple be allowed to worship the outer sect and start cultivating from the bottom. Even if there is such a practice, it doesn't stay at the outer door for very long. Basically, within a year or 2, they could break through the realm and be promoted to the inner sect. Fanstage was also afraid of messing with disciples he shouldn't, so it is more concerned about the basic information of the disciples of the 100 Swords Mountain. Among the previous 100 Sword Mountain disciples, those with status and background had already succeeded in advancing to the inner sect. The ones left behind are ordinary disciples with average origins. This terms disciples who had just joined the 100 Sword Mountain's outer sect did have 4 or 5 who possessed backgrounds that Fanstage couldn't afford to mess with. However, these 4 or 5 disciples were all still at the body tempering realm. According to his mission requirements, the hardened body realm couldn't take this mission. Therefore, the ones who took this mission should all be old disciples of the spiritual orifice realm. Among the old disciples, there was no one whose identity and background could make Fanstage jealous. However, why were ordinary disciples qualified to have the divine walking black steed as a mount? There must be some kind of misunderstanding, Van Step said. Anyway, an accident is a fact. And what is this you say about something going wrong? Yuan Ting said in a deep voice. I seem to have been targeted by the deacon. Fan Steps was filled with worry. 100 Sword Mountain Deacon? Yuan Ting's face changed. This was a very bad sign that he could not be afraid of an ordinary 100-sword mountain deacon. But once the deacon is involved in the matter, sooner or later things will fall apart. He dared to take the risk of cooperating with fan stage and victimizing ordinary disciples with no identity or background. But it didn't mean that he really dared to go against 100-sword mountain. The 100-sword mountain was one of the top sects within the Great Yin dynasty. A behemoth that he could not afford to mess with. A random inner sect elder would be able to leave him in the dust. Working with you was a mistake. Yuan Ting looked gloomy. His choice to work with Fan Steps was nothing more than serendipity. And the other man swore that he would do a good job and would not be found out. Missing 30 ordinary outer disciples in 3 years, or 10 a year, wouldn't attract much attention. After all, the world of cultivators is full of dangers, and it's not uncommon to die doing quests. At that time, Yuan Ting also really needed enough blood food, so he agreed to Fan Stage. In hindsight, that promise of cooperation was a mistake, but it's useless to say anything nowadays. The priority is to solve the problem at hand. So you came to me because you want me to help you out with Deacon? Yuan Ting guessed what Fan Steps was thinking. Fan Stage nodded and said, with the Deacon out, it's basically impossible to hide this matter. I can't go back to the 100 Swords Mountain. If the Deacon reports the situation to the 100 Swords Mountain, you and I can't escape death. Only by killing him can we delay some time. Fan Stage's idea was to just kill the Deacon and leave the Great Yin dynasty. Nowadays there is really only one way to kill the Deacon. Yuan Ting nodded. He and his elder brother had originally roamed around, catching some cultivators in this place as blood food to refine and become stronger before immediately going far away to continue in other places. So all sorts of bad things had been happening one after the other over the past few days. And while he was annoyed, he wasn't alarmed. The accident of those 200 Sword Mountain disciples was caused by you. It's upsetting to have the duck in your mouth fly away. You'd better go and fix it yourself. Yuan Ting looked deeply at Fan Steps. Good. Van Steps paused before nodding. Yuan Ting placed crystals in the hidden corners of the Pepsi house, which could record brief images. So although Fan Stage had never seen Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, he knew what they looked like just by looking at the crystals. Fan Stage possessed a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and after listening to Yuan Ting's description, he felt that there should be no surprises for him to take care of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan with his own strength. Still, he had an extra eye out and wouldn't just go there recklessly. It would be best to settle the Deacon first, before bothering with Li Xuanfeng's business. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the 9 swords of Dangjin and gained some experience and insights. 10 times returned. You gained a lot of experience and insights. Ding! Wei Qingyan practiced the 9 slaying sword art and gained some experience and insights. 50 times returned. You gained a lot of experience and insights. And this martial art has stepped into the realm of the great completion. Ding! Wei Qingyan studied the 9 swords to 1 and had a clear understanding. 50 times returned. You gained a large amount of enlightenment. And your understanding of this martial art is on a higher level. Wei Qingyan transformed into a ruthless cultivation machine. In addition to absorbing and refining the 100 flowers agaric dew, he was practicing all kinds of martial arts, not giving himself any time to rest. It was good that the cultivator's essence was full. An exertion for several days in a row would not have any effect on the body. If a mortal body fought as hard as she did, it would sooner or later die suddenly. Spend some more time practicing the 9 swords of return a few more times, and I'll be able to reach the minor achievement realm, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. As time passes, the break of dawn, Wei Qingyan successfully stepped into the next realm. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased, breaking through to the 6th level of the Spirit Orifice realm. 50 times returned. You break through to the Spirit Sea realm. The moment the system beep sounded, pure and vast power descended out of nowhere. Sink your mind to look internally into the Dantian. One could see a high-density spiritual energy cyclone that was compressed by a terrifying invisible force at this moment. The cyclone surged like a daunting storm of thunderclouds between heaven and earth. Cyclones are becoming more dense. Drops of spiritual liquid seemed to float down from the cyclone as if it were rain, and pooled into the bottom of the Dantian. The invisible power continued to compress, and the pure power returned by the system filled in every now and then. Not for a moment. Li Xuanfeng's Dantian was raining torrential rain. The rainstorm consisted of pure psychic liquid. A few breaths of time passed, and a vast tide of spiritual energy like waves accumulated in the Dantian. The cyclone disappeared into thin air. The flesh is washed and cleansed in the process, and its strength increases greatly. At this point, Li Xianfeng had successfully stepped into the Spirit Sea realm. This is the true Spirit Sea realm. Feeling the majestic and pure power within his body, Li Xianfeng sighed in his heart. His aura was majestic and matchless, not at all comparable to the kind of vapid aura of Blood 8 and Blood 9. With a movement of his heart, the majestic spiritual energy lifted Li Xianfeng's body and silently suspended it in the air. Phew! Li Xianfeng directly flew around the Grand Formation a few times. Before leaving the 100 Swords Mountain, he was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. 3 days after leaving 100 Swords Mountain, he was already a Spirit Sea realm cultivator. Without the system, if he wanted to reach such a realm with his talent, he might not even see hope after walking through his entire life. Of course, as his experienced baby, Wei Qingyan also played a big role in it. After feeling the joy of a surge of power for a while, Li Xianfeng began practicing the 99 swords. Wei Qingyan's study of this martial art had provided him with a lot of insights, and now he only needed to practice it a few times to reach the minor accomplishment realm. The break of dawn. Li Xianfeng successfully managed to manipulate 36 longswords at the same time, and the 99 swords to one stepped into the minor accomplishment realm. Time passes relentlessly. Wei Qingyan was still immersed in her cultivation, but even with her high talent and the 100-flower agaric dew, she was unable to continue to complete her breakthrough. After all, time is too short. The further the realm went, the more energy was needed to break through, so cultivators were all getting slower and slower to break through. It is noon. A system prompt sounded, but this time it wasn't brought by Wei Qingyan, but by Su Miaozhen. Chapter 28, The Battle Begins. The opportunity arrives. Ding! Su Miaozhen continuously performs the maze of 10,000 paths, harvesting many experiences and brand new senses. 10 times returned. You harvested a lot of experience and senses. This martial art is close to a minor success. In a trance, an image of diligently practicing stances flashed by. Li Xianfeng's mind had a lot of extra sensations out of nowhere. Before, I was a bit reluctant to execute the 9 swords of Dongjin, and 2 or 3 times would drain my strength. Not to mention the 99 swords of return and the 10,000 paths of mystery. It's a bit overwhelming to perform them even once. Now that I've broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, my power is so majestic that I'm fully capable of performing it continuously and unleashing the power it deserves. Li Xianfeng pondered silently in his heart. The 99 swords and 10,000 paths of mystery were both lower-grade earth-grade martial arts. The majority of Spirit Sea realm cultivators, however, cultivated nothing more than human-level extreme martial arts. Li Xianfeng's comprehensive strength was definitely not weak amongst his class. Like the kind of Blood 8 Blood 9 before, he could fight 10 of them alone. He shouldn't have much of a problem against an ordinary Spirit Sea realm 3rd level. We can go to that so-called big formation and see what's going on, Li Xianfeng thought to himself. At the same time, he manipulated the array plate and opened a corner of the Xianyin formation. But suddenly he felt something in his heart and subconsciously looked at the color of his destiny. It was found that the original chaotic color was actually shifting towards gray. It's a sign of bad luck. What's going on? Feeling bad, Li Xianfeng reclosed the Xianyin formation. The light of destiny that was shifting towards gray returned to its original chaotic color. Can't get out of formation? Li Xianfeng knew what the problem was. He may be out of luck if he goes out of formation this time. There is no problem with closing the formation and staying in it. Looks like one has to be on the lookout all the time. Li Xianfeng frowned slightly. Paying attention to the changes in the color of his destiny from time to time will allow him to avoid harm. Shortly after, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Su Miaozhen uses the secret art convergence art to grow a little experience and return tenfold. You gain many experiences and learn the convergence art. A brand new secret method surged into Li Xianfeng's mind, directly allowing him to learn a secret art out of thin air. The breath convergence technique, as the name implied, was a secret technique that converged the breath. This secret art can freely control the breath and conceal the true realm. To Li Xianfeng, this move was dispensable. It was because he didn't feel the need to lay too low. After all, his strength had risen too quickly. Even if the enemy knew that he was at the Spirit Sea realm today, maybe in 2 days he would be at the Condensed Dam realm. So this secret art is optional. However, there was an advantage to this secret art. If one could master it skillfully, one could even disguise oneself as a mortal. Great for assassins. Is she following someone? Or is False Scent investigating something? Li Xianfeng was lost in thought. Through the system return, Li Xianfeng would be able to know the current state of his bound target. For example, the current Su Miaozhen was definitely casting the breath concealment technique to conceal her cultivation. As for what exactly she was doing, Li Xianfeng did not know. One incense stick of time passed. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The 3 figures flew low, skimming over the Xianyin formation. One of them was familiar to Li Xianfeng because he had seen him at the 100-Sword Mountain. And that was an outer sect elder of the 100-Sword Mountain. Who is he? Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. With the formation as a cover, the other party didn't spot him, but he saw all three of their faces clearly. The 100-Sword Mountain outer sect elders were like Li Xuanfeng's schoolteachers before he crossed over. There were many of them. Most of the teachers would look familiar to him, but he couldn't possibly name them all. This 100-Sword Mountain elder was exactly that. Li Xianfeng had seen it before but couldn't name it. Could it be Fan Step? Li Xianfeng guessed. He felt that there was a high probability that it was Fan Stage. After all, he had a cooperation with Pepsi House, and Yuan Ting's elder brother was in a closed-door breakthrough in a large formation in the Snake Tooth Mountain range. It would be good to explain if Fan Steps came here. Of the three, the other two were unfamiliar to Li Xianfeng, and one of them used a special rope to tie up 5 people. The 5 men fell into a coma and flew in midair, bound by ropes. Could it be Yuan Ting, the owner of the Pepsi House? Those guys are blood food? Li Xianfeng silently guessed. He finally knew why the act of opening the formation just now had caused the color of the fate to shift to gray. If he went out of formation, he would more than likely meet up with these people. With his strength nowadays, it was fierce. The 3 figures quickly flew through the high altitude and soon fell into the forest in the distance. Just as Li Xianfeng was about to take another look at the color of the destiny and whether or not to follow him, he noticed a sneaky figure not far away walking towards this place. It was a slim, middle-aged man. He walked noiselessly, but every step he took was 20 to 30 meters. He walked past tens of meters away from the Xianin formation without noticing any abnormalities and headed in the direction that the 3 had just flown. Who is this man? Li Xianfeng was still puzzled when suddenly another figure appeared under the shadow of a large tree in the distance. The figure would be no stranger to him at all. The visitor was a woman, dressed in white with a red brocade belt around her waist. Her eyebrows were as picturesque as she was heroic. It was the second daughter of heavenly destiny that he had bound, Su Miaojin. So it is. Li Xianfeng drifted off. He finally realized why Su Miaojin used the breath convergence technique. This is clearly following the guys from earlier. Su Miaojin's footsteps lightly started, not releasing fluctuations in her breath, but her figure disappeared like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Ding! Su Miaojin casts Misty Trail of 10,000 paths and gains a small amount of experience. 10 times returned. You gain some of the experience. Even if there was no system prompt sounding, Li Xianfeng could tell that Su Miaojin was casting 10,000 paths of Misty Trail. Su Miaojin, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped and looked towards where Li Xianfeng was. Her pretty brows furrowed slightly as if she sensed something. Perception that sharp? Li Xianfeng knew that Su Miaojin had already discovered the Xianin formation. Either her divine sense was strong, or she had good attainments in formations. Su Miaojin glanced deeply in the direction where Li Xianfeng was and did not continue to linger, but instead stepped once again and went away silently. Looks like the opportunity I've been waiting for has arrived. Li Xianfeng revealed a smile. Boom! In a matter of tea, a shocking noise was heard 2 kilometers to the west. Boom! 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 Loud booms rang out one after another, and spiritual energy raged. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place, and the strength of both sides of the battle was quite impressive. Looks like that's where the big formation is, but it's a little farther away than the steward said. Li Xianfeng looked into the distance. Open the formation and go forward? This thought popped up in Li Xianfeng's mind before he opened the Xianin formation and proceeded to observe the changes in the light of his destiny. This time it remained a chaotic color and did not turn to gray. Great! Li Xianfeng revealed a smile. Viewing the fake color when making a decision was the best, allowing Li Xianfeng to make accurate choices and not put himself in a dangerous situation. He was now a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, facing the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, Li Xianfeng didn't dare to say that he would be able to win. However, since there was no change in the color of the destiny, it meant that there was no danger on this trip. What happened, elder brother? The huge commotion also startled Wei Qingyan, who was cultivating, and she stepped out of the Misty Tracer formation. Here's the chance we've been waiting for. Li Xianfeng looked at Wei Qingyan, and with the power of the system he could see that Wei Qingyan was still shrouded in gold color around her body, and the gold color seemed to be that much more intense than before. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. Did this mean that Wei Qingyan would be lucky this time? What qualifies as great luck? Most likely, the only way to do so was to awaken the Supreme Sword Body. Let's go. Let's go see if there's a 9-star sword grass or not. Li Xianfeng put away the array disc. Go on. You can't miss this opportunity. Whether it's there or not, go and have a look first. I'll be able to save you once if you're really in danger. The sword spirit's voice rang out in Wei Qingyan's mind. From the moment they took the quest, the purpose of their coming here was for the 9-star swordgrass. Even if there is a lot of movement ahead and the danger factor is high, they will not retreat in fear. Risks and opportunities often go hand in hand. Moreover, having the sword spirit around was Wei Qingyan's biggest backbone. Senior brother, you don't have to care about me if I'm in danger. In fact, I also have some cards in my possession, Wei Qingyan said. Li Xianfeng nodded. The bottom card that Wei Qingyan was talking about should be the ring-old grandpa or something like that. Chapter 29. I'd rather give up the 9-star sword grass than have my senior brother have an accident. The two headed in the direction from which the loud commotion had come. Ding! Su Miaojin performs the martial arts skilled gunfire starts a firestorm. You gain a small amount of experience. 10 times returned. You learn the martial arts skilled gunfire starts a firestorm. Halfway there, a system prompt sounded in Li Xianfeng's mind, allowing him to learn another brand new martial art. It was obvious that Su Miaojin had just used this martial art to attack. Boom! Another loud bang came, and terrifying power swept in all directions. It was like a gale blowing through the city, flying sand and bending 10,000 trees. The two of them went over the top of a hill and finally got a good look at the scene ahead. Just a basin surrounded by mountains. A huge transparent array energy barrier enveloped the entire basin. In midair, a stunning figure stood in the air. A white dress with a red sash around her waist, a silver lance pointing diagonally at the ground, and a high tied-up ponytail fluttering in the wind. It's none other than Su Miaojin. It's actually her. Good saw. Wei Qingyan looked at Su Miaojin, her eyes glowing. She recognized the person as the same woman who had ended up in the Pepsi house at the time. On the other side of the large formation, there was a figure suspended in the air as well. That was the slim middle-aged man that Li Xianfeng had seen earlier. The man was dressed in all black and held a long sword. Don't waste your efforts. You can't break this big formation. Inside the large formation, Yuan Ting looked at Su Miaojin high in the sky and shouted. An hour ago, Wumu arrived at the Pepsi house with 5 spiritual orifice realm cultivators. Yuan Ting is going to personally escort this last critical batch of blood food. Then he took Wumu, Fan's steps, and those 5 spiritual orifice realm cultivators to the Snake Tooth Mountain range. As long as these 5 spiritual orifice realm cultivators were absorbed and refined by Yuan Snapdragon, he would be able to break through to the condensed Dan realm. When that happens, none of the dangers at hand will be dangers. But Yuan Ting never expected 2 people to follow him secretly. One was Xiao Miaojin, whom he was wary of. The other was the slim, middle-aged man in black, a man Yuan Ting did not recognize, but Fan Stage did. This person was none other than a deacon of the 100-Sword Mountain. Deacon's strength Yuan Ting didn't put on his mind, but Su Miaojin's strength shocked him. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would definitely have been injured by Su Miaojin's blow. But Wumu who followed him was not so lucky and was directly killed by Su Miaojin with a single shot. Inside the large formation, Fan Stage looked at Su Miaojin with a pang of fear. He reacted a little faster than Wumu and managed to drill in the moment the formation opened a small gap. Otherwise he would have ended up like Wumu, dying horizontally on the spot. Buzz! Terrifying energy coalesced on the silver-colored lance, and Su Miaojin did not reply to Yuan Ting's words. Her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. She saw the countless dried corpses and tired white bones within the large formation. At a cursory glance there were thousands of bodies. What caused all of this was the silhouette at the very center of the grand formation that was shrouded in blood aura. In the center of the large formation, there was another small formation. It was just like the misty tracer formation that Li Xianfeng had shrouded with the Xianyin formation. On the small formation, blood qi filled and extended like a spider web. Connected at the end of the blood qi was one spirit orifice realm cultivator after another. The 5 spirit orifice realm cultivators that had just been brought in were among them. They were in a coma and unable to wake up, but their faces showed expressions of extreme pain. Their qi and blood, their life essence, was being forcibly extracted and turned into nourishment for others to become stronger. Evil devils and foreigners, all deserve to die. Su Miaojin let out a cold cry, and on the silver lance, the terrifying energy finally condensed. She can break the outer formation with this blow. Get in here! A cold and hoarse voice came out from the small formation, and at the same time, a small gap opened in the formation. Yuan Ting and Fan Steps hurriedly dug in. Su Miaojin threw herself violently towards the formation with her gun. Buzz! The long spear was like a meteorite passing by, and like a meteorite falling, carrying the momentum of destroying the earth and crashing down. Boom! The long spear impacted the transparent energy shield, and terrifying energy spread out from the point of impact. Substantial ripples visible to the naked eye impacted in all directions. The boulders of a mountain were shaken and rolled down, and countless trees were directly snapped. Li Xianfeng casually threw out the Xianyin formation, enveloping him and Wei Qingyan, as well as the two mounts. Click! The lance is frozen with the formation. The formation didn't hold up for long before a click was heard and cracks were all over the place. In the next moment, it directly shattered into fragments in the sky. The grand formation was forcibly shattered by Su Miaozhen's move with brute force. Ding! Su Miaozhen performs the Starfall meteor gun once, gaining some experience and enlightenment. 10 times returned. You learned this martial art. The system beep sounded at the right time. And once again, Li Xianfeng poured out a new martial skill. So this move is called the Starfall meteor gun, Li Xianfeng said silently in his heart. He had witnessed the power of this martial art with his own eyes. This move could easily level a large mountain if it fell directly onto it. That's 9-star sword grass. As the grand formation was broken, Wei Qingyan's cries of alarm rang out uncontrollably. Listening to the sudden sharp breathing in his ears, Li Xianfeng knew that Wei Qingyan must be in an unusually agitated mood at the moment. Follow her line of sight. One could only see a very special crystalline green grass growing not far from the small formation. This grass was half a foot tall, with 9 leaves shaped like long swords, and was emitting a glistening green light, releasing a faint sword chi, which was very conspicuous. It was the 9-star sword grass. Great! Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. The 9-star sword grass wasn't enveloped by a small formation, so that was good. Just stand here and don't move. I'll fetch it, Li Xianfeng said. While making this decision, he watches the colors of his destiny. Well, it is still chaotic color. That is to say, going to pick the 9-star sword grass for him, not to mention the danger to his life. Even bad luck will not be stained. No, Wei Qingyan pulled Li Xianfeng. Senior brother, you've done too much for me. This matter is too risky. Let me go by myself. I have cards too. Good boy. Do as you're told. Li Xianfeng touched her head, then broke her hand and rose up in the air without saying a word, flying directly towards the 9-star sword grass. Everything he does is for 3 words, engagement. The higher the participation, the higher the return multiplier. It was about his physique, plus the fact that the move wouldn't be dangerous, so he naturally had to go forward on his own. Sifu, looking at Li Xuanfeng's figure as he flew out of the formation, Wei Qingyan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Sister Sword Spirit, I'd rather not have the 9-star sword grass or the Supreme Sword Body Awakening, but I never want any accidents to happen to senior brother. Wei Qingyan's eyes were slightly lowered and 2 tears fell. Her voice was very soft but carried a very strong determination. Don't worry, this senior brother of yours must be sure before he dares to do this. Even if an accident does happen, I'll step in. Big deal. I'll sleep for another few decades. Sword Spirit comforted. Who could not love such a senior brother? Even if Wei Qingyan did not open her mouth, if Li Xianfeng really encountered danger, the Sword Spirit would take the initiative to take action. She admitted that she did underestimate Li Xianfeng at first, but after a series of events, the Sword Spirit's attitude had long changed. Phew! Li Xuanfeng's figure cut through the sky and sped directly towards the 9-star sword grass. Su Miaozhen's eyes stared. In fact, she had noticed Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan when they arrived at the mountain, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Until this moment when Li Xianfeng suddenly rushed out. It made her startled for a moment. Why was this person so bold? And that's too much of a heartfelt move. Aren't you afraid that Yuan Ting and the others will kill them from the small formation? Su Miaozhen could feel the strength of that small array formation, which was definitely far beyond that of a large array formation. The point is, this person is actually at the Spirit Sea realm? At that time in the Pepsi house, Su Miaozhen sensed that there was a formation in the house, so she released her divine sense to sweep it. Naturally, he could tell that Li Xianfeng was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. How did you become a Spirit Sea realm in 2 or 3 days? Is it hiding its strength by some means? This place is dangerous. Don't go near it, Su Miaozhen persuaded. However, Li Xianfeng was unmoved. Su Miaozhen frowned and took a step in the air, also approaching towards the small formation. This man is really bold. The black-clothed deacon in the distance was also startled. From the fluctuations in Li Xuanfeng's aura, it was only the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. It's you! In the formation, Yuan Ting and Fan Steps were both stunned, and then thick killing intent flashed in their eyes. Chapter 30, I'll be right here, waiting for you guys to break through and fight again. So it was. You actually concealed the array check, not the 9th level of the Spirit Orifice realm, but the Spirit Sea realm. Killing intent surged in Yuan Ting's eyes. You're not a 100-sword mountain disciple. Who are you? Fan Stage also looked at Li Xianfeng with a dangerous expression. Where on 100-sword mountain was there an outer disciple of the Qihai realm? 100-sword mountain disciples? The black-clothed deacon who heard this was stunned. Phew! However, Li Xianfeng paid no attention to anyone and flew straight towards the 9-star sword grass. Yuan Ting wanted to rush out of the formation and behead Li Xianfeng. After all, this person made him lose 3 subordinates one after another. However, when he saw Su Miaochen, who then came stepping through the air, he stopped his impulse. The long sword appeared in his hand, and Li Xianfeng made a slash at the ground, bringing the 9-star sword grass to a halt with its roots. Nay, with its mud. So it's for the 9-star sword grass. Yuan Ting's face was gloomy. The 9-star sword grass was a precious heavenly treasure, and although it wasn't essential for him, in his eyes, everything within the grand formation belonged to both of his brothers. Li Xianfeng is robbing. No harm done. I'm at the point of breakthrough. It won't be long before all these people die. The silhouette wrapped in a dense blood aura let out a cold and hoarse voice. This person was none other than Yuan Ting's elder brother. Yuan Snap. You guys guard the formation for me first. Don't let that woman affect me. Yuan Snap said. Understood, big brother. Yuan Snap nodded. Then he greeted Fan Steps, as well as the 3 guards who were originally within the formation, and together they maintained the formation. Su Miaochen glanced at Li Xianfeng, but did not tell him to leave the 9-star sword grass behind. The 9-star sword grass was indeed scarce and hard to find, but it was of little use to her. Besides, her main goal was to break the formation and kill the few people in the formation to avenge her clan sister. Among those many dry corpses, Su Miaochen's divine sense swept through, and with some of the decorations, he had recognized the identity of the clan sister. This caused the anger within her to tumble to the extreme, and she didn't have the heart to care about any heavenly treasures at all. Boom! With the lance in his hand, he directly slammed down on the formation. The energy raged wildly, but the formation did not move like a mountain. I'll help you. The black-clothed deacon flew in with his sword, and his astonishing sword chi chopped down, but the blood chi strewn formation still only vibrated slightly, showing no signs of breaking. His realm was inferior to Su Miaochen's, and how could he possibly shake a formation that Su Miaochen couldn't even shake? The 2 of them struck consecutively, and the formation remained unmoved. Don't waste your efforts. This time, you really can't break the formation. Yuan Ting sneered. When he saw that the formation was not moving as if it was a mountain, he felt a great sense of relief in his heart. Yuan Snapdragon is about to break through, and once he condenses the Dan, all these people will die. So what if the 100-sword mountain? So what if it was a genius at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm? When the time comes, kill them all and go far away. Going to other places like this? At that time, the one who should break through the condensed Dan realm would be him. Yuan Ting. Deacon's son. Just give up. This formation isn't something you, a cultivator at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, can break through. Fan Step laughed at the black-clothed deacon as he channeled his power towards the formation. Fan Stage, you are an elder of my 100-sword mountain in vain. How dare you collude with evil cultivators to victimize the lives of your disciples? Deacon's son said angrily. Oh, so what? The 100-sword mountain suspects that I have exhausted my potential and won't give me the resources to break through, so I have no choice but to find someone else to work with. Fan Step sneered. You have indeed exhausted your potential. Giving you more resources would be a waste. Deacon's son droned. Who says you can't break through when your potential is exhausted? As long as you have enough blood food and refine enough blood pills, you can still forcefully break through. Fan Steps was full of cold smiles. Is that your reason for victimizing your disciples? Then you really deserve to die. Deacon's son's face was gloomy. The so-called blood food, the so-called blood elixir, was forcibly plundering the chi and blood of other cultivators, as are the dry bodies and white bones all over the place. Deacon's son, it won't be me who dies this time, but you. Fan Steps was filled with sarcasm. He couldn't even break the formation. When Yuan Snap broke through, who else in the room would be his opponent? Deacon's son frowned greatly. Being unable to break the formation is indeed a big problem. If he waited for Yuan Snapdragon to break through to the condensed Dan realm, he would not have the slightest room for resistance. He was only at the 7th level of the Qi Sea realm, and he was no match against Yuan Ting, who was at the 9th level of the Qi Sea realm, not to mention the condensed Dan realm. The reason why he dared to stay here was because he had seen Su Miaochen's strength. So what if I can't break the formation? So what if I break through to the condensed Dan realm? I'll be right here, waiting for you guys to break through and fight again. Su Miaochen pointed his spear. His breath swept wildly, killing intent in his eyes. Not afraid of Yuan Snapdragon, who was impacting the condensed Dan realm. Arrogant woman. Yuan Ting sneered. He admitted that Su Miaochen was very strong, and at the same realm, he was by no means her opponent. This person is a genuine heavenly pride. Maybe it really does have the strength to fight across the ranks. But so what? His big brother, hibernating here for 3 years, absorbing and refining blood food moment by moment, madly accumulating power. What was being sought was not just as simple as breaking through to the first level of the condensed Dan realm. The accumulation of 3 whole years was enough for him to continuously break the realm. At that time, it would be impossible for even a heavenly pride to resist. Madaka. The silver lance landed. Su Miaochen just stood still and waited for Yuan Snapdragon to break through. It was true that she was unable to break through this small formation. This formation's defense was extremely strong, and it was not set up by Yuan Snapdragon, but from the handiwork of a certain formation master. Yuan Snap is just a fluke to occupy. As long as he was out of the formation, even if he broke through to the condensed Dan realm, Su Miaochen was confident that he would be killed under the lance. Deacon Sun stood still. He had just witnessed Su Miaochen strike with his own eyes and knew how strong she was. Deacon Sun came from the 100 Swords Mountain, and had seen and come into contact with many strong condensed Dan realm practitioners, as well as super heavenly prides who were able to cross the ranks. After the comparison, he knew that Su Miaochen possessed the strength to fight with the condensed Dan realm, so he was in no hurry to leave. As long as Yuan Snapdragon dared to go out of the formation after his breakthrough, Su Miaochen would at least be able to stall, and there was only one thing he had to do, and that was to capture Fan's steps. This person had victimized the disciples of the 100 Sword Mountain and should be brought back to the 100 Sword Mountain for trial, and if he dared to resist, he also had the right to kill him on the spot. On the other hand, Li Xianfeng returned to the mountain with the 9-star sword grass. It went well. Li Xianfeng showed the harvest towards Wei Qingyan. Taking action by looking at your natal colors is really convenient. He picked the 9-star sword grass without being hindered in the slightest at all. The process went incredibly well. This result similarly surprised Wei Qingyan and the sword spirit. I thought that I would encounter some obstacles, and may even encounter life-threatening situations, but I never thought that it would go so fantastically smoothly. Fragrance. Wei Qingyan once again took the initiative to throw herself into Li Xianfeng's arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you, elder brother. Wei Qingyan stood on her tiptoes and gave Li Xianfeng a kiss on the cheek. What would it take to awaken your physique? Li Xianfeng rubbed her head and asked. The 9-star sword grass is just a primer. As long as the pure part of it is refined and swallowed, and then refined into the limbs and bones, it will be able to awaken the sleeping physique, Wei Qingyan said. Her supreme sword body had always existed, only for the sword body to obscure itself and fall into slumber. All it takes is a suitable trigger to awaken. At that time, Wei Qingyan would undergo a transformative change and her strength would undergo an astonishing increase. Well then, let me help you refine it, Li Xianfeng said. Wei Qingyan nodded, but did not refuse. Li Xianfeng was stronger than her, and the speed of refining the essence was definitely faster than her. While the two of them were refining the essence of the 9-star swordgrass, the place where the formation was located was also undergoing drastic changes. The dense blood aura completely covered the entire formation. Between heaven and earth, spiritual energy surged and whistled as it converged towards Yuan Snapdragon. He's going to start breaking through. Deacon Sun looked grave. A huge aura was rapidly climbing. Chapter 31 Brother, don't let go of the one who stole the 9-star swordgrass either. Between heaven and earth, spiritual energy surged wildly. Anyone with a bit of cultivation in their body would be able to feel that the spiritual energy in the sky was whistling like a gale at the moment. The whistling spiritual energy formed a vortex, and at the center of the vortex was the small formation. After 3 years of hibernation, refining blood food at all times, and absorbing the chi, blood, and life essence of more than 1,000 cultivators, Yuan Snapdragon finally built up his strength and took a step towards the condensed Dan realm. What a terrifying power! Why is his Dan condensation movement so amazing? Could it be that it's not just a breakthrough to the first level of the Dan condensation realm? Feeling the spiritual energy surging like a storm between heaven and earth, Deacon Sun's face changed. In the way of cultivation, normally, cultivators break through one realm at a time, yet there are exceptions to everything. Certain cultivators were extremely talented and had a strong base, and with enough resources, it was not impossible for them to break through several realms in a row. There were also some cultivators who spent a long time constantly accumulating power, and when the power was accumulated to a critical point where no advancement was possible, then they released it all and impacted the great realm barriers, thereby breaking through 2 or 3 realms in a row. Right now, Yuan Snap's breakthrough gave Deacon Sun an uneasy feeling. Su Miaojin quietly watched this scene, and the jade hand holding the lance could not help but tighten a bit. With a great desolate battle body, she was an undisputed heavenly pride. Cross-class battles are also commonplace. A normal 9th level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, facing a condensed Dan Realm cultivator, would inevitably be absolutely crushed, with no possibility of fighting back. But Su Miaojin was not a normal Spirit Sea Realm 9th level cultivator. The great desolate battle body added to her body. Not only could she fight back, but she could also in turn gain the upper hand. Previously, she had fought with a powerful person at the first level of the condensed Dan realm and managed to kill him with her powerful talent base, crossing the great realm barrier to achieve reverse felling. But right now, looking at this surging spiritual energy, Yuan Snap is afraid that it's not just as simple as breaking through to the first level of the condensed Dan realm. The key to this formation was also quite strong and could not be breached with brute force. Either retreat now, or wait for Yuan Snapdragon to break through and come out to fight on his own accord. In order to find the whereabouts of her clan sister, Su Miaojin ran to many places and finally found her dry body here. To Su Miaojin to this retreat, not to report this revenge, her heart cannot be at ease. Moreover, if she retreated at this time, Yuan Snapdragon and the others would definitely not continue to stay here foolishly. And the sky was huge. Where would she go to look for these enemies in the future? So what if it's the second level of the condensed Dan realm? So what if it's the third level of the condensed Dan realm? It's not like I don't have a fighting chance. Su Miaojin gripped her lance tightly with a firm expression. Hilltop, inside the Xianyin formation. With Li Xuanfeng's help, the essence of the 9-star sword grass was finally refined. It was a cloud of emerald-like liquid, strange energy flowing slowly, and if anything, sword intent was released. Senior brother, let's get out of here first. Wei Qingyan felt the raging spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Knowing that the person in the formation was undergoing a breakthrough, once they broke through to the condensed Dan realm, everyone would be in great danger. There's no harm in it. You hurry up and absorb and refine it. I'll protect you. Li Xianfeng had his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the basin where blood aura filled the air and spiritual energy surged. The natal color is the reference for his actions. Neither he nor Wei Qingyan would be in danger. Su Miaojin would likewise not be in danger. On the contrary, it was that Deacon Sun. Originally the color of his destiny was blue with yellow. However, at this moment, it gradually shifted towards gray. It means that this person will be unlucky next, but still not in danger of his life. Yes, Wei Qingyan completely trusted Li Xianfeng, since he had already made a decision. Wei Qingyan would not refute it and just follow his words. The essence of the 9-star sword grass was just the trigger, and it wouldn't take long to awaken the sleeping supreme sword body. By the time her strength soared, coupled with the help of the sword spirit, facing the condensed Dan realm, even if she could not fight, she would have no problem escaping with her senior brother. Immediately, she stopped paying attention to the changes in the outside world and sat down on the ground, sucking in the essence in one gulp and starting to refine it. The surging spiritual energy became more and more massive, and the aura within the formation became more and more terrifying. Not good. Is he going to directly break through to the second or third level of the condensed Dan realm? Deacon Sun's face shifted for a moment. This terrifying aura gave him a feeling of powerless suffocation. It's like a mole cricket looking up at a giant, deeply impressed by its own insignificance. Just realizing that now? The corner of Yuan Ting's mouth lifted into a sneering cold smile. The fear that flashed in Deacon Sun's eyes made his heart feel free. Go! We can't stay here any longer. It'll be too late when he breaks through. Deacon Sun's expression was extremely grave as he inclined his head to look at Su Miaojin. If it was only the first level of the condensed Dan realm, he felt that Su Miaojin should be able to deal with it. But the second or third level of the condensed Dan realm would have a completely different meaning. For every difference of one weight in the condensed Dan realm, the difference in strength would be extremely large. You should leave first. It is indeed too dangerous for you. Su Miaojin did not look at Deacon Sun, her expression unchanged and her eyes firm as she gazed at the raging blood chi in the formation. Although you are strong, I'm afraid that you will face a cultivator at the second or third level of the condensed Dan realm. Deacon Sun and Su Miaojin were strangers, only that the two of them had a common enemy and were temporarily on the same side. My mind is made up. No need for words. Su Miaojin interrupted Deacon Sun. Hey! Deacon Sun sighed. His goal was clear, and that was Fan Steps. Fighting alone, Fan Stage couldn't possibly be his opponent. Originally, he was optimistic about Su Miaojin's strength, thinking that even if Yuan Snapdragon made a breakthrough, Su Miaojin would be able to stall it. See for yourself if you can find a chance to take down Fan Steps before Yuan Ting steps in. but now it looks like there's no chance. Although it was his responsibility to catch Fan Stage, there was no need to lose his life here. Take care of yourself. Deacon Sun clasped his fist towards Su Miaojin as he admired the woman's courage. Deacon Sun, are you so scared that you're running away? Inside the formation, Fan Stage's conspiratorial voice was heard. Humph, don't be complacent. Fan Stage, I'll ask the gold medal deacon to take action when we return to the 100 Swords Mountain. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of 100 Sword Mountain. Deacon Sun snorted coldly. Then the swoosh broke through the air. Who gave you permission to go? Just as Deacon Sun had just flown into midair, a cold and hoarse voice came from behind him. At the same time as the voice descended, there was also an extremely large aura. What? Deacon Sun was alarmed. As the massive condensed Dan realm pressure descended, the air around him seemed to become extremely sticky, causing Deacon Sun's flying speed to plummet. The formation opened and a figure stepped out without haste. The man was a burly man, like a tower of iron, with a black beard that hung down to his chest and a full head of long, false hair. A blood-colored aura was emanating from his body that was visible to the naked eye. The terrifying pressure of the condensed Dan realm filled the sky. This person is none other than Yuan Snap. He had already completed his breakthrough and reached the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm. Deacon Sun's face was as heavy as water. As a deacon of 100 Sword Mountain, he had seen too many strong people, but it was precisely because he had seen it that he knew what the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm meant. This was by no means a power that he could resist, nor was it a power that Su Miaojin could resist. If you didn't go in the beginning, why are you in a hurry now? Stay. Yuan Snapdragon beckoned to Deacon Sun, who was in midair and couldn't move his body as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Boom! Deacon Sun immediately felt an additional mountain on his body, and his body crashed down towards the ground, smashing out a deep pit. The deacon of the 100 Sword Mountain or Fan Stage. You can take care of it yourself. Yuan Snap looked at Fan Steps faintly. Fan Stage was a bit hesitant. He knew that he was no match for Deacon Sun. You 3 help him. Yuan Snap looked at the 3 guards again. These 3 guards had been helping him guard the formation for 3 years, and their strength was not low. All of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, not the 1st level of the Spirit Sea Realm as the Pepsi House steward had said. With the 3 of them joining forces, along with Fan Stage, they definitely had the upper hand against Deacon Sun, and there was nothing wrong with beheading him. Big brother, don't let the kid who just stole the 9-star sword grass go either, Yuan Ting said from the sidelines. 3 of his loyal men had died at the hands of Li Xianfeng. Yuan Ting had always held a grudge, and having snatched the 9-star sword grass right under his nose, it was impossible for him to let Li Xianfeng go. Don't worry, none of them can escape. Yuan Snap's tone was bland, completely ignoring Li Xianfeng. Only Su Miaojin, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm in front of him, was able to bring up a bit of interest in him. Please, big brother, make a move to break the formation, Yuan Ting exclaimed. Yuan Snap nodded, and with one step, he arrived over the Xianyin formation. Reaching out to the mountain, he slapped down in vain, and a giant hand illuminated by spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, falling towards the Xianyin formation. Phew! But at that moment, a gun shadow carrying roiling flames attacked, directly shattering the spiritual power hand. It was Su Miaojin who made the move. If you've taken the stuff, you should get out of here quickly. Why linger? Su Miaojin's voice resounded within the Xianyin formation. If you don't leave, I won't have the extra energy to save you. Su Miaojin glanced at the Xianyin formation as if she could see Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan inside. Li Xianfeng tilted his head and watched the scene without answering. He didn't expect Su Miaojin to actually step in and help himself. It's just as well. If she wouldn't have made a move, the color of my destiny would have shifted to gray before now, Li Xianfeng thought. Ding! Su Miaojin performs the martial arts skilled gunfire prairie fire, gaining a small amount of experience. 10 times returned. You gain some of the experience. The system beep sounded. Since you still have the leisure to save others, let's take care of you first. Yuan Snap looked at Su Miaojin indifferently. A blood-colored longsword was added to his hand. In the next moment, both of their figures disappeared at the same time. Boom! A loud noise came from the sky. The terrifying impact directly turned an area into a vacuum. Su Miaojin and Yuan Snap began to exchange blows. Boom! 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 With each exchange, a large amount of spiritual energy swept in all directions. Fun fun fun! A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm can actually be this strong. So that's all the more reason not to keep you. Yuan Snap's voice traveled high in the sky. He never thought that this young woman could really fight against himself directly. but that's about it. He's got the absolute upper hand. Moreover, he was still familiarizing himself with this powerful force of his, and the longer the fight went on, the more unfavorable it would be for Su Miaojin. It was only a matter of time before she was decapitated. Deacon's son, aren't you going to arrest me? Come on. On the other side, Fansteps led 3 guards and fought with the injured Deacon's son. Deacon's son was losing ground under the siege of the 4 and was in danger. Looks like I still have to do it myself. Yuan Ting looked at the 2 sides of the battlefield and then at the Xianin formation on the mountain. Phew! The figure cut through the air and flew to the front of the formation. Damn kid! Do you think hiding in a formation is useful? Yuan Ting held a broadsword and coldly looked at the Xianin formation. Chapter 32 Hundredfold Return. Chaotic Sword Body. Boom! The broadsword built up its strength and slashed down towards the Xianin formation. The large formation trembled, but there was not the slightest sign of damage. Li Xianfeng looked at the scene with a bland expression. The color of his destiny foretold good and bad fortune, and if the chaotic colors remained unchanged, he would never be in danger. Yuan Ting's current strength was indeed above him, but it didn't mean that he could kill himself or hurt himself. I'll see how long this formation of yours can last. The broadsword carried a powerful force to slash down. The surrounding trees were uprooted and twisted into smithereens by the overflowing aftershocks. The entire mountain was left bare under Yuan Ting's continuous chopping. Yet the Xianin formation remained firm. Yuan Ting was tireless and continued to break the formation. After dozens of consecutive attacks, finally, a crack appeared in the transparent energy shield. Ha 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 ha. Well. You're finally getting close to carrying this formation. Yuan Ting let out a wild laugh. Boom! Boom! A roar came from the sky. Su Miaojin and Yuan Snapdragon fought fiercely, and the overflowing aftershocks were enough to explode any Cyclone Realm cultivator into a bloody mist. An ordinary Spirit Sea Realm would never dare to approach the battlefield between the two. If the battlefield had been transferred from the air to the ground, I don't know how many hills would have been leveled. Judging from the battle, Su Miaojin was at a disadvantage, and as Yuan Snapdragon became more and more familiar with the control of his own power, Su Miaojin's disadvantage became more and more obvious. Originally, the gap between the condensed Dan realm and the Sea of Qi realm was extremely huge. Su Miaojin was able to cross the ranks mainly relying on the Great Desolate Battle Body. The fact that she hadn't been decapitated by Yuan Snapdragon, who was at the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm, would be enough to shake the world when it was rumored. I didn't expect that I would actually meet a supreme talent like you in my life. If you don't die young, your future accomplishments may be unimaginable to me. However, since you are already an enemy, then you must die. The more demonic you are, the more you deserve to die. Yuan Snap's voice echoed high in the sky. Su Miaojin's strength didn't make him scornful. It made him feel horrified and afraid. To be able to fight him like this now, if she were to break through to the condensed Dan realm, wouldn't she be easily killed in seconds? The moment he thought of that image, the idea of killing Su Miaojin grew stronger. Boom! 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 The long sword and lance struck each other, and surging energy raged. Su Miaojin began to lose ground. If this keeps up, she's afraid she's really going to get hurt. Surely it's still not strong enough? Su Miaojin was resentful. Since her cultivation, she had outstanding talent and had never lost a single battle. Many enemies who were 1 realm, 2 realms, or even 3 realms higher than her were also killed by her guns. The so-called geniuses in other people's mouths could only be killed in seconds when they were at the same rank as her. She was aware of her talent and how powerful she was. She also firmly believed that she would rocket up to the sky and become a truly supreme powerhouse in heaven and earth. But now she was about to face her first defeat. Even though this enemy was 1 major realm and 2 minor realms above her, getting the word out is enough to shock the world. But she was not satisfied. What she wanted was to kill Yuan Snap under the lance to avenge her dead clan sister. Yet she had to face reality again. Before she had broken through to the condensed Dan realm, she didn't possess the strength to decapitate a cultivator at the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm. Is it only possible to run away? Hardly catching Yuan Snap's sword chi pai move, Su Miaojin's figure flew backwards towards the distance. With a sweep of her eyes, she saw Deacon's son, who was drenched in blood and could be killed at any time. He also saw the formation that had been split by Yuan Ting's cracks. Su Miaojin was resentful, but felt powerless. She couldn't beat Yuan Snap, much less save the others. After all, it's my fault for not being strong enough. Su Miaojin clenched her teeth and gripped her lance tightly. Not being able to avenge her clan sister's death made her feel deeply remorseful. Buzz! However, right at this moment, a majestic aura rose up to the sky, as if something sleeping was awakening a little. Everyone was attracted by the sudden movement. Looking towards the hilltop, where the Xianin formation was located. That's. Yuan Snap's pupils shrunk. One could only see a terrifying sword intent rising up from the mountain, straight into the clouds. It was as if a supreme master of the sword Dao who had been sleeping here for many years had awakened. This sword intent did not hurt, but it was so majestic and powerful that it was intimidating. Is this a physical awakening? Su Miaojin remembered some legends. Inside the Xianin formation, Wei Qingyan successfully refined the 9-star sword grass essence and awakened the sleeping supreme sword body. It was also at that moment when the sword body awakened that her body underwent a radical change. The latent power surged out as much as it could, strengthening and baptizing her physical body at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, her realm was climbing. 7th level of the spiritual orifice realm. 8th level of the spiritual orifice realm. 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. Then, the 1st level of the chi spinning realm. The 2nd level of the chi spinning realm. The 3rd level of the chi spinning realm. The 8th level of the chi spinning realm. The cultivation level climbed all the way up to the 8th level of the chi spinning realm before stopping. An awakening that directly transformed her. As a heaven's destiny person, the terrifying nature of a powerful physique was finally displayed at this moment. It worked. Feeling the great changes brought about by her own transformation, Wei Qingyan could not hide her excitement. Can finally close the gap between me and my senior brother. Wei Qingyan's pretty face flushed red. Very good. Very good. With the strength of your physique now, you can withstand more power from me. It's no problem at all to take you and your senior brother to escape from here. The sword spirit's voice rang out in Wei Qingyan's mind. She was also happy for Wei Qingyan. Your senior brother comes from a mysterious background, and with the supreme sword body, you'll be able to catch up with him, the sword spirit said with relief. Buzz. Yet just as her words fell, an even more majestic and vast aura rose up to the sky. It went straight through the sky and tore through the clouds. It was an indescribable, terrifying aura that seemed to come from the ancient flood, the endless chaos. In a trance, it seemed like a primordial ancient sword was releasing boundless sword intent in the endless chaos before the birth of the world. Everyone, including Su Miaojin and Wei Qingyan, had an urge to bow down and worship. What's going on here? In the end, what happened? Wei Qingyan and the sword spirit were both dumbfounded, because the source of this terrifying aura was none other than Li Xianfeng. At this moment, Li Xuanfeng's eyes were tightly closed and he was experiencing a supreme baptism. Ding! Wei Qingyan awakens the supreme sword body. 100 times returned. You obtain and awaken the chaotic sword body. This was the lingering sound that still echoed in Li Xuanfeng's mind. The system ruled that his participation in the event of Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body awakening had reached 100%. In Li Xuanfeng's opinion, the system's evaluation of participation is a bit of a premium, but it was just what he wanted. If he could return 100 times, he wouldn't want it to be 99 times. The chaotic sword body seemed to contain some sort of primordial power, rapidly sublimating and baptizing Li Xuanfeng's body. That process of rapid metamorphosis and sublimation was clearly perceived by Li Xianwind. Like Wei Qingyan, his realm was also climbing at this moment. 2nd level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Spirit Sea Realm triple. 4th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The cultivation level climbed all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm before Li Xuanfeng's ascension came to a halt. 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm? This can't be? How is this possible? It didn't matter if it was Fan Stage, Yuan Ting and Yuan Snap, or Su Miaojin, Wei Qingyan, and the Sword Spirit. Everyone looked at Li Xianfeng incredulously, sensing the genuine, vast, 9th level aura of the Spirit Sea Realm. Fake. Don't you dare try to confuse me. Do you think I'm going to be afraid of you just because you act like that and then let you get away with it? Yuan Ting forced himself to straighten his back after feeling the terrifying aura at close range and almost ambling to his knees. The broadsword in his hand was about to be raised. However, Li Xuanfeng's aura began to change again. Ding! Wei Qingyan's cultivation has increased dramatically, breaking through to the 8th level of the chi spinning realm. With a 100-fold return, you break through to the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm. The system beep sounded once again. Pure and majestic energy once again descended out of nowhere. Li Xuanfeng's realm began to climb once again. Chapter 33 No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I've hidden 1 billion points of cultivation. In Li Xuanfeng's Dantian, there was already a vast ocean of spiritual energy. In order to break through to the Dan condensation realm, one needed to compress and recompress the vast sea of spiritual energy until it eventually condensed into a solid, turning it into a Dan of spiritual energy. Only then did it mean stepping into the condensed Dan realm. The elixir of spiritual power is known as the inner elixir. The inner Dan will produce Dan lines as the cultivation level increases. There are up to 9 Dan lines. Therefore, there were a total of 9 subrealms in the Dan condensation realm, and for every subrealm that was broken through, there would be an additional Dan pattern. The invisible greatness compressed the spirit sea in Li Xuanfang's dantian. In just a few moments of work, a rounded inner elixir was formed. Immediately afterward, the pure power continued to converge towards the inner Dan. The inner elixir increased in size by a circle, and an additional Dan line appeared. The inner Dan increased in size by another round, and another Dan pattern appeared. 3 Dan lines in total. The third level of the condensed Dan realm. After all, due to the fact that Wei Qingyan's realm and Li Xianfeng's realm were too different, her enhancement, even if returned 100-fold, would not allow Li Xianfeng to break too many realms in a row. But that's enough. This was the third level of the condensed Dan realm of the chaotic sword body, not comparable to any of the people in the room. Even Su Miaozhen's great desolate battle body and Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body were far from being able to compare to Li Xianfeng in the same realm. Not to mention Yuan Ting Yuan Snap. These mortal bodies. Brush. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes and realized that the world was silent. The previously fierce battle had long since ceased. Everyone turned incredulous, disbelieving, unbelievably shocked eyes on him. Impossible. It's impossible to be in such a realm. Inevitably, he's engaged in some means I don't know about, and he's pretending to be here. Yuan Ting forced down his inner fear and raised his broadsword towards Li Xianfeng. There was nothing he could do about it, and he almost fell to his knees in front of that terrifying aura. It's all you can do not to believe it at the moment and force yourself to cheer. There's no way he's at the condensed Dan realm. If it's really the condensed Dan realm, why bother disguising for so long? If it was really the condensed Dan realm, we would have died long ago. Now it's just some kind of disorienting tactic to create a false aura, trying to make us run away in fear so they can save their lives. Yuan Ting tried to convince himself in his mind. Raging energy coalesced on the broadsword. This was his pouring strike. He was confident that he was now able to chop through the formation, killing Li Xianfeng along with him in the process. Phew! The broadsword slashed down. However, Li Xianfeng just casually lifted his foot and arrived in front of Yuan Ting like an instant. At this moment, there was only a transparent energy shield of the Xianin formation between the two of them. Yuan Ting's greatsword had slashed down. However, in Li Xuanfeng's eyes, everything seemed so slow. He reached out gently. Click! The Xianin formation shattered like glass. Li Xianfeng didn't even use his spiritual power, purely using only the power of his flesh. Yuan Ting's pupils shrunk, but his attack could no longer be retracted. Haven't you chopped enough? With a light handshake, Li Xianfeng firmly grasped the blade, making it difficult for Yuan Ting to inch in any further. The powerful strike that was originally storing up its strength was directly laid to rest. 5 fingers hard. Click! The broadsword was actually crushed alive. How is this possible? Surprisingly true? Yuan Ting was horrified, watching with his own eyes as his spirit weapon was crushed with his bare hands. How could he not understand? Li Xuanfeng's realm was the real deal, and its strength was so strong that it didn't know how many times higher than the realm it appeared to be. To crush a 4th-rank spirit weapon with his bare hands, his elder brother Yuan Snapdragon couldn't do it either. I'm sorry, I'm not pretending anymore. I'll show my cards. I'm actually hiding 1 billion points of cultivation. Li Xuanfeng's faint voice rang out before he slapped Yuan Ting into a bloody mist. Escape! This was the thought that instinctively arose in the mind of Yuan Snapdragon, who was witnessing everything from far up in the sky. However, Li Xuanfeng's speed was incredibly fast, stepping out towards the void and stopping in front of Yuan Snapdragon in the twinkling of an eye. Spare my life! Yuan Snap cried out for Li Xianfeng to spare his life, but the blood-colored long sword in his hand was stabbing straight towards him. Boo! Li Xianfeng easily avoided the long sword with a sidestep, and then threw a whip leg fiercely at Yuan Snap. The latter instantly shot up like a cannonball and crashed down, directly collapsing a large mountain. Pust! Yuan Snapdragon, who was deep in the large pit of messy rocks, sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and all the bones in his body fell apart. Blood blurred his eyes as he looked at Li Xianfeng, who was standing in the air, and endless sorrow swept out from within. It was supposed to be the big day of his breakthrough, but he didn't expect that it would end up being a taboo day. Li Xuanfeng's strength was so strong that it completely exceeded Yuan Snap's understanding, obviously being in the same realm. But the feeling given to Yuan Snap was even more outrageous than a large realm gap. In his entire life, he had only heard of the ultimate heavenly pride, but had never seen it with his own eyes. But today he saw it, and not only did he see it, He saw two of them at once. Even if you see two, they're both enemies. And he knew very well that Li Xianfeng was even more demonic than Su Miaojin. Unfortunately, it's useless to say anything. Consciousness quickly moved away and then fell silent. Li Xianfeng stepped into the air and stretched out his hand towards the three guards who had long been stunned into silence with a distant shake. Boom boom boom. Three corpses were left standing. With another distant hook at Fan's steps, the majestic spiritual energy gathered into a large hand that held him and flew towards Li Xianfeng. Elder Fan stage. I've completed the task you issued. So, what about the reward for the task? Li Xianfeng held a faint smile as he looked at Fan's steps. Fan stage had a demented look on his face. He had long been stunned by the drastic turn of events and his head was blank. Clearly things are looking up and the advantage is mine. Su Miaojin couldn't defeat Yuan Snap. Deacon's son was no match for him and the three guards who surrounded him. Yuan Ting was also about to break through the formation. How could two breaths suddenly penetrate straight through the sky? And then Li Xianfeng transformed into the third level of the condensed Dan realm? Yuan Snap, who was also at the third level of the condensed Dan realm, was directly killed by him in seconds. Li Xianfeng didn't even use his weapon, nor did he use his spiritual energy. And with a whip leg of pure flesh, he kicked Yuan Snap to death. What a horrible thing this is. Fan Steps couldn't understand. The situation was beyond his knowledge. This is a ING 100 Sword Mountain outer disciple? The inner disciples aren't this demonic. With his strength slaughtering the entire outer sect wouldn't be stressful, right? Looks like I'll have to take the quest reward myself. Seeing that Fan stage had been stunned, Li Xianfeng lost interest. Wait, Van Step snapped out of it and tried to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the next moment it turned into a red firework blooming with a bang. So far, the enemy is purged. The heavens and the earth returned to silence once again. The blood-soaked deacon's son was too shocked to forget the pain, and he was just as brain-dead as Fan stage. This is a disciple of the 100 Swords Mountain? How come I don't know such a fierce disciple? Do the elders know? Does she know? Boss? One thought after another tumbled through Deacon's son's mind. Unable to be calmed for a long time, Wei Qingyan and Su Miaojin were no better. The shocked look on the two women's faces had not yet faded. Chapter 34. As a token of appreciation to brotherly, I have a piece of information to give. Wei Qingyan's small, rosy mouth was slightly open, the color of shock still lingering on her face. She stared blankly at Li Xianfeng, who had killed all his enemies in seconds in the middle of a conversation, like a god descending from the heavens. Sister Sword Spirit, I remember you just said that after awakening the Supreme Sword Body, you can catch up with senior brother? Ken Shin. Didn't you also say that you finally closed the gap between you and your senior brother? The Sword Spirit countered. Wei Qingyan, one person, one Sword Spirit, fell into silence. Hey, after a long time, one person and one Sword Spirit sighed at the same time. They could no longer understand Li Xianfeng at all. Every time it feels like the strength he shows is all there is. It won't be long before he surprises you. This time and time again, they have gradually become somewhat numb. It feels like no matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with senior brother. The gap is getting bigger instead. Wei Qingyan sighed. It's normal for some incomprehensible monster-level geniuses to exist in this world. There's no need to compare yourself with your senior brother in the future. The you who awakened the Supreme Sword Body will not be any less accomplished in the future. Sword Spirit comforted. Judging from the aura that Li Xianfeng had just exuded, he must possess some sort of extremely terrifying physique. The strength of this physique was far above the Supreme Sword Body. As for exactly what kind of physique it was, the Sword Spirit couldn't tell at the moment. What she could be certain of, however, was that Wei Qingyan really didn't have a chance to match her as a senior brother. In the sky, Li Xianfeng started his favorite part again, counting the loot. The ones he had decapitated were all Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, all possessing storage rings in their possession. With Li Xianfeng's current level of power, there was no need to go rummaging through them one by one. A sweep of his divine sense and a hook of his finger, a spatial ring then flew towards him. Unsurprisingly, none of them have much left. Li Xianfeng was somewhat helpless. Yuan Snapdragon had hibernated for 3 years in order to make a breakthrough. And during this period of time, besides absorbing and refining the blood food, the consumption in other areas must not have been low. The resources earned by Pepsi House were basically spent on him. As for Fan Stage, his potential had been exhausted, and he was already in bed with Pepsi House to victimize his disciples in order to seek a breakthrough. So how many good things could he have? So Li Xianfeng had expected that there wouldn't be much to gain, or perhaps these resources, with his current strength, were no longer seen. If it was left to other Spirit Sea Realm or Cyclone Realm cultivators, it would still be a large fortune. However, Li Xianfeng's real gain was never scavenging from his enemies, but rather swiping once on Wei Qingyan. Li Xianfeng glanced at Su Miaojin. He had no proper reason to give her the loot. It was better to give it all to Wei Qingyan first. Packing all the loot, he flexed his fingers and several storage rings flew towards Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan naturally reached out to take it. She knew that every time she decimated an enemy, her senior brother enjoyed that process of scavenging the loot. It was never interested in the specific resources that came to hand. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Returned 100 times. You have obtained 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and a 5th-order top-grade spirit weapon. The Red Sky Sword. The system calculated the value of these resources and then returned 100-fold to Li Xuanfeng's spirit stones and spirit weapons. Not bad, Li Xianfeng thought to himself. He was now a condensed Dan realm cultivator, and his previous longsword could no longer withstand his power at all. Even he could crush it with his bare hands. Only a 5th-rank spirit weapon could carry his current power. This 5th-order upper-grade Red Sky Sword alone was worth more than the entire fortune of some condensed Dan realm cultivators. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng and then at Wei Qingyan. So many resources are given away as they go along, not at all reserved for themselves. It seems that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. My name is Su Miaojin. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. It was only after seeing Li Xianfeng finish collecting the loot that Su Miaojin moved her body and went up to Li Xianfeng and clasped her fists. Never mind. Li Xianfeng waved his hand. I haven't asked for your name yet, Li Xianfeng. This time, thanks to Brother Li's intervention, this Fong was put to death, avenging the death of my clan sister. Mr. Suo's brother Li a favor. Su Miaojin clasped his fists and thanked him. Didn't you also make a move to protect the Grand Formation just now? We're kind of even. Li Xianfeng didn't expect Su Miaojin to be so polite. When Yuan Snapdragon struck against the Xianyin Formation, if Su Miaojin hadn't stopped the attack, both Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan would have been in danger. With Brother Li's strength, there is no need for me to step in and help. My previous behavior was superfluous. Su Miaojin smiled. With a white dress, picturesque eyebrows, and bright eyes and teeth, Su Miaojin's smile that blossomed all of a sudden made Li Xianfeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. As a thank you to Brother Li, I have a piece of information to offer. Su Miaojin said. Oh, Li Xuanfeng's expression moved. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's find a suitable place to talk about it. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng nodded. He knew what Su Miaojin meant. Previously, this place had moved too much, especially when Wei Qingyan awakened her supreme sword body and when he obtained his chaotic sword body. I'm afraid that the shocking aura that rose up to the sky has already attracted the attention of some powerful people, so it really can't stay here for long. Li Xianfeng stepped in the air, and in a few flashes, he landed on the hill and came next to Wei Qingyan. Su Miaojin also followed closely behind. Phew! Deacon's son, who was covered in blood and had several hideous wounds, also flew over. He took a few pills and his injuries were relieved, and his life was not in danger for the time being. That, you, too, are really 100 Sword Mountain disciples? Just after landing on the hill, Deacon's son's gaze switched back and forth between Wei Qingyan and Li Xianfeng several times, facing the two younger generations. His demeanor was actually a bit formal. The main reason was that the oppressive feeling that Li Xianfeng's terrifying aura had given him earlier was too strong. Facing Yuan Snapdragon he had the feeling of a mole cricket looking up to a giant, let alone Li Xianfeng. Senior sister and I are both 100 Sword Mountain outer disciples. Li Xianfeng smiled and nodded. The corner of Deacon's son's mouth twitched. Even Su Miaojin, who was next to him, lost her smile for a moment. Outer disciple? Which sect had such powerful and exaggerated outer disciples? I don't know yet. The names of the two of you? Deacon's son adjusted his mind and asked. Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan. The two did not hide this. I see that a few of you still have important matters to discuss, so I'll take my first step, and I'll report the matter of Elder Fan stage truthfully, if you two don't want to be exposed. Before Deacon's son could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Xianfeng. Report everything that happened here truthfully. There's no need to hide it. In Li Xuanfeng's opinion, there was really no need to hide this matter. Every sect power was favorable to geniuses, and a sect that didn't favor geniuses couldn't possibly develop in the long run, so acting demonic tends to get you more. Whether it was resources, or olive branches from all sides of the sect, they would all take the initiative to throw them towards the geniuses. Some sects would also specialize in protecting the Dao protectors in secret for the safety of the talented disciples within their sects. So for Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, displaying their demonic talent wasn't a bad thing. Good. Then I'll take my leave. Deacon's son nodded his head before taking off into the air. Li Xianfeng looked at the light of his destiny. The previous gray color had disappeared and was now back to normal, indicating that he would not be in danger next. Deacon's son is very knowledgeable. Just now, he heard that Su Miaojin was going to tell Li Xianfeng a piece of information, so he didn't intend to linger here. Let's go too. With a wave of Li Xuanfeng's hand, the majestic spiritual energy lifted Wei Qingyan, as well as the two mounts, and swooshed away in the air. Su Miaojin also broke into the air and flew alongside them. It was also about an incense stick of time after a few people left. Several figures broke through the air from afar. The scent from before should have come from here. Chapter 35. It's nothing for Li Xianfeng to have an accident, but it's a heavenly pity for senior sister Wei to have an accident. A battle at the condensed Dan realm should have happened here. The previous aura was truly amazing. I don't know if there are treasures coming out or something else. Too bad it's a little late. Several figures only found Yuan Snap's corpse after some probing, and eventually left with nothing to show for it. Li Xianfeng did not return to Xuanshan City. Instead, he flew dozens of miles in the other direction and came to rest in a city called Blackstone City. The three of them came to a restaurant box, and Su Miaojin casually set up a small formation to prevent others from prying. Ding! Su Miaojin set up the isolation array, gained 1 point of experience, 10 times returned. You gained some of the experience and barely mastered the method of setting up the isolation array. The system beep sounded at the right time. The isolation formation was the most basic type of formation that could isolate sound and visual probes, and was not too difficult in itself. However, Li Xianfeng had never come into contact with formations before and was considered to know nothing about them. The previous arrangement of the Misty Trail formation and the Xianin formation all relied on the array disk. At this moment, with the system return, it is considered to be the official contact with this road. Brother Li, the information I mentioned before is related to a secret realm that will be opened soon. This secret realm is called the Purple Moon Secret Realm. Its origin is unknown, and it is rumored to have opened once decades ago. After arranging the array, Su Miaojin didn't sell herself short and said directly, the Purple Moon Mysterious Realm is an independent space, isolated from the world, filled with all kinds of heavenly treasures. The most precious among them are some wonders that can enhance enlightenment. After Su Miaojin finished speaking, she looked at Li Xianfeng. Sure enough, she saw a look of interest on Li Xuanfeng's face. On the path of cultivation, talent was very important, and talent was divided into root and bone and enlightenment. Both of these things, which are innate, are difficult to change through later life. But just because it's hard, doesn't mean it can't be. In this vast and boundless world, it is always full of all kinds of strange things. It's not like there aren't any treasures that can enhance root bones and enlightenment. It's just too rare and too hard to find. And once it's out in the world, it's bound to cause a bloody scramble. Li Xuanfeng's root bone and enlightenment were both average. Otherwise he wouldn't have remained at the 9th level of the body tempering realm for 3 years. However, just a short while ago, he had obtained the chaotic sword body returned by the system, and his roots and bones had undergone a radical change. Regardless of whether it was Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body or Su Miaojin's great desolate battle body, they were far inferior to him. In the future, even without the return of the two men, Li Xuanfeng's cultivation on his own could also advance by leaps and bounds. However, the physique could make radical changes to the root bones, but it couldn't give much of a boost to enlightenment. If he could really make his enlightenment also change drastically like his root bones, Li Xianfeng would naturally be eager to do so. Therefore, after Su Miaojin mentioned the existence of treasures that could enhance enlightenment in the Purple Moon Mysterious Realm, Li Xianfeng was already somewhat intrigued. The Purple Moon Mysterious Realm is located in the Cloud Prefecture's Shangchuan County and will probably open in half a month. To enter it, you must hold a special jade token, and I happen to have one here. One jade token can take 2 people in at the same time. So, in order to show my gratitude, I would like to bring Brother Li along. I wonder what Brother Li would like to do. After Su Miaojin finished speaking, she quietly looked at Li Xianfeng, waiting for him to reply. Secret realms often mean opportunity. In this world, there were not a few cultivators who entered the secret realm to obtain treasures and thus change their destiny. But then again, opportunity often comes with danger. Whether or not Li Xianfeng would agree, Su Miaojin was actually not too sure. In her opinion, there was definitely no need to doubt in terms of enlightenment for a supreme demon like Li Xianfeng. Just some treasures that could enhance enlightenment might be able to make him think about being interested, but it was still a toss-up as to whether or not they could attract him to go. In that case, let's agree on a specific time and place to meet. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment before looking at Su Miaojin and said. A trace of delight immediately flashed in Su Miaojin's eyes. by telling Li Xianfeng about the news of the Purple Moon Mystic Realm and agreeing to take him there. Besides thanking to repay him, Su Miaojin also had the idea of pulling in a helper. She had seen Li Xuanfeng's strength before. If they entered the secret realm together to join forces, they would definitely be able to reap more benefits. Yes, Su Miaojin happily agreed. After some discussion, the two agreed on a time and place to meet. In the next few moments, none of the three were in a hurry to leave, nor were they busy cultivating. Instead, they hang out together in Black Rock City, experiencing local life and enjoying the local cuisine. The relationship between the three is much closer as a result. It wasn't until early the next morning that the three parted with great interest. Su Miaojin returned to Yunzhou. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan then returned to Hundred Swords Mountain. The two of them rode the Black Wind Horse and the Divine Black Steed, riding the wind lightly forward. Blackstone City was not far from Hundred Swords Mountain, and with Li Xianfeng's current strength, he would soon be able to return to Hundred Swords Mountain. But he was not in a hurry at all. When he descended the mountain, Li Xianfeng was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm. When he returned, he was already in the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm and had a chaotic sword body. It was only 5 days before and after. The difference is like a cloud of mud. As the two of them rushed back towards the Hundred Swords Mountain, the outer gate was also a bit lively. In the past 2 days, whether it was the outer sect or the inner sect, something had happened. Yesterday the deacon was seen returning covered in blood. Shortly afterward, an inner sect elder was enraged and sent orders to take away several outer sect elders. There were vague rumors about some kind of poor supervision, victimization of disciples, or something like that. Most of the disciples didn't know exactly what had happened. By this morning, there was even a scene that made all the outer disciples incomparably excited, because all the peak masters of the Hundred Sword Mountain descended on the outer sect. In Hundred Sword Mountain, the lowest status was undoubtedly the miscellaneous disciples. Further up were outer disciples, ordinary inner disciples, outer sect elders, elite disciples, core disciples, deacons, true disciples, inner sect elders, and so on. The one with the highest status and the most power is undoubtedly the sect leader. And below the sect master and above the inner sect elders were the peak masters. The peak master was powerful and equally powerful, able to influence the sect leader's decisions on many major events. They're all god-awful big shots. Many disciples, from the time they were initiated to the time they descended from the mountain, would not necessarily be able to see the peak master once. Today, however, these peak masters showed up at the outer gate in droves. Even though they had all restrained their breath, the invisible aura was still suffocating, as if the sky and the earth were about to fall into stagnation. The outer disciples were a little breathless just from a distance. What in the world happened? Why did all the peak masters suddenly come to the outer sect? That mountain where they are. It's the residence of some outer disciples, isn't it? Could it be that some outer disciple has startled them? What disciple could have startled the peak master? The outer disciples didn't dare to get close, but just stood in the distance and looked away. Utility disciple Wang Jiu walked down the mountain path. He had just gone to the medicinal garden to manually turn over the soil and manually remove the insects, bending his back and bowing his body, feeling much more tired than cultivating. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, doing this actually didn't make his body feel tired at all. It was mainly his heart that was tired. Ever since he was detected 6 days ago that his cultivation did not reach the spiritual orifice realm and was about to be sent down the mountain, he took the initiative to stay at the Hundred Swords Mountain as an odd job disciple. It's still a little hard to think about now. Not only were there no resources for cultivation, the time for cultivation was also greatly squeezed, so I don't know when I'll have to wait until I want to break through to the spiritual orifice realm. It would be great if we were suddenly looked upon by any peak master and taken as his disciple. If the peak master can't do it, an inner sect elder would be great, and if I really can't, I'll be happy to be valued by an outer sect elder. Looking at those abysmal figures in the distance, Wang Jiu couldn't help but fall into fantasy, being valued by a big person, accepting him as a disciple or a righteous son, bestowing all kinds of cultivation resources, and henceforth embarking on the road of cultivation. This is the fantasy of many bottom-level cultivators. Brother Wang Jiu. A familiar voice broke Wang Jiu's fantasy time. Wang Jiu fixed his eyes on none other than Ding Xian. Brother Ding Xian. Wang Jiu hurriedly walked up. A few days ago, both of them were outer disciples, but a few days later, there was a gap in their status. It's been a few days since I've seen you. I didn't expect to run into Brother Wang Jiu here. Din showed his signature. Very warm but fake smile. Yes, quite a coincidence. Does Brother Ding know what the several peak masters are doing by suddenly descending on the outer sect? Wang Jiao asked. I don't know. I can't hear the wind at all in my position. Ding Xian shook his head. But I remember that Li Xianfeng and senior sister Wei live in that mountain, right? Yesterday there was an incident with an elder. And it seems like Li Xianfeng and senior sister Wei went down the mountain to do a mission. So I don't know if it has anything to do with this? Ding Xian looked at those figures from afar and said thoughtfully, something happened to the elder? Wang Jiao looked puzzled. After becoming a miscellaneous disciple, his circle had also changed, and he was definitely not as well informed as Ding Xian. However, he did know about Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan going down the mountain on a mission. After all, Wei Qingyan was too pretty and there were quite a few people who paid attention to her, and it was impossible to hide the matter of going down the mountain with Li Xianfeng from those who were interested. I heard that there's a problem with the quests issued by Elder Fan Stage, and that Elder Fan Stage himself has a big problem, and it just so happens that at that time, when they were in the Hall of Affairs, someone saw Li Xianfeng and senior sister Wei take on the task issued by Elder Fan Stage. Ting Xin explained. This. Could it be that the Peak Master's descent to this place really has something to do with them? Something won't happen to them, right? To be able to startle all the Peak Masters, it must be an extraordinary event. Wang Jiao's heart violently condensed, and at the same time, it was inevitable that the fire of gossip rose. It's not a big deal if Li Xianfeng has an accident, but it would be a shame if senior sister Wei has an accident as well. Ding Xian shook his head inside. Chapter 3600 Sword Mountain Second Day Pride Comes Second Beauty. Yes, senior sister Wei is so beautiful. Nothing can happen to her. Wang Jiao nodded approvingly. Many disciples were extremely jealous of Li Xianfeng being so close to Wei Qingyan. However, after Li Xianfeng detected a cultivation of peak 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm in the true martial hall, even if there were people who were jealous, they didn't dare to say anything in the open. Then again, I think the Peak Master's descent is mostly related to senior sister Wei, and definitely has nothing to do with Li Xianfeng, Ding Xian said. Although Li Xianfeng was greatly shocked by displaying a cultivation of peak 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm 6 days ago, this kind of talent was not considered top-notch. Those with truly top talent had long since broken through to the chi-spinning realm and were promoted to become inner disciples, and Wei Qingyan was different. She was the first place in the examination among the newly promoted disciples of this session. The first place winners of each session still managed to maintain their heavenly pride after entering the inner gate. Wei Qingyan's talent was definitely above Li Xuanfeng's, belonging to the top group. Therefore, Ding Xian felt that even if the Peak Masters were here for someone, it could never be Li Xianfeng. It was most likely Wei Qingyan. Senior sister Wei is highly gifted and probably has some other amazing origin. That's why she has alarmed the Peak Master. Wang Jiao said thoughtfully. They don't know the truth and can only make brainstorming guesses based on some catchy news. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan's residences weren't far apart. Over a hill was it? Together with the sect leader, there were a total of 7 Peak Masters in 100 Sword Mountain. Now, all 6 Peak Masters other than the sect leader had descended to this place. They stood in the air, and with a casual sweep of their divine sense, they knew that neither Li Xianfeng nor Wei Qingyan had returned. Looks like we're early after all. A tall, burly, bearded man with an explosive look of power said. This person was one of the 7 peaks, the Peak Master of Sword Casting Peak. Think you're early, you can go back. Just one less competitor. The man who was playing with his long sword at all times said. This person was one of the 7 peaks, the Peak Master of Sword Cutting Peak. AI. If it weren't for the sect leader's word, how would we have come here to wait? We would have run down the road to intercept them long ago. The Peak Master of Sword Washing Peak was a woman, and she couldn't help but sigh when she spoke of this matter. Yesterday, after Deacon Sun returned to the sect, he immediately reported the matter of Fan Stage. Originally, this kind of thing is not enough to alarm the Peak Master. The law enforcement elders can deal with it. However, Deacon Sun especially emphasized on Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, realizing that the two might be absolute heavenly prides. The law enforcement elder reported the matter to the Peak Masters and sect leaders. As the ones who truly stood at the very top of 100 Sword Mountain, the Peak Masters immediately realized that the two possessed some sort of powerful physique. A sudden awakening of the physique after self-obscurity. The realm would advance by leaps and bounds. This kind of thing was known to all the Peak Masters with their insights, coupled with some meeting discussions, analysis and additions from all parties, as well as understanding the basic information about Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan joining the 100 Sword Mountain. Eventually, it was deduced that both Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan were not ordinary Heaven's Pride. Rather, it was a super demon that was strong enough to influence the rise and fall of the clan. So everyone was excited and got up the idea of taking on an apprentice. The weak wanted to worship the strong as their teachers, and the strong naturally wanted to take geniuses as disciples. Although Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan had yet to return, the peak master's thoughts were surprisingly the same: go straight to the halfway point to intercept the two and take in their disciples. As the saying goes, it's first come, first served, hands down. We are all peak masters. Whoever finds the two first and proposes the matter of accepting a disciple. I'm afraid that both Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan would be too embarrassed to refuse. They would be able to easily pick up two supreme geniuses as disciples. Unfortunately, their thoughts were pierced through by the sect leader and would not allow this to happen, saying that everyone should compete fairly. They wanted to take Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan as disciples, but the two didn't necessarily want to choose them as masters. When Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan returned, they would discuss the matter of accepting disciples. That was how the matter of several peak masters descending to the outer sect came about. They had all come here to wait for Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan to return. What fair competition! I think the sect leader just wants to take them as disciples himself. The Xiujian peak master smiled coldly. This still need to say? The sect leader is closed for a long time this time. He can't get away for a while. And our meetings and deliberations are all with incarnations, running outside the 100-sword mountain to snatch a disciple from us. Her incarnation was afraid that she wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage. That's why she pretended to be waiting for them to return before accepting a disciple in a fair manner. The sword-washing peak master followed suit with a cold smile. AI, what can we do then? Are you going to make an enemy of the sect leader? The tall and powerful-looking sword-casting peak master couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. The moment his words came out, all the peak masters were stagnant. Anyone who dared to run halfway to intercept the duo and force them to take on a disciple was an enemy of her. Such words were spoken by the headmaster himself. The several peak masters who knew the sect leader's fearsome nature didn't take her as a joke. If they really did that, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid receiving a few swords when the sect leader came out of the gate. Perhaps many disciples didn't know the fearsomeness of their own sect leader, but the several peak masters were well aware of it. The sect leader's strength was unfathomable. Perhaps the strongest person that 100-sword mountain had ever seen. If she really made a move, I'm afraid that the remaining 6 peak masters combined wouldn't be enough for her to beat. Several peak masters fell into silence on this and did not mention this matter. Phew! A stream of light suddenly flew in from the distance. The visitor was dressed in black, with a graceful body and a head full of silver hair rooted and crystallized, which danced and fluttered lightly in the wind. Xiong nose, red lips, willow leaf eyebrow, eyes clear and bright, such as the black gemstone glazed brilliance. With her appearance, the luster of this heaven and earth seemed to become a few shades brighter. Whoa! It's Fairy Luo! It's actually Luo Xinchuan. Is that Luo Xinchuan? So beautiful. I didn't think I'd have a chance to catch a glimpse of Luo Xinchuan's immortal face. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it to get to see Fairy Luo, even if I'm sent back down the mountain in the future. I'm different. After meeting Luo Xinchuan, I want to stay at 100-sword mountain even more. First it's the peak masters, and now it's Luo Xinchuan. What the hell happened to our outer sect? Who cares? The fairy is in the dust. Why don't you hurry to see more? You may not have the chance to see it in the future. That's so pretty. Only Wei Qingyan can compete with her in terms of looks in our outer sect, right? Whether it's Luo Xinchuan or senior sister Wei, they're both extremely beautiful, only each has their own style. In the crowd, Wang Jiao and Ding Xian looked on with glowing eyes. This woman had just appeared, causing countless outer sect disciples to gasp in shock. Luoli has met several peak masters. Under the gaze of countless excited and frenzied gazes of the outer sect disciples, the silver-haired and black-suited young girl flew to where several peak masters were, and briefly saluted. True Master Luo is polite. Several peak masters laughed at once. The silver-haired beauty in front of him was the only personal disciple of the sect leader. The second pride and second beauty of 100-sword mountain, Luoli. Many 100-sword mountain disciples might not have seen him, but they must have heard his name. I don't know how many male disciples, after seeing Luo Li's first glance, would be unforgettable for life. Sighing that there was such a beautiful woman in the world, Luo Li also gained an additional nickname from this, Luo Fairy. Luo Li's talent was demonic, her status was noble, and her appearance was impeccable. It was not uncommon for a single appearance to cause excitement and fervor in outer sect disciples, and she often drew a crowd of fervent fans when she appeared publicly in the inner sect. Luo Zhentian transmitted this is? The peak master of sword-washing peak looked at Luo Li and asked, and the rest of the peak masters also cast their gazes. Substitute teacher adoption. Luo Li laughed lightly. Oh, several peak masters were instantly relieved and revealed smiles. The sect leader could not spare the time, so he sent his own disciples to accept disciples on his behalf. and in terms of competition, he was innately weaker than several peak masters. As long as the sect leader didn't personally participate in the competition, their hopes were high. A few moments later, another commotion came from the crowd of outer disciples. Even though Luo Li and several peak masters were far apart, with their strength, they sensed the commotion at the first moment and cast their gazes over. Only a pair of handsome men and women were seen riding two mounts. The mounts seemed to have the wind at their feet, carrying them forward briskly, and they soon arrived at the area where many outer disciples had gathered. So hilarious? Li Xianfeng looked at the group of outer disciples gathered on this hill and a piece on that hill and was surprised. Chapter 37, The Third Daughter of Heaven's Destiny. Tie her up quickly. There are actually mounts? That's the Black Wind Horse. And the other one is Divine Walking Black Stallion? That's quite a ride. What kind of status and position? To actually have a divine walking black steed as a mount? As soon as the two tall and divinely handsome mounts came into sight, they attracted a lot of discussion from the disciples. It was basically impossible for an outer sect disciple to have a mount given their strength and status. The odds are that if you had to get one for yourself, it wouldn't be much better than a horse in the mundane world. A mount like the Black Wind Horse was something they weren't qualified to have. Not to mention the divine black stallion. It's senior sister Wei, and Li Xianfeng, so they're all fine? What's with the ride all of a sudden? In the crowd, Wang Jiao and Ding Stan were a bit dazed. This divine walking black steed was a third-order demonic beast, equivalent to a cyclone realm cultivator. Even if it wasn't good at attacking, it was at least of the third rank, and they were considered lucky if they didn't die from a hoof kick. However, this kind of demonic beast actually obediently became Li Xuanfeng's mount? Who and what is he really? The two men were greatly shocked, yet their greater shock was yet to come. The figures of Luo Li and several peak masters were like instantaneous transportation. Originally they were still on that mountain over there, but in the twinkling of an eye, they had already descended to this place. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, we've been waiting for a long time. The peak master of Sword-Washing Peak said smilingly, I am the sword-casting peak master. I am the Shoujian peak master. Several peak masters opened their mouths to introduce themselves at the same time. This scene was seen by all the outer disciples in a daze. Did the high and mighty peak masters turn out to be so approachable? How come it's not the same as the image of a tall man I remember? Senior brother and sister are indeed dragons and phoenixes amongst men with extraordinary aura. First time I meet you. I am the sect leader's own disciple Luo Li. Luo Li had a light smile on her face, looking at the countless disciples blushing and feeling like they were in love. Greetings to all the peak masters. Greetings to true master Luo. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan clasped their fists. Greetings to all the peak masters. Greetings to true master Luo. The other outer disciples also hurriedly saluted one after another. Ahem, we're not going to sell you short. We've heard about you guys and are waiting here because we want to take you too as our disciples. The tall and burly sword-casting peak master opened the door and said, What? Take an apprentice? The peak masters descended to the outer sect just to take Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan as disciples? How is this possible? All the disciples were shocked and stunned for a moment. What is the status of the peak master of 100 Swords Mountain? Normally, some big families, or royal relatives, who wanted their offspring to worship under the peak master as a registered disciple didn't even have a chance. Not to mention the fact that it was the peak master who took the initiative to show up and request for an apprentice. Not to mention, the 6 peak masters were already waiting here in advance before the 2 of them even returned to the sect. The shock this scene caused to the disciples could not be described as strong. Wang Jiao and Ding Stan were even more confused in their heads. Who was Li Xianfeng? The fellow disciples who worshipped in the 100 Swords Mountain with them 3 years ago. And it's still the kind that scores at the bottom of the introductory test. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual orifice realm when he was tested before, it wasn't so bad that the peak masters would personally come out to accept a disciple, right? With this kind of talent, one would soon be obliterated after entering the inner sect. How could one be looked upon by the peak master? Could it be, he's hiding more strength, right? Thinking about this, both of them were shocked in their hearts. Take an apprentice? Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment. He had actually anticipated this scene in advance. No matter what world you are in, having a strong background is a good thing. It's easier to do things, there are fewer detours, and it's easier to get resources. Worshipping the peak master meant having a powerful background. Before he had awakened the system, Li Xianfeng would definitely be happy to the extreme. With the system, worshipping or not worshipping had little effect on him. Even if they were to worship, they would surely have to worship a cultivator with extreme strength and talent and chi to do so. The 100-sword mountain peak master was definitely considered a top-tier cultivator in the Great Yin dynasty. However, Li Xianfeng felt that being his master was still a bit worse. Thinking of this, he habitually used the power of the system to check the colors of the people's destinies. At a glance, the several peak masters were surrounded by an extremely dense yellow glow. A few had a little bit of orange in their rich yellow light. As his eyes shifted, a brilliant gold color came into view. Golden mandate of heaven. Li Xuanfeng's gaze lurched. The one who emitted golden light all over her body was none other than Luoli. System, tie her up. Li Xianfeng immediately called out to the system in his mind. The question of worshipping or not worshipping the master can be put aside first, but binding the daughter of heaven's destiny can never be delayed. Ding! Binding successful. The system beep sounded. Luoli's attribute panel also came into view. Name, Luoli. Mandate of heaven, demon of the Dan Dao. Cultivation level, first level of divine metamorphosis realm. Physique, Danshin body. A demon of the Dan Dao. It seems that she has a talent in the Dao of alchemy that others can hardly reach. An existence destined to ascend to the absolute top of alchemy. Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. After Wei Qingyan and Su Miaochen, Luoli was the third daughter of heaven's destiny he had bound, and it was still a powerful person of the divine metamorphosis realm. After the condensed Dan realm, there was the shattered Dan realm, and after the shattered Dan realm, there was the divine metamorphosis realm. In other words, Luoli was two great realms higher than Li Xianfeng. At such a realm, as long as there was a breakthrough, a random tenfold return could benefit Li Xianfeng greatly. How about it? Come to my sword casting peak. I don't have much else in my sword casting peak, just a lot of precious swords. As long as you come to my sword casting peak, spirit weapons will be picked at random. Seeing that neither Li Xianfeng nor Wei Qingyan answered, Sword Casting Peak thought that they couldn't decide who to worship as their master. The Sword Casting Peak are a bunch of roughnecks who refine weapons and build longswords of average quality. I, the burial sword blade, have already buried thousands of them, so there's no need for me to say which is stronger or weaker, right? The burying sword peak master looked at Li Xianfeng with a burning gaze. Neither the sword casting peak nor the burial sword blade will do. Come to my sword interceptor peak and this seat will customize the most suitable martial arts for you. The interceptor sword peak master played with his long sword and said, cultivation is all about law and wealth. My hidden sword peak may be lacking in other aspects, but the last thing it lacks is cultivation resources. If you two join my disciple, there will be enough resources. The hidden sword peak master said atmospherically. My sword cleansing peak is likewise not lacking in resources, and this seat also has a special secret technique for strengthening spiritual weapons. Join my disciples and this secret technique can be passed on to you instantly. The sword washing peak master also spoke. My Xiaojin peak is the lineage with the most female disciples amongst the 7 peaks. No matter if it's a technique or martial arts skill, it's extremely suitable for female cultivation. Wei Qingyan, are you interested? The Xiaojin peak master was not greedy, and when the other peak masters wanted to take both of them under their doors, the Xiaojin peak master set his sights on Wei Qingyan. She thought she was being very resourceful, wanting both and probably not getting either in the end. Since this was the case, it would be better to have a firm goal from the start. She only needed Wei Qingyan and that was enough. I'll listen to elder brother. I'll choose whoever elder brother chooses. Wei Qingyan's reply surprised everyone. Did Li Xianfeng give her some kind of mesmerizing soup? You even listened to his advice on things like choosing a master? The peak lords were all astonished. The Xiaojin peak master was even more stagnant. He thought that he focused on choosing one very witty, but he didn't think that this girl actually wanted to choose the same master as Li Xianfeng. Miscalculation. The matter of worshipping a master should not be a child's play. You should choose the most suitable master for you, the Xiaojin peak master said. However, Wei Qingyan stubbornly shook her head. It didn't even particularly matter to her who she worshipped. She had the sword spirit to guide her in theory. As for resources, I'm afraid that even if there is a gap between the several peak masters, the gap is not that big. The most crucial thing is that Wei Qingyan wants to be with Li Xianfeng, and if she worships the same master, she will be able to see her senior brother often. Seeing how determined Wei Qingyan looked, everyone turned their gazes to Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng will be the one to decide where the two go. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Several peak masters silently looked at Li Xianfeng, but their eyes and hearts were constantly urging. Li Xianfeng fell into a deep thought. Other cultivators begged to worship the strongest. Instead, he was a group of strong people lining up for him to pick, and this treatment could not be described as high. But to be honest, Li Xianfeng didn't even particularly want to choose in his heart. Looking at Li Xuanfeng's pensive demeanor, all the outer disciples were anxious for him, itching to take his place. No one wanted them to even worship an outer sect elder as their teacher. And now the peak masters were lining up to be picked by Li Xianfeng. Yet he was still torn. It's a real people pleaser. Peak masters? I think we should stop arguing. Just when Li Xianfeng had yet to make a choice, Luo Li's voice rang out. A celestial pride such as senior brother and sister can only blossom to its true splendor in the hands of master teacher. So, it's better to give the opportunity to master. A jade slip appeared in Luo Li's hand. Then with a faint smile, she crushed it. Buzz. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly surged. Indescribable pressure filled the sky and earth, as if there was an overwhelming greatness rapidly converging towards this place. A stunning woman's figure that eclipsed heaven and earth slowly took shape. When Li Xianfeng saw that towering, majestic, solemn, unassailable, empress-like figure, his eyes were violetly bright. Chapter 38 My super strong absolute beauty extreme master is a little contrary? The woman's posture was unrivaled. Dressed in a gorgeous purple palace dress, wearing a delicate and beautifully carved phoenix hair crown, the golden strut dangling beads and jade swaying slightly, graceful, luxurious, dignified, lofty, and only to be viewed from afar, but not to be played with, were the first impressions that popped up in Li Xuanfeng's mind after seeing her. Being in a high position for a long time gave her an air of superiority, full of majesty, especially that pair of indifferent phoenix eyes, looking down on the crowd from above. Coupled with a stunningly beautiful and incomparable face, it will give a man a strong urge to conquer her from the bottom of his heart. However, not many people dared to have such thoughts because she was the current sect leader of 100 Sword Mountain and the strongest sect leader ever. The one who appeared here was merely one of her avatars. That terrifying pressure then caused all the outer disciples to bend their heads, not daring to look directly at them. If Luoli was 100 Sword Mountain's second heavenly pride come second beauty, then 100 Sword Mountain sect leader was the first heavenly pride come first beauty. Greetings, Master. Luoli performed the simple disciple salute with a smile on her lips. Greetings, sect leader. The several peak masters exchanged glances and all looked somewhat helpless. What Luoli accepts disciples on behalf of the master. In the end, it is still not myself personally down. Even though it was only an incarnation that descended, they knew that they couldn't compete with the sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. On the ground, the outer disciples who could hardly carry the immense pressure all hung their heads. No need to be polite. The sect leader's indifferent voice rang out. These words directly caused Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, who had just clasped their fists and were ready to salute, to freeze in their movements. Regardless of whether it was Wei Qingyan or Li Xianfeng, it was the first time they had seen the appearance of the 100 Sword Mountain sect leader. The 3-foot sword surround and dripping through the air sword that the two had learned in the first place were both said to have been created by the current sect leader. Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan. This seat has already heard about the two of you. The sect leader's indifferent phoenix eyes swept in. As she looked over, Li Xianfeng was also looking at her. At this moment, Li Xuanfeng's heart was more or less shocked, because with the power of the system, he saw that the sect leader was surrounded by a golden light, which was heaven's destiny. Besides, it was just one of her avatars. System, quickly tie up the sect leader. Li Xianfeng called out to the system in his mind. Ding! Although avatars can be bound, the binding is nullified when the avatar disappears. Do you continue to bind? The system beep sounded. Of course it's bound. Li Xianfeng did not hesitate. Although it was only an avatar, after binding it, surely he would be able to see some of the basic attributes of the sect leader, right? Ding! Binding successful, temporary. After the system beep sounded, Li Xianfeng saw the base template of this incarnation of the sect leader. Name Ran Yuezhou. Mandate of Heaven, Mandate of Heaven. Realm, 9th level of the Divine Metamorphosis Realm, Incarnation. Physique, 9 heavenly metaphysical bodies, pseudo-** incarnation. Just one avatar alone has a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Divine Metamorphosis Realm? I wonder how much power she used to condense this avatar. But she's a bit special with this providence. Li Xianfeng thought darkly. After communicating with the system, Li Xianfeng could easily understand that the so-called Heaven's Mandate Master was the master of the Heaven's Mandate. Simply put, this kind of person himself also has a great fortune. Talent and potential are not lacking. At the same time, the disciples she took in were basically people whose heavenly destinies had been added to them. That means if she continues to accept disciples, the high probability that the ones she receives will be heaven's destined children? Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. If that's the case, there's a chance that by being close to her, you can bind a few more Heaven's Fate people in the future as well? The two of you have outstanding talent and a top-notch physique. This is a sign of great prosperity for the 100 Sword Mountain. and it is also a blessing for the 100-sword mountain. This seat wishes to take you too as disciples to teach you personally. Are you willing? The head teacher is high above, graceful and noble. A pair of phoenix eyes are obviously absolutely beautiful but calm and indifferent. Her voice is like the words of heaven, spreading in all directions. Everyone was waiting for Li Xianfeng to answer. Wei Qingyan also looked at Li Xianfeng. She would do whatever her senior brother decided. As for the sword spirit, it had long since gone silent. Fata was afraid of being discovered. The crowd of drooping disciples were dry and anxious in their hearts, so envious and jealous that they were about to go crazy, and couldn't wait to agree instead of Li Xianfeng. Not to mention being the disciple of the sect leader. They would be willing to serve the sect leader tea and water and bathe and change clothes, even in the capacity of a mortal, as long as they could get a little bit closer to a high and mighty beauty like the sect master. It would be worth it even if they lived 20 years less. Li Xianfeng felt that being the sect leader's disciple was actually not bad. The sect leader is a heavenly ordained teacher, and his future accomplishments are unimaginable. Worshipping such a superb beauty with great potential and super strength as a master was equivalent to having the entire 100 Swords Mountain as backstage. I'm afraid that I can walk horizontally in the entire Great Yin dynasty. And Li Xianfeng didn't have to lose anything. There might even be a chance to have a kiss with the absolutely beautiful master teacher. Oh no! Discuss the Tao together. The key was that it was unusually difficult to see the real body of the sect leader, and if one became her disciple, the chances of seeing the real person would be much greater. It would also be convenient for Li Xianfeng to bind it at that time. I thought that with the strength of the sect leader, even the lowest tenfold return would be quite amazing, or at least a lot more cost-effective than Luoli. However, just as Li Xianfeng was about to open his mouth after some thought, the sect leader's voice, however, suddenly sounded in his and Wei Qingyan's minds. Why don't you two little guys say yes and give me some face? Don't worry. Follow this seat to mix. Cultivation. You won't be treated poorly. With this seat backing you up, even if you stir up a heavenly mess in the Great Yin dynasty, this seat will be able to take care of it for you. The sect leader's sudden transmission caused Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan to be stunned for a moment, feeling a sudden change in the picture. But when he fixed his eyes on it, the sect leader was still the same noble and dignified, indifferent look overlooking the world. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Xianfeng was now a condensed Dan realm cultivator, he would have thought that the sect leader's voice transmission just now was an illusion. Is the sect master's dignified and noble, lofty appearance all an act? Is it so contrasting? Li Xianfeng was greatly shocked. In terms of the sound transmission just now, the true sect leader was by no means as dignified and noble, majestic and indifferent as he appeared on the surface. It seems that the sect leader is also just dignified in front of people, and deliberately put on this appearance in order to maintain the majestic image of the sect leader. Li Xianfeng judged so in his heart. This seat doesn't like red tape. If the two of you are interested, you only need to perform a simple disciple salute and call me master. The grand and majestic yet indifferent voice of the sect leader resounded once again. Li Xianfeng raised his eyes and seemed to see a hint of grudge in those indifferent phoenix eyes. It's true. Li Xianfeng inclined his head to look at Wei Qingyan and gently nodded. Then both of them tacitly clasped their fists and arched their hands at the same time, performing a simple disciple's salute towards the sect leader. Disciple Li Xianfeng, Wei Qingyan, greets master. The voices of the two echoed in this heaven and earth, formally recognizing sect leader Mercy Moon Boat as their master. Aha! Ran Yuezhou nodded slightly, her dignified, noble and indifferent demeanor consistent throughout. Only Li Xianfeng, who was quietly paying attention to her, noticed the flickering image of the corners of her slightly hooked mouth. In the next moment, Ran Yuezhou, who was wearing a gorgeous purple palace dress, slightly raised her feet, revealing her crystal jade-like ankles. The jade foot stepped down as if it had crossed space, appearing directly in front of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Chapter 39, Just worship me and you can't wait? Feeling the terrifying pressure of the sect leader approaching, all the outer disciples buried their heads even lower. Many people wanted to take a closer look at the absolutely beautiful palmist, but they didn't have the guts to raise their heads, so they could only find a chance to sneak a peek. Li Xianfeng had instead experienced the beauty of his master teacher up close. It was a face that could not be picked out, as if it was perfect like a masterpiece of heaven, coupled with her indifferent demeanor and the majesty of a superior. This unique aura was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. The phoenix eyes and red lips are close at hand. Ran Yuezhou stretched out her slender jade hands, one on Wei Qingyan's shoulder and the other on Li Xianfeng's shoulder. Top physique indeed. Ran Yuezhou's voice couldn't be heard as joyful or sad, but the depths of the phoenix eyes that looked at Li Xianfeng clearly hid surprise. Although they were both top-notch physiques, Li Xuanfeng's physique was clearly many times more powerful than Wei Qingyan's, so powerful that it eluded her a bit. In her perception, if Wei Qingyan was like a bright full moon, then Li Xianfeng was like a blazing sun, one at the 8th level of the qi spinning realm, and one at the 3rd level of the Dan condensation realm. It's better than what I expected. Mercy Moonboat's voice continued to ring out. The 8th level of the qi spinning realm? The 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm? The group of hanging outer doors were directly dumbfounded when they heard this. Wang Jiao and Ding Xian, who took the opportunity to sneak a look at the sect leader, were even more scalp numb and throat tight. The 3rd level of the Dan condensation realm? This is a ing outer disciple? Li Xianfeng can hide so well? So the higher power was with them all along? And they still naively thought that Li Xianfeng was an outer disciple with the bottom of the talent ladder? The two of them were cold and sweaty for a while, glad that they hadn't sought trouble with Li Xianfeng. Even if they always showed false enthusiasm, at least they hadn't offended him in the open. It was from this moment onwards that the two of them completely extinguished any thoughts of jealousy towards Li Xianfeng. Ranyu Zhou stretched out her jade fingers and pointed them on Wei Qingyan and Li Xuanfeng's foreheads respectively. Her voice sounded in both of their minds at the same time. This is the technique that Master cultivated, called the Sacred Sword Technique, and it is now directly transmitted to you. The Sacred Sword Technique was the most powerful technique of the 100 Sword Mountain, and the threshold for cultivation was very high. Not only does it require excellent root bones, it also requires a very high level of enlightenment. Currently, only Rinyu Zhou and Luo Li had learned it. What Li Xianfeng had previously cultivated was the gongfu uniformly issued by the outer sect. It would have been impossible to cultivate to the condensed Dan realm, but he didn't cultivate this cultivation on his own either. Instead, it relied on the automatic growth brought about by awakening the chaotic sword body, as well as Wei Qingyan's return. Therefore, if he still wanted to continue cultivating, he really needed a powerful technique. The sacred sword skill could be cultivated to the saint realm, which was completely enough for Li Xianfeng to use. Through divine sense, the Ranyu boat directly transmitted the cultivation content of this technique into the minds of the two of them, eliminating the need for a learning process. Ding! Wei Qingyan learns the sacred sword technique. 10 times back. You are skilled in controlling this technique. The system beep sounded at the right time. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained the sacred sword technique. 10 times back. And you've obtained the great sacred sword technique. The system voice sounded once again. Li Xuanfeng's heart stirred. After digesting the information of the great sacred sword technique, he discovered that this technique was an upgraded version of the sacred sword technique and could be cultivated to a higher realm. This harvest wasn't too bad for him. Master has prepared a meeting gift for you, and Luo Li will give it to you when the time comes. Ran Yuezhou's voice continued to resound in Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan's minds, and outwardly, she continued to have that noble and majestic image of a sect master. Master, can't we see you in your true form? Li Xianfeng could see that Ren Yuezhou might be about to dissipate this incarnation and couldn't help but transmit his voice to her. Good disciple, you've only just worshipped me and you can't wait? The surface of the Ren Yuezhou was immovable, maintaining the majesty of the sect leader. Yet a voice filled with surprise and teasing sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Li Xuanfeng's expression stagnated. He had expected that Ren Yuezhou was not as serious as he appeared to be before he dared to directly transmit his voice. But I also didn't expect the opening to be so immodest. Then again, he did feel a bit impatient to bind the Mercy Moonboat. If he could, he would hate to bind his master now. Although I don't know what realm the real body of the Renyu boat is, but I think it is bound to be not low. It must be far above Luoli. A minimum tenfold return would also give him a huge profit. The master is closed for a long time this time, and cannot come out until absolutely necessary. If you are in danger, Luoli will be able to help you in most cases. And then there are a few peak masters. Their strength isn't great, but they're still somewhat useful. If you really encounter a problem that none of them can solve, Master will definitely come out of the gate. After all, Master can't bear to see my good disciple get hurt. Towards the end of the transmission, Li Xianfeng even heard Ran Yuezhou's faint bad laugh. Then looking at the dignified and majestic face of the stunning beauty in front of him, Li Xianfeng had to sigh in his heart. Master is really a contrast. This matter is settled. All of you disperse. The Mercy Moonboat stood tall and casually swept a glance at the bowed-down outer disciples. Then its figure shattered into a roiling point of light and disappeared. The mighty pressure that filled this heaven and earth also dissipated. Greetings, sect leader. The outer disciples spoke in unison and respectfully. Ding. Binding target Ring Yuzhou, incarnation, dissipated. Binding expired. The system's voice also sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Let's go too. several peak masters stepped into the air and instantly disappeared into place. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me. I'll take you to your new quarters. Luoli smiled as she looked at Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan, then rose up in the air and flew towards the inner gate. With a wave of Li Xuanfeng's hand, the majestic spiritual energy rolled Wei Qingyan, and the two mounts up into the sky, following Luoli. Phew, I really didn't expect to see so many big names today. Yes, not only did the peak master in Fairy Luo come, even the sect leader came in person. That's not the sect leader's real body. That's an incarnation. Ha, is the incarnation that real? If the incarnation is so beautiful, the real body must be even more so. The rumors are indeed true. The first time I saw Fairy Luo, someone called her the second beauty of the 100-Sword Mountain, and I wasn't convinced, but now I'm completely convinced. Actually, both Fairy Luo and the sect leader possess a peerless divine face, but unfortunately, the sect leader has an additional unrivaled aura of a higher power. Yes, I'm afraid that such a noble and dignified one, with both temperament and beauty, is the only one in the entire Great Yin dynasty who is the sect leader. You don't know. That indifferent look of the sect leader looking down on us is too sensual. Yes, yes, yes. I want to be stepped on by the sect leader's feet. I want the sect leader to look at me with eyes like looking at garbage. I'd be willing to break my life for 10 years. Only after Li Xianfeng and the others left and completely disappeared from view did the outer disciples dare to puff out their chests and raise their heads. Only after determining that there was no sign of the sect leader and the others did they dare to discuss quietly. However, when a disciple accidentally voiced the strange thoughts within his heart, the surrounding disciples suddenly looked at him with strange expressions. It was not difficult to see that both male and female disciples were bowled over by the unrivaled aura of a high-ranking person on the surface of the sect leader. Brother Wang Jiao. While silently eavesdropping on the discussions of the other disciples, Wang Jiao suddenly heard Ding Xian call out to himself. Seeking the sound, he looked over, only to see that Ding Xian's expression was sometimes tangled, sometimes grave. In the end, he couldn't help but look at Wang Jiao and asked seriously, Brother Wang Jiao, you and I should be honest. Did you deliberately want to keep a low profile before you went to be a handyman disciple? Are you hiding a billion points of cultivation as well? Ha! Wang Jiao was confused by the question. Immediately after that, his face was darkened. He was afraid that he had a brain problem to hide his cultivation to become an odd-job disciple. He wasn't like Li Xianfeng. He really hadn't been able to break through to the spiritual orifice realm. Chapter 40, Senior Brother Must Not Be Allowed. Phew! Luoli flew through the air. Not too fast and not too slow. She had a good-looking silver hair, which was currently dancing lightly in the wind, like the undulating silver waves under the moonlight. The whistling wind and waves came to her face, blowing her black dress close to her petite body and outlining her delicate curves. Li Xianfeng brought Wei Qingyan and flew side by side with her while the two mounts hung back, slightly inclining his head. He could see Luo Li's perfect side face. Luo Li had the title of Luo Fairy in 100-Sword Mountain, so it could be seen that her face value and temperament were absolutely top-notch among female cultivators. After traveling to this world, the most beautiful women Li Xianfeng had encountered were undoubtedly the 3 heavenly fate daughters he had bound in the 100-Sword Mountain sect leader. The 4 women were all one of a kind in terms of face value alone, just with different temperaments. If Wei Qingyan belonged to the category of cool beauty, she occasionally overflowed with the air of a youthful teenager. Then Luo Li as the temperament is transcendent, ethereal and dusty, like a bright moon hanging in the night sky, beautiful, but with a faint detachment that puts people off. In Xuanshan City encountered Su Miaojin belongs to the extremely rare Ingqi woman. If the female disguised as a man, will certainly be fascinated thousands of girls fluttering gentlemen. As for the sect leader Reinua Zhou who had just been worshipped as his master, Li Xianfeng could be said to have the deepest impression. At first sight, it was like a queen on high, noble and dignified, majestic and inoffensive. However, after experiencing several voice transmissions, Li Xianfeng knew that this master teacher of his was not as serious as he appeared to be. Perhaps to outsiders, she was high and unassailable, but in private she might be a different person. Doesn't it seem like master is being harsh? Amidst the whistling wind, Luo Li suddenly inclined her head towards Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Harsh? Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. On the surface, the master teacher was indeed extremely majestic, and it seemed to outsiders that she might be a strict teacher. But judging from the previous transmission, perhaps that was not the case. Actually, master teacher is a very easygoing and good talker in private. Not waiting for the two to answer, Luo Li inclined her head back again and looked at the peak ahead, a faint smile on her face. The master would not demand that her disciple must accomplish any goal, must break through to any realm at any time. For the matter of disciple cultivation, she won't ask about it most of the time, and only occasionally will she personally guide you when the mood strikes. If there is anything you need in terms of cultivation resources, just ask her. And, Master is very protective. As they spoke, several people were already flying over the heavy mountain ranges and entering the inner gate. The outer gate only accounted for a very small part of the 100 Swords Mountain. The inner gate was the root of the 100 Swords Mountain, and it was also the most vast place. The peaks rise together, the clouds vaporize, the cranes spread their wings, the beasts cry, and there are even flowing springs and waterfalls, and the bells ring. A large peak towered into the clouds, and giant formations gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, showing the grandeur of a great sect. There are 7 great peaks in the inner sect. The tallest one is the main peak where Master Teacher is located, and the remaining 6 are Sword Casting Peak, Hidden Sword Peak, Burial Sword Strike, Sword Intercepting Peak, Sword Washing Peak, and Shio Sword Peak. In addition to the big peaks, there are hundreds of small and medium-sized peaks, as well as thousands of ordinary hills. Each inner sect elder and true disciple gets a peak to themselves. Your mountain peaks have already been arranged in advance by your master, so I'll take you there now. Luoli flew while explaining matters related to the inner sect to Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Soon after, Luoli brought the two of them between 2 neighboring 1,000-foot peaks. This mountain peak is called Little Xian Peak, and it belongs to senior brother. This mountain peak is called Little Qiong Peak, and it belongs to senior sister. Both peaks are subordinate to the main peak, which means that we are not far away from master. And the peak in front of us is called Spirit Medicine Peak, which is my residence. Listening to Luo Li's introduction, Li Xianfeng looked towards the large peak in the distance that towered over the clouds, the top of which could not be seen. It was a 10,000 feet peak, taller than any mountain Li Xianfeng knew before crossing over. This peak was the main peak of the 100 Sword Mountain, where the sect leader was located, with a human body. In front of these tall peaks, it was like an ant looking up at a big tree. Senior brothers and sisters all have storage rings, right? Luo Li looked at Wei Qingyan and said. The two nodded. Wei Qingyan's several storage rings were given by Li Xianfeng, who had received a 100-fold return and could already be called a storage ring wholesaler. That's good. This is the meeting gift that Master has prepared for you. Luo Li stretched out her good-looking jade finger, and a ball of light floated out from the storage ring. It was a mountain of spirit stones, judging from the fluctuations emanating from it, the least of which was a medium grade. Spirit stones are an indispensable resource for cultivation, and this is what your master has divided up for you. Luo Li said while splitting the spirit stones into 2. Since there was a big gap between Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan's realms, their needs for spirit stones were different, so more was given to Li Xianfeng and less to Wei Qingyan. With a sweep of Li Xuanfeng's divine sense, he was able to distinguish just how many of these spirit stones there were. 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even for him, it was definitely an extremely sizable fortune. It's good to have a wealthy master. Li Xianfeng secretly lamented in his heart. These spirit stones were already far more than his entire fortune. Moreover, this was still what the Mercy Moon boat provided based on his cultivation level, and as his cultivation level increased, his master would surely give him more. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Returned tenfold. You have obtained 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The system beep sounded. Li Xuanfeng's wealth skyrocketed another notch. Actually, I don't lack spirit stones, so why don't I just give all these spirit stones to senior sister Wei? With a wave of Li Xuanfeng's big hand, those spirit stones sent by the Mercy Moon boat floated towards Wei Qingyan. Senior brother must not. Wei Qingyan was startled and hastily took a step back. Why are you still like this? Giving away everything. Where the hell did he get so many resources? The spirit stones given to him by his master were considered a huge fortune. Without resources, how could senior brother cultivate? Senior brother, this is the master's command, so you don't need to give it to your senior sister. Luo Li was also startled by Li Xuanfeng's actions. Although these spirit stones, given her current status realm, didn't seem like a lot. However, it was important to realize that Li Xianfeng was still at the condensed Dan realm, and usually cultivated, or traveled outside. He was in great need of spirit stones. Many shattered Dan realm cultivators couldn't even come up with this much at once, yet he casually gave it to his senior sister? Is it really that rich? Then it's for you. With a wave of Li Xuanfeng's hand, The spirit stone floated towards Luo Li again. Luo Li froze for a moment. And then that stunningly beautiful face blossomed into a stunning smile like a closed moon. It was as if she had become the brightest luminescence in this heaven and earth. The air around her seemed to have become cheerful, and the surly beauty of her eyes as she looked at Li Xianfeng was a lot less distant than before. So much for a smile, right? Li Xianfeng lamented in his heart. Appreciating a beautiful woman makes a person physically and mentally happy, even if Luo Li doesn't accept it. This action to win a smile from a beautiful person is also very profitable. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness. But I don't lack spirit stones. You'd better keep them for yourself. These spirit stones are a considerable amount of money. Luo Li laughed. Senior brother, you must remember that even with the presence of the master, cultivation resources are not endless. You may have had a sudden surge in your cultivation before because of your physique awakening, but this opportunity only comes once, and it's unlikely that your cultivation will be so swift in the next. With these spirit stones, you will be able to continue to maintain a faster cultivation speed, and you are completely damaging yourselves by giving them to others. Luo Li said with a straight face. She was happy that Li Xianfeng was willing to send her spirit stones, but she also had to remind this senior brother. The path of cultivation, the law wealth couple land. Every resource is hard won, can't just give it away so easily. Even if one was a supreme genius, without resources, realm advancement would not be as fast. Ding! Su Miaochen breaks through to the condensed Dan realm. 10 times return. You break through to the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. The system beep sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind without warning. In the next moment, the inner Dan in his dantian enlarged by a circle and gained an additional Dan line, and his body's aura surged with it, sweeping out in all directions. Luo Li, who had just finished speaking, froze. A big question mark also popped up on Wei Qingyan's head. Even Li Xianfeng himself stiffened. The atmosphere between the three just suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 41, Blazing Sun Golden Pupil. Can break through delusion. Can also see through? The scene was quiet for a while. Luo Li didn't expect this scene to happen suddenly. Wei Qingyan didn't expect this scene to happen either. Even Li Xianfeng himself didn't expect it. Who knew that Su Miaochen would break through to the condensed Dan realm at this juncture and then give him a tenfold return? This feeling was as if Li Xianfeng had intentionally punched Luo Li in the face. Senior brother. How did you do it? However, Luo Li didn't care about this, but instead looked Li Xianfeng up and down with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. She even wanted to go up and touch Li Xuanfeng's root bones to check out this strange phenomenon, but she ultimately held back. Luo Li's strength was far above Li Xuanfeng's. Her divine sense was powerful. Li Xuanfeng's realm could not be hidden from her. She could be 100% certain that just now, Li Xianfeng was only at the 3rd level of the condensed Dan realm. It was just after she finished speaking that she broke through to the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. But, how did Li Xianfeng do it? Dan condensation realm cultivators, but whenever they broke through, they would either absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from their surroundings, or suck the spiritual energy from a large pile of spirit stones cleanly. Li Xianfeng was different. It was as if he had some sort of power latent within him that was suddenly channeled out and then broke through the realm. This phenomenon is similar to somatic awakening, but his physique had already been awakened. Therefore, Luo Li was curious as to how exactly he broke through. I don't know. Maybe before physique was not fully awakened? Li Xianfeng looked as if he was also at a loss and didn't know anything about it himself. Su Miaochen suddenly broke through at this time, and he was completely unprepared. However, considering Su Miaochen's great desolate battle body edition, she herself was at the peak cultivation level of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It wouldn't be strange to break through to the condensed Dan realm at any time. The physique is not fully awakened? Luo Li fell into a deep thought. Is there such a thing? She was knowledgeable though, and many things she had turned up in ancient books even if she hadn't seen them with her own eyes. It's not a big secret that something like a physique reawakening after being self-obscure is not a big secret. But an incomplete awakening and another awakening was really the first time she had seen it. This world is too big. There's still a lot I don't know. And it's not surprising that such a thing really exists. Luo Li secretly said in her heart and quickly accepted this matter. Senior brother should still put all these spirit stones away. Luo Li once again looked at Li Xianfeng. No matter what, this was a meeting gift left by the master for his disciple. And Luo Li was adamant that she would not accept it. Li Xianfeng glanced at Wei Qingyan again. Wei Qingyan hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. Even if Li Xianfeng had previously said that he wanted to invest in her, the resources given to her were too much. The resources she had with her were already enough for her to cultivate for a long time. Li Xianfeng could only put the spirit stone away. Let's just say that sister is a good girl. If he encountered a fishing girl, Li Xianfeng didn't need to go through so much trouble at all, and with a single delivery from the box, he would be able to brush back a large amount of resources. In addition to spirit stones, Master has also prepared other things for you. Luoli spread out her jade hand and 2 jade slips appeared in her hand. This thing looked familiar to Li Xianfeng. It was this kind of jade slip that Luoli had crushed before to summon the incarnation of the Renyu boat. This jade slip contains a trace of the divine sense imprint condensed by the Master. Crush it to summon the Master's incarnation. This jade slip is extremely difficult to refine and is limited in quantity, so don't use it easily until you have to. The 2 jade slips each flew into the hands of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. Senior brother, you should stop thinking about giving this kind of thing to others. It's a life-saving card. Luoli couldn't help but remind him. She was afraid that Li Xianfeng would turn around and give this jade slip to someone else. Really think I'm a scatterbrain? Giving things away depends on the person. Even if you want to give away something good, it's definitely for you guys. Li Xianfeng calmly put the jade sketch away. When Luoli saw that he was speaking casually, yet did not look like he was lying, the corner of her mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Ying Ying's beautiful eyes looked at this senior brother, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. Li Xianfeng was not a person who was charitable, and it was natural for him to give away resources in order to receive a return. To send is also limited to your own bound targets. This jade brief was refined by the hands of Ring Yuzhou. Luoli and Wei Qingyan both had a share. Giving it to them would definitely be rejected. If he gave it to Su Miaojin, the other party would definitely not want it. After all, the one summoned by this jade slip was the incarnation of the Mercy Moon boat, and when the incarnation found out that the one who summoned him was not a disciple, the probability was that he would not make a move. Master has also left you 2 special items. 2 balls of light flew out from Luo Li's storage ring. One emitted a faint golden aura, while the other emitted a faint black aura. Both appeared to be insubstantial, and seemed to be a pure light source with various runes flowing vaguely. These are 2 types of secret art origin, created by Master Teacher by combining special energies and secret art runes together. Simply put, it allows you to directly practice a secret art. This golden mass is called the Blazing Sun Golden Bone Origin. The black one is called the Xianing Black Pupil Origin. As Luo Li explained, the golden origin flew in front of Li Xianfeng and the black origin flew in front of Wei Qingyan. These 2 types of secret art origins require an extremely high level of physique, and previously, Master has not been able to find a suitable candidate, but now he has found that you guys are very suitable. Next I'll teach you the mantra. You can just cultivate here. I'll protect you, Luo Li said. Then he passed the mantra to Wei Qingyan. Ding! Wei Qingyan learns the Xianing Black Pupil Secret Art Origin Refining Recipe. 10 times returned. You learn the recipe and become fully proficient. Although the system beep sounded, Li Xianfeng didn't feel it was of much use. According to the recipe, this secret art was only suitable for female cultivators. The Xianing Black Pupil can see through illusions and the enemy's breakthroughs. In short, there are many benefits for you, and as your cultivation realm rises, the Xianing Black Pupil will also become stronger, Luo Li explained to Wei Qingyan. The latter nodded and sat down on the spot, the black light mass directly disappearing into her eyebrows. This Blazing Sun Golden Bone, it can strengthen the strength of bones. Senior brother, you are already in a top-notch physique. With this secret art added, your flesh will be even more powerful. There's no cultivator in the same realm who can find a physical body that can match yours. Luo Li came to Li Xianfeng and taught him the mantra. The Blazing Sun Golden Bone Origin didn't enter Li Xuanfeng's brow and began to permeate and diffuse towards the bones of his entire body. Li Xianfeng hurriedly absorbed and refined it by silently reciting the mantra. The Blazing Sun Golden Bone Origin is available, but it's a pity that it's short of a Blazing Sun Golden Pupil Origin. Otherwise it would be perfect to match it to senior brother. Xianing Black Pupil has all the functions it has, and rumor has it that it also has the function of perspective, and it can also see through the distribution of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which is very helpful in finding heavenly treasures. Looking at Li Xianfeng, who had entered a state of cultivation, Luo Li silently said in her heart, the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil was a powerful pupil art, even stronger than the Xianing Black Pupil. Not only can you see through delusion, but you can also see through the clear distribution of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which is extremely helpful in finding heavenly treasures. Luo Li escorted the 2. An incense stick of time quickly passed. Wei Qingyan finally absorbed the origin completely and successfully practiced Xianing Black Pupil. As soon as she opened her eyes, black runes flowed in her pupils. A bright golden aura suddenly lit up, and Li Xuanfeng's body glowed like a Buddha emitting a golden aura. Soon, The golden aura converged internally, and Li Xianfeng returned to normal. He managed to refine the blazing sun golden bone. At the same time, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Wei Qingyan has practiced Xianin black pupil. 10 times returned. You've practiced blazing sun golden pupil. It's done. Luo Li, who had been escorting the two, revealed a smile. However, the next moment, in her stunned eyes, Li Xuanfeng's eyes glowed. By bubbling, I mean literally. Li Xuanfeng's eyes released 2 brilliant golden auras that shot right at Luo Li in front of him. Chapter 42. What a good senior sister of mine. At this moment, Li Xianfeng was like the great sage of Qi Tian who had practiced his fiery eyes. 2 bright golden rays shot out from his eyes and landed on Luo Li. A black dress. The fabric lines were clearly visible, and it felt like the next moment he was going to penetrate the dress and see the body of an absolutely beautiful fairy. However, the perspective failed, and the gaze was blocked by some mysterious forbidden power. Shidoshi, does it look good? Luo Li's ghostly voice rang out. Ha! Li Xianfeng froze. The golden aura in his eyes quickly faded, leaving only a pair of golden pupils. Didn't see it. Looking at Luo Li's ghostly gaze, Li Xianfeng hurriedly said, and his golden pupils quickly returned to normal. Luo Li gave him a blank look. Look at senior brother. He looks like he has some regrets. If it wasn't for the anti-prying treasures on her body, she would have really let Li Xianfeng see everything just now. Senior brother, you really make me feel very curious. Luo Li looked over with a burning gaze. She knew that Li Xianfeng had just landed on her with the golden aura of his eyes unintentionally, so she wouldn't hold on to the matter. However, she couldn't figure out why Li Xianfeng had suddenly practiced Blazing Sun Golden Pupil. It shouldn't be. What was given to him was clearly the Blazing Sun Golden Bone secret art origin. How could he even know the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil? Could it be that he has extremely terrifying enlightenment? Luo Li thought so. There were many similarities between the Blazing Sun Golden Bone secret art and the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil secret art, and if one was an extremely enlightened genius, it was not unlikely that they would comprehend it by chance. It's just that the probability of that is pathetically small, but it seems to be the only way to rationalize the phenomenon. Senior brother, can you tell senior sister how you did it? Luo Li's beautiful eyes blinked. First inexplicably breaking through the first realm, and now inexplicably learning the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil technique. Luo Li had developed a strong interest in Li Xianfeng. When refining the origin suddenly had a realization in his heart, a flash of light in his mind, a blessing in his heart, and somehow he knew how to do it. Li Xianfeng lies with his mouth open. Aura? So it was an epiphany. Lori drifted off. If it was an epiphany, that would explain it. Although she didn't have 100% faith in Li Xianfeng's words, the explanation of the epiphany was again very reasonable. She always felt that there was a secret in this senior brother. However, everyone has secrets. Luo Li wouldn't break the pot to ask to the end, but inwardly her curiosity towards Li Xianfeng didn't decrease by half. Anyway, it was his own senior brother, and there would be more time for contact in the future, so slowly exploring the secrets in his senior brother might be a fun thing to do. After the master's meeting gift has been given, as a senior sister, I have prepared a meeting gift for you as well. Vast amounts of clear liquid flew out from the storage ring and hovered in front of Wei Qingyan's face, the waves rippling slightly, full of spirituality. This is the Jade Spirit Spring. It has been quenched and purified by me to the best state. It can help senior sister condense her chi whirlpools and gather the spirit sea. Soak your body with it when you are practicing and actively absorb it. Luo Li explained. Thank you, senior sister. Wei Qingyan thanked him and took the Jade Spirit Spring. Ding! Wei Qingyan has obtained 10 cubic meters of Jade Spirit Spring. 10 times returned. You have obtained 10 cubic meters of Quenching Spring. The system beep sounded. The Quenching Spring, similar to the Jade Spirit Spring, can help cultivators cultivate. However, its main effect was to quench the inner elixir, which was of considerable help to the breakthrough of the condensed Dan realm cultivators. To Li Xianfeng it was also considered a very suitable cultivation resource for the current realm. Senior, this is from me. With a wave of Luo Li's beautiful hand, the same voluminous liquid flew out and floated in front of Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng raised his eyebrows as the liquid was none other than the Quenching Spring. This item is called the Quenching Spring. It can help you to quench your inner Dan and consolidate your foundation while accelerating your breakthrough. And the method of use is the same as the Jade Spirit Spring. The 20 cubes I have left are here. Keep them, Luo Li said. Thank you, senior sister. Li Xianfeng reached out and guided his hand, and the Quenching Spring flew into the storage ring. Also, you guys put these 2 jade tags on. 2 jade tiles flew out of Luo Li's hand and floated in front of Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan. This object can block other people's divine sense perception, as well as pupil art prying. Luo Li said this and glanced at Li Xianfeng with a smile. Ahem. Li Xianfeng coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment before he took the jade token and hung it on his waist. Well, congratulations to the senior siblings on their initiation. Tomorrow I will notify the entire clan in the name of my master. That 100-sword mountain has gained 2 more true disciples. I have things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Luo Li finished speaking and then rode away on the wind. Li Xianfeng and Wei Qingyan also returned to their peaks. Flying to the top of the peak, he was able to see a palace. This was Li Xuanfeng's cultivation palace, which was tended and maintained by specialized handyman disciples on weekdays. He was now considered the top person of 100-sword mountain, and his status could be said to have taken a leap. Having a powerful master is indeed a good thing. Li Xianfeng lamented. Whether it was a spirit stone, a summoning jade slip, or the blazing sun golden bone secret technique, they were all extremely precious. If you were as a casual cultivator, you basically had no chance with these treasures. Even if they could get it, they would most likely have to risk their lives and pay a huge price to have any hope. And this was just a meeting gift that Ren Yuzhou had given to Li Xianfeng. The point is that he paid nothing, and even the ceremony of worship was incredibly simple. The only pity is that we didn't see the master's main body. Li Xianfeng felt slightly regretful. He didn't know how strong Ren Yuzhou's main body was, but as the 100-sword mountain sect leader, he dared to put out such words as, no matter how big of a mess you have made in the Dian dynasty, my master can help you get rid of it. The strength of the Mercy Moon boat would never be low. If he could bind it earlier, Li Xianfeng would be able to benefit sooner. But it's fortunate to have bound the Divine Metamorphosis Realm's senior sister. After the condensed Dan realm was the Shattered Dan realm, and only after the Shattered Dan realm was the Divine Metamorphosis Realm. Luo Li was 2 great realms above him. As long as she could break through, a minimum 10-fold return would be very profitable for Li Xianfeng. The Purple Moon Mystic Realm opens in half a month, and Su Miaojin said that there are wonders inside that can enhance enlightenment. It just so happens that today, I've acquired the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil technique again, which can clearly see through the distribution of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, and it's very helpful in searching for heavenly materials. That's wonderful. Entering inside the cultivation palace, Li Xianfeng cozily laid down on the bed. After obtaining the chaotic sword body, the root bone was no longer his shortcoming, but instead became his strength. Both Wei Qingyan and Luo Li were far inferior to him. However, enlightenment was still Li Xianfeng's shortcoming. Compared to improving the root bone, it was much more difficult to improve enlightenment. However, Li Xianfeng has a system, and it is not impossible for enlightenment to undergo a metamorphosis if he finds a way to brush up on Su Miaojin. Must make up for shortcomings after half a month. Li Xianfeng made up his mind. On the following day, Luo Li notified the entire clan on behalf of the master teacher's name that the master teacher had taken in 2 new personal disciples. One was called Li Xianfeng and the other Wei Qingyan. At Luo Li's request, the 2 also showed their faces in the inner gate square, and many disciples managed to remember what the 2 looked like. Li Xianfeng also took the opportunity to check the colors of everyone's destiny with the help of the system, and no new heavenly fate was found. For the next few days, Li Xuanfeng's life temporarily returned to peace. Wei Qingyan was still working hard on her cultivation, and Li Xianfeng was able to return from her every day. The 9 slaying sword art and the 9 swords of Gangjin had long since reached perfection under Wei Qingyan's return. Even the 9 swords managed to reach perfection. Su Miaojin and Luo Li weren't idle either. The 2 women were also practicing their own cultivation to add to Li Xuanfeng's strength. Ding! Su Miaojin performed the Trail of 10,000 Paths with high intensity, and at a certain moment, she suddenly had an epiphany, and gained a large amount of experience and enlightenment, which is returned tenfold. And the Trail of 10,000 Paths reaches its completion. Ding! Su Miaojin has experienced 10 actual battle simulations and gained 10 battle experience. 10 times returned. You gained 100 battle experience. Perhaps in preparation for entering the Purple Moon Mystic Realm, Su Miaojin had been cultivating exceptionally diligently and hard during this period of time. Li Xianfeng also benefited from this, his strength rubbing off on him. Obviously, he was a sword cultivator, and under Su Miaojin's return, Li Xianfeng, who had never touched a gun before, was already an expert in the Tao of the gun. Ding! Luo Li studied the handwritten journal of a master pill refiner and gained brand new insights. 10 times returned. You gained a lot of insights in pill refining. Regarding the return in terms of pill refining knowledge, this was not the first time that Li Xianfeng had obtained it in the past few days. Under Luo Li's diligent study, Li Xianfeng had just laid into a genuine pill refiner. Even though he hadn't touched an elixir furnace and hadn't refined herbs, as long as he was willing, he could successfully refine elixirs. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Tomorrow was the time Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin had agreed to meet. It's almost time to depart. Li Xianfeng got up from the tub. These days he was practicing on his own, but it was while taking a bath. The soaking water was the quenching spring, and with Wei Qingyan also having a breakthrough, Li Xianfeng had already reached the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. I've gotten a huge boost in all areas over the past half-month, whether it's the realm of cultivation, actual combat experience, or body techniques, sword techniques, gun techniques, or alchemy techniques. All of them have stepped up to a new level, but the only thing I regret is that after many attempts I still failed to comprehend the legendary sword intent. It's not enough enlightenment after all. There's no time to lose in raising enlightenment. Li Xianfeng put on his clothes and walked towards the door of the palace, but just then, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Luoli spent 12 hours to successfully refine 3 sword intent pills. 10 times return. You get 30 sword intent pills. Ding! Luoli gained quite a lot of experience and enlightenment from refining the sword intent pill. 10 times return. You gained a lot of experience and enlightenment and know the method of refining the sword intent pill. Ding! Luoli has gained a new understanding of sword intent during the process of refining the sword intent pill. 10-fold return. You understand part of the sword intent and successfully comprehend the embryonic form of sword intent. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. It's a real sleeper. What a good senior sister of mine. Chapter 43, Can she still resist saying no? Li Xianfeng was overjoyed. In the past half a month, under the efforts of the 3 Heavens Destiny daughters, he had improved in every aspect. After becoming stronger even while lying down, he tried to comprehend the legendary sword intent when he was bored. Naiha enlightenment is too poor. Half a month even a sword intent of the hair did not comprehend. The so-called sword intent was the intent of the sword Tao. It is a power that can only be understood, metaphysical and mysterious. I don't know how many sword cultivators dreamed of comprehending sword intent, but most of them didn't succeed from the time they were initiated to the time they entered the earth. Once one comprehends sword intent, a sword cultivator's strength will skyrocket. Only after comprehending the sword intent would there be a chance to come into contact with the true Tao of the sword in the future. A sword cultivator, at first, practiced basic sword moves. Examples of moves are point, stab, draw, press, cut, and carry. These stances are stacked in various combinations to produce a sword technique with thousands of variations. Even a mortal with no cultivation could become a sword master after practicing the sword continuously for 10 years, decades. But that's just at the level of ordinary skill after all. Facing a true cultivator, one would be directly crushed by absolute power. When a sword master had cultivation, he could attach his power to his sword, and together with his martial arts skills, he could chop out sword chi with substantial damage. The stronger the cultivator's own power, the more powerful the sword chi released. For example, the current Li Xianfeng, with a casual sword chop, the massive sword chi could easily split mountains and break rivers. If he wanted to chop with greater power, besides breaking through the realm, the best way was to comprehend sword intent. One level above sword moves, sword techniques, and sword chi was sword intent. The strength of sword cultivators who comprehended sword intent and those who didn't was one heaven and one earth. This time, after receiving Luo Li's return, Li Xianfeng successfully comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent and formally came into contact with it. The sword intent prototype possessed some of the intent and power of sword intent, but it was no match for true sword intent. The chowder, the red sky sword was sheathed. Li Xianfeng reached out and gripped it. The blade of the sword swirled with a mysterious power that could not be seen or touched, and could only be barely sensed by his divine sense. Without applying any spiritual energy, it gently made a stroke to the air. The sword passes through the void leaving traces. Even Li Xuanfeng's chaotic sword body, when it got close, vaguely felt a tingle. Sword intent is really powerful. Li Xianfeng put away his longsword with satisfaction. The system also returned him 30 sword intent pills, which were extremely special, requiring the alchemist to fuse part of his own comprehension of sword intent, excluding damage, into them during the refining process. After the cultivator took it, he would have the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent in it. The more enlightened you are, the more you comprehend. The sword intent pill was an auxiliary type of pill that was extremely difficult to refine, and only a Dan Dao demon like Luoli, who had the Dan God body added to her body, would have a higher success rate in refining it. Phew! Li Xianfeng stepped out into the air and flew towards the outside of the 100 Swords Mountain. He didn't plan to bring anyone else on this trip to the Purple Moon Mysteries. Luoli and Wei Qingyan both had their own cultivation. As for the mount, the divine walking black steed was already far from being able to keep up with his current cultivation level. When Li Xianfeng casually took a step, the divine black steed was afraid that he would have to chase after him for half a day. One could only casually raise it on Little Shan Peak and find a way to get a powerful mount in the future when there was an opportunity. The agreed meeting place between Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin was located in Shanchuan County, Yunzhou. It was thousands of kilometers away from the Hundred Swords Mountain. It was also not long after Li Xianfeng left the Hundred Swords Mountain that Luo Li's figure appeared at Little Shan Peak. Where did Shifu go? Luo Li searched for half a day without finding Li Xianfeng, and finally contacted him through the summoning stone before realizing that he had already descended the mountain. This time, the Sword in 10 pill was specially refined by Luo Li for Li Xianfeng. She was very interested in her senior brother's enlightenment, so she had an idea to test Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment with the help of this Sword in 10 pill. Give it to him when he gets back. Luo Li could only put this matter aside for the time being. I've been breaking through to the divine metamorphosis realm for a long time now, and lately I feel like a breakthrough is imminent. Refining the Sword in 10 pill has also given me some insights. It seems like I should go into seclusion for a few days. I hope to accomplish a double breakthrough in realm and sword intent. With this thought in her mind, Luo Li flew back towards her spirit medicine peak. 36 states of the Great Yan Dynasty. Each state is governed by dozens of counties, and each county has dozens, if not hundreds, of cities. One of them, Wuhan City, is a large city under the rule of Yunzhou, located within Shangchuan County. This city was situated in the north of the Purple Moon Mountain Range. Although it is not the county town of Shangchuan County, it has a population of millions. Wuhan City was much more lively than usual in the past 2 days. The Purple Moon Mystic Realm was about to open and there were quite a few cultivators who had learned of the news. Many foreign cultivators had been coming towards this place one after another several days, even 10 days ago. With the sudden influx of a large number of outsiders, some chaos is bound to occur. There have been several private fights in the past few days. However, with the city guards maintaining order, as well as the city lords sitting in the town, coupled with the deterrence of the Great Yan Dynasty's laws, it didn't cause any major conflicts. Wuhan Restaurant, the largest restaurant in Wuhan City. A white dress with a high ponytail and a heroic face. Su Miaojin stood on the top floor looking towards the distance. Half a month ago, she gave Li Xianfeng the information that the Purple Moon Mystic Realm was about to open his payment, and invite him to come. Half a month later, looking at the many cultivators pouring into Wuhan City, this news more or less seemed less valuable. But it wasn't the news that mattered. It was the quota to enter the secret realm. To enter the Purple Moon Mystic Realm, you must have a special token. Su Miaojin had once obtained this kind of token by chance and could bring Li Xianfeng in with her. Coming. It was unknown how long she had been looking out, but Su Miaojin finally saw Li Xuanfeng's figure. With a floating leap, he lightly landed on the street and took the initiative to greet Li Xianfeng. Brother Li, little sister has been waiting for a long time. Su Miaojin smiled and stepped forward to clasp his fists. Sister Miaojin. Li Xianfeng returned the same smile. Since she called herself little sister, then Li Xuanfeng's sister could also be called out naturally. I've got the room. Let's go up and ask for a good pot of wine and then we'll talk about it in detail. Su Miaojin smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Yes, please. Li Xianfeng smiled, then walked towards the restaurant with Su Miaojin. Soon after, the table was filled with good food and wine. Su Miaojin casually laid down an isolation array, and the two of them sat opposite each other. Ding! Su Miaojin set up the isolation array, gained 1 point of experience, 10 times returned. You gained part of the experience and thoroughly mastered the method of setting up the isolation array. The system beep sounded. The isolation array Su Miaojin had also set up before, and Li Xianfeng had obtained a return, just barely mastering this array. This time it had to be returned again before it was fully mastered. Although the isolation formation was a simple formation, it was very practical and could not only isolate sound, but also divine sense. It's a must-have good formation for chewing the cud behind the scenes and plotting big things. Brother Li should know that. But whenever there is news of a secret realm about to open in a certain place, it's impossible to cover it up, let alone this kind of secret realm that has been opened before. A formation like the one in the Snake Tooth Mountain range before. That is, the Pepsi House did a good job of keeping it a secret, and those who knew about it were refined as blood food. Otherwise, a little bit of wind will also attract many curious cultivators to go and find out what's going on. Su Miaojin poured wine for Li Xianfeng. The Purple Moon Mystic Realm was originally just an ordinary mystic realm, but after it was opened decades ago, some people discovered the existence of wondrous objects inside that could enhance enlightenment. This oddity is called the Bodhi brightening spring, and legend has it that it's the best nourishment for watering the Bodhi tree. However, this item is blocked by the core formation within the purple moon mysteries and cannot be forcibly breached, and under the guidance of the grand formation, it flows to all parts of the mysteries to nourish the spirit values. The Bodhi spring of bright enlightenment contains strange powers that can cause certain spiritual values to mutate, giving rise to heavenly treasures that can enhance enlightenment. Su Miaojin toasted Li Xianfeng and then began to explain the purple moon mysterious realm to him. Li Xianfeng listened silently. Whether it was a heavenly material treasure that enhanced root bones or enlightenment, it was exceptionally precious and could cause many cultivators to risk their fall to fight over it, especially the kind of cultivators who had limited root bones, limited enlightenment, and whose potential had been exhausted and could not break through any further. In order to improve their root bones and enlightenment, they could brave death and make extremely crazy moves. So even without a token in their possession, there are bound to be many outlaws attracted to the area, hibernating in the shadows waiting for their chance. This trip to the secret realm is bound to be a mixed bag of fish and dragons and extremely risky. If Brother Li is unwilling to take the risk, it's not too late to stop the loss. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng. If you've come all the way here, why are you backing out? Besides, I'm also interested in that heavenly material that can enhance enlightenment. Li Xianfeng smiled faintly. He has a system whereby viewing the colors of the destiny can lead to good fortune and avoid bad luck. He was not in danger on this trip to the secret realm, and the only ones in danger could be others. Even if a strong person that he couldn't defeat really appeared, he still had a jade slip in his hand to summon his absolutely beautiful master. Furthermore, Li Xianfeng really wanted to improve his enlightenment. The blazing sun golden pupil could help him find heavenly materials that could enhance his enlightenment. What he currently needed to consider was how to brush his enlightenment on Su Miaojin. From Su Miaojin's expression, Li Xianfeng could see that she was very confident about this trip to the secret realm, and it seemed that she also had some means of finding treasures. Gotta get the treasure before she does. By that time, the treasures to enhance enlightenment are all in my hands. I'll find an excuse to give them to her. How can she still hold back and say no? Li Xianfeng thought silently in his heart. Chapter 44, Holding Su Miaojin's Little Hand, Using Guns to Control the Enemy. Su Miaojin didn't know what Li Xianfeng had in mind, but if Li Xianfeng didn't retreat from the battlefield, it would be a good thing for her, and the two of them could take care of each other after entering the secret realm. She only wanted to get the treasure to enhance her enlightenment as soon as possible. As the daughter of heaven's destiny, Su Miaojin's great desolate battle body was added to her body, and there was no need to say much about her roots and bones. As for enlightenment, Su Miaojin was originally very demonic, but her soul had been traumatized, resulting in compromised enlightenment. Only by finding a strange object that could enhance enlightenment would it be possible to mend the trauma and restore enlightenment. With a little bit of luck, maybe the enlightenment will even go up a notch. As her strength increased, Su Miaojin also realized the importance of enlightenment more and more. Brother Li, I have an assisted device for searching for heavenly treasures that will give me an advantage over other cultivators when I enter the secret realm. After finding the treasure I need, this item can also be lent to Brother Li. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng and said, I also have a slight experience in finding heavenly materials and treasures, perhaps no worse than your apparatus. Li Xianfeng laughed. Oh, Su Miaojin's pretty eyebrows raised. Then why don't we compete, each with our own skill, to see who finds more treasures? Seeing Li Xianfeng smiling confidently, Su Miaojin suddenly got the idea of a competition. Could be. Li Xianfeng nodded with a faint smile. You want to compare, don't you? It was just the right time to use the excuse of a competition to grab all the enlightenment-enhancing treasures. It's up to you to see if you're eyeballing it and want it then. Su Miaojin pulled him into the secret realm, and there was bound to be a demand for such treasures. As long as there's a demand for it, that's all that matters. Li Xianfeng wasn't afraid that the treasure wouldn't be delivered to her. The apparatus was ultimately an external object, which was not as good as his blazing sun golden pupil, and he was also far stronger than Su Miaojin, and overall had an absolute advantage. Wuan City looks calm now, but when the secret realm opens, chaos will surely erupt. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Su Miaojin looked at the crowded streets downstairs and said. Li Xianfeng nodded, recognizing her statement. The number of tokens is limited. However, there were many cultivators who wanted to enter the Purple Moon mysterious realm, and there was bound to be not enough to distribute. Now many cultivators were secretly watching and waiting, wanting to grab the token. When the entrance opens, that's when they strike. It's a good thing that the secret realm also has restrictions on the realm of cultivators. only allowing cultivators below the divine metamorphosis realm to enter. Otherwise, if we invite too many powerful and strong people, we won't have much of a chance instead. Su Miaojin withdrew her eyes. Some time ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the first level of the condensed Dan realm, and the unusual third level of the condensed Dan realm is no match for me. If I were to face the Yuan Snapdragon of the day again, I'm confident that I can kill him under the lance with one move. However, if I meet a cultivator at the fifth level of the condensed Dan realm, I don't have much of a chance of winning, and if I'm above the fifth level, I can only avoid him. Su Miaojin looked at Li Xianfeng. However, he saw that Li Xianfeng had a calm face, seemingly not surprised by her breakthrough, and also had no intention of refuting her self-assessment of her battle power. With Brother Li's talent, he should have improved quite a bit in this half-month as well, right? Su Miaojin couldn't help but ask. She said so much because she wanted to know Li Xuanfeng's approximate strength. Only when she knew Li Xuanfeng's approximate strength would she have a bottom in her heart. Only then do you know what enemies to fight and what enemies to avoid. The secret realm restricted the entry of powerhouses at the divine metamorphosis realm and above, but did not restrict powerhouses at the shattered Dan realm. Facing a condensed Dan realm cultivator above the fifth level, Su Miaojin had no certainty and had no choice but to avoid him. If they encountered the shattered Dan realm, they could basically only run for their lives. She had seen the power that Li Xianfeng had displayed in the Snake Tooth mountain range. At that time, Li Xuanfeng's realm was the third level of the condensed Dan realm, and he had kicked Yuan Snap to death with his physical strength alone. If he used his full strength, he was afraid that a cultivator at the sixth or seventh level of the condensed Dan realm would not be his opponent. Even a cultivator at the eighth level of the condensed Dan realm could not necessarily win when facing Li Xianfeng. Su Miaojin felt that Li Xuanfeng's talent was above hers, but after all, only half a month had passed, and the further back in the realm one went, the more difficult it was to break through, and the longer it took. This is something that even a heavenly pride cannot avoid. Su Miaojin was the one who had stayed at the ninth level of the Spirit Sea realm for a longer period of time, accumulating enough before she managed to break through to the first level of the condensed Dan realm a few days ago. Li Xuanfeng's talent was better than hers, but the probability of breaking through to the fourth level of the condensed Dan realm in such a short period of time was thought to be small. There has indeed been some progress. I am now at the fifth level of the condensed Dan realm. Li Xianfeng smiled and said calmly. Fifth level of the Dan condensation realm? Su Miaojin was visibly taken aback. If Li Xianfeng broke through to the fourth level, she could still easily accept it, but breaking through to the fifth level would be a bit out of her expectation. After her surprise, she was also a bit speechless. You call that a little progress? Brother Li really has a demonic talent. Su Miaojin lamented. Her perception of her own talent was clear, and since her cultivation, she had hardly seen any opponents who were more talented than her. If Gnosis was fully restored, her overall talent could still be raised by a large margin. We should be able to close some gaps with Li Xianfeng by then, right? Su Miaojin thought so. For the rest of the time, Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin raised their cups and drank to each other, continuing to chat about topics related to secret realms and cultivation. Beneath the calm surface of Wuanan City, dark currents surged. The next day, there were still cultivators coming towards Wuan City one after another. After yesterday's banter, Li Xianfeng already knew that there were a total of 8 entrances to the Purple Moon secret realm. The Purple Moon mountain range covered an extremely wide area, and these 8 entrances were distributed in all directions of the mountain range. One of the entrances happened to be closer to Wuan City, which was why so many cultivators had gathered here. Near the other 7 entrances, there were thought to be quite a few cultivators gathered. It is noon. A strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the mountain range more than 30 miles away. The entrance to the secret realm is going to open. Space fluctuations send signals that everyone knows about. For a time, countless cultivators rose up in the air from Wuan City, either flying with imperial weapons or traveling in the air. They were densely packed like locusts flying towards the Purple Moon mountain range. The lowest were all in the spinning realm. Of course there were also some spirit orifice realm minor cultivators who came to join in the fun. There is never a shortage of people who take a chance that they will be the lucky one. Many people have thought they were the protagonists of this world until they were defeated by reality. Let's go too. Li Xianfeng looked at Su Miaojin. Aha! Su Miaojin nodded. The two immediately shot up into the sky, turning into 2 rainbow lights that tore through the sky, quickly surpassing many cultivators. The mountains rose and fell, stretching endlessly, as if a giant beast lay prone, covered with green skin, and could not be seen at all. On the top of a large mountain, space rippled slightly, just like a calm lake being thrown stones, sending up a circle of ripples. In the middle of the big mountain, there had long been many cultivators waiting here in advance. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A number of figures cut through the air and flew towards this place, landing on the mountaintop one after another, either standing on the tip of a tree, on a boulder, or on the edge of a cliff, quietly waiting for the secret door to open. Phew! Phew! The two long rainbows arrived swiftly and landed in the mountain. That amazing speed drew many cultivators to take a second look. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw an English woman dressed in white with a high ponytail. You don't see many women this beautiful. The entrance is about to take shape. Ignoring a gaze that swept over, Su Miaojin looked at the space in front of her that was like water rippling. When the space stopped rippling, solid portals would form, and cultivators holding tokens would be able to enter. Successive cultivators arrived. After about an incense stick had burned, the ones who should have come were almost here. Li Xianfeng roughly swept, feeling that the number of people was no less than 10,000. And this was just one of the entrances. The 8 entrances added up to an unknown number of people, and it seemed that the wonders that could enhance enlightenment were indeed appealing. Of course, the vast majority of cultivators were just running along. The tokens were limited and they had no chance to enter the secret realm. A faint golden aura swept through his eyes. The cultivators' realms were visible under Li Xuanfeng's blazing sun golden pupil. The vast majority of cultivators were at the Spirit Sea realm. There were also quite a few Qi Cyclone realm cultivators, the least of which were at the True Orifice realm and the Condensed Dan realm. As for the Shattered Dan realm, Li Xianfeng hadn't discovered it yet. Either there were no Shattered Dan realm cultivators coming to this entrance, or the other party had extremely high hiding methods. Li Xianfeng was only simply using his pupil art to view the realm now, and had not turned it on at full power. The state of full power on is the eyes shot out 2 golden ons. Even if the other side of the hidden means of superb, most likely also have nothing to hide, but that would be too conspicuous, and Li Xianfeng wouldn't do that unless it was necessary. On top of the mountain, the mirror-like space portal gradually stabilized. Gentlemen, I've been yearning for this purple moon mystic realm for a long time, but I've never been able to find the token. I don't know if any fellow Taoist is willing to take me one? An old voice, wrapped in spiritual energy, echoed through the sky. The crowd looked in search of the sound and saw an old man with white hair, pale face and slightly hunched back standing at the top of a large tree, his eyes looking around with a kind smile on his face. The voice came from this very person. Yet no one responded to him. I'm willing to use a 4th order top-grade spiritual weapon as payment, and I can also make 3 attempts for you after entering the secret realm to help you seize the treasure. Seeing that no one answered, the old man was in no hurry, still smiling. However, there was still no answer. Certain cultivators looked at the old man with strong scorn and even fear in their eyes. Obviously, some of the cultivators knew the identity of the old man and knew that he was not as amiable as he appeared to be. To cooperate with him without reciprocal strength is to seek skin with the tiger. However, no one opened their mouths to warn them, as doing so would likely incur the old man's hostility. Can Senior be serious about this? The old man had no hope, but he didn't expect anyone to actually answer. The old man is true to his word, swearing by his character and Taoist heart that what he said was not half false. The old man cast a kindly gaze towards a youth dozens of meters away and said with a smile, "Buzz." Right at this moment, next to that youth, a cultivator suddenly stormed up and raised a long sword with vast spiritual energy to slash at him. The one who struck out was a cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The youth's face instantly changed wildly. He was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Facing this sudden sneak attack move, he would surely die. Seek death. The eyes of the old man on the end of the tree went cold. Someone actually dared to rob him. He slapped his palm down in the air at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm cultivator who had struck out. Above the cultivator's head, a palm of spiritual energy coalesced and whistled down. He wanted to escape, but the spiritual energy around him was stagnated, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. His speed was less than 30% of his usual speed. Boo! The large palm fell, and a huge palm print was made on the ground. In the middle of the palm print, that Spirit Sea realm 9th level cultivator had already turned into a puddle of flesh and mud. Thank you, Elder. I would like to take Senior into the secret realm, the youth said gratefully. Well. The old man's face was full of smiles as he reached out his hand, and the youth floated and flew next to him. It was obvious that the youth's previous words had directly exposed the fact that he possessed the token. That's why the Spirit Sea realm 9th level cultivator next to him made a decisive move to kill the youth to grab the token. However, he clearly didn't know the identity and strength of the old man, and was directly killed in seconds through the air. After seeing the old man strike just now, Even if there were cultivators who were foolish enough to move, they eventually stopped. This person is at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, only one step away from the shattered Dan realm. In Li Xuanfeng's pupils, the faint golden aura faded. The old man's realm could not be concealed from his blazing sun golden pupils. In terms of realm alone, I'm afraid the old man was the tallest in the room. Buzz. It was also at this moment that a strange spatial fluctuation spread out, and the entrance to the secret realm was completely stabilized. Phew! A figure turned into a remnant and rushed towards the space gate. Brush! 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 But just as that cultivator moved, dozens of attacks actually greeted him in an extremely tacit manner. Sword chi, blade chi, fist shadow, spiritual power big hands. Various attacks fell on the man. That man can dodge 1 or 2 attacks, or 3 or 4. However, there were too many people striking, and when he was struck by a fist shadow, his speed plummeted, and the rest of the attacks instantly greeted him, drowning him out. When the energy dispersed, the man was a tattered corpse. A figure stormed towards the corpse. Their target was the storage ring, or rather the token in the storage ring. Boom! 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 Various attacks collided. Spiritual energy raged, and the battle unfolded. If one dared to charge straight through the door of space, they must have a token in their possession, which is why they attracted many cultivators to attack. The cultivator who led the charge, who obviously hadn't experienced a severe beating, was directly buried. Get out! Seek death! The token is mine! Die for your master! An angry shout rang out. Chaos opens up, and there are people waiting for a chance to fish in the water. But after all, there were a few strong cultivators who had passed through the chaotic battle area and managed to enter the secret realm. Go! The old man from before grabbed the youth's shoulder and walked through the chaotic battlefield, but no one dared to stop him, allowing him to step through the door of space and enter the secret realm. Phew! A male cultivator wrapped his arms around the slender waist of a female cultivator and rushed through the chaotic battle zone, entering the space gate. Brotherly, give me your hand. Su Miaojin extended her delicate hand towards Li Xianfeng. One token can bring in up to 2 people, and the way to do that is that the 2 must be in physical contact. Li Xianfeng secretly sighed a pity. He also wanted to follow the example of the Dao couple just now, wrapping his arms around Su Miaojin's waist and charging over. But since the other party had taken the initiative to reach out, there was no reason not to shake it. Li Xianfeng stretched out his hand and held Su Miaojin's small hand in his. Warm and soft as jade, delicate and smooth to the touch, Li Xianfeng evaluated in his heart. The sudden touch that came from her caused Su Miaojin's body to stiffen. Her intention was to grab Li Xuanfeng's wrist. I didn't realize that the other side would be wrong. Growing up so big, Su Miaojin is still the first time to hold hands with the opposite sex like this. It feels strange, but it's also kind of marvelous. She didn't break away. There was no point in caring about such details now. Phew! The 2 held hands and stepped out in the air at the same time. Shoo shoo! But on the way there, several figures attacked towards Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin. Anyone who dared to rush straight through the door of space meant that there were tokens present on their bodies, all of which were targets of the group's attack. Get out! A silver lance appeared out of thin air in Su Miaojin's hand. She pulled Li Xianfeng with one hand and swept her lance with the other, directly jerking a few unknowing Spirit Sea realm cultivators away. Even a cultivator of the first level of the condensed Dan realm was smacked to death by her shot. Su Miaojin's face was cold and her aura was astonishing, causing the other cultivators who were about to make a move on her to stop immediately. Chapter 45, Brotherly, are you deliberately trying to irritate me? Su Miaojin held her spear in her hand, her ponytail fluttering as she pulled Li Xianfeng through the melee area with one hand. Spiritual energy raged around them, the aftermath splashed about, and the roar shook the ears. This scene was a slight novelty to Li Xianfeng. There was the illusion of being taken flying by a warrior woman and killed. The 2 of them passed through the land of chaos and confusion and neared the door of space. Su Miaojin put away her spear and a jade slip engraved with a purple round moon appeared in her palm. This item was precisely the token to enter the purple moon mysterious realm. Invisible energy emanated out, enveloping Su Miaojin and Li Xianfeng. In the next second, the 2 of them stepped out towards the entrance of the secret realm at the same time. The portal rippled slightly and the 2 figures disappeared. The battle in the outside world still continues. Some rash cultivators didn't believe in evil, thinking that they might be able to enter the secret realm without the token, so they directly rushed towards the door of space. However, a terrifying force swept away, and the person who had forced his way in was directly strangled by the power of space, with not even ashes remaining. This scene stunned many people, and those who wanted to follow suit stopped their thoughts. Brush! the surroundings distorted and shattered, and with a flash of light before their eyes, Li Xianfeng and Su Miao realized that they had appeared in a completely new space. At his feet was a plain. The plains are covered with lush flora. In the distance there are the outlines of extended mountains. The air swirled with aura that was several times denser than the outside world. One day of practicing here is worth several days outside. However, no one would waste their time here, as the secret realm would only be open for roughly 7 days. After 7 days, everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Cultivating here for 7 days wouldn't take advantage of anything, instead wasting the opportunity to search for heavenly materials. Ahem! As Li Xianfeng surveyed his surroundings, a light cough came out. Li Xianfeng inclined his head and saw Su Miaozhen's beautiful side face. Brother Li, we're already in. Su Miaozhen said. Yes, the aura here is quite dense. Li Xianfeng nodded. Su Miaozhen, the forces of space won't force us apart now. Su Miaozhen couldn't help but say. Cultivators would pass through the entrance and be randomly transported to a place in the secret realm. But 2 people holding the same token will not be separated. Oh, it was only then that Li Xianfeng reacted to Su Miaozhen's hint that he had been squeezing someone's small hand and forgot to let go. Instantly, he drew his hand back. As Li Xianfeng drew away, Su Miaozhen quietly let out a sigh of relief. Holding hands with each other was the most intimate act she'd ever done with the opposite sex. Earlier through the melee area attention was not on this. Now quiet, inevitably feel strange. In order to hurriedly suppress some of the thoughts in her mind, Su Miaozhen flipped her beautiful hand and an instrument shaped like a compass appeared in her hand. There is also a hovering pointer on the compass. Brother Li, this is the apparatus I told you about, called the treasure-seeking compass. As long as it is injected with spiritual energy, it will be able to sense the direction where the heavenly treasures are located. It can't be done with particular precision, but it's better than searching aimlessly. Su Miaozhen brought the treasure-seeking compass to Li Xianfeng. The treasure-seeking compass came from the hands of a refiner, and was also considered a type of spiritual weapon, belonging to the auxiliary class of instruments. When Li Xianfeng got a good look at it, Su Miaozhen hurriedly put it back again. Earlier, I agreed with Brother Li that we would each rely on our own abilities to see who finds more treasures, and until I find the treasures I need, the treasure-seeking compass cannot be lent to Brother Li yet. Su Miaozhen laughed. Li Xianfeng actually saw a small hint of smugness from her pretty face, obviously confident in her treasure-hunting compass. Su Miaozhen was of course very confident. After all, this treasure-hunting compass was not the first time she had used it, and knew that it was very effective. It looks like you're confident. In that case, let's get started. Li Xianfeng smiled. Su Miaozhen nodded. So the 2 men rose into the air, drew themselves up, opened their eyes, and began to observe their surroundings. Su Miaozhen urged the treasure-seeking compass and the pointer began to tremble for a while. It seems to be a bit out of whack and wobbling from side to side, but Su Miaozhen wasn't in a hurry at all and continued to push. Li Xianfeng's pupils turned golden. Between heaven and earth, the distribution as well as flow of spiritual energy was clearly visible. All kinds of special energies invisible to the naked eye were also visible to his eyes. A flower, a weed, all seemed to become visualizations of different energies. This feeling was a bit like him checking the color of someone else's destiny with the help of the system. Ordinary flowers and plants have weak energy and are negligible. Some spiritual plants mixed in became more conspicuous. The so-called spiritual plants are spiritual plants that can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and draw energy from heaven and earth to grow, and possess various special effects. For example, detoxification, increasing cultivation, quenching blood and flesh, healing injuries, and so on. The 9-star sword grass that had previously helped Wei Qingyan awaken her supreme sword body was also a type of spiritual plant. 99% of spiritual plants are raw materials for alchemy. However, Li Xianfeng was not interested in any of the spirit plants he saw in his eyes, because these spirit plants were all too ordinary. They could only refine low-grade pills and had a very low value. Even if it is used to brush the system return, it is still difficult to enter the eyes of Li Xianfeng. Flying in the air without panic, Li Xianfeng cast his blazing sun-golden pupils to look around. Su Miaozhen also urged the array plate to constantly change directions. First order dew spirit grass. First order hardened skin grass. Second order condensed yuan flower. Li Xianfeng observed while meditating in his mind. With the help of the blazing sun-golden pupil, he could accurately locate the spiritual plants, and he recognized all these spiritual plants. After all, in the past half a month, Luo Li had returned too much knowledge related to pill refining to him, and Li Xianfeng was already a genuine pill refiner. And the most basic requirement for an alchemist was to recognize all kinds of spiritual plants. Phew! A tea's worth of work passed, and neither Li Xianfeng nor Su Miaochen had found any satisfactory heavenly materials. Under the blazing sun golden pupil technique, Li Xianfeng suddenly saw an extremely dense mass of special energy in the distance. He immediately accelerated towards there. This sudden acceleration naturally attracted Su Miaochen's gaze. After flying over 2 miles, Li Xianfeng dropped down from a high altitude. Among the lush flowers and grasses, there is a 7-leafed grass that looks like a bright emerald, and the 7 leaves gently sway in the breeze. From a distance, it's unremarkable, but when you get close, you inexplicably feel refreshed, and you can sweep away all your fatigue. It's meditation grass. Li Xuanfeng's eyes brightened slightly. The meditation grass was a mutated spirit plant, mutated from the 7-leaf grass absorbing the Bodhi brightening spring. The value is pretty amazing, because this grass has a special effect. That is, it has a certain chance to enhance the cultivator's enlightenment. Although there was only a certain chance, it was a treasure that countless cultivators could only dream of. Li Xianfeng reached out his hand and the meditation grass was uprooted by an invisible force. Phew! Su Miaojen's figure also landed beside him at this time. It's actually meditation grass. Brother Li is lucky. Su Miaojen's eyes clearly lit up when she saw the meditation grass. How about it? For you? With a movement of Li Xuanfeng's finger, the meditation grass floated in front of Su Miaojen. If Su Miaojen took it, he would be able to obtain a better treasure. Brother Li doesn't have to be like this. We agreed that we would each rely on our own abilities. This item was discovered by you first, so it naturally belongs to you. Su Miaojen smiled and waved her hand. The meditation grass was indeed good, but Su Miaojen was still confident that Li Xianfeng was only temporarily ahead. Soon she would be able to find similar treasures. Li Xianfeng didn't try to persuade him, but instead, he put the meditation grass into his storage ring. Su Miaojen's refusal was within his expectations. Su Miaojen was not in a hurry, so the two men continued their search. Li Xuanfeng's blazing sun golden pupil was indeed better than Su Miaojen's treasure-seeking compass. After all, the former was a powerful secret art, while the latter was only an auxiliary type of apparatus. Su Miaojen needed to spend spiritual energy to catalyze it and then observe the pointer change. But what the pointer pointed to was only an approximate direction. Li Xianfeng, on the other hand, was able to pinpoint it. The difference is clear at a glance. So, after a few moments, Li Xianfeng discovered the second meditation grass. Brother Li is awesome. Su Miaojen couldn't help but feel emotional. In fact, the treasure-seeking compass had also discovered the direction where this meditation grass was located. But nay, Li Xianfeng had located it directly. Before she could determine the exact location, Li Xianfeng had already flown towards the meditation grass. Want it? Sending you. Li Xianfeng casually said. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Li, but it's only now. There's no rush. Su Miaojen still smiled and shook her head in rejection. Li Xianfeng didn't advise and put away the meditation grass. A tea time passed. Li Xianfeng again found the third meditation grass one step ahead of Su Miaojen. Brother Li, you are awesome. Su Miaojen looked at the third meditation grass and then at Li Xianfeng before saying after a pause. Want it? Sending you. Li Xianfeng was still the same. No, I'll definitely find it first next time. Su Miaojen still refused, but this time she didn't smile, and she didn't have the confidence she had at the beginning. Another moment passed. Want it? Sending you. Li Xianfeng held the fourth meditation grass and said to Su Miaojen. No need. Su Miaojen clenched her silver teeth, a bit unwillingly. This time, with the treasure-hunting compass, she had only narrowly missed finding it before Li Xianfeng. A tea time passed. Want it? Sending you. Li Xianfeng held the fifth meditation grass in front of Su Miaojen. Brother Li, are you not intentionally trying to irritate me? Su Miaojen said quietly. Chapter 46. Su Miaojen couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the calm Li Xianfeng, and then at the meditation grass swaying in his hands, Su Miaojen's pretty face was filled with depression. Thanks to the help of the treasure-seeking compass, when looking for treasures in the past, she was always ahead of other cultivators and harvested a large amount of treasures. When other cultivators were still searching for traces and struggling to find traces of treasures, Su Miaojen had often already earned a lot of money. That was why she had acted so confident in front of Li Xianfeng before. But now, her confidence was beginning to waver. Li Xianfeng had obtained the meditation grass 5 times in a row, and each time, he was one step ahead of her. This caused Su Miaojen to hold her breath in her heart, depressed and somewhat helpless at the same time. The meditation grass only had a certain chance of helping cultivators improve their enlightenment. Although the value was precious, it wasn't a must for Su Miaojen. There were bound to be better and more suitable treasures for her in this secret realm. However, the odds are small, but not the numbers. If there was a large enough amount of meditation grass, it would have a completely different meaning. The higher the number, the higher the probability of being able to improve your enlightenment. It was impossible for Su Miaojin to ignore this point. Therefore, when Li Xianfeng found the meditation grass before her time and time again, and held the meditation herb in front of her when she asked if she wanted it, Su Miao could only look at him slyly. Just because she continuously rejected Li Xianfeng didn't mean that she really didn't want the meditation grass. Any treasure that had a chance to enhance enlightenment, Su Miaojin did not want to miss it. But she doesn't like to just accept favors from people. With her character, when she accepted, she was bound to find a way to double back. She didn't like to owe favors. Plus, she was confident in the treasure hunting compass, which was why she had repeatedly excused herself. But now, it seemed that Li Xianfeng was indeed more powerful than her treasure hunting compass in terms of treasure hunting means. If this continued, not only would he not be able to outperform him, but there was also a good chance that he had come all the way here for nothing. If this trip to the secret realm can't repair the trauma and restore enlightenment, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until the year of the monkey if I want to come across any more wonders that can enhance my enlightenment. I didn't mean to show off in front of you, much less intentionally try to irritate you. It's just that this meditation grass really isn't of much use to me, and if you need them, you won't be burying their value, Li Xianfeng said with a bashful face. That look, as if he really couldn't look at this meditation grass. Su Miaojin froze. It was also true that with Li Xianfeng's talent, he really didn't need the meditation grass to enhance his enlightenment. The meditation grass just has a certain probability of raising enlightenment, and it doesn't raise it much. A supreme pride like Li Xianfeng, I'm afraid the meditation grass isn't even the icing on the cake for him, right? In other words, he really just simply doesn't see this object and wants to throw it at me? When Su Miaojin thought of this, she knew that she had misunderstood Li Xianfeng, and her ghostly eyes softened. A smile reappeared on his face. Rather, I was overthinking and would have been wrong about Brother Li's good intentions, but after all, we have a word in advance. Treasure hunting is up to each of us. This meditation grass is better for Brother Li to keep to himself. It's only been a short while since I entered the secret realm. There are still vast areas waiting to be explored. I'm sure I'll be able to find the treasures I need. Su Miaojin revealed a smile that was enough to make the vast majority of men's hearts thump. She still didn't accept Li Xianfeng's gift. Li Xianfeng glanced at her with a faint smile and put away the meditation grass. Looks like the fire is still not enough. Gotta find a better treasure soon, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart. He thought carefully about this trip to the secret realm. If he could harvest enough enlightenment-enhancing treasures and give them to Su Miaojin, his gains would be staggering. First of all, when Su Miaojin received the treasure, the system would naturally return it to him 100-fold. Secondly, Su Miaojin had used the treasures he had given him to raise her enlightenment, and he would be able to get another enlightenment return. With a double gain, Li Xianfeng would be able to completely get rid of his mediocre enlightenment, become a true supreme genius. The two did not linger in the same place and began to continue their treasure hunt. An incense stick of time passed. Li Xianfeng found 4 more meditation grasses. Su Miaojin was always one step behind him. Even if he fully activated the treasure-seeking compass, he was still no match for Li Xianfeng's blazing sun golden pupil. The blazing sun golden pupils not only saw farther, but also positioned themselves more accurately. The key was that Li Xianfeng's realm was still higher and faster than her. Su Miaojin could be said to have suffered a total crush, and her mind had already crumbled a little. Brother Li, I think it's better for us to split up and hunt for treasures. Su Miaojin finally couldn't help herself. She felt that if she continued like this, she would only be able to watch Li Xianfeng's pots fill up while she herself gained nothing. Watching Li Xianfeng stay one step ahead of her every time, Su Miaojin felt both helpless and rather powerless. That works too. Li Xianfeng nodded his head after pondering for a moment. There was no way he could forcefully pull Su Miaojin and make her join him. This plains land has been pretty much searched. There were a total of 9 meditation grasses, all of which went into his pocket. Phew. The two flew up thousands of meters into the air and judged the direction and terrain. We'll rendezvous at the bottom of that tallest peak before dark, Li Xianfeng said as he pointed at the extremely distant blurry outline of a mountain. Yes, Su Miaojin nodded, delight flashing in her eyes. As long as there was no Li Xianfeng, a guy who was a pervert when it came to treasure hunting, competing with her, the probability of her finding the treasure she needed would be much higher. The two men separated into 2 rainbow lights, one on the left and one on the right. It seems that we can only glean all the treasures in this area. Li Xianfeng's pupils lit up with a brilliant golden aura, and as he flew, The golden aura pulled out two streams of light in the air. Although it was not a full power application of the blazing sun golden pupil, it was almost there. The distribution of spiritual energy in heaven and earth became clearer in his eyes. The energy contained in the various spiritual plants was more layered in his eyes. With just a single glance, Li Xianfeng could see through the dense mass of energy hidden in the mountain range rumbling ahead. Phew! The figure cut through the air and went straight away. The mountain range had lush vegetation, jagged rocks, and even had demonic beasts hibernating in it. However, these demonic beasts were all very weak, so Li Xianfeng didn't put them on his mind at all. In the mountain stream, the water is running. Ape-type demonic beasts jumped up and down in the forest. Li Xianfeng landed in front of a glistening white jade-like orchid. 4th rank spirit medicine white jade phantom orchid. This thing is not unfamiliar to him. Is a relatively rare spiritual plant. Good material for alchemy. It doesn't enhance enlightenment though. In the purple moon mysterious realm, there were many spiritual plants, not all of which could enhance enlightenment. Those that could enhance enlightenment were basically spirit plants that had mutated after absorbing the Bodhi Bright Enlightenment Spring, which only accounted for a tiny portion. That plain from before was extremely vast in area, and the 7-leaf grass was very abundant. It was only with a huge base that 9 meditation grasses were born, so whether it was Li Xianfeng or Su Miaozhen, it wasn't easy to continue searching for spiritual plants that could enhance enlightenment. This white jade phantom orchid is also considered relatively rare, and many pills need to use it. You can put it away for future alchemy, or find a chance to give it to senior sister Luoli. Li Xianfeng directly dug up the soil next to the white jade orchid along with it and put it into his storage ring. He then continued his search through the mountains. Some ungrateful low-ranked demonic beasts attacked him and were casually slapped into slag by Li Xianfeng. Half an hour passed. Li Xianfeng had only found 5 good spirit medicines. They were all good herbs for alchemy. But unfortunately, they did not have the power to enhance enlightenment. Another moment passed. Li Xianfeng, who had just finished picking an elixir, stood on the edge of the cliff and looked out with his eyes. The line of sight passed through the layers of dense forest, and 2 extremely dense masses of energy were reflected in his golden pupils. Also reflected were several human figures and a dormant demonic beast's silhouette. Phew! Li Xianfeng took a step towards the edge of the cliff and his figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 47. Leave this place within 3 breaths and you will be spared a death. A mountain pass. Green grass was everywhere, and dozens of large trees were scattered in rows. One of these is a poorly sold crooked tree located in the middle of a depression. The leaves of the trees were withered to the point of looking like they were about to wither. But on the contrary, it had 2 red fruits hanging from its branches. The fruit emitted a strange fragrance, attracting an unknown number of demonic beasts jumping up and down in the vicinity. But no demonic beast ever dared to come forward, because near the crooked neck tree, there was a large lion with a body length of more than 10 meters creeping. The lion had a purple unicorn horn growing from the top of its head, and it was lying on its side, eyes closed, nostrils flaring, and it wasn't clear if it was really sleeping or faking sleep. An invisible might emanated from it, and even if the other demonic beasts coveted that fruit, they didn't dare to approach. It could only be a short distance away in a hurry. In a dense bush halfway up the mountain, 3 silhouettes were hidden. The 3 of them collected their breath and didn't dare to spill out half a bit. Their gazes were fixed on the red fruits on the crooked neck tree, and their mouths were watering. It's the red heart fruit. I really didn't expect to come across this kind of treasure. It's a marvelous item that has a 50% probability of enhancing enlightenment. Even if you don't succeed in raising your enlightenment, eating it is good for your soul. For S sake. Why is there a 5th order primary amethyst unicorn lion on the side? The 3 hid in the bushes and whispered to each other. They looked at the red heart fruit with eyes full of desire and greed, itching to rush forward and take a bite right away. However, after seeing the large lion with a huge body, the 3 of them felt as if there were ants crawling on their bodies again. They were all cultivators at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, while that 5th stage demonic beast, the amethyst unicorn lion, was equivalent to a cultivator at the condensed Dan realm. By no means were they able to resist. 3 of them together wouldn't be enough for it to stuff its teeth. What should we do? This red heart fruit should ripen within an hour, and it's too much of a loss to leave like this. Take a chance. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. My ghost shadow divine walking technique has reached perfection. If I were to just run for my life, this amethyst unicorn lion wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with me. But I need cover. No problem. We can draw attention for you and stall for 3 breaths. The matter must be deliberated and all sorts of contingencies considered before action is taken. The 3 secretly discussed how to seize the treasure. Wondrous objects that could enhance enlightenment were extremely attractive to cultivators. Even if the probability of the red heart fruit being able to raise enlightenment was only 50%, it was enough to make many cultivators willing to risk their lives to fight for it. These three Spirit Sea Realm 9th level cultivators knew that they were no match for a 5th stage primary demonic beast, but facing the Amethyst Unicorn Lion was not a certain death. With a good match, there is a chance that the tiger will be able to take the lead. A wondrous thing like the red heart fruit was totally worth the risk. Phew! However, just as the three of them were discussing their plan to seize the treasure, a figure flew in through the sky. He didn't conceal his aura in the slightest, and just blatantly stood in the air, looking down at the Amethyst Unicorn Lion and the red-hearted fruit on the ground, and glancing in passing to where the three of them were hiding in the bushes. Discovered! It's the Heavenly Spear Cave Master. The three of them were tense and drenched in cold sweat as they looked at the middle-aged man standing in the air. They know this person. This person was the helmsman of a force named Heavenly Spear Cave within the Cloud State. The Heavenly Spear Cave might not be ranked in the Great Yin Dynasty. It was just an unimpressive force, but the Cave Master was a 7th level condensed Dan realm cultivator anyways, and he could slap them to death with a single slap. I didn't expect to come across the red heart fruit. Good luck! The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord stood in the air and spoke to himself. Roar! The prostrate Amethyst Unicorn Lion opened its eyes and stood up, looking at the middle-aged man in the sky and raising its head to let out a warning roar. Oh, a sinful animal! A spear appeared out of thin air in the hands of the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord. This object, this seat will take it. Limit you to leave this place within 3 breaths. Can be spared a death. The Cave Master's voice was indifferent. Many thanks to the Cave Lord. Many thanks to the Cave Master. The 3 men hiding in the bushes were amazed. They were aware of the ferocious reputation of the Heavenly Spear Cave Master, a man who was extremely irritable and easy to anger due to his cultivation technique. Better to kill people. You have to kill your whole family at every turn. I don't know how many enemies I've set up, but I've often been pursued by my enemies, and I've long since become an outlaw. Even the Heavenly Spear Cave had long existed in name only. When he met him, he could only pray that he was in a good mood, or else he would most likely die in vain under his spear. Perhaps it was because of the encounter with the red heart fruit. He took the initiative to let the 3 leave, causing them to breathe a huge sigh of relief and a feeling of having survived a robbery. However, just as the 3 of them were about to leave, a young figure stepped in. He could easily span 100 feet with each step. Brush! A few steps and the young figure had reached the depression. The visitor was none other than Li Xianfeng. I'll take this object. You and they are the same. Within 3 breaths, leave this place. You can be spared from death. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord looked at Li Xianfeng as his spear pointed diagonally down. The sharp tip of the spear pierced the eyes. How dare you call yourself this seat even at the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm? Li Xianfeng glanced at him in surprise. Oh, this seat has decided to grant you death. The Heavenly Spear Cave Master had a cold smile on his face as his anger surfaced. It's over. The 3 Spirit Sea Realm 9th level cultivators were filled with shock. What are you messing with him for? The 3 of them cast a complaining look at Li Xianfeng. Anyone who knew the Heavenly Spear Cave Master knew that this guy was a walking dynamite packet that would be set off at the slightest upset. Typical hyper-irritable body. However, now was not the time to accuse Li Xianfeng. Escaping was important. Since you dare to mess with it, it's good to stay and break the back. Phew! The 3 turned into streams of light, and then, suddenly laid down and flew not too much. The mighty pressure of the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm descended in a vast manner. It's really over. Damn it, just leave without talking. Why mess with him? Don't you know who he is? He's the Heavenly Spear Cave Master. Ah, his temper is so violent that it explodes. At the slightest point, how did he meet you? This bogeyman. Damn it! The 3 of them looked towards Li Xianfeng angrily. At the same time they were filled with despair. As long as the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord decided to strike, he would absolutely not let them live in any way. You're lucky to give a damn. One can only pray that he doesn't torture him to death. So angry? Li Xianfeng feels this vast pressure. Well, light as a feather. Even though the other party was 2 realms higher than him, he didn't feel a thing. A mere mortal body. 2 small realms higher and you want to suppress his chaotic sword body? It's not possible. Buzz. The breath came through his body. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's pressure was then impacted and rolled back as much as it could. 5th level of the condensed Dan realm? Something, but still dying. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord let out a cold smile, his surging aura releasing to the fullest as his figure arrived in front of Li Xianfeng like an instant. The sharp spear went straight for the brow. Boo! He saw that Li Xianfeng was about to be penetrated by the spear, but in the next moment, He was firmly grasped by Li Xianfeng and could not advance an inch. Even the spiritual energy contained in the spear was forcibly suppressed. Unable to move. Ha! The heavenly spear cave master was startled for a moment. Boo! Li Xianfeng kicked him in the abdomen from the bottom up with a teasing leg. The spiritual energy compressed to the extreme, exploding at the tip of his foot. The heavenly spear cave lord immediately bowed like a shrimp and rushed up like a cannonball. His spear, on the other hand, was still held tightly in Li Xianfeng's hand. Li Xianfeng grabbed the spear and casually flung it, and the spear shot out at an extremely fast speed, instantly catching up with the heavenly spear cave master and piercing through his abdomen. Blood was thrown into the air. Li Xianfeng's feet moved, and his entire body shot up into the sky, quickly surpassing the heavenly spear cave lord and intercepting his backward flight. 5 fingers opened up and pressed a palm to the back of his head, grabbing him and dropping him from a great height, holding his head down and flinging it hard towards the ground. Boom! Spiritual energy shook and smoke rolled out. The heavenly spear cave lord was pressed by Li Xianfeng's head on the ground and smashed out a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. It all happened but in an instant. The 3 Spirit Sea Realm 9th level cultivators had been completely dumbfounded. When the smoke cleared, they saw that in the middle of the deep pit, Li Xianfeng grabbed the hair of the heavenly spear cave lord and lifted his head, which was covered in dirt mixed with blood, off the ground. I hear you're grumpy as hell? Li Xianfeng's faint voice came out, causing the entire mountain pass to fall completely silent. Chapter 48, You're a hothead, aren't you? You can't help it, can you? The heavenly spear cave lord was crushed, the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm being crushed by the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm? Unable to fight back like a chicken against an adult? The 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators had waves of shock in their hearts. Where in the world did this demonic cultivator come from? It was simply terrifying. The 3 silently gulped and looked at each other, not daring to move. They wanted to run away, but it was as if their feet had taken root. It wasn't that Li Xianfeng had restricted their movements with his mighty pressure, but that they didn't have the courage to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. They couldn't even escape in front of the heavenly spear cave lord, let alone Li Xianfeng who crushed the heavenly spear cave lord. They weren't sure what kind of person Li Xianfeng was. In case the act of sneaking away angered him, wouldn't it be the end of everything? So one can only stand apprehensively and wait for the trial. In his heart, he kept praying that Li Xianfeng would not be the kind of irritable and murderous person like the heavenly spear cave lord. Deep in the pit, the heavenly spear cave master was covered in blood and dirt. Li Xianfeng grabbed him by his hair and lifted him off the ground face first. His appearance was wretched. It had to be said that cultivators at the condensed Dan realm were extremely tenacious in their vitality. After receiving such a serious injury, the heavenly spear cave lord didn't die, and even his breath didn't weaken too much. Humiliated by Li Xianfeng's grip on his hair, the heavenly spear cave lord clenched his teeth, only feeling endless anger rising and burning in his heart. Clearly crushed, he had no fear or dread, only anger. The wild surge of anger was literally consuming him, shattering his sanity. He wants to kill Li Xianfeng, killed those 3 cultivators, killed the amethyst unicorn lion, kill all the demonic beasts here, kill everything, destroy everything. The gong method that had been cultivated for many years was rapidly running. His body instantly became like a red-hot iron, combined with his angrily twisted face. The scene was almost as if the anger in his heart had turned into substantial heat damage. He warmed up. Q. Die for this seat. Berserk spiritual energy swept out from within the main body of the heavenly spear cave, and that vast power had far exceeded that of a normal 7th level of the condensed Dan realm cultivator. Ha! Li Xianfeng sneered and grabbed his head and smashed it hard towards the ground once again. Boom! Cobweb-like cracks began to spread from the bottom of the pit. The heavenly spear cave lord, who had just warmed up, had the power he had gathered in his body directly smashed out of flames. Chaotic sword body plus blazing sun golden bone. The heavenly spear cave lord had no room for resistance in front of him. You're ing. The heavenly spear cave lord shouted angrily, his body reddening once again as his power was about to sweep and explode once again. Boom! Li Xianfeng wasn't soft either and pressed his head once more. Spiritual power emanated from his palm, dispersing the power that had been condensed up by the heavenly spear cave master's special gong method. The heavenly spear cave lord just opened his mouth. Boom! Only after spitting out a single word. His head was pressed into the ground again by Li Xianfeng ruthlessly. This seed is going to kill. Boom! You shall die. Boom! Each time, Li Xianfeng let him say a few words, but he also didn't let him finish, and then he pressed his head into the ground. It was like he was deliberately irritating him, making him even angrier. the craters got deeper and deeper, and the cracks got bigger and bigger. The speed at which the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord was running his gung fu to gather power was also getting slower and slower. Heavenly Spear Cave Master. Right? Boom. Grumpy. Ha. Boom. Riotous to the core. Ha. Boom. A little goes a long way, doesn't it? Boom. Redwing. Right? Boom. Trying to kill me, are you? Boom. Li Xianfeng grabbed the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's head and smashed it once after every sentence. This scene stimulated the nerves of the three Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Their eyelids fluttered and the fear in their hearts grew stronger. The Heavenly Spear Cave Master was a cultivator with a relatively large reputation in Yunzhou, a reputation that was more of a fierce one. It was rumored that he had cultivated a powerful technique. However, there was a serious side effect of practicing this technique, and that was that one could not control one's emotions at all, and one could easily become angry. And the greater the anger, the more likely it was that the power of the feats would be realized. With this technique, he was even able to defeat cultivators at the 8th level of the Condensed Dan realm. Also because of this technique, he committed many killings and incurred many enemies. Those who had seen him strike were most impressed by the fact that once he fell into a rage and went into a berserk state, his power would increase exponentially. Those cultivators who were originally able to fight him to a draw were just countered by him. But today, Li Xuanfeng's operation refreshed the three Spirit Sea Realm cultivators' perceptions. The Heavenly Spear Cave Master was clearly furious to the extreme, and that trademark red warm state said it all. However, he couldn't gather any power at all. Every time before they finished condensing, they were directly shaken apart by Li Xianfeng pressing his head, again and again, until the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord completely lost his breath. As he was dying, the three men in the distance saw fear and terror on his face for the first time. His anger was smashed hard and he seemed to become a little more lucid, trying to beg for mercy, but it was too late. As Li Xianfeng slammed down the final blow, the aura of the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord fell silent. A condensed Dan realm powerhouse who basically only had the emotion of anger was hardened by Li Xianfeng smashing out fear and dread, and even regret. The three of them only felt a dry mouth and swallowed hard. That young cultivator was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Spear Cave Master in their eyes. Li Xianfeng got up and patted the dust on his palms. Reaching out, the spear flew from afar to be collected into his storage ring. Checking out the items of the Heavenly Spear Cave's owner, he was of average stature. It's not bad, it's not good, but he did collect a lot of herbs. These things were still useful to Li Xianfeng. If you want to make pills yourself, you can also use it. Even if you don't practice it yourself, pack it up and give it to Luoli. I think it should be hard for an alchemist to refuse. Only after counting the loot did Li Xianfeng look over towards the crooked neck tree. Two red-hearted fruits were still hanging on. The amethyst unicorn lion had long since been scared away and hid in the distance to watch him, but it was so large that the image of it hiding behind a mountain with half of its head exposed was a bit comical. The reason why it didn't leave was because it couldn't let go of the red heart fruit, but it was always ready to run away. As for the other demonic beasts, they had long since run out of sight. Li Xianfeng didn't care about the big lion. It was a pity that this was a secret realm and it was impossible to bring demonic beasts out. Otherwise, it would be more dignified to collect a majestic amethyst unicorn lion as a mount. The red-hearted fruit was not harmed in the slightest. Li Xianfeng controlled his power when he struck out, and his divine sense kept an eye on the place to keep the aftermath from spreading. When fighting, if both sides are evenly matched, then the fallout is not well controlled and can cause serious damage. After all, no one dared to restrain their power, and one mistake would leave a fatal break for the other party. Not when the power gap between each other is too great. The Heavenly Spear Cave Lord was suppressed by Li Xianfeng throughout the entire process. He was simply not qualified to fight hard with Li Xianfeng, and even if he wanted to cause a bit of destruction, he was contained by Li Xianfeng in advance. Otherwise the big mountains here would have been leveled long ago. It looks like it's going to take a while to ripen. Li Xianfeng walked over to the red heart fruit and didn't rush to pluck it off. The red heart fruit has a characteristic that the effect is best only when it is 100% ripe and about to be ripe. The way of judging was also very simple. When all the dead leaves on the tree fell off at that moment, it meant that the red heart fruit was completely ripe, and it must be taken as soon as it is fully ripe, as its effects reach their peak at maturity and decline rapidly afterward. Wait a minute. Then, just in time to try out what it's like to raise your enlightenment, Li Xianfeng thought to himself. Elder, three Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, standing not far away licking their smiles, cautiously greeted Li Xianfeng. Only then did Li Xianfeng have the leisure to cast a glance towards them, but he didn't say anything or correct them on what their predecessors called them. Previously, We had eyes that didn't recognize Tai an offended senior. So I hope that senior will be generous and let us live. The three of them arched their hands towards Li Xianfeng repeatedly, their faces compensating for smiles all the time. Their so-called offense was naturally the complaining words that Li Xianfeng had uttered to the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord just now when he had angered him. They were aware of the fierce reputation of the Heavenly Spear Cave Master. But the young-looking cultivator in front of him was by no means a good person either. The image of him grabbing the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's head and flinging him alive would be fresh in their minds for a long time. They were afraid. Li Xianfeng looked at them in silence. The three of them immediately stood up in a sweat, and the leader of them immediately stepped forward. We are willing to offer all the resources you see fit. After saying that, the three of them did not hesitate to throw their respective storage rings to Li Xianfeng. With a casual sweep, Li Xianfeng rolled away all the spirit medicines that looked good in his storage ring. We have one more piece of news for Senior. This news concerns the greatest chance of the Purple Moon Mystic Realm. Senior might be interested. Seeing that Li Xianfeng had taken the items, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me about it. Li Xianfeng finally spoke. Chapter 49, Enlightenment Enhancement. Chaotic Sword Intent. Does Senior know about the Kukin sect? Before telling Li Xianfeng about this, the one in the lead of the three asked carefully. I've heard of them, and if it has anything to do with them, by all means. Li Xianfeng blandly said. The Kukin sect was a sect within the Great Yan dynasty. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 100-Sword Mountain, it still had a few strengths, at least many times stronger than the Heavenly Spear Cave. The Kukin sect was dependent on a top sect, the Bloodshed sect. This Bloodshed sect and the 100 Swords Mountain are in a hostile relationship, so counting. The Kukin sect and the 100 Swords Mountain were also in a hostile relationship. Seeing this expression and tone of Li Xuanfeng's face, the man let out a sigh of relief in his heart. I'm sure Senior knows that the Purple Moon Mystic Realm was originally just an ordinary mystic realm, and it was only because of the existence of the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring that it became famous. In this secret realm, all sorts of wonders that can enhance enlightenment are mutated from absorbing the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. But the Bodhi Brightening Spring is controlled by a formation, flowing in all directions towards the secret realm and nourishing the spiritual plants. So even if someone has a craving for it, they won't be able to break the formation. Of the three, the leader humbly opened his mouth to explain for Li Xianfeng. In these decades since the opening of the last secret realm, there is a clan that has been pining for it, secretly either buying or robbing it, and getting many jade tokens for entering the Purple Moon Secret Realm. This clan is the Kukin sect, and of the 8 secret realm entrances, the jade slips of 3 or 4 entrances are almost occupied by them. They've brought in a number of formation masters this time, wanting to open the formation and enter it to take away the Bodhi Enlightenment Spring. The leader finished in one breath and then looked at Li Xianfeng. This news of his is not considered so precious, but as long as Li Xianfeng didn't know, him telling it was just poor information and could also win a favor. I know. Li Xianfeng nodded. That. The leader accompanied a smiling face and carefully looked at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng casually waved his hand. Many thanks, Elder. Thank you, Elder. The three of them were relieved and retreated towards the distance while laughing. Only after it disappeared from Li Xuanfeng's line of sight did he accelerate away. Stay away to a certain point before taking to the air and slipping away. Phew. So close. So close. After determining that Li Xianfeng hadn't suddenly changed his mind and chased after them, the stone in the hearts of the three of them truly fell to the ground. Luckily that young cultivator wasn't a murderous person, or else they would be completely finished today. They still had palpitations when they thought of the scene where Li Xianfeng grabbed the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord's head and flung him alive. This young demon was by no means a good person. I wonder which sect's demon he is. To be able to crush the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord of the 7th level of the Condensed Dan Realm at the 5th level of the Condensed Dan Realm is definitely a top-tier heavenly pride. The main thing is that he didn't even use his own spirit weapon, and with one hand, he held down the cave master to the point where he couldn't resist. And to be honest, I feel that scene is a bit unreal now. In all these years, this is the first time I've known that the Heavenly Spear Cave Master's special technique can be interrupted alive. It's also the first time I've learned that the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord can be afraid as well as fearful, and if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that he would only be angry. I also wonder what those cultivators who have been fruitlessly chasing the Cave Master for years would look like if they knew. This person is either a disciple trained by a reclusive powerhouse, or he is not a native cultivator of the Great Yan dynasty, or else this kind of demon couldn't possibly be notorious. No matter what, this kind of heavenly pride should never be messed with. That's right. This kind of demon, who is powerful in his own right, must have a strong person behind him, and is afraid that there are quite a few means to protect his life. the three of them discussed as they accelerated away. They thoroughly memorized Li Xianfeng and listed him in their hearts as one of the characters that should never be messed with. Li Xianfeng looked very young and was still able to achieve absolute crushing when he crossed two realms to fight. One could think with their toes that he was the ultimate demon. There were plenty of cultivators who had lived for hundreds of years and looked young. However, if one really lived for hundreds of years and was still at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm, that would definitely not be considered a genius. And it would never be possible to cross 2 steps and still be able to crush it. Although they addressed Li Xianfeng as a senior on their lips, they all knew in their hearts that this cultivator was definitely much younger than them. Let's just continue our treasure hunt in a low profile. Find some medicinal herbs to preserve our capital, and then go to the core formation to see if there's a chance to reap some benefits. To avoid meeting him again, let's head in the other direction. The three of them discussed the matter and quickly broke into the air and went far away. After the three of them left, Li Xianfeng pulled back the amethyst unicorn lion that was trying to run away and asked it to help him protect the law. The huge lion is as well behaved as a kitten. It couldn't be helped that the human in front of him could casually ravage it with his physical strength alone. The dead leaves on the crooked-necked trees fell off one by one. Finally, after more than half an hour, the last of the dead leaves withered away. The 2 red fruits gave off an intoxicating fruity aroma. The demonic beasts that had originally fled were attracted by the fruity fragrance and didn't hold back and ran back, hiding behind the trees looking and salivating. The amethyst unicorn lion swept over with a pair of pupils, and all the demonic beasts were instantly silenced. Li Xianfeng reached out and an invisible force plucked the 2 red heart fruits. In the envious eyes of the amethyst unicorn lion and the crowd of demonic beasts, he ate it in 3 or 2 bites. Crisp, sweet and mouth-watering. Tastes good, Li Xianfeng commented. Then he sat down on his knees and began to refine it. The red heart fruit only had a 50% chance of raising a cultivator's enlightenment. This probability was already considered high amongst the wonders that enhanced enlightenment. Even if it doesn't succeed in raising enlightenment, it will be good for the soul. With Li Xianfeng's current root bones, the efficiency of refining and absorbing various energies was quite fast. A few moments of work, the energy of the 2 red heart fruits was then completely refined and absorbed. Li Xianfeng felt that his head was clear and cool, as if his soul had become light, and all kinds of auras seemed to be competing to burst forth in his mind. It's done! A smirk appeared on Li Xianfeng's face. He was lucky to refine 2 red heart fruits at the same time, allowing his enlightenment to increase a lot, doubling it at least. Try participating in Sword Intent. Li Xianfeng's heart moved as he took out a few Sword Intent pills. This was what the system returned to him after Luoli refined it. The Sword Intent pill was a special auxiliary type of pill that couldn't enhance cultivation, couldn't help a cultivator break through the realm, and couldn't heal wounds. It had only one function, which was to erase the damage from the Sword Intent and melt it into the elixir. The cultivator who ate it would have the Sword Intent in the elixir spread to envelop his entire body. It was equivalent to zero-distance contact with Sword Intent and sensing Sword Intent. This was one of the best ways to participate in Sword Intent. If I can successfully realize 10% of the Sword Intent, my strength will rise by a huge margin, and perhaps I'll be able to face shattered Dan Realm cultivators head-on, Li Xianfeng secretly said in his heart, swallowing several Sword Intent pills consecutively. He sat down on the ground. He had a good idea of what level of strength he was at in his heart. A cultivator with a special physique added to his body was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator. But there are also strengths and weaknesses in physical fitness. Wei Qingyan's supreme sword body and Su Miaochun's great desolate battle body were all top-notch physiques. Fighting across the ranks was easy for them. Every time a Dan condensation realm cultivator is separated by a small realm, the difference in strength is very obvious. Su Miaochun, however, was able to cross 3, 4, or even 5 minor realms to engage the enemy. Not to mention Li Xianfeng, who possessed the chaotic sword body. Even if he only used his physical power and spiritual power, Li Xianfeng was completely capable of crushing cultivators at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm across the 4th rank. If he added the Blazing Sun Golden Pupil, Blazing Sun Golden Bone, Spiritual Weapon, and Sword Intent Prototype, his strength would only be more exaggerated. Within the condensed Dan territory, there were mostly no cultivators who were his opponents. As for the shattered Dan realm, cultivators in this realm were very special, and even if Li Xianfeng had the confidence to cross the large realm barriers to engage them, he didn't have the confidence to decimate them. This was because strong people of the shattered Dan realm possessed extremely tenacious vitality. Even if you stab through the heart and cut off the head, you won't necessarily die. Sword Intent. Only a powerful Sword Intent can cause damage to shattered Dan realm cultivators. Li Xianfeng knew this very well, so he had to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible. Manhwa before the enlightenment is really too poor. Did not comprehend anything? Have to system return before comprehending the sword intent prototype. Now that he had doubled his enlightenment and had the sword intent pill in his hand, Li Xianfeng felt that there was still hope for comprehending true sword intent. As time passed, a layer of mysterious power of intent gradually enveloped Li Xianfeng's body. The amethyst unicorn lion that was escorting him not far away widened its copperbell eyes and kept moving its huge body backward. Li Xianfeng's aura made it feel extremely dangerous. 1 hour later, buzz! An indescribably mysterious aura swept out from Li Xianfeng's body, spreading in all directions. All the demonic beasts that sensed this aura whimpered and prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. The ones that are too weak or even incontinent. Even the amethyst unicorn lion, which had long retreated further away, prostrated itself on all fours. It was as if it felt the chaotic power of the world's first opening from that breath. So it is. Li Xianfeng, who was sitting in a coiled position, opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of chaotic light in his eyes. The aura that swept through the 4 directions was collected by him as much as possible. Chaotic sword intent. What I have comprehended is the supreme sword intent, chaotic sword intent. Li Xianfeng clenched his fists, his elation hard to stifle. Chapter 50, Su Miaozhen. Danger. There were many types of sword intent, such as frost sword intent, fiery sword intent, solitary sword intent, killing sword intent, and so on. And the most powerful of them all was undoubtedly chaotic sword intent. The reason why Li Xianfeng was able to comprehend this supreme sword intent was entirely due to his chaotic sword body. If it wasn't for the chaotic sword body, the sword intent he comprehended might not be too far off from what Luo Li comprehended. When he was comprehending the sword intent, the chaotic sword body automatically led Li Xianfeng into the vast and boundless chaotic intent realm and minimized the difficulty of comprehension. Sword intent is divided into a total of 1 to 10%. With the help of the sword intent pill and the powerful innate advantage of the chaotic sword body, Li Xianfeng managed to comprehend 10% of the chaotic sword intent. Even if it was only 10%, it was still stronger than the ordinary sword intent's tens of percent. With my strength nowadays, it shouldn't be a problem to decapitate an average shattered dam realm cultivator, right? The red sky sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The chaotic sword intent twined up, and the terrifying power contained within it gave Li Xianfeng the illusion that he could split the world with a single sword. So much time has passed, and it is almost dark, so it is not far from the time agreed upon for the rendezvous. I wonder if Su Miaozhen has found any treasures to enhance her enlightenment. Li Xianfeng muttered to himself and jerked the soft mane on the amethyst unicorn lion's neck before taking a step and disappearing in place. After he left, the demonic beasts in this area rolled on the ground as if they were deflated. Chaotic sword intent had an oppressive feeling from the soul to them. Also at the same time that Li Xianfeng left the mountain pass, Su Miaozhen was flying low in the mountain range 100 miles away. The pointer of the treasure-seeking compass in her hand was fixed, guiding her in the right direction. It's really hard to find wonders that enhance enlightenment, Su Miaozhen sighed in her heart. After separating from Li Xianfeng, with the treasure-seeking compass, she did find quite a few heavenly treasures. Unfortunately, there were no of these treasures that could enhance enlightenment. Her current location was close to the large mountain where she and Li Xianfeng had agreed to meet. If he still couldn't find any treasures that could enhance his enlightenment, he would have to meet up with Li Xian at the foot of the big mountain and wait until tomorrow to continue. I have to say that Brother Li is really powerful. Su Miaozhen couldn't help but feel emotional. Li Xianfeng's high talent, strength, and treasure hunting methods were still so perverted that it could be said to have convinced Su Miaozhen. It was for this reason that she couldn't resist the idea of splitting up the treasure hunt. She knew that with Li Xianfeng, she would always have to be a step slower, making it difficult to find the treasures she needed on her own. After being separated for such a long time, she did find some spiritual medicines, but she didn't even see a shadow of the treasures that could enhance her enlightenment. Looking at the direction the compass pointer was pointing, Su Miaozhen felt that it was most likely another ordinary spirit medicine. Still, she had a point of expectation and flew quickly toward it. There is a secluded valley near the big mountain. Hundreds of meters away from the valley, on the top of the mountain, 3 figures were collecting their breath and hiding in the canopy of a large tree. If Li Xianfeng saw them, he would definitely be surprised. It was because these 3 people were the same 3 spirit sea realm cultivators from before. The 3 hid in the canopy, staring at a white flower like a snow lotus in full bloom in the valley. The scent of the flowers is so overflowing and wafting that just taking a whiff of it is refreshing and exhilarating. It's the Yunshin flower. It's really the Yunshin flower. What a damn bad luck. Why are there demonic beasts guarding here too? The three of them communicated by voice. The discovery of the Yunshin flower excited them. However, when he saw the black python coiled into a small mountain next to the Yunshin flower, it was as if a pot of cool water had been poured over his head. This black python was a 5th grade intermediate demon beast, Black Shen Python. It was even more powerful than the amethyst unicorn lion from before. Ugh, it's so damn hard to see what you can't eat. If we can't get it, why do we have to meet it again? The three were quite distressed and even a bit frantic. Facing the 5th order junior amethyst unicorn lion, they still had the courage to fight for speed and luck. However, in front of the 5th order mid-level Black Shen Python, they didn't even have the courage to try. Looks like we'll just have to leave. Someone's coming. It's that kind of thing again. What a ing coincidence. The three people who were just about to leave stopped moving again. Phew. A woman dressed in white with a high ponytail and a heroic spirit broke through the air. And it was none other than Su Miaojin. This is yummy godflower? Su Miaojin's eyes snapped open and surprise surfaced on her face. Finally, she had found the wonders that could raise her enlightenment. The god-embracing flower could be several times more precious than the meditation grass. However, when she saw the Black Shen Python next to her, her smile quickly tightened again. The Black Shen Python noticed the uninvited guest and erected its head as big as a small wooden house, its cold snake pupils looking towards Su Miaojin. With a slight frown, Su Miaojin glanced towards a certain canopy at the top of the mountain. The delicate body then moved and flew directly towards the embracing godflower. The 5th order intermediate Black Shen Python was equivalent to a cultivator at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the condensed Dan realm, and it wasn't enough to make Su Miaojin retreat from it. The next moment, however, her body came to a violent stop. Phew! A terrifying spiritual power pike suddenly descended, cutting a deep gulf between Su Miaojin and the embracing godflower. This Yunshin flower. I'll take it. A faint voice rang out. The young man wearing a blue robe appeared high in the sky, holding a long sword, his aura unabashedly released. How many levels of the condensed Dan realm is this? 7, right? 7th or 8th gravity? It feels like it doesn't lose to the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord at all. This person looks a bit familiar. It seems like which disciple of the Kyukin sect? It's over. How can I meet these powerhouses everywhere I go? The three Spirit Sea Realm 9th level cultivators hiding in the tree canopy wanted to cry. Su Miaojin looked at the young man high in the air with a slight frown. This person's realm was far above hers. She did possess the strength to cross the ranks, but she was only at the 1st level of the condensed Dan realm after all. Facing a cultivator at the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm, there was no way she could be an opponent unless she let Li Xuanfeng come. With Li Xuanfeng's strength, this person was mostly incapable of resisting. But she can't. However, she was unwilling to give up on the Yunshin flower. This was the first time she had encountered a strange object that could enhance her enlightenment since she and Li Xuanfeng were separated. I'm no match in a head-to-head battle, but I may not be without a chance to take away this embracing godflower. Su Miaojin thought so in her heart. She was also someone who had cards. The 7th level of the condensed Dan realm made it tricky for her, but it wasn't so bad that a single sentence would make her scared to the point of retreating. If it was a deadly battle, she would definitely avoid it, but now it was just a fight for the treasure. With a movement of her delicate body, she once again rushed towards the embracing godflower. Shoo shoo shoo. Several pikes fell, blocking Su Miaojin's path. As I said, this undying godflower. This Gongzi wants it. The blue-robed youth's indifferent voice spread out. But if the beauty really wants it, it's not impossible for my lord to let you have it, as long as you promise to be my lord's woman. The blue-robed youth sized up Su Miaojin with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Su Miaojin, whose flawless and stunning face was heartwarming. However, Su Miaojin simply ignored him, fully utilizing her stance to avoid the attack, and rushed towards the embracing godflower. Hey! The blue-robed youth let out a strange laugh and stepped out into the air, stopping in front of Su Miaojin. With the lance in her hand, Su Miaojin's breath suddenly rose, her speed skyrocketed, and she actually crossed over the blue-robed youth in an instant. Ha! The blue-robed youth let out a faint smile and also suddenly accelerated. Boom! The long sword collided with the lance. Intense fluctuations spread out at once, and with just one move, Su Miaojin was at an absolute disadvantage. Even though she had used a secret technique to boost her power for a short period of time, the realm gap was simply too great. Su Miaojin could receive this move as not easy. If it were any other condensed Dan realm one, not to die but also to be seriously injured. The most crucial thing was that the blue-robed youth was swimming with ease, obviously not using his full strength. Boom! Another exchange of blows. Su Miaojin was still at an absolute disadvantage as violent spiritual energy raged and swept. Seeing that the embracing godflower was about to be affected, an old man with white hair and a pale, slightly hunched face appeared. He raised his hand and pressed it vainly, and the spreading aftermath was smoothed out. Young man, don't be impulsive. How unfortunate to destroy this embracing godflower. Why don't you let me keep it for you first? The old man had a jovial look on his face, and he seemed to be very kind. But neither Su Miaojin nor the blue-robed youth underestimated him. Su Miaojin even recognized the old man. This person was none other than the cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm that she and Li Xianfeng had encountered at the entrance. As the old man spoke, he reached his hand towards the embracing godflower. Su Miaojin's pretty face sank. This is really hopeless now. However, the blue-robed youth was calm and confident, as if he wasn't afraid of the old man removing the embodied godflower. Buzz! Just as the old man was about to touch the embodied godflower, a terrifying pressure descended. Shattered Dan realm? That old man at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm seemed to be a bird of prey. His hand reaching out to the embracing godflower instantly retracted, and his entire body suddenly retreated violently to 1,000 meters away. Only then did he cast a suspicious glance in this direction, and stood ready to run. Originally, he had wanted to forcibly remove the embracing godflower, but the moment the shattered Dan realm's pressure descended, the instinct to survive and his alertness to danger caused him to flee for his life at the first opportunity. Running pretty fast, a hoarse voice rang out, and a stooped old crone stepped into the void, leaning on her crutches as she slowly walked out. She glanced at the old man who had stormed back 1,000 meters away, but she had no intention of pursuing him. Boo! Behind the crone, the headless body of the black shin python smashed to the ground. No one saw how she struck, and the black shin python just lost its head. Grass! Its elder run of the Kyukin sect. The scalps of the 3 men hiding in the canopy tingled. Originally, a 7th level of the condensed Dan realm was scary enough, and then there was an old man at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Now even more so, an old crone of the shattered Dan realm had appeared. They had felt that the blue-robed youth looked a bit familiar before, and it was only with the crone showing up that they remembered the identity of the two. This old woman was an elder of the Kyukin sect, surnamed Ren, with a cultivation level of the 1st level of the shattered Dan realm, and that blue-robed youth, who was both her disciple and her grandson, was named Wu Mingfu. The 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators knew that they had definitely been discovered. But now, in this situation, they didn't dare to move at all. It was not right to hide, and it was not right to go out. Life and death are not under one's control, but depend on the good or bad thoughts of others. That girl is going to be miserable. The 3 thought so in their minds. They knew some of the rumors about Wu Mingfu. This person was highly talented and had Elder Ren as his backer, and usually did not do much to bully men and women. Listening to his words just now, it was obvious that he had thoughts about that girl. With the shattered Dan realm striking, that girl could only obediently submit without any room for resistance. In front of a shattered Dan realm cultivator, it was basically impossible for the condensed Dan realm to fight back even if it was heaven-defying. Even Li Xianfeng, who was able to crush the heavenly spear cave lord over the ranks, in the trio's opinion, could only run for his life in the face of the shattered Dan realm. Will the old body do it herself? Or will you take some initiative yourself? The old woman's cloudy eyes looked towards Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin's knuckles whitened as she gripped the lance tightly. Active? Active for what? Offering to accompany this blue-robed youth? Then she might as well be dead. Phew! Using the secret technique again, Su Miaojin flew towards the distance. What an insensitive little girl. The crone shook her head, reaching out to Su Miaojin from afar. The latter's speeding figure came to a halt, the entire person frozen in midair. Boo! It was as if some treasure shattered open on Su Miaojin's body, and a powerful energy wrapped around her, breaking free of the old crone's bonds. Oh, kind of interesting, but that's about it. Since you won't listen, let's break your legs first. The old woman's voice was indifferent. The walking stick stomped towards the void, and the energy visible to the naked eye swept away like waves, impacting Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin stifled a grunt as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The whole person was like a kite with broken strings, falling from a high altitude. An extremely casual strike from a shattered Dan realm powerhouse had left her seriously injured. The eyes she looked at the old crone and the blue-robed youth were filled with hatred, but there was no despair. She had already given up the Yunshin flower, but the other party clearly had no intention of letting her go. A jade slip slipped into his palm. As long as it was crushed, it would be able to carry her far away in an instant, and even the shattered Dan realm would not be able to keep her. Su Miaojin dared to enter the secret realm. Naturally she had something to rely on. It was just that this kind of undercard was too precious and she was unwilling to use it easily. And now the situation was critical. The body fell rapidly towards the ground, the wind whistling in his ears. I hope I can find Brotherly to rendezvous with, and try to stay as far away from this place as possible. The powerhouses of the Shattered Dan realm are just too dangerous. Su Miaojin thought so in her heart. The place where she and Li Xianfeng had agreed to meet was not far from here. There were Shattered Dan realm powerhouses in this place, and she was worried that Li Xianfeng and this old crone would meet. She wanted to quickly find Li Xianfeng with the Jade Slip's power of far away and take him with her. Phew! But right at this moment, Su Miaojin felt something approaching her rapidly. The jade hand that squeezed the Jade Slip was about to exert force. Don't be afraid. It's me. A familiar voice came, and Su Miaojin subconsciously withdrew her strength. Boo! The next moment, her back hit a firm chest and she fell into a secure embrace. A large hand also smoothly covered towards her small hand holding the Jade Slip, preventing her from crushing it. Brotherly? Su Miaojin smelled the familiar scent of Li Xuanfeng's body. Chapter 51, the first level of the Shattered Dan realm. The district will just be beheaded. Su Miaojin remembered Li Xuanfeng's flavor. She looked up with some difficulty and saw the expressionless Li Xianfeng. It looks like your treasure hunt didn't go too well. Li Xianfeng looked down at the girl in his arms. The blood at the corner of her mouth and her pale face gave Su Miaojin an additional soft and desolate beauty. It was a stark contrast to the firm, calm and heroic air of the previous one. Su Miaojin's good-looking eyelashes fluttered, and a helpless smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The smile just surfaced and disappeared. She looked at Li Xianfeng with a serious expression. Brotherly, let's get out of here. That person is at the Shattered Dan realm. He can't be defeated. Crushing this Jade Slip will allow you to perform a powerful recluse technique. I'll take you away, Su Miaojin said, about to crush the Jade Slip. However, Li Xuanfeng's large hand kept holding her small hand, making it impossible for her to exert any force. No matter, it's just the first level of the Shattered Dan realm. Just chop it up. Li Xianfeng's tone of voice was bland. The confidence in his expression made Su Miaojin look frozen for a moment, and in a trance it actually made her feel that such Li Xianfeng was somewhat charming. Su Miaojin never denied Li Xuanfeng's talent. She knew that Li Xianfeng was demonic and strong. Even if Li Xianfeng killed a cultivator at the 9th level of the Condensed Dan realm with a single sword, she wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. But the gap between the Condensed Dan realm and the Shattered Dan realm was just too great. There is another name for the Broken Dan realm, which is called the 9 transformations of the flesh body. That is, the physical body undergoes 9 ascension metamorphoses. The way of metamorphosis was to actively shatter the inner Dan, pouring all the power of the powerful inner Dan that had come from hard work and cultivation into all the limbs and bones, sinews and flesh. Let the physical body undergo a transformative change. That's why Shattered Dan realm cultivators have extremely strong flesh and extremely tenacious vitality. An ordinary Condensed Dan realm, at full strength, would not necessarily be able to cut through a broken Dan realm cultivator's flesh defense. Even if someone could cut through, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill the Shattered Dan realm. Broken limbs in the Shattered Dan realm could be reborn, and decapitated heads could be renewed. Even if a eunuch cultivates to this realm, that dick can grow back. Therefore, Shattered Dan realm cultivators, not only were they powerful, but their life force was also exceptionally amazing, and could never be fought by Condensed Dan realm cultivators. Even if Li Xianfeng had the power to injure the Shattered Dan realm, there was never a possibility of decapitating the other party. When the time came, the power would be overconsumed and he would only be at the mercy of the Shattered Dan realm. That's why Su Miaojin felt that she should run for her life. As long as we remember the appearance of these two people, it will not be too late to take revenge later when we have enough strength. But Li Xianfeng stopped her from crushing the Jade Slip. You heal your wounds first, and watch next. Li Xianfeng wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth before patting her delicate shoulder and signaling her to wait here. Looking at the handsome face close at hand and feeling the residual warmth left behind by Li Xuanfeng's fingertips, Su Miaojin's heart suddenly beat a beat faster. Brotherly! Su Miaojin grabbed Li Xuanfeng's wrist and shoved the jade sketch into his hands. You take it. Crush it if things get bad, Su Miaojin said. Do as you're told. Just stand here and don't move. Li Xianfeng broke her jade fingers and placed the jade sketch back into her palm, then turned around and looked at the old crone and the blue-robed youth. It's him. So he knows that woman. Didn't we obviously change directions? How can we still meet him here? But by the looks of him, he's not going to leave. Wu Mingfu's strength isn't much worse than the Heavenly Spear Cave Master. Not to mention there's also an elder run of the Shattered Dan realm. I guess he might declare his identity and origin next. And if the origin is indeed big, Elder Rin might be scornful and stop striking. I suppose so. The three spirit sea realms hid in the canopy of the tree, not daring to move, and could only quietly transmit their voices. After experiencing the incident with the Heavenly Spear Cave Lord, they had a high opinion of Li Xianfeng. But Elder Rin was at the Shattered Dan realm after all, and going head to head, they felt that Li Xianfeng had no chance of winning. Oh, so you have an old flame. It looks like he's confident in his strength. In that case, leave your life behind. A beauty like you should be enjoyed by my lord. Wu Mingfu looked at Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin with cold eyes. Jealousy rose in him as he watched the two men's intimate movements. He only had two hobbies on a regular basis. One was cultivation and the other was bullying men and women. There was no telling how many female cultivators hadn't been able to escape his poisonous claws. Relying on Elder Ren's coddling, as well as the name of the talented disciple of the Kyukin sect, along with the fact that his own strength wasn't weak, it was easy to get into trouble and get rid of it. This experience also gradually fueled his arrogance. Among the female cultivators he had toyed with in the past, there was no one like Su Miaojin who had both the best looks and temperament. That's why the first time I saw her I was so impressed that I wanted to get my hands on her. Wu Mingfu had already regarded Su Miaojin as his own. As long as Elder Rin injured her, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Not to mention that he could crush Su Miaojin without the need for Elder Ren to make a move. Buzz! Mighty power swept out from Li Xuanfeng's body, and the red sky sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Feeling this aura, Wu Mingfu froze for a moment before he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I thought it was such a powerful character, but it turns out it's only the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. I really don't know where the courage comes from to show your sword. Ha 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 ha, you don't really want to make a move on us, do you? Ha 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 ha, Wu Ming confused's voice echoed uncontrollably. Buzz! Strength coalesced under his feet as Li Xianfeng stepped into the air without haste. It's like stepping on an invisible ladder, one step at a time. Oh, what a death wish, Wu Ming confusedly sneered. He didn't think that a cultivator at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm was really prepared to make a move against him at the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm. Is this guy out of his mind? Or is there some kind of attacking undercard? Even if this person was a genius, it was impossible to defeat him, because he, Wu Mingfu, was also a genius of the Kyukin sect. Alas, young cultivators are just too impulsive. If this person doesn't have a brain problem or has something to rely on. In the distance, the old man at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm had also been paying attention to this side. The three in the canopy didn't argue this time. They knew Li Xuanfeng's strength, and Wu Mingfu wouldn't be his opponent. The premise is that Elder Rin doesn't make a move. Elder Rin really didn't put up a fight. She felt that Li Xianfeng did not pose a threat, but she was also worried that Li Xianfeng was feared to have attack-type cards on him. But so what if there was an attack type of base card? Wu Mingfu also had a defense type of base card on him. Thus, when Li Xianfeng stepped into the air, she had no intention of striking. In a hurry to die. Then I'll fulfill you. Wu Mingfu smiled coldly. Phew! His figure suddenly rushed out, actually taking the initiative to meet Li Xianfeng. Li Xuanfeng's action of stepping into the sky step by step was too much of a show-stealer for his liking. While rushing towards Li Xianfeng, Wu Mingfu was always on guard, ready to use his defense-type undercard at any time. Li Xianfeng, who was at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm, dared to make a move against him, so he thought that he had something to rely on. Li Xuanfeng's pupils lit up with a golden aura. Wu Ming confused's movements looked flawed and surprisingly slow to his eyes. Brush! Li Xuanfeng's figure disappeared into thin air. Instead of attacking Wu Mingfu, he appeared in front of the crone. How dare you! The old crone cane scolded. She never expected that Li Xuanfeng's target was actually her. Wu Mingfu, who had pounced, was shocked in his heart. Li Xuanfeng's speed was actually far above his. Hohen turned his head to look. Li Xianfeng was already standing in front of Elder Rin with his sword. Buzz! A vast, indescribable ancient aura swept out from Li Xuanfeng's body and quickly wound up towards the red sky sword. Everyone, including Elder Ren, as well as the old men watching from afar, had their hairs stand on end. What is this? Sword intent? No! How could there be such a terrifying sword intent? Everyone's hearts were appalled. The crone's face was also filled with fear. What swept out from Li Xuanfeng's body seemed like brilliant heavenly might. It was as if it was not in a realm, not of a world, but from the power of the supreme realm at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the power of chaos. Bright confusion run. This is chaotic sword intent. The old woman cried out with a horrified look. The speculation that made her incomparably terrified bubbled up in her heart. This was chaotic sword intent. Only such supreme sword intent could cause instinctive fear from the soul level. Majestic power was mobilized by the crone all over, filling every cell of her body, and her entire being seemed to look much younger at this moment. A thick shield of energy coalesced in front of her. The cane was up in his hand. Phew! The red sky sword came out of its sheath and slashed at the old woman. The chaotic sword intent that was invisible to the naked eye but perceptible to the soul tore through the void. The speed was unbelievably fast. The crone felt as if her soul was locked by the sword intent, and she had no chance to dodge even if she wanted to. Boo! The energy shield shattered. Click! The cane was chopped in two. The next moment, heads were tossed. Chapter 52, U.1. I'll kill one. One sword. 1 second. Elder Ren hastily mobilized all the power he could. The energy shield was brittle as paper mache. The spirit weapon cane that had been sacrificed for many years was brittle like deadwood, known for its strong physical body. The body of the shattered Dan realm is like tofu in the face of a steel knife. A scratch is broken. The sword passed through the void leaving traces. The heavens and the earth were silent, even though there were speculations. Even though they felt that Li Xianfeng might have some kind of undercard. No one expected it to be chaotic sword intent. This was not a power outside of his body. This was a power that belonged to Li Xianfeng himself. In other words, he wasn't drawing on any undercurrents. Rather, with a horrifyingly amazing enlightenment, at this realm, he had grasped the power of the supreme realm of intent. For anyone present, chaotic sword intent only existed in legends, and they never thought that they would be able to see it with their own eyes today. Chaotic sword intent, chaotic sword intent. It had to be said that the life force of shattered Dan realm cultivators was frighteningly tenacious. Even after being beheaded, Elder Rain didn't die. She kept muttering under her breath, not really able to believe this fact. The supreme sword intent that only existed in legends would actually be encountered by her, and she would have to die under this sword intent. At this moment, she also understood that the sword intent would not lock onto her, and just now she had the chance to dodge it if she reacted quickly. It was just that the chaotic sword intent existed as a natural bit of suppression, making her instinctively feel unavoidable, with no way to dodge it. That's why he took the move hard and was beheaded by Li Xuanfeng's sword. Elder Ren's body and head flew through the air, trying to reconnect. However, the residual chaotic sword intent had been eroding the wound and sapping her strength. Her death is already predestined. Phew! The tip of the sword was like a cold on. Chaotic sword intent entwined, piercing through Elder Ren's head. Her breath was finally completely silent. Boo! The long sword shook and the head flew in front of Wu Mingfu. Milk! Wu Mingfu stared incredulously, his pupils filled with fear. The next moment, he only felt a coldness in his chest. The long sword carrying chaotic sword intent pierced through his chest. Laugh or you won't get a chance. Li Xianfeng looked at him indifferently. Emotions of fear, anger, despair, and regret overwhelmed Wu Mingfu. I am Kukin sect. Wu Mingfeng wanted to move backstage to say something else. However, Li Xianfeng was not interested in understanding. The chaotic sword intent spread, and Wu Mingfu's vitality was completely annihilated. The old man at the peak of the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm ran away. When the chaotic sword intent appeared and chopped off Elder Ren's head with a sword, he knew that Elder Ren was dead. He didn't even have the courage to watch from a distance. He just ran. Li Xianfeng didn't have time to pay attention to him. With a skillful wave, invisible forces lifted the storage ring and delivered it to him. With a sweep of divine sense, both rings contained quite a few things. Not a bad haul this time. Looking at the large amount of spirit stones in the storage ring, as well as the various spirit medicines, Li Xianfeng was quite satisfied. In the crone's storage ring, he also found 3 meditation grasses. With a flash of his body, he came to the side of Yun Shenhua and uprooted it into his storage ring. Only then did he glance toward the canopy of trees at the top of the hill. Senpai, I didn't expect it to be so fateful. We are truly fortunate to have met Senior here again. The 3 rolled out of the canopy. Rolling and crawling, they swooped down the hill, and they didn't even dare to stand higher than Li Xianfeng. The 3 of them arched their hands and bowed repeatedly towards Li Xianfeng, their faces compensating for their smiles. At this moment, their bodies were trembling, and their hearts had long since set off waves of shock. Li Xianfeng's strength was so strong that it simply refreshed their knowledge. At the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm, he comprehended the chaotic sword intent that only existed in legends, and killed the shattered Dan realm cultivator in seconds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. We will definitely keep it a secret and never reveal the slightest bit of information about Senior. We swear by our Tao heart that we will never reveal the slightest bit of information about Senior. The 3 of them arched their hands in succession. Li Xianfeng waved his hand breathlessly. He doesn't care if these people reveal it or not. With his rate of advancement, he wasn't afraid of exposing his strength at all. And now that he was also someone who had the backing of his master, there was absolutely no need to care about the Kyokan sect. Thank you, Elder. Hail, Elder. The three of them arched their hands and bowed again, almost kneeling and kowtowing with their 5 bodies. It wasn't until they saw that Li Xianfeng was getting a little impatient that the three of them hurriedly left. They feared Li Xianfeng, fearing his terrifying strength and demonic talent. Fear of offending Li Xianfeng caused him to make these moves. It was nothing to them as long as they could stay alive. While they were shocked, they were also glad that it was Li Xianfeng who won. If it was Wu Mingfu, there would be no good consequences for them. Groveling to such a supreme heavenly pride, they didn't feel humiliated in the slightest. Li Xianfeng had just become the #1 heavenly pride in their hearts. I don't know how amazing the future accomplishments will be. Perhaps in the future, this matter would instead become a talking point when they brag with other cultivators, or even an honor. Li Xianfeng walked towards Su Miaojin. A stunning girl in white stood on her gun, her slightly pale face in a trance. Chaotic sword intent filled the air, and the image of stepping into the sky and beheading the shattered Dan realm with a single sword was still stuck in her mind. Su Miaojin looked straight at Li Xianfeng as he walked towards her. It seemed a little numb from shock. The breeze blew, ruffling a few strands of hair that fell from the corners of her forehead. Come on, it's getting dark. Let's find a quiet place first. Li Xianfeng walked up to her. Su Miaojin nodded and put away her lance. And just as she took a step, her eyebrows knitted slightly. It looks like the injuries are not bad. Need a hand? Li Xianfeng asked. Shell teeth bit her red lips for a moment before Su Miaojin nodded. Trouble brotherly. The powerhouses of the shattered Dan realm were too powerful for her, and even a casual strike had caused her extremely serious injuries. Li Xianfeng stepped forward, and in Su Miaojin's exclamation of surprise, he wrapped his arms around her waist and picked her up in a princess hug. Su Miaojin subconsciously stretched out her hands and hung them around Li Xianfeng's neck. With the point of his toes, Li Xianfeng carried her up into the sky. Su Miaojin had originally meant for Li Xianfeng to ferry a bit of power to her so that she could heal her wounds and recover her strength. Unexpectedly, Li Xianfeng thought that she couldn't walk and needed help, then directly picked her up in a hug. I don't know whether Li Xianfeng would be wrong about her, or she would be wrong about Li Xianfeng. The wind whistled in his ears. Su Miaojin jade hand hanging on the neck of Li Xianfeng, quietly looking at his side face. Gradually actually some infatuation in trance. Unconsciously, she gently leaned her face into Li Xianfeng's shoulder and neck, not even realizing herself that a light smile hung at the corner of her mouth. In the meantime, the center of the Purple Moon Mystic Realm. This place is built in clusters, with palaces stretching out. It's just that most of it has been damaged, wrecked and gathering dust. The only thing that remains intact is a basin that covers an area of 2 miles square. Looking down from a high altitude, the houses were arranged in some kind of regular pattern, and the whole basin looked like an 8 trigrams formation map. At the very center of the formation diagram was a bubbling and moving clear spring. This clear spring was none other than the most precious treasure of the Purple Moon Mysterious Realm, the Bodhi Bright Enlightenment Spring. Invisible array energies enveloped the entire basin, preventing anyone from entering. At this moment, there were dozens of figures spread out on one of the hills at the edge of the basin, pinching and injecting spiritual energy towards the formation with the intention of cracking it. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful aura swept out seemingly uncontrollably, blowing the nearby sand and rocks to fly and roll, and grass and trees to bend. Who is it? Who dares to make a move against Sister Rin and Ming Fu? Angry voices echoed in this heaven and earth. A blue-robed old man with a beard and hair, his robes held up by aura. Windless. What's wrong, Elder Wu? Something happened to Elder Rin and Wu Mingfu? The crowd turned their attention to it. Their divine mark has disappeared. The blue-robed elder known as Elder Wu's face was extremely ugly as he said in a deep voice. What? Elder Rin is at the Shattered Dan realm. How many Shattered Dan realms are there in the Purple Moon Mysterious Realm? What the hell is going on? Who did it? Cultivators could leave a trace of divine imprint in the specially made jade sketch. And if the person died, then the divine imprint would disappear. I'm going to find the person out. Elder Wu was furious. Elder Rin was his hair wife and Wu Mingfu was his grandson. And now that both of them were dead, how could he not be angry? Don't go making trouble for a while. Just as Elder Wu was about to rise up in the air, a faint voice came out. The one who spoke was a youth sitting cross-legged on a boulder. The youth was dressed in red robes and stood out. Although Elder Wu was furious at the moment, the red-robed youth had spoken, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger. Most of the people present were from the Kyokan sect, But the only one who came from the bloodshed sect was this red-robed youth. The Kyukin sect was an affiliated sect of the Blood Fiend sect, and this red-robed youth held a special status in the Blood Fiend sect. It was also the strongest presence present, and Elder Wu didn't dare to disobey. First crack the formation and control the eye of the formation. When that time comes, half of the secret realm will fall into control. It's not too late to track down the killer. If we can't trace them, then you point to one and I'll kill one. The red-robed youth's voice was indifferent. He needed help to break the formation now, so he had to calm Elder Wu down. Many thanks to Jing Zhentian. With the promise of the red-robed youth, Elder Wu's monstrous anger subsided a bit. Aha! The red-robed youth known as Jing Zhentian nodded slightly, his expression still indifferent. He didn't care how angry Elder Wu was right now. It couldn't affect his plan. Chapter 53, Li Xianfeng lulls. Su Miaojin finally wants it. Su Miaojin didn't know how long had passed. It seemed long and it seemed short. Li Xianfeng led her to land in a quiet valley. Arrived. Flowers bloom beneath your feet and water flows ahead of you, leaving Li Xuanfeng's embrace. Su Miaojin actually felt some reluctance and attachment. Realizing her inner thoughts, her heart couldn't help but beat a beat faster and blush slightly. The neighborhood is not bad. Let's rest here tonight. Li Xianfeng had just swept through this area with his divine sense. There were no powerful demonic beasts, only some small animals frolicking around. The night of the Purple Moon Mystic Realm was not suitable for treasure hunting because the cultivator's divine sense would be suppressed. Looking up at the sky, at some point a purple moon had hung. It seemed that it was the influence brought about by this purple moon that restrained the cultivator's divine sense, so it was best to find a quiet place to stay at night. With a flick of his fingers, a piece of spirit stone flew out and fell in a certain special orientation, forming a simple formation that enveloped the nearby area. This was the isolation formation that Li Xianfeng had learned after getting Su Miaojin's return, only he had expanded this by a lot. Well, it's time to split the loot next. Only after Li Xianfeng had done this did he look at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin's face was full of questions. Split the loot? Who is she to split the loot? She had been seriously injured by a shattered Dan Realm cultivator, and she had all but let herself be captured alive. Although she could escape even if Li Xianfeng didn't come, that would after all require the use of a precious base card. In reason, she should be the one to thank Li Xianfeng and give him treasures as a token of appreciation. The enemy was beheaded by Brother Li, and all the loot should rightfully belong to Brother Li. On the contrary, I should give Brother Li payment for saving my life. Su Miaojin said seriously. She has always been gracious. Previously, Li Xianfeng had killed Yuan Snapdragon, which was considered to be revenge for her clan sister, so she took out the quota to enter the Purple Moon mysterious realm as payment. Right now she was considering what would be an appropriate reward to give to Li Xianfeng. Su Miaojin had her own chances, having once obtained the inheritance of a superpower, and there were quite a few precious resources. However, there were many resources that were sealed and needed to be gradually unsealed for use as her cultivation increased. Moreover, Li Xianfeng was a sword cultivator and she was a gun cultivator. Resources such as techniques and martial arts would not be of much use even if given to Li Xianfeng. In Su Miaojin's opinion, only the jade slip that contained the evasion technique should be more suitable as a reward. As the saying goes, whoever sees it, if you hadn't slowed them down, how would I have rushed to kill them? Without killing them, there's no such thing as loot. Li Xianfeng looked at Su Miaojin. When he separated earlier, he had engaged in forgetting to use the system to check the color of Su Miaojin's destiny. This kind of heavenly destined daughter, with her luck added to her body to turn misfortune into good fortune, may encounter danger and setbacks, but will never die easily. The main reason why he arrived at the critical moment to save Su Miaojin was because he wasn't too far away from that place at that time. Moreover, the system beeps sounded one after another, and Su Miaojin's experience and insights from experiencing battles, as well as using secret arts, were returned to him. He then realized that Su Miaojin was fighting a powerful enemy. With a sweep of the blazing sun golden pupil, he discovered where the battlefield was and rushed over at the first opportunity. It was only then that the scene of beheading Elder Rin and Wu Mingfu happened. Su Miaojin froze. What Li Xianfeng said was not without reason. Just how did it feel like there was a flavor of sophistry? Brother Li is not joking. I'm not qualified to share the loot. Su Miaojin stubbornly shook her head. Li Xianfeng sighed in his heart. How can you be so stubborn? How good it would be if you were a greedy girl. Do you know why I want to enter the Purple Moon Mystic Realm with you? Li Xianfeng decided to try fooling her again. Why? Su Miaojin subconsciously asked. Because I'm very optimistic about you. Going into the secret realm is just idle boredom holding a playful mindset. Mainly because I'm ready to help you. Li Xianfeng leisurely said. Watch me. Help me? Su Miaojin chewed on the meaning of these words. Back when you were able to fend off Yuan Snapdragon of the condensed Dan realm with your Spirit Sea realm cultivation, I knew that you were an absolute heavenly pride. Now that you're carrying a shattered Dan realm, strike hard again without hurting the fundamentals. It proves that my opinion at that time was correct. If I'm not wrong, you should be in some kind of top physique, Li Xianfeng said. Su Miaojin nodded and directly said, I am the great desolate battle body. She knew that Li Xianfeng also possessed a top-notch physique and was likely many times more powerful than her. There was nothing she couldn't say about being in the great desolate battle body. I think my talent is quite good, and I will be able to cultivate to a very high level in the future. However, the way of cultivation is a long way. If one person climbs to the top, won't it be too lonely? That's why I wanted to make friends with some geniuses and demons to discuss the Tao with each other and not be lonely on the path of cultivation. It's better than being alone on the avenue after a long time. Looking back and not seeing the old man in sadness and loneliness, Li Xianfeng stood with his arms folded, his expression slightly despondent, as if he had already seen the future picture of ascending to the very top overlooking the world, and the loneliness and invincibility of the masters. Su Miaojin's delicate body shook. Climb to the top, alone with the avenue. What a confident style this is. Or what kind of ego could say such a thing? The geniuses of the world are like the carp in the river. I don't know how many spirited and confident genius cultivators became disheveled and desperate after failing to break through to higher realms time and time again. In the face of the unattainable realm is gloomy, until the fall into a shovelful of earth, but also failed to touch a higher realm. Yet Li Xianfeng thought that he could reach the top, or even accompany the great Tao alone? Su Miaojin didn't deny that Li Xianfeng was a demon, but this kind of statement was too exaggerated. However, looking at his despondent appearance as if he had seen the future, as well as the shocking scene of displaying chaotic sword intent not long ago, she thought, what Li Xianfeng said might really become a reality one day. That's why, when I see the heavenly pride demon, I want to invest. The loot I've gained, as well as the meditation grass I harvested earlier, are dispensable to me, and they all take up space when placed inside my storage ring. Since keeping them is just eating dust, why not take them out to fulfill a supreme talent like you? Li Xianfeng turned to look at Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin was flabbergasted by his words. Thinking about it does make it so. Could a supreme demon who could comprehend the chaotic sword intent have poor comprehension? At least Su Miaojin felt that even if she repaired her trauma and regained her enlightenment, I was afraid that she wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment was so high, whether it was the meditation grass or the undivided spirit flower, it wouldn't be of much help to him, would it? The less enlightened the cultivator is, the better these wonders are used. Instead, cultivators with an already high level of enlightenment had an average effect, perhaps not even the icing on the cake. Does Brother Li mean he wants to invest in me? The resources that are dispensable in your eyes are extremely precious to me. What does Brother Li need from me in return? When Li Xianfeng spoke to this point, Su Miaojin was indeed a bit moved. Cultivators cultivate with the clear purpose of reaching a higher realm, obtaining greater strength and a long lifespan, and going to a broader heaven and earth. Therefore, when faced with the treasures they really need, it is hard for every person to refuse. It's just that Su Miaojin has always stuck to her principles and won't easily accept things from others, and when she does, she will find a way to return it. For the current her, a wondrous item that could enhance her enlightenment was exactly what she desperately needed. There's no hurry about payback. When you become strong enough, won't it be easy for you to return the favor? Li Xianfeng revealed a smile. Su Miaojin fell into a deep thought. The stronger the strength, the greater the possibility of being able to help Li Xianfeng. Since this was the case, it was the best option to raise your strength as soon as possible. Although Li Xuanfeng's talent was astonishing, her talent might not be so different as to be irreparable, especially after repairing her wounds to restore her enlightenment. Her true talent would be revealed. If you work hard, you can always keep up and close the gap between each other. It would be much easier to repay Li Xianfeng in the future. After a flash of thoughts, Su Miaojin nodded. Li Xuanfeng's heart was happy. Su Miaojin finally wanted it. It wasn't easy. With a thought, a resource flew out from the storage ring. Chapter 54, Peak 9th Level of the Condensed Dan Realm. 30% Chaotic Sword Intent. Li Xianfeng didn't give all of his resources to Su Miaojin in one brain. That might startle her and create thoughts of rejection again. That's why he only picked a portion of it. They are Spirit Stone, Quenching Mondi Spring, Meditation Grass and Embracing Godflower. Brother Li, the Meditation Grass and the Embracing Godflower. Su Miaojin was mentally prepared. But the moment the Spirit Stones and Quenching Mondi Spring appeared, she was a bit dumbfounded. spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. And the 20-square quenching Mondi spring was also vast. Since I said I'd invest in you, surely I can't be cheap, Li Xianfeng said. These spirit stones, they were all a meeting gift given by senior sister Luoli on behalf of Master Ring Yuzhou. The quenching spring was also a meeting gift given by Luoli in the name of her senior sister. Previously, Li Xianfeng had used some quenching springs for his cultivation, but they were all returned by the system, and he hadn't touched the ones given by Luoli. This is too much. Su Miaojin was shocked and at the same time more or less hesitant. The more Li Xianfeng gave, the more pressure she felt. I still have better resources. I won't use these if I leave them in the storage ring, so it's just right to give them to you so that they won't go to waste, Li Xianfeng casually said. Su Miaojin glanced at him suspiciously. Is brother Li really rich to such an extent? However, in the end, under Li Xuanfeng's eye gesture, she still took these things. It's fine if you haven't made a decision inwardly, but since you've already made a decision, Su Miaojin won't continue to push back. Hurry up and raise your strength and try to shorten the gap so that you can repay brother Li in the future. Su Miaojin thought so. Ding! Su Miaojin has gained 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, and 100-fold return. You've gained 50 million medium-grade spirit stones, and 5 million top-grade spirit stones. As the system tone fell, Li Xianfeng realized that a large mountain of spirit stones had suddenly appeared in the system space. So many spirit stones, they can't be used up. They simply can't be used up. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained 20 squares of quenching Mondi spring, returned 100 times, and you have obtained 2 squares of mixed yuan liquid. It is? When he saw the extra special chaos-like liquid in the system space, Li Xianfeng was a bit puzzled. 20 squares became 2 squares after a 100-fold return, so there was no need to think about it to know how precious it was. Perceiving the item returned by the system with your mind will tell you what it does. Li Xuanfeng's mind moved, and the information of the mixed yuan liquid appeared in his mind. The hybrid liquid was a legendary treasure. It was also the most suitable cultivation resource for the chaotic sword body at the condensed Dan realm stage. It could be said to be almost tailor-made for the chaotic sword body, allowing the absorption rate to reach 100% and eliminating the bottleneck, greatly shortening Li Xuanfeng's cultivation time. Pull the cultivation speed up to full speed. Well, Li Xianfeng was overjoyed in his heart. With the mixed yuan liquid, his strength could completely soar by a hair in a short period of time. After absorbing it, I'm afraid I can directly reach the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Ding! Su Miaojin has obtained 12 meditation grasses, returned 100-fold, and you have obtained 1 drop of Bodhi liquid. Ding! Su Miaojin has gained an embracing divine flower, returned 100 times, and you have gained a drop of Bodhi liquid. The system beeps sounded continuously. Li Xianfeng saw 2 special drops of liquid. Intentional perception revealed the function of this object. Bodhi liquid is the essence liquid extracted from the trunk of the Bodhi tree, and it has an extremely significant effect in enhancing enlightenment. Great! Li Xianfeng was satisfied with this harvest. I won't bother you next. You seize the time to heal your wounds. The 5th level of the condensed Dan realm is ultimately a bit short. I'm going to cultivate to make a breakthrough, Li Xianfeng said to Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin was a bit surprised. In half a month Li Xianfeng had raised 2 realms, and now he was ready to break through to the 6th level of the condensed Dan realm? This kind of root bone, it's truly terrifying. Su Miaojin found a clean stone slab and took out a futon to sit on. A few pills entered his mouth and he began to sit on his knees to heal his wounds. Although the life force of a condensed Dan realm cultivator was not as terrifying as that of the shattered Dan realm, his recovery power was still strong. Su Miaojin had not been injured to the root, plus being in a great desolate battle body, her injuries would basically be healed in a night's time. On the other side, Li Xianfeng rearranged a small isolation formation. Then he took out the tub from his storage ring, filling up with the mixed yuan liquid. Li Xianfeng stripped naked and entered it to cultivate. The great sacred sword technique operated as the mixed yuan liquid was drawn into the body and flowed through every corner of the body, strengthening the flesh and quenching the inner Dan. Time passes unnoticed. Early the next morning, Su Miaojin, who was in meditation, opened her eyes, her injuries already healed. Looking towards where Li Xianfeng was, the small isolation array blocked her sight and divine sense, so she couldn't see what Li Xianfeng was actually doing. Refine the meditation grass and the embracing godflower. Su Miaojin collected her mind. With the great desolate battle body added to her body, her absorption efficiency wasn't low. It was late in the evening. All of the meditation grass and the embracing godflower were all refined and thoroughly absorbed by Su Miaojin. She felt her head was cool, and her divine sense was ethereal and drifting. Sure enough, I still have to have the wonders to enhance my enlightenment. My soul trauma was repaired quite a bit. Su Miaojin clenched her pink fists and muttered to herself with some excitement. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Li Xuanfeng's mind. Ding! Su Miaojin's soul trauma is partially repaired, and your enlightenment has been greatly improved. 50 times returned. Li Xuanfeng, who was in the middle of cultivation, felt that his head was cool and ethereal, and his soul seemed to be drifting away and ascending to immortality. It's a wonderful feeling that can't be shared with anyone else. So she had a traumatized soul? It was only at this moment that Li Xuanfeng realized why Su Miaojin had come to the secret realm to look for the wonders to enhance enlightenment. It looks like she hasn't fully recovered from her trauma, so I'll help her after I break through. Li Xuanfeng thought to himself. He was prepared to absorb the mixed yuan liquid in one breath. This morning, he had actually broken through to the 6th level of the condensed Dan realm. It was only that the isolation array concealed the aura that overflowed from his breakthrough, and Su Miaojin did not know about it. It seems that Brotherly won't be able to break through to the 6th level of Dan condensation for a while. Since that's the case, I'd better hurry up and cultivate as well. Su Miaojin couldn't sense any movement from Li Xuanfeng's place, so she immediately cultivated herself as well. 2 more days passed. Li Xuanfeng had successfully finished absorbing the mixed yuan liquid, and his realm had reached the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. By now, 4 days had passed since they entered the Purple Moon mysterious realm. It really is the most suitable cultivation resource for the chaotic sword body of the condensed Dan realm. Feeling the majestic power within his body, Li Xuanfeng couldn't help but feel emotion. The chaotic sword body combined with the mixed element liquid. Everything fell into place and there wasn't even a bottleneck. 3 days to reach the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm from the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. I can't break through to the shattered Dan realm for the time being. Since that's the case, then I'll enroll in sword intent. Li Xuanfeng made a decision. Taking out 2 drops of Bodhi liquid and absorbing and refining them, Li Xuanfeng's enlightenment once again grew by a hair. In one go, he took all of the sword intent pills. He wanted to try to see if he could make another breakthrough in chaotic sword intent with his enlightenment today, occupying the natural advantage of the chaotic sword body. The difficulty would be minimized when he comprehended the chaotic sword intent. 1 day later, buzz, a vast aura of sword intent swept out, and even the isolation array directly lost its effect. This is, Su Miaojin, who was meditating, was directly awakened. The vast chaotic sword intent was unknown how much stronger than what Li Xuanfeng had displayed before. Su Miaojin felt that the sword intent was like the ocean of wild waves, and she seemed like a flatboat that would be drowned by the waves at any time. Smallness, fear, inability to resist, all sorts of negative emotions grew within her, so much so that she couldn't even bring up the courage to resist. How awful! Su Miaojin's beautiful eyes were wide with surprise. Phew! The isolation array was put away. Li Xuanfeng walked out slowly. This time the retreat was for 3 days. The realm broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, and the chaotic sword intent also made consecutive breakthroughs, reaching 30%. Brotherly, what realm are you in now? Watching Li Xuanfeng collect his breath and walk out of the isolation array, Su Miaojin couldn't help but ask. Chapter 55. I found a Yamshan flower. Old timer, come quickly. She felt that Li Xuanfeng had not only improved his sword intent as simple as that, his cultivation realm must have improved as well. Only 1 step away from the shattered Dan realm. Li Xuanfeng laughed. Chaotic sword body with mixed yuan liquid. This cultivation speed would surpass everyone's imagination. Not even a bottleneck. What? Su Miaojin was so shocked that her sandalwood mouth slightly opened as she stared blankly at Li Xuanfeng. Just 1 step away. That would be the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. She had thought that Li Xuanfeng had only broken through from the 5th to the 6th level of the condensed Dan realm. I didn't expect to directly reach the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Only 1 step away from the shattered Dan realm. What kind of heavenly root bone is this? She knew that Li Xuanfeng was demonic, but she didn't expect to be demonic to such an exaggerated, perverted, and incomprehensible degree. That your sword intent? Su Miaojin couldn't help her curiosity at all. She only felt that the sword intent just now was incomparably vast, many times stronger than what she had displayed when she had beheaded the shattered Dan realm before. But exactly how much into it, Su Miaojin could not perceive. For every 10% increase in sword intent, the power was not as simple as being twice as strong, but several times stronger. 30%. Li Xuanfeng didn't hide it. Boom! Su Miaojin felt a thunderbolt explode in her head and temporarily lost her ability to think. Ninth peak of the condensed Dan realm. Plus 30% chaotic sword intent. How powerful must Li Xianfeng be? One must know that he had the strength to kill a first-level Shattered Dan realm cultivator in seconds before. What about now? He can kill cultivators at several levels of the Shattered Dan realm in seconds? Sandalwood mouth opened. Su Miaojin did not say anything after all. She had previously thought of repairing her wounds to restore her enlightenment and raise her strength as soon as possible to narrow the gap between her and Li Xianfeng. Now it seems that the gap has been stretched to a point where it simply cannot be bridged. It was the same seclusion, yet she hadn't even managed to break through a single realm. Thinking of what Li Xianfeng had said 3 days ago about ascending to the top and being alone with the great Tao, Su Miaojin believed a few more points in her heart. Ding! Su Miaojin's cultivation level has increased, reaching the middle of the first level of the condensed Dan realm. 50 times returned. Your cultivation level has received a small increase. The system beep sounded at this moment. Su Miaojin failed to break through to the second level of the condensed Dan realm, but it didn't mean that her cultivation had not grown at all in these few days of seclusion. The aura on Li Xuanfeng's body shook as the inner Dan with 9 perfect lines trembled, and wisps of it overflowed, strengthening his muscles, bones, and flesh. His realm remained at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Su Miaojin's return did not allow him to break through to the Shattered Dan realm. After all, the difference between the two was too great, and even if 50 times returned, the improvement for Li Xianfeng was not particularly obvious. However, the inner Dan had already shown signs of shattering and feeding back to the whole body. Li Xianfeng was considered to have crossed the threshold of the Shattered Dan realm with half a foot. Counting the time, there are still 2 days until the Purple Moon Mystic realm closes, so perhaps the resources have already been scavenged. Let's just see the luck next and see if we can find some more enlightenment-enhancing treasures. Li Xianfeng looked towards Su Miaojin, whose pretty face still retained the color of shock, and said, they had been delayed here for a few days, and it was feared that most of the area of the secret realm had already been searched by other cultivators. The probability of wanting to find another wondrous object that could enhance enlightenment was definitely not as great as before. However, Li Xianfeng had the blazing sun golden pupil, which was very advantageous in treasure hunting, and it wasn't impossible to find another strange object similar to the meditation grass and the god-containing flower in 2 days. It's a pity that the most precious Bodhi bright enlightenment spring in the secret realm is shrouded by a formation and can't be broken, Su Miaojin said with some regret. Her face was wistful when she mentioned the Bodhi brightening spring. The wonders in the Purple Moon mysterious realm that could enhance enlightenment were all mutated from spiritual plants that had absorbed the Bodhi enlightenment spring. You can imagine how powerful the Bodhi brightening spring itself is. If she could get it, her soul wounds would surely be healed. Not only would the original enlightenment be restored, but it was even likely to be raised by a large margin. Unfortunately, the formation was too strong to be broken by brute force. Let's find our way over towards the center of the secret realm. Just in time to check out that so-called Bodhi brightening spring, Li Xianfeng made a decision. Su Miaojin nodded, and the two of them rose up in the air, flying in the direction of where the Bodhi brightening spring was located in the center of the secret realm. One person performed the blazing sun golden pupil secret art, and one person took out the treasure-seeking compass. This flight of the two was nothing for hundreds of miles. Somewhere in the direction Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin were traveling forward. The secluded valley. A beautiful flower like a snow lotus blooms. It's exactly the embracing god flower. There was a giant python of astonishing size coiled in a ball next to the embodied god flower. 5th rank intermediate demonic beast black shin python. A young man hid in the thick canopy of a distant tree, holding his breath as he watched in silence. There's no mistake. That's 100% the Yunshin flower. It's a pity that there's a 5th rank demonic beast in the way there. The young man coveted the Yunshin flower. Unfortunately, he was only at the 3rd level of the spirit sea realm, and that black shin python could whip him to death dozens of times with one tail. Not to mention going head to head with the black shin python. The young man didn't even dare to attract its attention. Should I ask him for help? A thought bubbled up in the young man's mind, followed by an extreme tangle. If Li Xianfeng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young man. This person was the same youth who had promised to bring that old man of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm into the secret realm at the entrance of the secret realm. That old man had promised at first that as long as someone was willing to take him into the secret realm, he would give a 4th ranked upper grade spirit weapon as payment. However, after the youth brought him in, the old man didn't honor his promise, but said that he would give it to him after leaving the secret realm, and he left him a summoning stone to contact him if he came across a treasure that could enhance his enlightenment when he couldn't compete with others. He'll step in and help. The youth had previously encountered a meditation grass. But there was also a Spirit Sea Realm 6th level cultivator who had similarly discovered that meditation grass. He couldn't argue with the other party, so he summoned a message to contact the old man. The old man rushed to successfully seize the meditation grass. However, the old man did not give the meditation grass to the youth, but instead said that he would keep it for him first and give it to him along with the 4th order upper grade spiritual artifact after leaving the secret realm. How could the youth not understand that he had been tricked by the old man? What custodian meditation grass? Perhaps the old man has long been taken to some place to secretly refine. As for any 4th order upper grade spirit weapon, it was mostly just an empty phrase. Forget it, don't contact him, I can't get it anyway, and neither can he. The youth gritted his teeth. Phew, but just then, 2 streams of light flew in. Those were 2 cultivators at the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. After discovering the embracing god flower, the 2 of them fought with the black shin python. Perhaps both sides didn't want to hurt the embracing divine flower, and the 2 men and the python flew high into the air to fight. Here's your chance. The youth's eyes snapped open. He was farther away from the embracing godflower and had small objects on his body that shielded his senses, so he was well hidden, and the 2 cultivators shouldn't have noticed him, so he sneakily approached towards the yamshin flower. Boom! Boom! A violent fluctuation came from high up in the sky. The 2 men and the python were fighting fiercely. Neither of them could do anything about the other. Well, just keep it that way. The youth was in an agitated mood. However, just as he gradually approached the embracing godflower, phew, 2 figures, a man and a woman, were flying low in the air and were coming towards this place without any hurry. It was none other than Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin. Damn it, why are there people again? The youth had an angry look on his face. The light of runes lit up in his eyes, and he had a small secret technique for sensing the realms of other cultivators. Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin both had shielding means. He couldn't perceive the specific realm, but he could be sure that the 2 were definitely in the condensed Dan realm. In short, he couldn't afford to mess with it. I don't know what the exact strength of these 2 is, but regardless of whether they are crushed by one side or a 3-way stalemate, I don't stand a chance. Damn it, since I can't get it, I'll destroy it and make them fight. The youths have been unlucky the last few days, and the harvest has been average. The only meditation grass encountered that could enhance enlightenment was also coveted by the old man, and the promised 4th-ranked upper-grade spiritual weapon did not arrive, so there was more or less some anger in his heart. Just now, he finally saw the hope of Yin Shenhua arriving, but he didn't expect that 2 more condensed Dan realms would be killed halfway. He definitely didn't stand a chance with a Spirit Sea realm. In that case, let's just call out the old man. Let them fight. So the youth pulled out his summoning stone. Old senior, come quickly. I found a Yamshin flower. The 5th-ranked demonic beast guarding it is fighting other cultivators. Come quickly. Chapter 56, the old-timers are here. And the old-timers are scared less. There was an imprint of the old man's divine thoughts within the summoning stone, and he was able to sense the approximate location of where the youth was. Boom! The 2 men and the python were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, with the appearance of Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin, the battle situation eased. Both sides tacitly lowered their altitude and approached towards Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin, with the intention of joining forces against Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin first. Letting someone else reap the benefits was not something that either the 2 cultivators or the black shin python were happy about. Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin looked at the 2 people fighting in the sky for a python, and didn't pay any attention to it at all. The hidden youth did not escape their divine sense either. A small cultivator at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm who also tried to fish in troubled waters was probably overthinking it. Ha 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 ha, little fellow, you are truly a blessing to old man. Where is the embracing godflower? I'm coming. It was only a few moments of effort before spiritual energy wrapped around an excited voice came from the sky. Only a stream of light was seen speeding from the sky at an extremely astonishing speed. It was that old man at the peak of the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. The old man was about 20 miles away from this place. This distance was not far for the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm cultivators. A few breaths would be enough to arrive. He had set up a concealment formation to meditate and refine the meditation grass in the cave, and he came after hearing the youth's voice through the summoning stone. His aura was volatile and undisguised, as if he was telling the others not to rob him of his undivided godflower. 2 condensed Dan realm 4th levels, 5th order intermediate demonic beast black shin python. Not bad, not bad. This undying godflower is for sure for old me. You guys just stop arguing. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. The huge spiritual energy was like a dark cloud sweeping over and covering the sun, which was intimidating. This is Peak of the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm? The faces of the two Condensed Dan Realm 4th level cultivators who were fighting the Black Shin Python changed, and they immediately pulled away to stop fighting. These two people plus the Black Shin Python were just a slap in the face of a peak 9th level Condensation Realm cultivator. There was no longer any need to fight for the embodied Godflower, and not knowing how to do so would more than likely cost one's life. Ha! The old man's figure speeding through the sky came to an abrupt halt. Grass! You boys have misjudged me. The old man's eyes were wide open in shock and anger. Yet more than anything else, he was afraid, because he saw two familiar faces, Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin. Su Miaojin was nothing. She did look pretty, but strength-wise she was no threat to him. The key was Li Xianfeng, that terrifying demon who had comprehended the chaotic sword intent and killed a shattered Dan Realm cultivator with a single sword. That horrible scene was still fresh in his mind. He had just received the youth's transmission, and his heart was overjoyed. Plus the two cultivators fighting the Black Shin Python fluctuated too much. He didn't pay attention to Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin for a moment, thinking that they were just ordinary Condensed Dan Realm cultivators. At this moment, after seeing the appearance of the two people, his body sweat hairs exploded. White hair roots stood up, just like a cat with fried hair. The vast spiritual energy in the sky suddenly rolled back, no longer having the same momentum as before. Without saying a word, the old man turned and ran. Robbing treasures with a powerhouse who can kill the shattered Dan Realm in seconds? He wouldn't dare to give him 100 more guts. The youth below was filled with shock. The old-timer slipped away? The other two Condensed Dan Realm cultivators and the Black Shin Python were equally dismayed in their hearts. What could scare a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Condensed Dan Realm like this? The next moment they understood. You've come all this way, and you don't know how to take a break? Li Xuanfeng's faint voice rang out. His breath was calm. There was no active release of the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Condensed Dan Realm, much less the sword intent. Just a very plain sentence made the old man who was halfway to running stop in his tracks, not daring to run again. The old man turned stiffly, an old face squeezing out a smile. Before, what are your orders, Your Excellency? The old man was very fearful inside, but his body had to fly back in the direction where Li Xianfeng was. Li Xianfeng didn't make a move to forcefully retain him. Just a light word made him stop of his own accord, because the old man didn't dare to bet. He was afraid that if he continued to flee, the chaotic sword intent would chop into him, an attack that even the shattered Dan Realm couldn't carry. Falling on him, was he afraid of dying 1,000 times? The old man landed warily. An old face showed a pleasing smile, already slightly hunched. At this time it looked like the waist was also more bent a few points. You're saying you're set on this Yunshin flower? Li Xianfeng looked at the old man. Dare not! Dare not! I was blind for a moment. I didn't know that you were here. If I had known that you were coming, I wouldn't have dared to covet the divine embracing flower even if I had 10,000 guts. The old man's face was full of smiles and he was deeply bent over, his posture humble to the extreme. But a few days ago, I saw that you were also interested in another Yunshin flower? Li Xianfeng looked at him with a smirk. When he had beheaded Elder Rin and Wu Mingfu at that time, this old man was watching from afar, and was ultimately scared out of his wits by his chaotic sword intent, running out of sight in the blink of an eye. Boo! The old man looked horrified. His face was filled with cold sweat, and he actually plopped down and directly knelt to the ground. Forgive me, Your Excellency. Forgive me, Your Excellency. Fearing the Duke's divine might, the old man was momentarily scared out of his wits and couldn't carry the divine might before choosing to stay away. If I had known that this young lady was related to Your Excellency, I would not have dared to have the slightest idea about that embracing godflower. The old man's white beard trembled and he was covered in cold sweat. When Su Miaojin and Wu Mingfu were fighting over the embracing godflower, he happened to be nearby and was ready to pick up a bargain, which had expected to be stunned back by Elder Run of the Shattered Dan Realm, and the cheapness was not picked up. His brain raced, trying to recall whether or not he had badmouthed Li Xianfeng and Su Miaojin before. After thinking that he hadn't struck out at the two men, nor had he said anything unpleasant to them, he was slightly relieved in his heart. All of the old man's wealth is in this storage ring, and I would like to dedicate it all to Your Excellency. The old man decisively threw out his storage ring. Although he didn't seem to have offended these two, he was still afraid that Li Xianfeng was temperamental. More than anything, he was afraid that he was a murderous man, and now he just wanted to grab whatever he could to save his life. He only hoped that Li Xianfeng would not have murderous intentions towards him. Other cultivators were afraid of him. He was afraid of Li Xianfeng. The weak in front of the strong sometimes is so humble. Life and death only in the other side of the thought. We, too, are willing to give all we have. 3 more storage rings were thrown towards Li Xianfeng. Seeing that the old man at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm was scared like this, how could they not understand the terror of this young man? Shattered Dan realm. It must be the shattered Dan realm that would make a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm afraid like this. The 3 thought so in their minds. Don't look at the fact that the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm and the broken Dan realm were only 1 step away, but it was this 1 step that stopped an unknown number of amazingly talented cultivators. Lifetime of not being able to cross over. Strengths were also vastly different, except for those astounding supreme demons who could possibly cross the ranks. A normal peak 9th level condensed Dan realm cultivator would only be killed in seconds in front of the shattered Dan realm. That Spirit Sea realm 3rd degree youth was already shaking like a sieve at this moment. After throwing the storage ring over, he thumped his head vigorously and begged for mercy. The black Shen python was also obediently prostrate on the ground, constantly sending Li Xianfeng the idea of voluntarily becoming a slave and being his mount. Watching this scene, Li Xianfeng was speechless for a moment. Still, his divine sense swept through several storage rings, resulting in not a single thing that interested him. Casually waving their hands, the storage rings flew back into their respective hands. These people's so-called wealth was really unappealing to the eyes, reminding Li Xianfeng of the time when he hadn't yet bound the system. Seeing that Li Xianfeng didn't take anything from them, a few people's hearts were again tightened with fear. You guys go! Li Xianfeng waved his hand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. A few cultivators were overjoyed in their hearts and were grateful. In response, Li Xianfeng didn't say anything more. The cultivation world is like this. There are no hard and fast laws that can restrain cultivators. The only thing that can restrain a monk is a stronger one. The lives and deaths of many weak people are at the whim of the strong. If you want to have the courage to not grovel to other strong people, you either have to be strong yourself, or come from an extraordinary background and have a strong person backing you up. Obviously, these few people's own strength was far inferior to Li Xianfeng's, and they didn't have hard enough backgrounds, which was why they had humbled themselves to this point. Several people were about to leave after thanking Li Xianfeng for not killing them, but suddenly, there was a surge of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. It was obviously still daytime in the secret realm, but a purple moon appeared high in the sky out of nowhere. In a flash, everyone felt that their divine sense was suppressed.